Wanted to let the court know, I think there was a misunderstanding of what Attorney Nodoff was mentioning prior to our break about a cautionary instruction as it relates to other acts evidence.
But I'll give the parties an opportunity to think about that overnight in terms of an appropriate redaction for those exhibits. But I believe that those parts of the exhibit that were received in evidence in one way or another should be provided, will be provided to the media with appropriate redaction. But we obviously don't have time to do all of that right now. We have to keep this, keep the trial moving. And are we ready for the next witness?
Did we have a couple legal issues that we needed to address before
All right.
Mr. Mengels called? First, I just wanted to let the court know, I think there was a misunderstanding of what Attorney Nodoff was mentioning prior to our break about a cautionary instruction as it relates to other acts evidence.
This case is about an extreme anger and a twisted form of love. A love so dangerous that the defendant killed Alexander Woodworth.
So, are we ready for the next witness?
Did we have a couple legal issues that we needed to address before
All right.
Mr. Mengels called? First, I just wanted to let the court know, I think there was a misunderstanding of what Attorney Nodoff was mentioning prior to our break about a cautionary instruction as it relates to other acts evidence. It was mentioned in the context of court TV. There were two separate thoughts, however. The cautionary instruction was whether or not an instruction should be read because we just heard some what would be considered other acts evidence. But as long as it's on the court's radar, I know we haven't sorted out what exactly the instruction would be. I think the state is fine having that read later as part of the broader jury instruction reading to the jury.
All right. Mr. Nelson? Ms. Bishop?
I'm sorry, Judge, I was looking for something. I didn't think it was pertinent to what I was doing.
All right. Well,
I wasn't listening.
there was some discussion about a cautionary instruction. And obviously, a jury will be given instructions at the close of the case. I have improvised one instruction basically as it relates to what evidence is, so they would have some idea of that before the court advised them of stipulation and judicially noticed facts. However, we've now gone into what would be considered other acts type of evidence. And panorama evidence is sort of a special part of that. It's a little bit different, but the same analysis, I think, applies. But no cautionary instruction has been provided to the jury on why they are hearing that evidence. Does the defense request that there be some sort of instruction given before instructions at the close of the case?
Yes.
Not right now.
All right, then that's something we'll take up.
However, at a later time, and I haven't, did you provide us with a draft of what you wanted?
No, and we have not. It wasn't something we were pushing to have done now. I just wanted to make sure that the court was aware of it, so defense was able to have input on whether or not it should be read now or read at a later time.
We should definitely take that up. I just don't think I just was ready to take it up right now, Judge.
Very well, so that's just to give you a heads up that we will take that up. And I think periodically it's not a bad idea to do that so that they get some understanding of why they're hearing that evidence. And
Okay. Judge, I just need to talk to, I'm a little confused about something. If I can just talk to Mr. Hahn for a minute before
Go ahead.
objection on the record. I apologize. I feel like I might.
Which one are you looking at?
The state gave me, Mr. Hahn was kind enough to give me some exhibits in advance that he's going to use. I'm not seeing them, so I asked Mr. Maxey to see if I left them in the other room, Judge. But regardless, I can put an objection on the record or ask for a ruling right now on another matter, which is the state has advised me that it intends to introduce various things that were, I can't find it? No, I don't have them. The state intends to use various pages of screenshots that I believe and Mr. Hahn should correct me if I'm wrong, there are some screenshots that Jason Mangle took of Ezra McCandless's iPod or of her Instagram account, no matter what the device was. And the state intends to enter them as an exhibit. I don't know if there's, are these numbers on the bottom of the page, different exhibit number for each?
Yeah, it's 473 through 476.
Correct. And I think what I'll do is just give them to Your Honor to look at for a minute, so you
Right.
can see what I'm talking about.
Okay, so these are sort of hand numbered, they haven't been numbered.
They're hand numbered with the exhibit numbers that the state intends to introduce. So basically what this is that my understanding is that Mr. Mangle looked at Ezra McCandless's Instagram and screenshotted these from her Instagram. The people who are purportedly talking on those Instagram pages, as I understand it, are John Hanson and Ezra McCandless. And this content, which is on there, can best be described as flirtatious. I'll just use that word for right now, between Ms. McCandless and Mr. Hanson. And I am objecting to the relevancy of those messages that were between these two individuals. First of all, as to Mr. Hanson, the state has chosen to not call Mr. Hanson. I've been told he's not being called as a witness, possibly in rebuttal, but not in the state's case in chief. So anything that Mr. Hanson says is hearsay. Now, I'm going to anticipate that the state is saying that they are only introducing Mr. Hanson's statements in order to give context to Ms. McCandless's statements. Therefore, I continue my objection to argue that Ms. McCandless's flirtatious statements towards John Hanson do not belong in this trial in the state's case in chief. The court has ruled that Ms. McCandless's sexual conduct with Mr. Hanson is permitted as panorama evidence, and we have had evidence of this both through Officer Vang, who took a statement from Ms. McCandless, and I think probably more central to the prosecution's case, the journals Silence Broken and Journal 2, which the state opines is some evidence of Ms. McCandless's emotional turmoil. And as I understood the court's ruling, the court permitted that to be proffered in the state's case in chief as evidence of Ms. McCandless's state of mind, emotional turmoil, and panorama of the events leading up to Alex Woodward's death. However, her specific flirtations with John Hanson and her comments do constitute other acts evidence. My understanding is that the state attempted to proffer these in its case in chief as some kind of evidence that Ezra McCandless was not truthful about what she said to the police about what happened sexually between her and Mr. Hanson. My understanding was the court was not going to allow evidence to be elicited for any purpose of arguing that Ms. McCandless was not credible or purportedly had made some kind of false claim of sexual assault to the police. So I can't frankly grasp what is relevant about her flirtatious texts to Mr. Hanson, which were screenshotted by Jason Mangle, how that helps to prove or disprove a fact and issue in this particular case. These are matters between her and Mr. Hanson, this flirtation. This has nothing to do with what happened between her and Alex. If the state is arguing these go to her credibility, she hasn't testified in this case at this juncture, and they simply should not be permitted into evidence. That's my argument.
Okay, who would like to handle that argument for the
I
state?
will, Judge. First, as to the hearsay, they're not being offered Mr. Hansen's statements are not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So I think that's pretty clearly not hearsay. If the court finds that it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, those are adoptive admissions by the defendant by acknowledging and responding to the statements that are made by Mr. Hansen. And really, it's this is a segment of what was included in the defense filed a motion in limine trying to exclude all of the messages contained on Mr. Hansen's or provided by Mr. Hansen as it relates to his relationship with the defendant. These are only a portion of those because this is what was pulled from Jason Mengel's phone, not the entirety of the messages John Hansen provided. The court has found that the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Mengel, as well as the defendant and Mr. Hansen, is relevant to this case for certain purposes. And these messages are how Mr. Mengel came to be aware of the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Hansen when he observed these and then screenshotted them on his phone. They were initially observed on her phone, and that's why he saw them and took photographs. The messages come after the believed date of the sexual encounter that we've heard a little bit about, and I expect there will be more testimony about, between the defendant and Mr. Hansen. So I think it shows it's relevant for a number of purposes: state of mind, the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Hansen, but more importantly, the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Mengel and the information she provided Mr. Mengel, and how that meshes or doesn't mesh with the information contained in the text messages. The defense argument that the defendant would somehow need to testify before her credibility can be attacked just certainly isn't how court cases work. Credibility of somebody who's provided statements, a defendant who's provided statements to law enforcement or anybody else prior to trial, and those statements are being admitted, those statements can certainly be attacked on the credibility basis. So she doesn't have to testify before her credibility becomes an issue as it relates to statements she's made prior to trial. So I think, one, it's not hearsay. Two, it's relevant. It fits within the provisional rulings of the court. And three, I think the credibility issue doesn't have to be addressed only once she testifies.
Judge, if I can just very briefly respond to the state's argument.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is, do I think that, for example, her statements that she gave Investigator Prock or Detective Prock regarding what happened with Alex, that they can show that there are inconsistencies or differences of things she said to him? Yes, of course they can. But this is just for a general attack on her credibility as a person. And that kind of general attack of a witness who testifies for truthfulness may be inquired under 90608 sub 2 upon cross-examination of a witness, and when they are questioned about matters related to their truthfulness as a witness under 90608 sub 2, the cross-examiner must, quote unquote, in the words of M. Winklereed, take the answer. That's a pretty black letter law. So I would argue that these are for a general attack on her credibility, not her statements regarding the alleged offense in this case, the homicide of Alex Woodworth, number one. Number two, if the evidentiary purpose for the state is to show that this created a fissure or a problem in her relationship with Jason Mengel, which was part of her state of mind, which is what the state argued in its opening, then all the state has to do, and I would not object to them leading, is say, you read her Instagram, there were some things that upset you. Through reading this Instagram, you believed that your girlfriend had sex with your friend John, and the two of you were arguing about this, and then this is what she told you happened. The substance of those actual messages, which again I argue are not relevant to anything except for Ms. McCandless's credibility, in which case she can be cross-examined, but there are extrinsic evidence on a collateral matter should not be permitted into evidence. Thank you.
All right, well, first of all, I do not see these exhibits as being 90608 sub 2 extrinsic evidence, and this is not where witnesses being cross-examined on credibility, and they're not, as the court made clear in the provisional ruling, not offered related to credibility. And however, I did say that if this panorama evidence comes in, it may have the effect, but that's not the purpose for which it's offered. Now, we have in this case already, and I'm not going to comment on what evidence may come in because it hasn't come in yet. But at this point, I think we have evidence that Ms. McCandless went to talk to Mr. Woodworth on March 22nd about her feelings. She went, and I think this came in through one of the officers, perhaps Officer Reeves. One of the things she wanted to talk about was the investigation, and the name John Hanson had come up. And the court believes that these messages are very relevant, and in particular, when you look at exhibits, journals, and I want to refer to them by their exhibit numbers. Sorry, I don't have all of these exhibits. Exhibit 365, silence broken. Exhibit 366, Journal 2. In both of those exhibits, there is reference by the defendant to pain, regret, disgust, shame, waves of guilt, and from Exhibit 365 in particular, on the second to last page, makes reference to the extreme guilt, I'm quoting, the extreme guilt I felt because of the betrayal I had committed against the love of my life drove me to start self-harming again. I think in a nutshell, these messages are at the heart of that, and without a jury seeing the actual messages in the court's opinion, it would be difficult for them to understand the context, understand the significance of exhibits 365 and 366. So again, these in the court's opinion are very relevant evidence to those very strong feelings that Ms. McCandless had. And I think that they are very relevant. I do not believe that they are hearsay. They're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the sense of what Mr. Hanson said, but certainly for what the defendant said as her statements. And so the court is going to allow exhibits 473, 474, 75, and 76, assuming that's what the actual exhibit, that will be the numbers, Madam Clerk? So these should be marked as an exhibit since I'm referring to them. Otherwise, we're going to be...
Judge, I think the stamp at the bottom, it's very small, but it actually does have the court's...
Well, it has, someone wrote in handwriting in numbers, but we need exhibit stickers to correspond so that we're not... So we're keeping
It's very tiny above it. It says plaintiff's exhibit. I certainly think we could, I'll leave it to the clerk, obviously, but...
Okay, well, we would like to have our court exhibit stickers on these.
That's fine, those are my copies, though.
Okay,
I'm
so,
assuming the state has another copy to give the court.
well, I want to make sure that what I'm referring to, what I have in my hand, will be exactly the same as those court exhibits. So,
Judge, I can give a separate copy to Attorney Vishney if you want to keep those as what will be marked.
That would be fine. That would be fine with me.
Madam Clerk, there are numbers on them, so
Okay.
I'll give those to you. No, I think Mr. Hahn is going to give them to Ms. Vishney, and we'll use these copies.
Yes, that's fine. Judge, there's one other matter. The state has another exhibit it's giving to the court, and I don't have an exhibit number on it yet. It is an Instagram business record that the state has provided me with a copy of, and it starts at Instagram page 975, and the last page number is page 983, though I will advise the court that those are backwards numbers to how the conversation actually occurred, and that the end of the conversation is actually at page 975. And I'm not objecting to the majority of this conversation, but there is one point in the conversation near the end.
Is this identified as an exhibit yet?
No.
Does the state have an exhibit prepared?
It is, Judge, it says Plaintiff's Exhibit 465.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's not a sticker on it, but there is something noted at the bottom of the page.
Okay, well, I would like to get these marked as exhibits before we start having extensive discussion.
That would be great. I'll just wait until it's marked and that you can see what I'm talking about, because it's a very small point.
Judge, would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
This is the one I'll have marked if you want that one.
Sure, I'll take that one.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, let's mark these. This whole packet would be Exhibit 465.
Yes.
Okay. We'll have it marked first.
And
Okay, go ahead, Ms.
I have an apology to Mr. Hahn, because I hadn't caught this until just now, and I don't even know if he would agree to take this out. But if you look on page 976, which is the second page, and the conversation begins at the bottom of the page with, "I doubt he'll get a word in." And Judge, it's fine. So, if you look at page 976, if you go up almost to the top, Jason sends a text to Ezra and says, "Don't use racial words in text ever." And I really don't know what this refers to, because the only racial word that had been used had been previously by Jason. "You talk like Rican," or however that's spelled, but I'd ask that that be deleted. I don't understand it, but. But some kind of implication that Ms. McCandless was saying something racial, or I don't know if you meant to say racist, but it just seems kind of irrelevant and inappropriate to me.
Well, there's,
And I,
on that page, just below the middle, there's a text. The author of that is, assuming that that's Mr. Mango, says, "You talk like," and then continues. Can you see that line?
yes, and is the author of that,
And if, Judge, before we state the author, the Instagram name on the record in open court, I would like to take some precautions to make sure that those aren't included as well. So I think if we can agree, I think Attorney Vishney and I know who Mr. Mengel is in these conversations, so I'm fine if she just refers to that being Mr. Mengel's conversation.
All right, so,
I think it's his unless I have it wrong. Mr. Hahn, if I have it wrong, I believe the person whose name appears as the author directly under that line is the author.
It is,
Am I
Judge.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the author is Jason Mengel. And by the way, Ms. McCandless's Instagram name was used by the state in its opening statement, and it's in evidence. So I see no reason why Mr. Mengel's Instagram name should not be allowed in evidence. It doesn't have his actual real name. It's a pseudonym or an Instagram name. And I see no reason why it should not be permitted.
Well, the question isn't whether it will be permitted, the question is whether it's something that's going to be subject to being broadcast.
Oh, okay, but we could use it in front of the jury, it's just that Court TV can't broadcast it?
Well, I'm not going to tell them what they can or can't broadcast. It's a public trial. I mean, that's,
Okay.
folks, as much as people would like to do things in private, we don't do things in private. So, again, we'll protect personal identifying information. Again, a phone number is one thing. Mr. Mangle complained that he was getting text messages and calls and so forth. But Instagram names, and I'm sorry, I'm not that familiar with how Instagram works. But if someone knows someone's Instagram account, how can that be harmful to them? Is it going to blow up their account?
Judge, I don't have Instagram, but I believe it's essentially the new age telephone number. So somebody who goes on Instagram could send messages just like they could a text message directly to that person. And if somebody knows better, they can correct me, but
I believe there's privacy controls that somebody's able to just make their account private, and so it's certainly within the control of the account owner to decide whether or not they want to open it to the public or not, and so it's...
All right. Well,
and if I could, Judge, the only reason I'm bringing this up now, and it wasn't raised before opening statements, is because we didn't have the issue with Mr. Mangle being contacted by however many people contacted him until after opening statements were made.
well, I understand. It's, so it's just something I think, you know.
Right, but you can set your account to private. You can choose to use your own name, you can use a pseudonym, you can have it set to private, people can't find you unless you friended them. That's what happens with Instagram, just like Facebook. You can set Facebook to private and people can't see what you're posting on it.
All right, so where does that leave us then? Is the state requesting that? I mean, it'll be on the exhibit. It is on the exhibit. I guess we've already have Ms. McCandless's name on there. And I believe in other hearings and other exhibits, we have that Instagram account for Mr. Mangle. So frankly, I'm just going to let that go then. We'll have the records be as they are and he can adjust his privacy settings. So I don't see it as the same as a phone number or date of birth or address, physical address. Okay, with that, are we ready for Mr. Mangle?
Judge, I don't know that the issue with the...
I don't think we resolved the issue, that's right. So what is the issue, Ms. Vishny? What is it that you're...
I'm asking for him to not chastise her about being racial.
Judge, and the way I read it is that he's basically acknowledging to himself he used a racial word
Oh,
and he shouldn't, he's basically saying, oh, whoops, don't do that. That's how I read it.
if that's what he's going to testify to, I don't have a problem with that.
That's what I
I thought
anticipated.
he was saying that Ms. McCandless was doing that.
No, I don't believe that will be the testimony.
Okay,
If you
so,
want to ask him before we start, that's fine. I don't have an issue.
no, as far as I'm concerned, issue is resolved. Let's
All right.
let's get going.
For the court reporter, please.
Jason, Leemengel.
It's Jason Lee Mengel.
Yes, Roger.
Where do you work?
At the moment, was working for FedEx, but I'm going on a deployment to the Ukraine, so
So
I
you're
guess
not
the Army owns me.
currently taking a leave?
I took the month off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you're going on a deployment to Ukraine. What's your military status?
I'm on Title 10 right now, I believe.
Are you a medic in the military?
Roger, yeah.
And just because I don't use Roger in my normal
Oh, yes,
course of
Yes.
work, that's a yes, correct?
Yes,
Thank you. How long have you been in the military as a medic?
it's going on like 10, 12 years-ish.
Does that require some travel, both in the United States as well as outside of the country?
Just travel. It's mostly like stateside lately, relief efforts and things like that.
And how old are you?
I am 35, 30, April 6, 84. We'll say that.
April 6, 84? And what city or municipality are you initially from?
Initially from?
Yes.
I guess you could say initially we could do Medford, Wisconsin?
Medford,
the Taylor
Wisconsin.
County area.
And just generally, what city do you live in currently?
Currently, Eau Claire County.
And in the time period from the summer of 2017 through March of 2018, were you living in the city of Eau Claire?
In what time frame?
September 2017 through March 2018?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a place, Lacy's Coffee Shop?
Yes.
Is that a place that you have frequented as a customer?
Oh, yeah, I go there quite frequently.
Okay. Is that a place that you frequented as a customer from that same time period, summer 2017 to March 2018?
Yeah, about pretty much every day.
And if you could describe for the jury a little bit about the clientele at Lacy's, and I'll ask you some specific questions. Is it more of an artsy place, or is it more of a sports bar? What's the typical clientele?
It's kind of like an intersection of like all people. So we have, veterans, we have motorcycle guys, we have liberals, we have Democrats, Republicans, like everybody. It's kind of like a melting pot where everyone just goes and sits on the benches and they have conversations in an open forum. And it's a very understanding place where people are free thinkers and there's no recourse like for your thought.
Is it, by the name Lacy's Coffee Shop, is coffee the main product sold there?
I mean, yeah, they have coffee, but there's also the nucleus, which serves food, but
So is that connected to?
they're connected inside, yeah.
Would it be common or uncommon for me to walk into Lacy's and see somebody with a philosophy book or a journal?
No. Students go there a lot to study, so
So that would be common?
yeah, very common.
Is it a place that you would go to just grab a cup of coffee and head out, like maybe at Starbucks, or is it a place you'd go and, like you said, sit on the bench?
It's a place for procrastination, I think. A lot of people go there with intentions of like studying but it's like a unified procrastination. It's kind of like, it makes it okay. So we can indulge in our vices, like people go there to smoke and they really shouldn't be just, because it's communal. So like you all,
Is it a lot of the same regular customers and regular employees when you go there?
I mean, there's like monthly people that come like once or twice a month, but there's definitely daily. Like they call themselves, or we call like Lacy's rats, pretty much. Just like
The Lacy's Rats?
pretty much, just like hanging out at the coffee shop.
And you said smoke cigarettes. Does that happen out on the bench?
Yeah, the benches are kind of like that's where people like wax poetic and stuff like that. And
What?
the what?
What, I didn't hear you said. If you said.
For which part?
You said, the benches are, that's for people, and then I don't know. what you said.
Like wax poetic, like just like people will go on rants about Trump, or they'll go on rants about anything, just about anything. Like I talk a lot about bikes out there because I'm very pro
I'm sorry, I didn't
biking.
hear. I talk about what?
Bicycling. I talk a lot about bicycling out there because I'm very pro. I don't know. I'm an enthusiast for cycling, so.
So it's a place where if you're going to have a smoke, you step outside, sit on the bench and have a conversation.
Yeah, and everyone gives each other their fair, order for the conversation.
Is it would you describe, speaking more of the regulars, the dailies, is it a close-knit group of people, or are there
it's-
cliques?
Sorry. Yeah, exceptionally close. Like, there's been a lot in people's lives at that place that people have experienced through each other. So, losses of friends, family members, people that move away, marriages, things like that. Like, yeah, it's always sad to see someone go somewhere else, like someone move to Portland or someone move,
Is it like the coffee cheers kind of place?
You could equivalent it to that, yeah.
Now, did you know Alexander Woodworth?
Yeah, he was a nighttime barista mostly, sometimes daytime shifts, but
So you would see him at Lacy's?
yeah, I would get off work pretty late, so a lot of times if I was coming back into town, he would be running the night shift, so.
And John Hanson, was he somebody that you would see at Lacy's as well during that time period?
Yeah, we were very close.
Now, Ezra McCandless, are you familiar with her?
Yes,
Is the person you know as Ezra McCandless in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you identify where she's located by just describing a general area, and then an item of clothing, please?
Pink blazer to my left.
At the table to
The
my
first table, yes.
right?
Yep.
I'd ask the record reflect identification of the defendant by this witness.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Ms. McCandless.
Now, was the defendant part of the Lacy's crowd?
Yeah, like I met her there, and she was sort of inducted into it through, like, she was away from her family, so it was kind of like a close-knit family, so I think she just needed a strong center for a little while.
And what was your, speaking of the summer 2017 to into early 2018, what was your relationship with the defendant?
I can't recall exactly when we started.
Were you dating during that general time period?
It was like right after Eau Claire's festival, kind of, I ran into her there.
In 2017?
I believe so.
And I'm not familiar with the Eau Claire's festival. Is that during the summer?
Yeah, I think it was during maybe August, July, somewhere around there.
And when does it sound accurate that early February 2018 would have been the end of your relationship with the defendant?
It sounds good. I mean, I wrote out a timeline at one point when I've repressed a lot of this stuff, so the times are like not very kosher with me anymore.
That sounds generally accurate, though?
Sounds generally accurate.
Now, is there an age difference between you and the defendant?
Yes. I did not know it was large when I started, but
And when you say you didn't know it was that large when you started, did you think she was older than she actually is?
I thought she was older, and there were like strange, like, I noticed on a random, like I noticed a tassel, like a high school tassel from like your hat hanging in the car the first time we had met. And then I was going to look and see what year that said, and it was gone like the next time I met her. So I was like, But like, yeah, like I think it was like she never mentioned her age, but like I had heard like her life stories. So like I was assuming at that age.
And if you're 35-ish now,
Yeah.
would she be about 13 to 15 years younger?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Now, what city or municipality is the defendant from, if she ever told you?
I think she resided, well, she was in Stanley, I believe, living with her mother and father, but she was supposed to be, I'm not sure if she was residing in Marionette, I'm not sure how to pronounce.
But originally her family's from
The Stanley area. Yeah, I think she was going to college up there, but she was back.
And looking at the time period when you first met, so after the Eau Claire days in 2017, can you describe, or where did you first meet the defendant?
Where did I first meet her?
Yes.
I got a flat coming into town after work, right by Just Local Foods. So I walked my bike back to Lacy's. Alex Woodworth was there. He was working the night shift, and pounded on the door because he would lock up. But a lot of times, if like you made an effort, he would just give you. I mean, they toss most of the coffee out. So he opened the door, said we're closed, gave me a coffee in a to-go cup, and then.
And where did you go once he gave you the coffee?
I sat down on the bench and kind of let out a huff, like a sigh, and she popped up. She was laying down so like I was on like the furthest to the left bench. She was on like the right bench, laying down.
And when you say she, you're talking about the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was she using the Wi-Fi there, if you know?
Yeah, she was using the Wi-Fi.
And what do you know about, did the defendant have a cell phone that had service, or did she need to be connected to Wi-Fi?
She didn't have service on her phone, and those like I am saying she, but at that moment when I met Ezra, I did not know whether she was binary, non-binary, male, female, but I recognized a female, and I think we actually maybe had a conversation about it at that time, but
Okay, so
I don't know if there's a way that they would like me to refer to pronouns.
we'll refer to Mr. McCandless as the defendant. And,
Okay, that works.
And that's how I'll refer to her. So you grabbed a coffee from Alex, Alex shut the door, you sat down, and the defendant popped up off a different bench, is that right?
Yes.
And did you start talking?
Yeah, we talked. I'm not entirely sure what we talked about, but we talked for quite a while.
drank some coffee, smoked some cigarettes, I assume?
I mean, I was drinking coffee. I don't think she had any with her, but
Okay.
smoked smokes. And I think she didn't actually smoke back then, but she might have bummed one.
And then you just kind of hung out? Was it into the early morning, or do you not remember?
The sun wasn't coming up yet, but I eventually went home, and I didn't think we were going to ever see, like, we talked a little bit about art and stuff, so she had followed me on Instagram, or we had, like, exchanged Instagram information, and I thought that was kind of it, because under my impression, she was just there for the Eau Claire Festival, and I didn't expect to see her again.
And when was it in relation to that first meeting that you started dating the defendant?
I would say within 2 weeks, maybe. I'm not.
That's an approximation?
I have a date written down at some point, but I think it was like in July at some point when we actually made it like we're going to be dating. July 6th kind of makes sense to me for some reason.
And that would be 2017?
Roger. Or yes. Yeah.
And did the defendant eventually move in with you?
She moved in.
Approximately how long after you started dating did she move in?
Relatively quickly. I mean, I asked my roommate if it would be okay. Things weren't so good on her home front. It seemed like she was having trouble getting back into school. And I was like, well, if you want to work, you want to pick up a job, work here, split went through ways, that works for me, you know?
Do you think it was a couple weeks, a month, approximately, after you first started dating?
It was fairly soon. I mean, Alex seemed my roommate, Alex Zink, seemed very surprised that it happened so fast, but we all seemed to like her, and she seemed to be part of the group, so.
And that brings me, so there's Alexander Woodworth, and then there's Alex Zink, right?
Yes, my roommate at the time was Alexander Zink,
And
Alexander Woodworth.
Two different people.
Two different people, yes.
Alex Zink, is the last name Z-I-N-K?
Yes.
Okay. And did he, or during that time period, did he have a girlfriend who also lived there?
Jenna, I don't think, was living there at the time. Jenna was still, I believe, living with Elon and Dieter McCallum, I believe. Elon and Dieter McCallum, I believe.
And Jenna is that Jenna Van de Zand?
Van de Zand, yep.
If she wasn't living there, did she eventually move in?
She eventually moved in, yes.
That's Jenna?
Yep.
Okay. So for a time, it sounds like it was for sure you, Alex, and the defendant, and then Jenna at some point
I
moved
think we
in?
were all four residing there at one time. I believe so.
Were there certain arrangements made for rent?
It was like a verbal contract, and, I mean, it's not like I don't know how you would put it. It was more of a verbal, like, me and Alex had the rent, and then the idea was that she would find an occupation of some sort. I think she started working at Joanne Fabrics, and just like kick in what she could, but we were all trying to help her get back into school or do something with her art because she was really involved in the art community. And I mean, it's not like we were gonna like put her on the street.
So there was a loose understanding the defendant would kick in, whether it was utilities or rent?
Yeah.
Did she ever kick in for those?
I think she did at one point for a little bit, but I think times were kind of tough and she had to take part of it back.
You said she worked at Joanne Fabrics. Do you know, was that a full-time job or less than full-time?
I don't know if she was full, it was quite a few hours because it was during the seasonal time, so I'm not sure if she was hired on as seasonal help or if she was hired on as part-time, but was working like full-time hours, but she was gone pretty often for like, I'd say about a month or so. I mean, she was like very optimistic like during that period.
Did you get a feel, or did she ever tell you if she had lots of money or if she was struggling?
I kind of knew she was not doing the greatest, but like, she was always fairly charitable. Like around the holiday season, she spent a lot more on us than I thought she probably should have, which, I mean, was appreciated because it is the holidays, but at the same time, I was hoping she would look out for herself.
Did the defendant have a car?
She had a silver Impala.
In that silver Impala, did it have some drawings on it?
Yeah, she painted it. The top had a bird. I think it's a Shrike on a bike.
So I want to focus on the time period of when the defendant moved in with you and Alex, and then Jenna was there as well. Was your relationship roommates, or, and I'm specifically talking about you and the defendant, was it roommates or were you intimate? What was the general nature of the relationship?
It was intimate.
Were you exclusive, at least as far as you
Yes.
knew?
Yeah, I was exclusive.
So you weren't seeing anyone else?
No.
Did you think she was seeing anyone else?
What time period are we talking about?
Let's say up until, from the time she moved in until the end of 2017.
I'd say pretty confident
Okay. Confident that she wasn't seeing anyone?
that she wasn't seeing anyone. Yes.
Did you see each other daily?
Yeah, I mean, we lived together, in passing sometimes, usually at the coffee shop, usually, at home, depending on what day it was. I mean, I was working weird hours, but
How would you communicate if you weren't just crossing paths or at the house together? Would you call, text, Instagram?
yeah, I don't know if she had a texting app at that point. She had used a Text Now app or something at one point, but it was mostly just, Facebook Messenger and Instagram for the most part.
Without getting into your personal finances or anything like that, did you provide certain things for the defendant, meaning food, money for gas, anything like that?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this is really getting far afield, their financial affairs. I don't think money is an issue in this case.
I'm going to overrule. You may answer. Go ahead.
I mean, we provided, so like, I would say that it was becoming a little financially straining because me and Alex, I didn't want it to ruin our friendship financially because he felt like with the situation.
Object to him testifying as to what his roommate Alex felt.
I'll ask a follow-up question to clarify. Were you paying rent and not getting contributions from the defendant?
Yes, I was paying rent but not getting contributions.
Okay. Were you emotionally invested in each other?
Yes, very much.
Did you say "I love you" back and forth?
Often.
Did you have a certain tagline for Instagram messages or?
A tagline, like a thing that we would say often.
When you'd say goodbye, was there anything specific you'd say?
Yes.
So you are loved and you are valued?
Yes. Yep. Sorry.
And would that go back and forth?
Very
You would
often.
say it to her, she'd say it to you?
Yes.
Did you ever meet the defendant's family?
Oh, yeah. I met them on a very auspicious occasion, but yes.
Did that include her mother, her father, grandparents?
Yes, she had a very large family. I only realized that once I started meeting them all that there was, a lot of personalities in the house.
And did she introduce you to them?
I met her mother initially at the clinic after her car accident, and then I kind of, through that, met everybody else. I didn't know how to meet them with the age gap. I didn't know if it would be awkward or weird, so I wasn't opposed to it, but it kind of came at a strange time, and she seemed to trust me quite a bit because she stayed at the hospital, finished up stuff, and then I drove Ezra back to their place.
Was it a relationship where you would go to family functions, whether it was a holiday or a picnic?
Yeah, from time to time. I wasn't always privy to that kind of stuff because I'm not much of a holiday person, but she would ask me, and I was always welcomed, whether it was Christmas, Thanksgiving, anything.
Were you close enough that you had at least some of her family members' phone numbers in your phone?
Yes, I had a few of them.
What were some of and we'll just briefly touch on this, what were some of the things that you and the defendant would do in your free time? You mentioned biking. Is that something that you
Yeah,
shared?
I bike a lot.
Did you and the defendant bike together?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I built her up a bike.
Did you go hiking, get coffee, things like that?
Go hiking, get coffee, photo walks once in a while. I wasn't really into photography, but she was very into photography.
And I assume, were there some ups and downs in your relationship?
There always is, yeah.
But there were times when you certainly were happy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
What's the number going to be?
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 684.
All right.
Do you recognize the people in these photographs?
Yeah, that's me.
Is that you and the defendant?
Yes, me and Ezra.
Okay, and is that a series of photographs taken during your relationship?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 684 into evidence and ask for permission to publish briefly.
Any objection?
No.
All right, Exhibit 284 will be received.
684, if I said 284, I apologize.
684?
Now, Mr. Mengel, those are obviously photographs of one of the happy times, right?
Yeah, just on the couch goofing around.
Okay. During your relationship with the defendant, was there ever talk about a future between the two of you?
Yeah, we meshed very well. Like, I thought that there was probably some type of future, and yeah, like it was, initially it was very good.
Was there ever talk about potential marriage at some point?
I think we joked about it quite a bit. Like, it was kind of like a running trend. I don't think we took it super, super seriously, but we had, I would like call her my wife once in a while just for fun. She'd call me her husband.
In a flirtatious kind of way?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you ever talk about having children together?
No,
At some point early on in your relationship, did the defendant get pregnant?
yes,
And that was pregnant by you?
I do not know, like, who's,
As
I
far
can't-
as you know, there's
I was
no
just,
reason.
I mean, yeah, at the time I was, like, assuming that,
You were in a sexual relationship with her in that time period, correct?
yes.
And as far as you know, it was at that point, it was
As far as I know, it was exclusive at that point,
Okay.
yes.
and was that in the September-October time period in 2017?
I believe so. I think it was right before her birthday,
When is her birthday, if you remember?
October 6th,
Okay.
I believe.
And it would have been 2017 because that's the time period that you were dating, right?
Yes, we were dating.
How did you find out that the defendant was pregnant?
Well, I kept trying to talk her into going into the clinic because she was she was vomiting a lot. She just seemed really sick, lethargic. She wasn't putting on any weight. And I thought she had mono or something. So she was like, well, I don't have insurance. I don't have the money for this. I don't want to go in. And I was like, you need to go in because, this is just like medic Jason talking. Like, I'm worried for you. You shouldn't be puking this much. And yeah, we went in and she got one of the baseline tests they do is a pregnancy test.
And she was told she was pregnant?
Yes.
Did the defendant shortly thereafter have an abortion?
Yes.
Did you and the defendant ever discuss whether or not she would have an abortion?
Not really verbally. It was kind of at when they told her that she was pregnant. I didn't say anything, and she's asked for paperwork, and I'm
Judge, I'd
operating.
like to approach the bench.
So, Mr. Mengel, I'll ask a different question, same area. So, is it fair that you didn't have much of a verbal conversation about whether or not the defendant would have an abortion?
I'm under the understanding that it's the woman's choice. So, like, when the actions were started, I just stepped back and let what happened happen because.
So there wasn't a real conversation about
No,
it?
I wasn't going to tell her what to do.
You certainly didn't pressure her to have one, correct?
No.
And the abortion, that eventually happened in Minnesota, is that right?
Yes.
And you drove her to the clinic, or you went with her at least?
I went with her, yes.
And you paid for the abortion?
Yes.
And when you got to the clinic, she told you that she didn't want you at the clinic, correct?
Yeah, it was very strange because I didn't know, I mean, it was a very surreal situation for me in general, but I thought that she would want me there for support, but then she told me that she just wanted, she didn't want me to see her like this or any of that. So I was understanding, and I kind of just hopped on a bus and bummed around town.
So you just kind of rode the buses
Rode the buses, bummed around, yeah.
and eventually went back to the clinic?
Yeah, after I got a message from her.
Prior to the abortion, you mentioned that your relationship was intimate. Was that, did intimacy change after the abortion?
Yeah, it was very, very minimal.
Would you, and I should have asked this earlier, the sleeping arrangements up to that point, when she first moved into the apartment, did you share a room
Yep, we shared a room.
and shared a bed?
Yes.
After the abortion, did you end up sleeping on the couch or on the floor?
I slept on the couch quite a bit. It was just hard on me.
And would the defendant sleep in the bed?
Yeah, she would try to coax me upstairs, and I just wasn't emotionally ready for it.
So the couch was in a different room altogether?
Downstairs, yeah.
Now, shortly after, or sometime within the months after the abortion, did you take a trip to California?
Yeah, I went with my friend Josh. And
Where in California did you go?
we flew into Detroit first, then we went to San Francisco, took the Redwood Coastal Transit up to Arcata. It's like where the redwoods are.
What was or how long were you gone approximately?
About a week.
And what was the purpose of the trip?
He had some stressful things in his life at that moment, and I had a lot of stress. And I think, we had talked about it at the coffee shop, and Ezra was supportive. She's like, we've all been through a lot, and the redwoods is like a place of like growth, and there's all this beauty and plants and stuff. So maybe going there would help me recenter myself and being out in an environment besides Eau Claire, because Eau Claire is a great town to miss. It's a good place to come home to sometimes. They can get a little too much sometimes.
Now, was that November, December time period, or?
It sounds about right.
Okay.
I have dates written down somewhere, but I've repressed a lot of this stuff. It's been
And
hard.
at some point, you actually created a little bit of a timeline. Well, I'll come back to that. I want to go ahead a little bit we'll talk about January into February of 2018. Are you familiar with the game Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh yeah, D&D.
And you said D&D?
Yeah, D&D.
Okay. If you could explain for the jury what just generally that is.
You roll dice. It's kind of like a game of chance, but like I'm saying like a lot. It's improv with your friends. So you create a character, you go to a place, and someone runs the whole session, and the rest of the players, create like whatever, a bard or a cleric or something, and like the whole idea is to like get you involved, and like Josh, who ran the campaigns, he would create these environments for your personality, your character to like go through.
Is it just a social, like people getting together to play a board game kind of thing?
There's nothing like digital about it. It's just, a board, or not really even a board. It's just like they'll do like a map so we can draw out where we're doing things or what's going on. And sometimes tokens. It's mostly just a chance to like play a make-believe with your friends again. So it's kind of fun.
Was that a kind of a getaway for you?
Yeah, we did that on Monday nights.
Was that a regular Monday night thing?
For quite a while, yes. Yeah.
Did the defendant ever get in the way of you going to those Monday night events?
There were times. I mean, I thought it would help her, so I kind of inducted her into the group to like, kind of push Josh to like let her play too, because I thought maybe a little fantasy and like something would get her out of character and like her life for a little while. But she didn't like the numbers so much in the game, and she always kind of felt like she wasn't doing as good, or she couldn't pretend as good as people, so she stopped coming. And then there were a few times where, I don't know if she just didn't want me to go because she was worried I was going to talk bad about her or something, but like would find a reason to try to make me stay.
And was there a regular reason that she would give you to try to make you stay?
She would get manic at some times and threaten like self-harm.
So she would threaten self-harm, you said?
At times, yes.
And would she tell you if she wanted you to come home or she wanted you to stay or what?
She wanted me to stay, and I felt really bad a lot of these times because it was like it always seemed to be the one
Judge,
day.
I'd like to approach the bench.
Very short recess. I'm sorry, we're gonna have you just step out for a few minutes. All rise. All right, as long as we're on this, we just had a sidebar, so we'll clear this up right now. The defense objection is basically related to the court's pretrial ruling about lay opinions. And Mr. Mango's probably not aware of that necessarily. And just in his testimony here, he gave an opinion about Ms. McCandless being, quote, manic, quote, and then threatening self-harm. So that's the nature of the objection. So there was a suggestion that we do take a short recess with the jury so the court could give some instruction to Mr. Mango. So, Mr. Mango, you can testify to your observations, but not to your opinions. Okay?
Okay, Roger.
So you just have to be very careful about that, because sometimes witnesses tend to want to give an explanation before they give an answer. So if you would do your best to just focus on the question that is asked of you and answer that question without giving a preface or an opinion about someone else. There is a ruling, the court is not allowing any laypersons to give opinions about mental health or diagnoses, that sort of thing, unless they have the credentials and they've been called as an expert. So, however, you are allowed to give your observations about things that happen, things you see, things you hear, if you're asked about those things. Okay?
Okay.
But just keep in mind that a witness can only testify about things of their own personal knowledge with some exception. But anything else the council would ask that Mr. Mango be instructed on?
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, is the defense satisfied with that instruction to Mr. Mango?
1 minute, I'm just. Okay, yeah, I'd ask for his comment about her being manic to be stricken from the record. And the court to instruct the
All
jury
right,
to
well, frankly, that's water over the dam at this point. So that's going to stand, as the defense had indicated in the sidebar. They've waived it up until now. I don't believe the state was trying to elicit that opinion. And so I think saying something more to the jury is just going to draw more attention to it. So I'm not going to say anything further. But again, I understand you're a medic, but you're not called to give professional opinions. And so, again, stick to observations and, just focus on what is asked and try and limit your answer to what the attorney asks, okay?
Roger.
Okay, so let's bring the jury back in. All rise. Thank you, please be seated. All right, and Mr. Hahn, you may continue your direct examination.
Thank you. Mr. Mango, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. You mentioned before that you know an individual, John Hanson, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known John Hanson?
Probably about 4 or 5 years.
Do you remember how you first met him?
I believe it was actually at D&D. Josh was running a campaign, and I met him and his wife at the time.
Would you consider yourselves, and we'll focus really on the summer 2017 through March of 2018, So the same kind of time frame we've been
Yeah.
talking about already. Were you friends at that time?
Yeah, exceptionally close.
Did you ever hang out with John Hanson as well as the defendant at the same time?
Yeah, on multiple occasions.
As far as you could tell, were the defendant and John Hanson friends or were they acquaintances?
They were friends. They had interests and hobbies.
Now, was there a time period that was there a date when you saw from the outside of your apartment, John Hanson and the defendant inside of your apartment?
There were multiple times, I guess, but yeah, there was one specific one at the.
Was there I guess we'll call it an incident that you observed?
It seemed like an incident, but at the time I wasn't sure because.
So let me just kind of walk through that one by one. What did you observe from the outside of the apartment?
Well, he kind of was like doing a choking style maneuver and she was trying to like break out of it.
And that was, John was doing that to the defendant?
Yes.
Had you seen John do that to people before?
Yeah, it was kind of a thing. Like it was, he has a military background as well. And it was more like I'm going to teach you how to do this in case an assailant tries to hurt you or something. I didn't think any of that, but I finished my cigarette. I wasn't of any warrant to me to rush in there.
It wasn't shocking to you?
No, it wasn't shocking.
You didn't have the impression that the defendant was in any real danger?
Duress, no.
So you finished your cigarette and then you walked in. Do you remember what John did?
He seemed kind of shocked and then he left.
Now I want to talk about February. Do you remember, so this is February 2018, do you remember being away on military assignment during that time period?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you remember approximately how long you were gone?
It was probably about 2 or 3 weeks.
Was the defendant still living at your apartment in the beginning of February 2018?
Yes.
And did that change?
While I was gone, yes.
And you've talked to a number of officers in preparation for, or during this investigation, is that correct?
Oh, yes, very many.
And as far as, and you've also had an opportunity to review some of the transcripts of those recorded interviews?
Yes.
And if I was able to show you a portion of a transcript, would that help refresh your memory as to what dates you were actually gone in February 2018?
I believe it would.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Counsel, it's DOJ 4320. Should I be show?
Yes, please.
All right, you can read as much of this as you need to, but I'll have you at some point focus in on the highlighted portion, and don't tell me anything out loud, just tell me when you've had a chance to review that.
Yeah, I reviewed it.
Does that refresh your recollection as to when you were gone?
Yes, it says,
And then I'll take this away from you, and if you could just tell me, based on your refreshed recollection, what dates approximately you were gone in February 2018?
it said 4th to 14th, I believe. Or I didn't know I was going to have to read it out. Sorry. I was reading my own words. I wasn't sure I was going to have to speak them again. 05 to 13. Okay.
And what were the dates that you were gone, if you recall?
05 to 14.
So February 5th to February 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember you said that the defendant living with you at the apartment changed while you were gone. How did you become aware that that changed?
We had a conversation one night. She seemed kind of distant, but I didn't think anything was too amiss. And the next morning she had messaged me that she needed to move out.
Did that catch you off guard?
Yeah, very.
Do you remember if that was at the beginning or the end of that time you were gone?
It was kind of like in the middle of it, I believe.
Did the defendant actually move out of the apartment?
When I returned home, her stuff was gone, so yes.
So from the time period that the defendant moved out and I'll ask you some follow-up questions, so I'm just looking for whether or not you're aware. Are you aware of where, so between the time period she moved out and then March 22nd, which is the date we're really here for today, are you aware where she lived? Different
She had
locations?
multiple residences. at
Okay,
that time.
are you aware that she lived with her mother for a time?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Yeah, she had told me.
And did she tell you that she lived with her dad, Joe Shane, or Joe Carlin for a while as well?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you that she was looking for an apartment in the Eau Claire area?
Yeah, I believe her, and Alex, and I can't remember, Sarah, I believe, were possibly going to get an apartment together.
So you said that the defendant and Alex, so you're talking about Alex Woodworth?
Alex Woodworth, yes.
And Samantha, does that sound right?
Samantha, yes, she's a teacher.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about wanting to stay in Eau Claire?
I think she wanted to stay in Eau Claire. I don't think she wanted to move back to Stanley.
Were there times during the time period that, when she moved out, up into that March 22nd date, that she stayed in a hotel?
Yes,
How do you know that?
I was there as well.
Did you get the hotel for her?
She didn't have any money, so yes.
She didn't have money, so yes, you did?
It was kind of a safe haven. She was not having a good, her home situation wasn't always optimal, so.
So is it she?
Judge, I'm going to object to that.
Okay, again, just a reminder, Mr. Mangle, just,
Yes.
you don't have to explain, just answer the questions.
So, can I go ahead, Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
So she needed a place to stay and you were helping her out.
She just needed somewhere to stay.
Was she welcome at your apartment anymore?
Alex and Jenna had kind of voiced their opinion on it.
Now, I'm going to object to anything Alex and John told him this here.
Okay, I'll sustain on hearsay grounds for any content.
So you, staying at your apartment wasn't an option, is that right?
Yes, it wasn't an option.
And I think you said this, did you stay at the hotel with her on the nights that there was a hotel for her to stay at?
Yes.
During one of the times that you were at the hotel, or a hotel, did you observe some messages on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And who were those messages, if you know, who were the messages between?
Between her and John.
John Hanson?
John Hanson, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 473 first, 474, 475, and 476. So first of all, if you could look at 473, do you recognize what that, just a yes or no, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, I recall this.
Is that a snapshot of some of the messages you saw on the defendant's?
Yeah, I screenshotted them and sent them to my phone.
So when you say screenshotted, do you mean you used
Yeah,
her device?
You use multiple buttons, and I think I did that, or maybe I took a photo. I can't recall for sure at this moment, but
Is that an accurate copy of the messages you remember seeing on the defendant's phone?
of just this first one or the entire?
Just the first one first.
Yes.
And then if I could have you look at Exhibit 474, please.
Okay.
And the same question, do you recognize those messages?
Yes,
Are those again messages between the defendant and John Hanson?
they are.
And are those messages that you snapshotted on her device and sent to you or took a picture with your device?
Either of the, I can't recall for sure which, but I sent them to myself.
And again, is that an accurate copy of the messages that you remember seeing?
They are.
And the next exhibit, I believe, should be 475, is that correct?
Yes.
Same question, do you recognize those as being messages that you observed on the defendant's device between the defendant and John Hanson?
Yes.
And again, you either captured them somehow
They
and
captured them somehow, yes.
sent them to your phone or kept them on your phone?
Yes.
And those are accurate as you remember them?
Yeah, they haven't been altered or anything. They're accurate.
And then the final one, I believe, is Exhibit 476. Are those, again, accurate messages between the defendant and John Hanson as you saw them on her device while at the hotel in the time period we talked about?
Yes.
And are those accurate as you recall them?
Yeah, as accurate as I can recall.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibits 473 through 476 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury by putting on the Elmo.
All right, previous objection noted, preserved for the record. Court will receive Exhibits 473 through 476 and may be published to the jury.
First is Exhibit 473. And Mr. Mengel, those are dated February 11th, 2018, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the sent date.
And from your recollection of these messages, are you able to say which, either the blue bubbles or the white bubbles are the defendant or John Hanson?
It's stressful looking for places, so that would be Ezra McAnalist.
Okay, so the blue would be the defendant
Yes,
and the white would be John Hanson?
yes.
Okay, and if you could just read the first message from the defendant, from John Hanson at the top says, "Nice," correct?
Correct.
And how does the defendant respond?
It's stressful looking for places, so that would be nice to relieve.
And it actually says relive, correct?
I think she meant relieve, but yeah, relive.
And then the next message down is again from the defendant. What does that say?
Judge, I'm going to object to Mr.
I've
Mengel.
sustained, again, Mr. Mengel, just what you see, not what you
yes, sir.
think or interpret or think she meant, but just what you observe, okay?
Roger.
If I could have you read the next message, starting with working out.
Working out, again, does really make you want to fuck everything that's moved.
And then the next message again from the defendant says what?
Might also be a predator.
And then the last message there, which is from John Hanson, is cut off. Is that right?
Yeah, a body in motion wants to stay in motion.
Okay, and I'll show you Exhibit 474. Does the top message pick up where that message left off?
Yes, it does.
If you could read the first blue message from the defendant,
Are you going to pound this anytime soon?
and the message below that is what?
Sorry, I'm rude.
Again from the defendant,
Yes.
and the response from John Hanson.
Not this week. I have Warren. It's all right to be blunt. Just got to be all right with it coming back your way.
How familiar, you're good friends with John Hanson?
Yes,
Are you familiar with whether he has a child?
he does.
And what is that child's name?
Warren.
And the message below that from the defendant, the final one on this screenshot, is what?
Just let me know when I get my next in and out. Also, hanging and doing art again would be nice because you're more than a good dick.
Move on to Exhibit 475. If you could read, starting with the top message in the blue from the defendant,
That should be nice. He's such a cool kid.
and the response from John Hanson,
Why, thank you. He's a good kid. I'm looking forward to spending some dad time with him.
and the next message from the defendant.
That melts my heart. I'd love to paint with him sometime.
And then it looks like there's a date that says February 12th, 2018 at 7:40 PM, correct?
Correct.
And the next message from the defendant says what?
Feeling like a snake today. What's wriggling in your mind?
And there's another bubble with a date and time, February 12th, 2018 at 8:11 PM, correct?
Correct.
And what is the response from from John Hanson?
I've been with Warren all day. My mind is pretty preoccupied.
I'll show you Exhibit 476. Starting at the top, that's the message you just read, correct?
Correct.
And then there's another bubble that says February 12th, 2018 at 8:58 PM, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And what is the message underneath that from the defendant?
That's understandable. Dad time.
And then there's a bubble that says February 14th, 2018 at 6:45 PM, is that correct?
Correct.
And the message below that from the defendant says what?
See something, say nothing, and drink to forget. Happy Valentine's.
And there's another bubble, February 14th, 2018 at 8:27 PM, correct?
Yes.
And there's a message from John Hanson below that, what does that say?
That's beautiful as Happy Valentine's. Or Ezra.
Ezra. And there's another bubble that says February 15th, 2018 at 12:14 PM, correct?
Yes.
And the last message from the defendant to John Hanson says what?
I have a way with words, John.
It's AHAH, correct?
Yeah.
Done with that for now, thank you. Was there a conversation that followed your discovery of those messages?
Yeah, we had a conversation
And that was a conversation between you and the defendant?
between me and the defendant and between me and John via telephone.
Now, let's start with your conversation between you and the defendant. What did the defendant tell you about those messages?
She insisted that it was of a malicious manner, like that it wasn't what I thought.
Did she tell you, and I don't want you to assume, I just want you to tell me what she told you if she did she tell you anything that explains what you mean when you say it was in a malicious manner?
Not until we had actually left the hotel, because we went on a drive. But that's when she inferred to it being it's like an assault.
Said that John Hanson assaulted her?
Yes.
Did she say whether that was before or after those messages that you saw?
Did you say that before or after?
I should rephrase that. So the messages aren't from the date that you saw them, are they?
No, I think I screenshotted them to for my own levity.
And
I
the,
didn't get that. Can you repeat
I screenshotted them for my own levity to save, because I was thinking I was losing my mind in all these conversations with people.
so the messages say February 11th through 14th as the dates. You didn't see them till a couple weeks later, is that right?
Yes, until later on.
So did the defendant tell you that as she described it, the assault by John Hanson occurred before or after the dates on the messages?
I cannot recall. I know that the assault happened while I was gone.
And at some point, you actually created
I created a timeline.
a bit of a timeline, correct?
Yeah.
And that was based on information that you knew at the time you created the timeline?
I was trying to make sense of it all.
Did that have a date that you're aware of that you believe the assaults to have happened on?
Yeah, I don't think I put it in. I put it on the paperwork, yes.
And if I showed you that timeline that you created, would that help refresh your recollection as to when you believe the assaults to have occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Counsel, it's actually marked as Exhibit 455.
I'm not finding it right this second.
Mr. Mengo, does this look like the timeline that you created?
Yes, this is the one I gave to the police officers.
And I'm going to ask you just to review it, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions once you've had a chance to take a look and see if it refreshes your memory.
Yeah, it's the second hash mark on here.
Okay, so you've had a chance to review that document. Does that refresh your recollection as to
Yes.
when you believe the assaults occurred?
4 or 5.
As February 4th or 5th?
Yes, the hash mark, second hash mark on there.
And again, we're talking about the 2018 time period, right?
Yes.
So that would have been before the dates on the messages we looked at on the screen, correct?
Yeah, the 4 and 5 is because the assault was, there were 2 assaults apparent. One at night and one in the morning prior, like afterwards. So I was under the impression it was she had been at his house, and then the next day was also.
And we'll walk through that in a second here. you said that the conversation initially was between you and the defendant, and then there was a phone call to John Hanson. Did you confront him about what the defendant was telling you
Yes,
and about what the messages showed?
yes.
And did John Hanson tell you that initially there wasn't a sexual assault, there wasn't a sexual encounter?
There was nothing at all, he said at first, and once I produced things, the stories changed, and I just didn't know who to trust.
Okay. And we'll just walk through this step by step here. So you said that there were really two incidents, and we based on your timeline, we're looking at February 4th and February 5th. What specifically did the defendant tell you happened during the February 4th incident?
The nighttime one?
Yes.
They had all been drinking together. They were kind of giving her a hard time for not keeping up, so she was trying to like drink with the boys, I guess, and
And let me just stop you there. Who was they? They were drinking together.
John and Ryan,
Is that John's roommate at the time?
John's roommate, yes.
So John, Ryan, and the defendant were drinking, right?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you happened next?
She stated that she was being taken upstairs. Well, she had puked in the toilet quite a bit. Ryan went to bed. And she was taken upstairs and laid in bed. And she just assumed, like, she assumed that she was being taken care of, like she could just use the bed then.
Did the defendant tell you what she said John did next?
She said that she felt her tights being pulled down at some point.
Did the defendant say that John had sex with her?
She says when she woke up, she said that something felt off. She says in the moment of it, she was blacked out, drunk pretty much. So
That's what she said?
vaguely.
And I didn't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was information that she told you.
Yeah, that there was, that a woman will know some things if something has happened in the morning.
Did the defendant tell you if John told her to go into another room?
I think I believe he asked her to go into a different room, yes. I can't recall though for sure.
Okay. Now, it sounds like a nighttime incident, and then did the defendant tell you that if she stayed over at John's house that night?
She stayed over and he dropped her off in the morning, I believe.
So on February 5th, 2018, you referenced the second assault. What specifically did the defendant tell you happened on February 5th?
She said that he dropped her off. She said that he played kind of coy to it, that nothing had happened. So he dropped her off. To use the bathroom.
Was that dropped her off at the apartment that
At
you
our
were?
apartment, yes.
Okay. You said John came in to use the bathroom?
That's what I believe she had stated,
And what did the defendant tell you happened next?
that there was a second assault at the apartment.
Did the defendant tell you where that happened in the apartment?
On my bed. Our bed.
Were you still in a dating relationship with the defendant at the time of that assault on February 4th,
Yes,
as well as February 5th?
yes.
Did you have any artwork in your room at the apartment?
There's lots of pieces of art in the apartment, yeah.
Was there a specific piece hanging over the bed?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember if that painting over the bed was there when the defendant and John Hanson were in there on February 5th, 2018?
I believe it would have been. I was still there when I returned.
Okay, so it was there when you left and it was there when you returned? Do you know what eventually happened to that painting?
I know I gave it back because I felt weird. It had sentimental value and I didn't want it looming over my head. But I believe she traded it with Maxwell.
Is that Max Martinson?
Yes. They did like an art swap.
I'm sorry, did you say the defendant called you or you called her?
I can't recall who called whom, but yeah.
You ended up hanging up?
I ended up hanging up because I was just sick of it.
When you say sick of it, what do you, just briefly, what are you referring to as it?
Well, I found out more information at the bar. Me and Jenna had,
Without
Alexander's-
knowing, I'm sorry, without going into the content of what you were told at the bar, you found out some new information. Was that about Alex Woodworth and the defendant?
I found out more, yes.
Was it information that was about their relationship?
I believe so.
And was it recent in time to the time you received the letter?
The time I received the letter was in the morning. I think Jenna had written it because Ezra had asked her to wake me, but she said I wasn't going to wake him.
Okay.
It's sustained with personal knowledge, I assume is.
So, did you end up talking to the defendant about this letter?
To Ms. McCandless? Yes.
And do you remember, did you give this letter to her or just talk to her about it?
I think I gave it to her. That was the copy that was intended for me, I believe.
The copy of the letter was intended for you?
Yeah, Ms. Van Zandt, I believe, wrote 2 copies of that letter.
Okay. And did you,
I object unless he has personal knowledge of that.
Okay, sustained on personal knowledge.
did you talk to the defendant about the letter?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to skip ahead to March 22nd, 2018, the date of Alex Woodworth's death. Do you remember where you were that morning?
Oh, I woke up and went to do laundry. So I was between the laundromat that burned down over on Water Street.
In Oak
It
Lake?
wasn't burned down at the time, but the laundromat in Lacy's, I was going back and forth.
Did you talk to the defendant that morning by phone or text?
Yeah, we had talked.
And did the defendant tell you whether or not she was coming to Eau Claire that day?
No, she hadn't mentioned anything.
Did she tell you that she was in Stanley?
I believe she was at Joe's, yes.
Okay. And Joe's would be Joe Carlin, who lives in Stanley?
Yes.
When you would talk to the defendant and she would be coming into town, would she typically tell you what her plan was?
I mean, usually she'd let me know, so we'd meet up and talk and make sure, just like a wellness check, make sure she's doing good.
So you were going back and forth between the dry cleaner and Racy's. Did the defendant eventually show up at Racy's?
Yeah, I thought I was off because she wasn't supposed to be driving.
And let me just, what time approximately was that, if you recall?
I honestly don't recall.
Morning time?
It was morning.
Do you remember where you were when you first saw the defendant?
I was sitting on the bench, I believe with Maxwell and a few of the other regulars.
The bench outside?
The bench outside Racy's, yes.
Did you have, without getting into the content, any conversation with the defendant?
Very brief. We might have passed a couple idle words, but not much. I was more confused than I was, like,
Did the defendant and you eventually go into Racy's? Maybe not together, but,
not together. I mean,
and did the defendant eventually leave with Max to go somewhere?
I saw them leave together. I was preoccupied with my laundry. I was like, well, I got to bike back to the laundromat, pick up my laundry, switch it over. And she said she was going to go trade some paintings. And I was like, oh, okay.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor that caused you concern?
She was a little fired up.
Now, by this point, you had known the defendant for many months, correct?
Yeah.
Were you able to pick up on nonverbal cues
Yeah.
with her?
I'm very empathetic, so I feel things.
Did you notice anything specific about her eyes?
There was intentions in them. Like I think she was angry about the way people were treating her at the coffee shop.
Now, Judge, I'm going to object to his opinion about how Ms. McCandless felt. He can relate what she said, but otherwise, this is purely speculation.
Well, I'm going to overrule on this. I think we've covered this. He can describe his observations. So let's stick to what Mr. Mengel observed.
Mr. Mengel, you said you used the term fired up. Did that impression of the defendant come from what you observed in her expression and her eyes?
Yeah, I mean, like throughout our relationship, like there were times when she just would.
And that
Yeah.
it seemed like she was fired up?
Yeah, like not, it didn't always mean negatively though. She just like had, you know,
Okay. Did you have a conversation recent to that date, March 22nd, 2018, about journals that the defendant was writing?
yeah, she was talking this, she was seeking help and, for her mental health and
Did she tell you that she was journaling?
yes,
Did she tell you what she was going to do with those journals?
she had mentioned wanting to get her voice back and giving them possibly to the two, John Hanson and Alexander Woodworth.
Do you remember having a conversation on Instagram with the defendant about journals
Yes,
and about her going and talking to Alex?
I believe, yeah, Alex.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 465. Have you seen that document before?
Yeah, I'm privy to this.
And is that a conversation you had between, with the defendant?
Yes,
And is that Instagram?
this is Instagram, yes.
And having reviewed that already, is that an accurate copy of the conversation as you recall it?
It's hard to read because it's, the format of it is different, but it's the conversation we had.
Okay, so the content is,
The content is there, yeah.
I would move Exhibit 465 into evidence and ask to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
I previously noted a minor, but no.
All right, preserve for the record, and Exhibit 465 will be received and you may publish.
Counselor, are you starting with page 983 then? Where it says 983 on the top? Okay.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 465, and you mentioned that the format is off because the messages go backwards in time, is that right?
Backwards and upwards, yes.
So the beginning of this conversation would actually start at the bottom of the last page, is that your understanding?
Yeah, however it was printed, it would start at whatever page and work forward.
Okay.
This is gonna be hard with my dyslexia, but
Okay.
I'll wing it.
We'll work through it. I've got pages, let me just show you, it's pages 975 to 983, would you agree?
What's that?
Pages, on the top right corner, pages 975,
Yeah.
76, 77, all the way up to 983.
Roger.
You would agree? So I'm going to start by showing you the message on page number 983 of Exhibit 465. And I'll zoom in a bit here.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what UTC means?
With what, UTC?
In terms of time?
Yeah, I believe someone said it was a global time.
Okay, so-
Sometime.
Is it your understanding that that's not Central Time?
No, I think that's different than like what we would consider standard central time.
And the date on these messages is March 12th, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start with the first message on the bottom, which is March 12th, 2018, at 12:41:04 UTC time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And now I'm going to go down to the text, which says, or first of all, the conversations, you're familiar with your Instagram tagline as well as the defendant's, correct?
Correct.
And this one that you're viewing is, the author is the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And it says, "That sounds lovely," is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then I'm going to go up to the next message. The author is again the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And the recipients are both, it lists the defendant as well as you, correct?
Correct.
So the text is a message from the defendant to you that says what?
Not I much to distract.
And then moving to the next message, again, it's authored by, this one's by you to the defendant, correct?
That's for me, yes.
And it says, yeah, Britt ended up at the trap, correct?
Yes.
The next message, actually, I'm going to skip ahead to a few above. The author, I'm sorry, you're looking at orange. No, thank you. The author is the defendant, and you are one of the recipients, correct?
Yes.
And the message says, from the defendant to you, says, Tuesday I plan on coming to town and doing an errand before I meet up with you, correct?
Correct.
Now I'm going to move to page 982. But first of all, on the top of page 983, the recipients listed are the defendant and you, correct?
Yes.
And then the bottom of page 982 is authored by the defendant, and it says, I mean, you could honestly be in the car while I do it, correct? Off the screen again.
That was way off the screen, yeah.
There we go.
That was by who's the, oh, that was by her, yes.
So the author is the defendant, you're the recipient, it says, I mean, you could honestly be in the car while I do it, correct?
Correct.
And she said again, the next message, wouldn't mind, correct?
I believe that's, well, is that the sender or the receiver?
So the author is the defendant,
Yes, that's
correct?
her.
And she says, wouldn't mind, correct?
Correct.
The next one is authored by you to the defendant, correct?
Yes,
And it says, what errand, is that right?
that's correct.
The next one is again by you to the defendant, is that right?
Yes, that's from me.
And the text is the stuff from Lacy's or Robin thing, question mark, correct?
Correct.
The next message is the defendant to you, and the text says, Alex got me a Little Prince book. I want to give it back and tell him off a little, then walk away before he has a chance to talk, then grab the racy stuff, correct?
Correct.
The next message is authored by the defendant. You are one of the recipients, correct?
Correct.
And it says, and be done with all that, be done with that negativity, correct?
Correct.
The next message is authored by you,
Yep.
sent to the defendant, and the text is, thought you burned all that stuff, correct?
Correct.
So then the message on top here, the recipients are you as well as the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to the bottom of page 981, the author is the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And the text is, found the Little Prince last night, correct?
Correct.
The next message is authored by the defendant, sent to you, with the text being, I burned hope against hope, correct?
Correct.
And is that a book?
I believe that was a book, yes.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, says, kinda want my last word, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant, says, why did he give you a kid's book, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, said, he barely had the respect to talk to you. I want to give him one last word. He gave me it because I love foxes and the movie, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, is, it's one of my favorites because of animation styles, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, is, but I don't want that thing in my house, correct?
Correct.
And the top of this page, the recipients for the next message are, that's going to be,
Us both again.
both of you are listed, correct?
Correct.
And then if we look at the bottom of page 980, the author is listed as you, correct?
Correct.
And the text says, when did he do that, correct?
Yes.
The next message is authored by you, sent to the defendant with the text, I remember that in our room, correct?
Correct.
Are you referring to the book?
The Little Prince book, yes.
So that was in your apartment?
Yeah, it was at our apartment at some point.
And the next message, authored by you, sent to the defendant, said blue cover, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, said he gave it to me a bit after Christmas, said it was his way of being happy to have a new friend, correct?
Correct.
The next message, sent by the defendant to you, said yup, correct?
Yes.
The next message, sent by you to the defendant, says stars, correct?
Correct. They're out of order in a way where she's referring to, I said blue, she said yep, stars, yep. You know,
So
like
the conversation is overlapping a bit?
conversation is kind of overlapping, but it's talking about the book.
The next message, at least on this sheet, author, the defendant, to you, says, I want to get rid that thing, it just pisses me off, correct?
Correct.
The next message has both of you listed as recipients, and we'll move to the bottom of page 979. The author is listed as the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And it says, I bet it was his actual way of being like, oh, I'm Ezra's friend. I know they like this, and it will make them think I'm actually not trash, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, said, everything is all garbage to me now, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, says, just trash, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, says, useless paper and trash, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant,
Yes.
says, well, I don't have to be there for all this, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, says, kind of want you to be, but that's selfish, AHA, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant, says, I don't want anything to do with him, correct?
Correct.
And the last message on the top of this page is it's recipients, both you and the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And going to the bottom of the next page, 978. The author is the defendant, correct? Off the
Yes.
screen again.
That's off the screen.
That's the author is the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And it says, I can do it alone, correct?
Correct.
The next message is the you
Yeah.
to the defendant, and it says, I cleaned him up, correct?
Correct.
The next message is the defendant to you, stating, I'm afraid I might punch him though if he gives me a look, correct?
Correct.
The next message says, it's authored by you to the defendant when he pretended to off himself, correct?
Correct.
Was that in reference to when you bandaged his arm?
Yeah.
And we're talking, all these messages are talking to Alex, as you're talking about Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
The next message from you to the defendant says, my kindness is not weakness, correct?
Correct.
The next message from you to the defendant says, when someone hurts me badly, I'm done, correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, to be honest, I might punch him in the face if he DOSE his sarcastic, your dumb voice, correct?
Correct.
The next message says, authored by the defendant, sent to you. We'll move to the bottom of page 977. It says, I just want to give it back, say stay out of my life, and tell him how much I regret meeting him, correct?
Correct.
And that was the defendant to you?
Yes.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, says, then walk away and never see his face again, correct?
Correct.
The next message by the defendant to you says, I'll stay composed, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant, says he's going to want to talk, correct?
Correct.
The next message sent by you to the defendant says, or laugh at you, or IDK, correct?
Correct.
The next message sent by the defendant to you says, you know my sass when I'm real mad, correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, how my voice gets and how fast I talk, correct?
Correct.
The next message on the top, we don't have the text yet, but the author is the defendant. You are the recipient, correct?
Correct.
We'll move to the bottom of page 976. It says, I doubt he will get in a word, correct?
Correct, from her to him.
From her to you.
Or from her to me, yes.
The next message from the defendant to you says, he's scared of me, correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, he expects me to be weak right now, correct?
Correct.
The next message from you to the defendant says, you talk like capital R-I-C-A-N, or however that's spelled, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean in that? What were you referring to with the R-I-C-A-N? Is that Rican?
Yeah, it was. She would speak super fast and when she got sassy.
And what does Rican mean?
I don't know. I think it's a derogatory term, but I mean, I didn't realize it at the time.
Okay. And above that we have, is that something that you had discussed with her in the past, used that term?
Yeah, it was like a joke. But
Okay. Between the two of you?
Sort of.
And above that, we have capital A-H-A-H-H-A-H-A.
Yeah.
That was from the defendant to you, correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, yes, hun, H-U-N, correct?
Correct.
The next message from you to the defendant says, don't use racial words in text ever, correct?
Correct.
And is that you basically saying to yourself, I shouldn't have put Rican in this message?
That was her informing me that it was racist.
But it's from you to her, correct?
Oh, I guess it is. I mean,
If you recall, were you referring to your use of the word Rican?
I might have been.
Okay.
I'm confused about that.
Okay, but there's no other explanation contained?
There's no other explanation based on the data up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next message from you to the defendant says, so yeah, LOL, correct?
Correct.
We'll move to the bottom of page 975, which you'll be happy to hear is the last page. Off the screen, we've got author, you, to the defendant, and it was some sort of link, it appears, correct?
Yeah, I think it was an image or something.
Okay. And then we have author, the defendant, to you, and it says, I just don't think he deserves the satisfaction of thinking I'm weak right now, and that I'm alone and lesser. I'm not a toy. I will not just let his shit stay at my house, and I will not let anything poison my mind anymore. Correct?
Correct.
The next message seems to move on. It's a message from her to you, and it says, I love that song, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All of these messages, are they referring to Alex Woodworth, if you know?
Yes.
Done with that for right now. Thank you. Did you have a conversation with the defendant about what you thought, how you thought she should deliver journals that she was writing to Alex and or John.
Well, email or send it through the mail, it's like the modern era.
Is that what you suggested to her?
I mean, she had said that she wanted to deliver them herself, but I said, you don't, unless you have like a keep the peace or somebody there, you should just send them, like it's the modern era.
And without going into why, were you concerned about her delivering those in person?
I was concerned for all parties involved.
Did the defendant send you a copy of her journals?
Yes, she sent me.
Was that by electronic sending?
I believe she sent it to my Gmail.
Okay. Do you remember when that was in relation to Alex's death?
They were the first or the second. There were two, I believe. Two journals.
Let's start with the first. When did she send that, if you recall?
I wouldn't know an exact date, but it was a couple days before. I'm assuming like a week maybe.
Within a week of Alex's death?
I'd have to refresh my memory on.
Is that your best
specifics.
recollection?
That's my best recollection.
What about the second journal? Do you remember when she sent that to you?
I believe it was like the night or so before me and Julia had both received it the same night.
Judge, I object to him saying unless Ms. McCandless told him she already sent to Julia Post, unless it's fine, but otherwise, I don't know if he has personal knowledge.
Sustained. Again, your microphone is not on, so I don't know if everybody heard that objection, but again, this is a personal knowledge objection. And so just again, what you know personally.
Did the defendant tell you if she sent the journals electronically to anyone else?
Yes,
Who did she say she sent the journals to?
to Julia.
Is that her friend Julia Post?
Yes.
Once, did you eventually, on March 22nd, 2018, go looking for the defendant?
The day of
The day that you saw her at Racy's?
yes.
Why did you go looking for the defendant?
Something did not seem right.
Where did you go initially, if you recall?
Initially, I started just biking around, trying to think like, well, maybe she went to John's house, but I realized it was pretty far out and the roads were pretty nasty, so I thought I'll go to Alex's first and then go out of town afterwards.
And when you went to Alex's, what did you see from the outside?
I saw her car idling in his driveway.
Was there anybody in the car?
Negative.
But obviously the keys were inside if it was idling.
Yeah, it was idling.
What did you do?
Well, I sat across at the, there's like a school across the way. I sat there, parked my bike, because I just was like, well, everything's probably fine. Everything's probably fine. I wasn't sure for both parties involved that they should be alone.
Did you eventually go in the car and take the keys out?
I went in the car and turned the car off, yes. At that time, I noticed that note that was on the passenger seat.
I'm sorry, he dropped his voice and I couldn't hear him.
At that time, I noticed the note that he had showed me earlier on the passenger seat.
Was that the note from Jenna?
Yes.
Do you know how that note got there?
I had given it to Ezra, I believe.
Was there anybody else in or around the car aside from you in that area?
No, I looked around, I didn't see anybody. That was about it, I just felt something was not right, because
And did you knock on the door to the house?
not initially. I waited for quite a while. I was like, maybe everything's fine, they'll just come out. But after about 40 minutes or so, I just had an uneasy feeling. So I approached the door and my cell phone went off and I had a very noticeable ringtone. I heard her call down, "Just let him help you." Her recognizing my phone. So I was like, oh God, he's hurting himself again. So I just ran up the stairs.
And when you heard someone say, "Just let him help you," were you referring to the defendant?
Yeah,
That's the person who said that?
Ezra, it was Ezra's voice, yes.
So you went into the house?
Yes, I was in the house.
You went upstairs.
Yes.
Did you go into a room?
Yeah, on the right-hand side, it was his bedroom.
That was Alex's room?
I believe so.
Do you remember if the door was open or closed when you went upstairs?
Slightly ajar.
Who was inside?
Ezra and Alexander.
And for these purposes, when we say Alex or Alexander, we're talking about Woodworth, right?
Woodworth, Roger. Yes.
Where was Alex located in the room, if you recall?
I believe he was closer to the window and she was closer to the door,
Were they standing or sitting, if you remember?
sitting on the bed.
Did you ask if everyone was all right?
Yeah, I was very, like, you guys scared the shit out of me, I was like, I was worried,
Did the defendant say she was all right?
They both, there had been, when I was outside and I had heard the "just let him help you," there was bickering going on, so I was under the impression that she wasn't being allowed to leave, so I was scared for him, I was scared for her. But they seemed like oddly calm.
When you got up there, did the defendant say, he won't let me leave?
No, she didn't say anything like that.
Did she say she wanted to leave?
No,
Did she say, help me, Jason?
negative.
Did she say he's trying to hurt me?
No.
Did you suggest that they go somewhere else to talk?
Yeah, I told them I would wait outside and then that they should probably go to a venue of some sort to have such delicate conversations.
Did the police arrive?
Yes, the police arrived.
Did you speak with them?
I spoke with a couple cops at the time.
Did, when the police arrived, were you exiting the house?
I think I was just walking out because I told them if anything awry was going to happen, they could make a noise. Like, he had plenty of books, throw a book against the wall, whatever, and I'll come back in.
You said that to the defendant and Alex?
To both of them, both parties. But they wanted to continue the conversation.
Did the defendant and Alex eventually come outside as well?
After I spoke with law enforcement, about the time law enforcement went to enter the house, they were both exiting.
Where did the defendant go when she exited the house?
When she exited the house, I think she came over to the driver's side of her car, I believe,
And where did Alex eventually go when he came out of the house?
the passenger side.
Did law enforcement talk with them as well?
They talked with them.
Did law enforcement eventually leave?
Yes.
And did the defendant and Alex eventually leave?
Yeah, we had a conversation and they both left.
What was your impression from that conversation as to where they were going?
Well, we had all talked a little bit and said, it probably makes sense to go someplace public. I mean, so they'd agreed to go to a coffee shop. It sounded like they didn't want to air their dirty laundry at like Lacy's, so they were going to go someplace else. So I understood that. I was like, yeah, that's probably a tender place to go.
Did you see them leave?
I saw them drive away.
In Ezra's, in the defendant's car?
But
Were they leaving in the defendant's car?
yes,
And who was driving, if you remember?
Ezra was driving at that time.
Alex was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Did you eventually return to Lacy's?
Yeah, I went back to Lacy's.
Did you eventually send some messages via Instagram to the defendant?
Yeah, I still had an uneasy feeling, so I was bumming around quite a bit.
Did the defendant respond to any of those messages?
Without Wi-Fi, she wasn't able to respond, I'm assuming, because her phone needed Wi-Fi to send messages back.
So you didn't receive any messages in response?
It didn't show like seen or anything.
Did you eventually get on your bike and go looking for Alex and the defendant?
Yeah, I started to freak out when me and Joe had talked about her. She was supposed to get the.
And,
No, I object.
That's okay. I'll just ask you questions about what you saw and what you know not from other people. So did you then go to eventually end up at the Eau Claire Police Department
Yes,
and talk to some officers?
yes.
Did you eventually find out that the defendant had been located?
Eventually, I talked to an officer from Dunn County.
Had you been in the defendant's vehicle in the days prior to Alex's death?
Yes.
Do you remember ever seeing a knife?
I don't recall there being a knife in the center console. I had given her it was a National Guard one with a broken clasp at one point. I had given her, she had, I think my Alexander Zink had given her one at one point too, but.
The knife that you gave her, was it labeled somehow?
Labeled?
Yeah, did it have any markings on it that were distinguishable? You said Wisconsin National Guard, was it?
Yeah, I think on the blade it would have said Wisconsin Army National Guard or something to that.
Do you remember in the days leading up to, you said you were in the defendant's vehicle. Do you remember looking for a knife in the vehicle?
Yeah, at one point she used to always have one in the center console, and I forget what I needed to cut. But I was going to cut I think I had a shoelace that broke or something. I was going to cut it off and retie it, and I couldn't find a knife.
I think you said that was within a few days prior to March 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
You looked, but you couldn't find a knife?
Yeah, the one that I had given her had usually resided inside that.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 233. Is that the knife that you gave her?
Negative.
Is that a knife that you have ever seen in the defendant's vehicle?
No, I've never seen that one.
And just so the jury can understand that, there's some markings that says EMT on that knife, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Madam Clerk, if I could have the screen with the computer. I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 135. It's already been received into evidence. Is that the knife, or at least consistent with the knife that you gave the defendant?
Yeah, I mean, it has the broken clasp where it would hook to your belt, so I'm assuming it's probably the same knife.
Oh, I'm gonna have you repeat that.
Oh, sorry. It has the same where the 3 Allen parts are. That's where the clasp they used to be, where it would hook onto my belt. I'm assuming that's where the other one was broken, so.
And there's a marking, it looks like it says Wisconsin. Is that consistent with the knife you gave her that says Wisconsin National Guard?
Yeah.
Now, between the time that the defendant moved out of your apartment in February of 2018 and up to March 22nd, 2018, the date of Alex Woodworth's death, did you continue to have regular contact with the defendant?
Yes. Yeah.
How frequently would you communicate with the defendant?
Pretty often, I would say daily. We were still friends. I still worried about her.
Did you continue, before you talked about I love yous and you are valued and things like that, did you continue to say those things to each other?
Of course, yeah. She was still very important. People were important to me.
Even while broken up, did you continue to engage in a sexual relationship during that same time period with the defendant?
There were moments of weakness, yes.
Were there messages, if you recall, where the defendant expressed her feelings for you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she loved you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she missed you?
Yes.
Did she tell you how much it hurt to be without you?
Yes.
Did she tell you how much she wanted to be with you?
Yes.
Did she ever talk about a future together with you?
Yeah.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Who's going to do cross-examination? Ms. Vishney, I know you're probably all set to go. How long do you believe cross-examination would take?
I think we should start cross-examination tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, I'm thinking the same thing. I know I have some jurors that have to be somewhere, and if we started now, we wouldn't finish this witness in time.
There's no way.
So, all right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess tomorrow, and Mr. Mangle, you'll have to come back tomorrow morning. We are going to begin testimony at 8:30 a.m., so just, again, you've all been great in being on time, and I just want to remind you of the instruction that I read yesterday. I think I'll read it every other day, but I just want to remind you to not listen to anything about this case, no individuals, no media, no radio, TV, internet, social media. Do not allow yourselves to be exposed to any information about this case, and don't discuss the case with anyone, even amongst other jurors, until this case is finally given to you and you've heard all of the evidence and been instructed by the court. Do not do any research independently into the public records involving any of the parties. Do not visit any scenes. And that's a brief summary. And everybody has been instructed on that. I'll give you the formal instruction again tomorrow, but I'm not going to make you go through that at this point. So, okay, all rise. All right. Mr. Mangle, you understand that, again, you are under subpoena, as I understand it, and you've been asked questions. Have you been advised of the exclusion order, not to discuss your testimony with any other persons?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So, okay, all rise. All right. Mr. Mangle, you understand that, again, you are under subpoena.
That when you were testifying yesterday, the prosecutor asked you what your current age was, right?
Yes.
And you're now 35, 36?
April 6, 1985. I don't keep track of things.
Okay. But at the time that you met Ezra McCandless, that was in the summer of 2017, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were 33 years old at the time.
I don't think that math lines up.
Well, let's try and do the math, just in case I'm making a mistake, because I don't want to. All right. You were born when again?
April 6 of 1984.
Of 1984.
Yes.
So you turned 30 in 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's run it ahead 3 more years.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
You were 33 when you met Ezra McCandless, right?
that makes sense, yeah.
And she was 19.
Yes.
And although the day you met her, you didn't know her age, it didn't take very long until you found out.
Yeah, a friend had C-capped her and told me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you say CCAP, that's because she had changed her name, right?
I believe
She had changed her name.
she had things from Monica Carlson, yes.
Right. And I'm going to talk to you about that name change a little bit later, but when you met her and the two of you started this friendship, which blossomed into love, she was telling you about her life, right?
Yes.
And she had just come home from her first year of college.
I believe it was her first year in Marinette.
Marinette, yeah, and she was studying art. You know, she was an artist.
Screen printing, yes.
She was living with her mom,
Yes.
and that was in Stanley, Wisconsin,
Yes.
which, although it's not in Eau Claire, it's certainly driving distance, meaning a person can drive back and forth between Eau Claire and Stanley easily in the same day, right?
Right.
What, 45 minutes, hour?
I never clocked it, but I would give it about that amount of time, yes.
Right, and you don't drive. I mean,
No.
you have a car that you use as a storage locker, but generally speaking, you don't drive, you're a bicycle guy.
I cycle, yeah.
Okay, so when you and Ezra would go places in a car, that would be her car because your car wasn't running.
Yeah, I didn't really run it for anything.
Okay, so she had the car.
Yeah.
you had the apartment.
Yeah,
And when you met her, you also met her parents eventually, right?
yes.
And you formed a bond really with her father.
Which father are we speaking of?
I'm talking about Joe Shane Carl.
Yes, Joe's, yep,
Joe, the man who adopted her.
yes,
That's who she calls dad,
yes.
not a biological dad.
Negative, yeah.
Okay, she had never,
I'd never met her biological father.
she hadn't met him either, right?
As to my knowledge, no.
You met her father and you actually would confide things in her father. And by her father, I'm always referring to Joe Shane Carlin, just so we're clear,
Okay.
okay? You would confide in him, right?
From time to time, yeah.
You would tell him things about you and Ezra.
I would,
You would tell him concerns you had about Ezra.
I would.
And it was easy to bond with him man to man.
I mean, I bond pretty well with most people, but
But you did bond well with Joe Shane, right?
not like more than anyone else, but yes,
And he's about the same age as you.
approximately, I'm assuming.
So one thing you knew about Ezra was that she was young and impressionable, right?
I wouldn't say impressionable, but she was young.
She was vulnerable.
She wasn't vulnerable.
You are more worldly than Ezra McCandless. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Worldly isn't in like my age, yes. Like I've lived more of a life than her, yes.
You've traveled.
I've traveled,
You've been in the military.
been in the military,
You've gone outside the state of Wisconsin.
yes,
You've not only been to the Redwoods, but to other places.
yes,
You've been to places that, for her, it's just a dream to have gone to some of those places, right?
I wouldn't say a dream. Everything's
A goal?
a goal, yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to protect Ezra, right?
I want to protect everyone.
Well, I'm talking about your relationship with Ezra, so that's what I want to say. In general, your relationship with her, you saw yourself as protecting her.
I saw myself as protecting her, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you know, let me just say this. When Ezra moved back home after she left you,
Yes,
moved out of your house, there was an enormous amount of texting that went back and forth between you and her.
yes,
Right? She didn't have a cell phone that she could just pick up her cell phone and call you and talk.
she could,
Well, she didn't have a cell phone. There was a house phone at her parents', but her mode of communication was an iPod at that time.
she
right?
could call through the text app or she could text through the text app,
Okay, but she needed Wi-Fi to do that.
yes,
And through the Instagram text app, there was a constant, the last few weeks of March, before everything happened here, there was a lot of texting between you and her.
yes,
And during that texting, one of the things that you said to her on March 11th is, well, your Instagram name is the Doc Wolf,
yes.
right?
Yep,
And you said to her, "I'm a wolf protecting a fawn."
I don't recall that specifically, but if I can look at it.
Okay.
What Instagram page, Council?
I'm about to bring it over to you. That would be page 1189.
That's okay, I'll just pull it up here, thank you.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 687.
Where are we at?
Wish I had a pen, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So like before, we read from the bottom up.
Yes, yeah.
Okay? And so if you go here to about 2/3 of the way up the page, the date is March 11th. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you are the author, the Doc Wolf,
That is
right?
me.
I'm a wolf protecting a fawn.
Yeah, I see that.
And then the next thing you wrote to her is, or a fox with another.
Yes,
Okay. And Judge, I'll just display this to the jury. I'd move in Exhibit 687.
Any objection to Exhibit 687?
I would ask that it be shown in its entirety, not just an isolated message.
That's fine. I have no problem with that.
And how many pages would be the entire?
It's one page, page 1189. Oh, this has to be worn up.
All right, that'll be
Warm up, excuse me.
received. 687 received.
Okay.
May
So,
publish.
starting at the bottom of that page, it starts with her saying to you, that is true, right?
Whatever the context of that is.
Okay. And then there's something that's a text, but it's just a bunch of empty boxes.
Probably emojis.
What?
They're probably emojis. I think that's how they show up.
Oh, okay, so we can't really tell what those are, right?
No, negative.
And she's talking to you about making love to you. She says, I'm a garden when I'm making love to you. Right?
Yes.
That's the next thing she says. And then the next thing she says is, as cheesy and dumb as I am. Right?
Yes. Yes.
And it's after that that you say, I'm a wolf protecting a fawn,
Yes.
or a fox with another.
Yes.
And then you say to her, the first is a little odd.
What is a little?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should move the page down. My apologies.
Probably referring to the wolf protecting a fawn.
Well, it's your words. I
That's
don't.
what, yeah, my words are probably saying a wolf protecting a fawn is, the first is probably a little odd.
Okay, nothing further. Moving 687.
It's been received.
Thank you. So, let me just say something about you and protecting. You're a medic
Yes.
in the military, right?
Yes.
And that means that your job is to heal people.
My job is to do no further harm. That's our credo.
Okay, we all know the first words of doctors or the Hippocratic oath is do no harm, right?
Yes.
Okay, but within that, do no harm, it goes more than that. It also goes to try and treat people and heal people if you can.
But it's not our job to fix people.
Your job is to fix their wounds when you're a medic in the
Fix-
military.
Fix their wounds, but people aren't like bicycles. You can't fix somebody.
Fair enough, but you can fix certain parts.
You
Right.
you can help them and you can give them options, but it's their own choice to fix their lives or themselves.
Okay, I'm talking about wounds, like when somebody cuts themselves as a medic and they need stitches, you can stitch them up in the military,
To
right?
the best of your abilities, depending on like your care level, yes.
Okay. And you, to some extent, wanted to do that with Ezra.
I wanted to see her grow. I wanted to see, I knew she was capable of many things, so I saw potential in her, especially her art.
Okay, so you thought she was a good artist?
Yeah, I thought she was exceptional for the amount of effort she had to put in. The results were like exceptional, you
She
know.
was young, but she was a really good artist.
She was very good.
She was too young to go to a bar, but she was certainly a good artist, right?
Yes, yeah.
Now, sometimes when you would go with Ezra and she was driving the car, she would get very anxious. Fair?
She had, I wouldn't call it PTSD, but she had anxiety that dealt with.
Okay. You're a medic, not a psychiatrist,
No,
right?
I'm not.
Not a psychologist, right? So it would be fair to say, with all due respect to you, sir, that you're not really in a position to diagnose post-traumatic stress disorder.
No, I'm not diagnosing.
Okay, right. That's somebody with one of those training and those degrees are the people who have to do that, right?
Yes, could I say anxiety?
All right. You did?
Okay.
You can say whatever you want. I'm just asking questions.
Roger.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, except for things the judge says you can't testify about. All
Within
right.
limits. Still getting used to this.
Okay, we get that. When she would get emotional in the car and was driving, sometimes you would take over the driving, right?
At times. It wasn't
Yes.
safe otherwise.
Pardon me?
It wouldn't be safe otherwise.
Right, and she would say to you, I want you to take over, Jason. I don't want to drive.
Yes.
She was emotional, and you would do that. You would take over and you would drive her car, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you certainly had a driver's license, even though you didn't have a
Yeah,
vehicle.
I just did. I prefer not to drive.
Okay, but you would do it when she wanted you to, right?
For our safety, yes.
And that happened more than once.
I would say it was a limited amount of occasions, but it wasn't like it happened all the time when she drove.
No, it just happened when she got very emotional or there was some touchy and anxious things going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you some questions about races. You'd been, when you met Ezra McCandless, you'd been part of the races crowd for quite a while, right?
I wouldn't know how long, but yeah, I was there for quite a bit.
But she was a newbie to races.
Yeah, we kind of, through our friendship, she was inducted into the crew.
Into the crew. The crew there is not uniform, right?
No,
There's differences of opinion,
many.
and although many people are friendly, not everybody is equally friendly to each other, right?
I would say there is an amount of cattiness, but there's always respect, I guess.
Okay, so about this cattiness, I mean, the way you talked about races yesterday, you almost seemed like you were referring to it as like a family, right?
Oh, definitely.
And sometimes in families, there are tensions and people don't like each other all the time.
Yeah, but you always love each other.
And even then, people sometimes gossip, right?
Gossip.
Races was gossipy, wasn't it?
Yes,
There's a lot of he said, she said stuff going on there, right?
yes,
And to use an old cliche, like the game telephone, where one person repeats something to another, you know,
lost in translation.
lost in translation, not bad intent, but the facts get turned around a little bit, right?
Yes,
And sometimes people think somebody did something wrong, but they're wrong because they've just heard too much gossip. Fair enough?
fair.
Okay. And so Ezra was newer, but not everybody there, a lot of people really liked her, but not everybody. Fair?
I mean, to my knowledge, she was pretty well received.
All right. Now, yesterday you testified about things that happened with John, right?
John Hanson,
John Hanson.
yes.
Yes. And I'm going to come back to that later, but one of the things that happened after you talked to John Hanson, well, you got on the phone with him and he told you he'd never had sex with Ezra, right?
Yes.
And he went around races telling that to people too.
I can't know if he did that or not, but I don't know. It just seems, I can't.
But you knew when he first told you that he had denied having sex with Ezra, right?
Yes,
And he certainly, in your opinion, didn't want to be seen as having sex with your girlfriend out in public, right?
in that first interaction, he admitted to it at the end of it, though.
At the end of it, but initially he denied it, right?
Initially, he denied it.
And you heard through Josh Trankler that he was denying it to other people too.
I believe I might have. I don't recall specifically, but
Okay. Let me ask you some questions about the abortion. I know it's a tough subject, okay?
yes.
When you found out she was pregnant, that was a time of stress and turmoil in the relationship. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say it was stressful. It was just, it was a situation where she was having a hard time getting her footing, holding an occupation, and then she was sick, so I just wanted to know, like, how I could help.
She was sick and she had lost a lot of weight,
Yes,
right? She was vomiting every day.
yes.
Neither one of you knew why,
No, I didn't know for
right?
sure.
It was kind of exceptional. And before she even went to the doctor, she got a home pregnancy test.
I did not know this, though.
Okay, so when before she got the abortion, or about the abortion, there wasn't that much communication between the two of you about it, right?
About what?
The abortion, in advance.
Why would there be communication about?
I don't know, I can't answer questions about what happened with other people, I wasn't there. But
What I'm stating is if I didn't know she was pregnant, why would we be talking about abortions?
I'm talking about once you knew she was pregnant.
There was no conversation.
There was no conversation.
She asked for paperwork from the nurse, and I shut my mouth.
She was actually under the impression that you did not want her
Objection
to
calls
have
for
the baby.
speculation. Sustained.
Mr. Mangle, in the middle of March, you were interviewed by Detective Prop, right?
I was interviewed by a lot of people, so
Okay, I'm not talking about after Alex died, I'm talking about before Alex died.
during the
Okay.
investigation, or,
When, in the middle of March, after what John had done to Ezra came to light, you were interviewed by the police.
yes.
Right, and the person who interviewed you was Detective Ryan Prock.
Yes,
Same detective who is sitting in court today,
Yes.
correct? I'd ask the record to reflect, and he's sitting here behind the prosecution table with a black suit.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. Oh, I wanted to reflect that he's identified, that Mr. Mangle has identified Detective Prock.
Okay, well, all right.
Thank you.
Is that your understanding, sir?
yeah, I understand.
Okay, then the record will reflect he's identified him. I was just letting the record reflect that Detective Prock has been allowed to remain in court throughout the trial.
When you talked to Detective Prock, you gave him background information about your relationship with Ezra McCandless, right?
Yes,
He was asking you questions and you were giving him answers, right?
yes,
You were filling him in on things that had happened between you and Ezra,
yes,
about the ups and downs of your relationship with her.
yes,
And in the course of filling him in, what you told Detective Prock is that Ezra thought for sure you
Objection
didn't
calls for
want.
speculation.
It's what
Hold
he's.
on, just stop. Ho.
The follow-up question will.
Okay, well, yeah, this question is, I'm not going to sustain the objection to this question, but if
But the
going down.
question's almost done, if I can just
Okay,
finish it, and there
you
is
go
no
ahead and finish
follow-up
the question.
Okay? What you told Detective Prock on that day,
I'm going to
was-
object on hearsay grounds, Judge.
Sustained on hearsay.
can I have a sidebar, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Mangle, when she had the abortion, that was traumatic to her, right?
yes,
And I think yesterday you talked about how during the abortion, she didn't want you to be in the room, right?
yeah, she changed her mind on the way there.
You had come in as the supportive boyfriend, right?
Yes,
But she did not want you to be a witness to this destruction of life.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Judge, can we approach? Counsel, do you want to bring VVV with you again?
I can do that.
All right.
You may answer as to what.
I'm going to repeat
Go ahead,
the
rephrase the
question.
question.
Yeah, let me just do that. So, Mr. Mangle, when you drove her, and you said she changed her mind, right?
yes,
So, you said to her, do you not want me there? You said something like that, right?
so that, yeah,
And what she said was, I don't want you to see any of this stuff.
yes,
Okay. Now, after this abortion, which was traumatic to her, she wanted you near her, right? Not during the abortion, but in the aftermath, in the relationship.
yeah,
You went to sleeping on the couch, right?
at times, yes,
Okay. But what you told us yesterday was when you were sleeping on the couch, she wanted you to be with her in the bed, right?
yes,
She wanted your comfort.
yes,
She wanted your love.
yes,
And there were times when you felt that you needed to separate yourself from her. Fair?
yeah, yes,
And one of the things that you did, in fact, after this abortion, you even thought she was going through like postpartum depression over it, right?
yeah,
And you went on this trip to clear your head with your friend Josh Trinkler, right? And when you went with Josh Trinkler, I think you told us the whole plane route and the redwoods and how that was a great space for you, right?
yeah.
And it could have been longer than a week that you went away, right?
Maybe with travel time, I'm not completely sure on the
you don't have a calendar showing the exact dates, right?
No, I think I wrote it down, but I don't have an exact recollection.
Well, yesterday in court, I don't want you to take this as attacking you at all, but, you just made a mistake when you said how long you were gone for military duty in February. You remembered it was 2 or 3 weeks, when it was really only 9 days, February 5th to the 14th, right?
Yes.
So similarly, this trip that you took with Josh Trankler out to the Redwoods, out to nature, it was kind of a spiritual reawakening for you. Would you say that?
I wouldn't say spiritual, it is just
Personal?
personal.
Fair? Could have been longer than just a week that you were gone.
It could have been.
Okay. So you're gone, you're in the Redwoods, and she's home alone, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about Alex, all right?
Alexander Woodworth.
Alexander Woodworth, thank you for clarifying that. Well, you had an Alexander Zink who was your roommate, right?
Yes.
Alexander Woodworth was somebody you knew as part of the Racy's crowd.
Yes.
He was a guy who would sit in the corner reading books and writing in journals.
Often, yes.
And he was often kind of almost like a loner to himself a lot, right?
I wouldn't call him a loner.
Well, not when he was working. He was a sociable guy, but he liked to spend time with himself writing in his notebooks.
Yeah, he would have headphones and stuff in a lot. It's kind of like it's an implied task, I guess you could say, if you're at a coffee shop studying or doing some work and you have earphones in, you're working on something.
He would write journals.
Often, yes.
You saw copies of those journals?
Briefly at bars from time to time, he would show me his works.
He didn't read you long passages, right?
He didn't recite them to me, but he would let me read them.
And you found his writings very painful, right?
Well, he's a philosopher.
And he expressed what you called entropy, disorder, and pain in his writings. That was your impression.
I would say he had a specific eye for the world, and we don't always see it through the same lens. I can't really speculate.
But his writings, right, you're not a nihilist, right?
No,
And he was a nihilist.
I can't say that he was anything.
Well, you thought some of his writings were really brutal, didn't you?
I thought that, but I'm also not trained. I'm not like an English professor.
Right. I'm just talking about your impression. I'm not trying to get you to be a professor,
Okay.
okay? His writings were very personal sometimes.
Yeah, they're very personal.
They were not just philosophy in the abstract like a professor would teach a class. They were about him and his feelings quite a bit, seen through the philosophy lens, right?
I don't know if he was always referring these things to himself. I don't think people always have to write about themselves.
Okay, whatever you think about what people always have to write, some of Alex's writings were personal, right? And painful.
I wouldn't know. I didn't ask him if these were personal memoirs. It never stated his name.
Right, he didn't say, I, Alex Woodworth, believe blah, blah, blah in his journals, but he would use the word I at various times, right?
Well, if you're writing a narrative, you have to have a narrator, right?
I don't know, I'm not a writer.
I'm just assuming that's how it works.
He certainly didn't tell you about anything he wrote in his journals concerning Ezra McCandless, right?
No, I had no impressions about any of that stuff.
I mean, that wasn't something he was going to share with you, right?
I would assume not, no.
And when you would read them, you would find his writings brutal and pessimistic sometimes.
When we're talking about when I viewed his writings, this is far before him and Ezra McCandless's relations. Our friendship kind of lost touch, and we weren't as there wasn't much camaraderie, I guess. We still talked, we were still respectful of each other, but he didn't reach out as much as he used to.
And in other words, he wasn't really comfortable about opening up about his life with you. Fair to say?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes. Okay, objection is overruled,
Okay.
and the witness may answer in the manner discussed at sidebar.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I'll repeat the question because we've probably all forgotten it by now. What you felt, you never felt like Alex was comfortable opening up with you completely about what happened in his childhood and his life. He had other friends for that, right? That's how you felt.
I think he had other confidants that were much closer, yes.
So your answer to my question is yes.
Yes.
You talked yesterday about Ezra and Alex, and what you said was you believed they both shared a painful and traumatic history with each other, right?
I wouldn't say they both shared a painful traumatic history, I guess, but
Well, that they shared their personal pain and trauma with each other. That's what you said in court yesterday, right?
I might have said that, but I can't remember.
You don't remember your exact words, but
No.
you're not denying that you said that yesterday.
No, they had
Fair?
commonality, I guess you could say.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about when Alex cut his wrists.
Yes.
All right? He cut his wrists, and Ezra called you over to treat it, right?
Yeah, she might have messaged me or called me, I can't recall.
Either way,
Yeah.
she's the one who got in touch with you,
Yes,
right? And she asked you to come and help Alex because he had slit his wrist.
yes.
You went over there and you saw the mark, right?
I believe it was
You think it was the right wrist?
I can't recall specifically. but-
Okay, whichever wrist it is, the mark that he made when he slit his wrist went across his wrist, correct?
Yeah, which is uncommon for, look, I'm not gonna give my medical.
You're not a suicide
Yeah,
expert.
no, I'm not.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Your belief is that that gesture would be a cry for help, as
Yes.
opposed to actually one wanting to do away with
And I
themselves.
I spoke with him about it, yes.
Okay. And when you talked to him about it, he was playing it off to you like it was an accident, right?
Yes, he said he had been,
He was drunk, a knife slipped, something like that, right?
he didn't realize the sharpness is what he said.
But you weren't buying that.
No,
You saw it and you're like, you knew from your training experience, this is no accident.
Judge, I'm going to
Yeah.
object. The defense counsel's made clear that he's not an expert in this area, so he shouldn't be giving an opinion on that.
It's a lay opinion.
Sustained. Well,
All right. In your
we're not
lay
allowing
opinion.
lay opinions.
Okay. What?
We're not allowing lay opinions with respect to certain areas.
Oh, I
And,
thought that was about emotional states, not actions. But I'll move on, Judge, if you want me to.
Please,
Thank you.
thank you.
What you said to Alex, well, first of all, yesterday I believe you described these wounds as shallow, right?
yeah, it wasn't very far past, those are the
You remember, you've been through, after Mr. Woodward died, you had a couple of different interviews with police officers, correct?
correct.
And when you were interviewing, you remember talking to Investigator Dykus and Investigator Meyer?
Were they the Dunn County sheriffs?
Yes. Do you
Yeah,
remember speaking with them, even if you may not remember their names?
I remember speaking with detectives from Dunn County, yes.
And do you recall telling Investigator Dykus, when talking about this, that Alex's wound to his wrist was very deep?
Very deep?
Your words, yes.
I might have said it was in the marbling or something, I don't recall saying very deep, but
Okay. I'm going to show you what's a transcript that's been prepared of that interview. All right? And I'm just going to direct your attention. This is page 55.
I see this.
All right, yes. You're talking to
Yes, it is.
to Investigator Dykus, right? And he's asking you about Alex's attempted suicide, right?
I'm sorry, Counsel, what line are you looking at?
Line 16. And
I'm,
page 55, line 16.
there are 2 interviews with the same officers. And
That's FFFFF.
Thank you.
What you said to Investigator Dykus in talking about it is because, like, it was very deep, correct?
That's what it says on the transcript.
You might not remember, but you know you were being recorded when you talked to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that Alex had, like, played it off to you, right? As something else, right?
He said it was, yeah.
And at work, he told people it was a steam wand injury from making coffee, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
It's not speculative, Judge. Do you
Then
want
it's
to
hearsay.
go
Well-
to the transcript? I have an argument, I can make it sidebar about its admissibility.
So is it, are you asking him about what Mr. Woodworth had said? Or what he had heard in terms of what other people said Alex said?
Let me just double check, okay?
Okay.
Let me just say this. You had given Mr. Woodworth something to wrap around the wound to keep it clean, right?
Yeah, I gave him equipment to maintain it.
Right. And he went to work with that covering, right?
Objection, again, it calls for speculation or it's hearsay.
Well, I think it's a lack of, foundation as to personal knowledge. Does he?
Did you know that he had gone to work with you had wrapped it, correct?
I had wrapped it, yes.
You had given him Dermabond.
I used some kind of thing to,
Okay. And then you had wrapped it to keep it clean, right?
yes.
But important to keep a wound clean.
Yeah, I irrigated and cleaned it.
All right. And you were told, or did you know personally, that he had gone to work with it wrapped up?
I had heard he was wearing a dressing, but I don't know if it was the same dressing that I
Okay.
had.
And you heard people at Racy's talk about what he said about his wound,
Then I'll
correct?
sustain on hearsay.
Thank you.
I'd like to approach.
Okay. Is sustained?
Fair to say that as far as you knew, Alex wasn't going around Racy's bragging about a suicide attempt, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, Alex wasn't going around Racy's saying, I'm having a relationship with Ezra McCandless, right?
I mean, I don't know, but I would assume he wouldn't do the same thing.
And you, however, let me just say this. After this happened, Ezra McCandless said he sliced his wrist because she wouldn't leave you for Alex. She told you that, right?
Yes, she said.
And she told you that, and you knew about Alex way before February of 2018.
What are you implying?
You knew that Alex Woodworth was having a relationship with Ezra McCandless before February when you had your encounter with him at Racy's.
I had impressions that they had become very close. I wasn't fully I had an idea that something was going on.
You had a roommate, Alex Zink, who was telling you Ezra wasn't coming home at night when you were out of town, right?
Well, she would be telling me one thing and then other people.
But I'm asking what Alex Zink told you. He would tell you she wasn't coming home at night, correct?
The night that she said she was at the house, he said she was not.
And in fact, what he said to you, what you talked to Detective Dykus about this, correct?
I might have, yes.
When you talked to Alex and you believed it was a suicide attempt, you said to him, look, you were telling him not to do this, right?
I asked him if he needed help, if I should call somebody,
One of the things you said to him is,
Sorry,
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
asked him if he needed help and I didn't get your last one.
if I should call somebody or if he wanted to see.
and you said to him, look, you only get one shot at this.
Yes,
And by one shot at this, you didn't mean one shot at slitting his wrist, you meant one shot at life.
at life, yes.
Now, you talked about this with investigators Dykus and Meyer, right? You talked to them a couple of different
I
times,
talked to
right?
so many law enforcement agents.
It's a little
but
hard
yes,
for you to remember
it's all-
exactly, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. It's all like a soup of conversations.
Okay, so in the soup of conversation, some of the soup of this conversations you had were shortly after Ezra was in the hospital and Alex Woodworth had been discovered to be deceased, right?
Before and after he was discovered, yes.
Okay. All right. And you had a conversation with these investigators on March 27th, so 5 days after you last saw Alex, right?
I'm sure I probably did.
Madam Clerk, can you turn it to my computer, please?
And Judge, we will mark and move to admit this later. We'll tie this up afterwards for the record.
Is the
But
state
this-
aware of what it is?
Yes.
Yes, assuming, I
It's
believe
DOJ.
council's going to play the audio portion of the transcript she showed me. I don't have an objection to that portion being played.
That's all we're gonna play. Okay, so just for the record, this is what the state has provided as GOJW, and we are playing from 16 minutes and 12 seconds to 17 minutes and 6 seconds. This is an interview by investigators Dykus, DICUS, and Meyer, MAYER, of Jason Mangle on March 27th.
Press play.
Okay.
He had said that, I mean, I bandaged him up once when he slit his wrist.
Okay.
Because he said, if you don't leave him, I'm going to kill myself.
What do you mean leave him? Was he talking about you? Okay.
So, like, I went over to the house, and this was months ago, I can't remember when, but I
Okay.
had cleaned up his wound and bandaged him all up, and I had sat and had a talk with him about, do we need to go in and do something?
Yeah.
People are not going to understand that this was an act, because he said, I got drunk and I accidentally cut myself with a knife that I got for Christmas. And I was like, this is a really weird place to accidentally cut yourself.
Where was that at then? On the wrist? Okay.
And I was like, this is not a place you accidentally cut yourself out.
Okay.
And he's like, no, you have to believe me, it was just an accident. And I was holding his hands. Like, I knew he was cheating on me. I knew what was going on.
Okay.
Like, relationship-wise. I didn't kick her out. I didn't be mean to him. Like,
Okay.
in public. We were still all friends. I
Okay.
just knew there were two people that...
It went a line beyond that, but.
And do you know what the time stamp was when it completed?
Mr. Nelson probably does.
Judge, I started playing it at 16:12 when I pressed pause at 17:06. I think you can see it on the screen there.
Oh, okay, well then that was the correct time.
Very good, thank you.
So, in other words, you're talking to investigator Dykus 5 days after Alex is gone, and you're telling him months ago, you knew that she was cheating on you and you didn't kick her out.
I think at that time, I knew there was something going on, but now that I had the relevant facts, it all made sense. Like, I started to see the signs of, like, you know, the red, people wear the rose-colored glasses, and you just assume, like, oh, she wasn't lying about this, or she was actually at the...
What you told investigator Dykus is what we heard your words on the tape. Correct, Mr. Mangle? There's no arguing with you said that, right?
But I'm also speaking at...
Mr. Mangle, there's no arguing with the fact that you said that, right?
No.
Okay, I don't mean to be rude, but I want to move on. One of the things that okay, excuse me 1 second, Your Honor. Just don't want to get my pages confused. You smoked cigarettes, right?
Yes,
And so did Mr. Woodworth?
yes.
And I guess you probably can't smoke in Racy's, but you go outside to smoke, right? There's no smoking inside the establishment
No, it's not
itself.
inside the establishment.
But it's common to go outside and have a smoke.
It's common.
And you would bum cigarettes from Alex.
We bum from each other.
And when you would go bum a smoke from him, you didn't do it just because you wanted a cigarette. You did it for other reasons, didn't you?
What are you implying?
Well, you would say to yourself in your head, yeah, like you're taking things of mine and I'll just take some things of yours. That's what was in your head, right?
No.
All right. Again, you talked to investigators Dykus and Meyer twice, right?
Yes.
Mr. Mangle, when you talked to those investigators, it was a long interview, both times, right?
All the times it was long, yes.
And it was long and you filled in lots and lots of details, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
I mean, you even went into details sometimes about like whether you had pizza.
Yeah, I rant sometimes.
Okay.
It's not uncommon.
And when you were talking, you were truthful with the police, right?
To the best of my knowledge.
You weren't trying to lie to the police.
I had nothing to hide.
And what you said in this truthful conversation with the police about finding out about Ezra seeing Alex is you said you had found out through the grapevine, right?
Judge, may we approach?
All right.
Mr. Mangle, I'm going to show you what's marked as 6A9. I'm sorry for being repetitive.
No, you're fine.
This is a transcript of your conversation with investigators Dykus and Meyer, right?
This was done exclusively the day when I had the conversation with him and Hanson. It's not like this was a regular, I would bum smokes from him to be mean.
Okay. Well,
That's out of context.
I didn't hear that.
That was out of context, I was saying.
wait,
This was specifically the day where I talked with Hanson and Alexander Woodworth outside of Racy's.
and what you told investigated Dykus was that you were, pardon my language, kind of a dick about bumming the cigarettes,
Yeah,
right? You
just
said
this
that.
one day. Yeah, I was kind of rude. I was.
But I'm talking about the one day, I'm talking about what
Yes.
you said, okay? And you said you know, and again, pardon my language, after you said you were kind of a dick about it, you said you were expressing what was in your head, not what you had said to Alex Woodworth, right?
Yeah,
Like, you're taking things of mine, and I'll just take something of yours, man, right?
yeah,
You
that's
told
what
that to the police, right?
I believe I even stated that to Alexander, but
Oh, okay. Now, when you had your confrontation with Mr. Woodworth, all right, 1 second. All right, so it's fair to say, given all of this, that you knew, you may not have had a videotape, Ezra McCandless may not have told you, but you really knew that she and Alex were seeing each other, and you knew it for a while before February.
I was in denial, yes.
You knew it in your gut,
Yes,
right? And you didn't kick her out,
no.
right, back in December. And let me ask you some questions now. And actually, when you went and talked to Alex in February, Ezra had already moved out of your house, right?
I believe she was already moved out, yes.
We'll come back to that. I'm going to ask you some questions now about John Hanson,
Okay,
all right? When you described John as a very good friend of yours, right?
yes.
Unlike Alex, who's somebody you were more remote with.
We were still good friends, but not as close.
You felt very betrayed that John had sex with your girlfriend, right?
It wasn't betrayal as the situation.
Well, it was the situation that he assaulted her, right?
Yeah, the accusation.
Right.
That's what made me.
And you used that word a lot yesterday. You said he assaulted her, he assaulted her. You used that word when you were talking about it, right?
That's what the defendant had told me.
That's, okay. That's Miss McCandless, okay? The
Ezra
state may want to call her the defendant. I'm calling her Ezra McCandless,
Roger.
all right? which was the name you always called her by, right?
Always.
And when you were friends with John, you know that John Hanson and Alex Woodworth were close with each other, right?
Can you repeat that question?
John Hanson and Alex Woodworth, they were close with each other.
Yeah, very close.
They were very good friends, right?
They had similar literature tastes.
They had similar literature tastes and similar philosophies, right?
I would say like point counterpoint a lot of times. They were good company to keep.
Well, they were both into nihilism, right?
I can't be sure what they were I understood some of the teachings and the readings they read were of specific genres, but I'm not sure if they were actually nihilists.
Well, your feelings about them and the impressions of them was that.
Judge, I'm going to object on opinion and foundation grounds.
I have a foundation, like I do for everything else.
A sustain on opinion about, what their philosophies were, what their beliefs were.
All right. You talked to Investigator Dykus, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you told Investigator Dykus
Judge,
that
I'm gonna
the
object
only
on
rules were like no
Opinion,
rules.
Judge.
Okay,
Well,
sorry.
I guess I don't know. Why don't we finish the question so that I know what the objection is?
Can we have a sidebar?
Okay.
Okay, look, you knew that Ezra McCandless was spending time with John and Alex, right?
Yes.
And that they would be talking to her about their philosophies, right?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. And you felt that she was young and impressionable, and you were concerned about that, right?
I mean, I'm sure at times I thought some of the readings were heavy.
Well, again, you talked to investigators Dykus and Meyer, right?
Yes.
In the second interview. And just to refresh your memory.
Judge, I don't think he needs his memory refreshed. He answered the question.
Well,
I think he
I don't
did.
think
Not
you quite
entirely,
said it.
but he answered the question that he has acknowledged now that he thought she was impressionable.
Okay, so you thought she was young and impressionable, right?
For literature tastes, I think everybody's impressionable for different things.
I'm asking about Ezra McCandless, not everybody, okay? That's what the trial's about. You felt she was young and impressionable.
You're asking for my opinion?
In her discussions about philosophy with Alex and John, you felt she was young and impressionable, correct?
I guess, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and in fact, you even told that to the police when they interviewed you, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sure.
Now, speaking of John, you testified about this chokehold thing yesterday, right?
Yes,
And you've been in the military, right?
yes,
You've learned self-defense maneuverisms, have
Yes.
you? As part of it? And how to do a chokehold if you need to do a chokehold to somebody?
yeah, they teach like different fighting styles.
I mean, you're a man, you can handle yourself with this, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm fine.
You're about 6 feet tall,
About.
right? John is about as tall as you, roughly.
Roughly, yes.
Alex is about as tall as you, roughly.
A little bit shorter, but about.
Right, but maybe like 5'11" or so.
Well, Judge, I guess,
And
Is there an objection or withdrawal?
first of all, this is Mr. Hahn's witness.
I know, I apologize, thank you.
All right.
John would, so if somebody puts you in a chokehold, for example, you have the training about how to get out of it, right?
Minimal, I mean, we have combative training, but I don't like do refreshers on it or anything.
Well, you wouldn't appreciate being just put in a chokehold by somebody because they've been drinking, right?
Objection relevance.
I mean,
Judge,
all right, you wouldn't appreciate just being put in a chokehold,
objection
right?
relevance.
All right, let me rephrase that. You could handle it yourself if put in a chokehold.
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
All right, John would go around and put people in chokeholds, right?
I mean, to my knowledge, people had practiced things with him before, yes.
Well, he would go around to parties and just go up to people and put them in chokeholds, right?
Not without consent.
He talked about it doing his self-defense seminar, right?
I wouldn't call it like a self-defense seminar. He cared for people too, and if he saw someone who,
I didn't ask you that question.
Okay.
What I asked you, and I don't mean to be rude, but I would like you to answer the questions that I'm asking, okay?
Yes.
He would randomly grab people by the throat and say, break out, right?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained on foundation.
VVV, page 9.
She still needs to ask the question to get the foundation in. It doesn't matter if it's in a transcript. Judge, at this break,
Well,
I
hold
think Mr. Mengel may need water.
Need some water? Okay.
Sure. All right, you walked by your apartment once after getting coffee, and you were outside having a smoke, right?
yes,
And you saw John choking Ezra McCandless, right?
it was like an arm bar of some sort or something.
What, choke is probably in a
It's a vague
headlock,
term, yeah.
right? I mean, choking is something that happens inside a person's throat.
Objection, not a question.
It is a
Sustained.
question, but, all right. So you were outside smoking, and you're thinking, boy, John's doing one of those stupid self-defense seminars that he does, right?
Well, in my mind, it didn't seem like she was in danger or anything.
But you've seen him do it at parties before, right?
I've seen him do it with friends before, yes.
And like, you would be drinking, and you would see John just randomly grab somebody by the throat and say, come on, break out of it. You would see that happen with him at parties, right?
I've seen it before, but you have to understand the relationships between the two parties were different usually.
Perhaps I can refresh your memory by referring to the transcript, VVV, page 9.
Judge, I don't think he said,
Line
he needs his memory refreshed.
Agreed. I don't think he
Have you forgotten that you told the police that John would just randomly grab somebody by the throat?
I've talked to the police a lot, and this is
All right.
over 2 years ago,
Would this help refresh your memory if you looked at what you said?
possibly.
I'm sorry, counsel, I missed the transcript and the page number.
Page 9, starting around line 11.
On which transcript?
I'm sorry, VVV.
Thank you.
Where are we at?
I'm showing you what's been marked, or not marked, I'm showing you VVV, which is your transcript of your interview with, on March 12th with Detective Prock.
For the
Okay.
assault?
Yes, this is when you talked to Detective Prock before Alex passed away, right? And you were specifically talking about John with Detective Prock, right? Is that right? And what you told Detective Prock, just take a look at that,
Yes.
all right?
This sentence says, because I've heard.
No, and then
hang on.
the next words you said
Whoa,
were,
whoa,
I've
whoa, whoa.
seen.
Hang on. So if you show it to him to refresh his recollection, now see if his recollection is refreshed. He can't be reading from it.
This remind you?
This reminds me, yes.
Okay, and it reminds you that you've said, I've seen him do it at parties.
It says I've heard, I've seen him do it
Okay,
at
let me
parties.
just show this to
The
see if
sentence
you can
doesn't-
further refresh your recollection.
Yeah, but the sentence doesn't make sense.
Okay, the sentence doesn't make sense, but you're not disagreeing that these are your words, correct?
These are my words, but if you take out one word, it changes the whole sentence's context.
John was a heavy drinker back.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I'd like to come to sidebar about that. Mr. May,
Yes.
did you tell the police that you had seen John do this at parties? Did you tell that to the police?
I believe that I had seen this happen, but I don't understand what the question is here.
All right, I'll play the tape.
Judge, I don't think there's a foundation to impeach. He just said that he had seen this happen. And that's what,
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be disagreeing.
you've seen him randomly grab people when you guys have been drinking together, right? That's what you told the
This wasn't like
police.
exclusively at parties. I'm saying there
At
was.
parties. Correct, at parties. That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking you specifically, you've seen
I've
him
read the statement.
do this unexpectedly to people at parties, right?
It doesn't say unexpectedly.
Okay. Randomly grabbing somebody that's by the throat, in your opinion, is not unexpected?
Objection, opinion,
Is it
improper
expected?
opinion.
Sustained.
Right. When you personally use the word randomly, you mean somebody just goes up to somebody and does something, right?
It's a military training thing. So I think what you're conjuring at is there's
I'm not
different.
conjuring anything, I'm only trying to quote your words.
Yes, there's a
Right?
difference between,
So your interpretation
Judge,
of the word randomly is different than mine, that's what you're trying to tell me?
I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to answer the question.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question, sir.
there's a difference between him doing it to someone who's prior service or a friend that he's experienced or boxed with. Like my roommate, Alexander Zink, was an MMA fighter. So there's a difference between doing that randomly, being like in a jokish boy horseplay manner than what you're trying to say.
Okay. Ezra McCandless, when he did that, she's 5'2", right?
Yes.
He's going up to her and doing this to her in early February,
Judge, I'm going to,
Right.
I'll withdraw the question, the objection.
right?
Okay.
She's not an MMA fighter,
No.
she's not in the military,
No.
right?
No.
She doesn't have military training, right?
No.
Or
MMA.
MMA, sorry, I don't watch it. She doesn't have that kind of training, right?
No.
And she's just a short, slender woman who he was doing this to.
She had requested this before, though.
That was your opinion?
No, she had stated that
She
she
wa-
requested, you should teach me how to box.
Oh, she wanted some self-defense training.
She had talked to him about it.
Okay, choking somebody is not boxing, is it?
It depends on what you're trying to defend yourself from.
Well, commonly we talk about boxing as something you have gloves and you're punching, right?
Yes, but
Okay. Now, you went on military duty on February 5th, and you know this because you kept a calendar, right?
at the time of the incident, yeah, I wrote down a lot of hard dates.
So when John assaulted Ezra, that didn't happen until after you left for military duty. It didn't happen before you went, right?
I don't recall a specific date, but
You weren't in town.
I was not in town.
You had actually asked John to look after Ezra, right?
Yeah, I trusted my friends.
Pardon me?
I trusted my friends.
Right. You trusted your friends, and the very next day, he has sex with her, right?
I didn't know this at the time, no. But
I know you didn't know it at the time, but you came to find out it was the very next day, right?
I found out what she had said, yes.
And you found out that there was a repeated incident on February 6th, the day after that,
That's
Right?
Yeah, that's what
and on February 7th, she moved out.
I believe so.
And in fact, basically, she had a phone call with you. You testified about that yesterday, right?
Which phone call?
When she moved out. She called you and told you she's moving out, right?
Yes, yeah,
And in your words, she dumped you.
pretty much.
Okay. And she expressed that she just couldn't stay with you anymore, right?
She said I could not be in that apartment.
Okay. So she says she couldn't be there. It's not till later till you find out why, right?
Later on, she said, yeah, it had to do with other things.
Okay. And to your knowledge, she moved back to Stanley, right?
I believe so.
Back to her mother's house, right?
She had sent me an image or so from her mother's house.
So you knew where she was, right?
I mean, I assumed that.
You knew Alex helped her move to Stanley?
Negative. I didn't know that.
All right. That's something you found out later.
Yes.
And so you're broken up at this point, right?
I was a little distraught, yes.
Well, it was more than a little distraught. I mean, this was somebody you thought about having a future with, as you said yesterday, right?
Yeah, I cared very much.
This was somebody you guys would joke around and like husband-wife stuff, right?
Yes.
And so you were distraught and you were looking for an explanation as to what happened.
Yeah, nothing made sense.
Okay, and that's why you went and looked at her Instagram, right?
don't recall when I looked at her Instagram. It wasn't until later on.
A couple of weeks later, well, this incident with the police at Josh Trankler's, that happened on
Yeah.
February 26th, right?
Yes.
So if we go February 7th to February 26th, we're talking about like 2.5 weeks or so, between 2.5 weeks and 3 weeks later. Fair?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you look at her Instagram, right?
It might have been Instagram. Yeah.
You screenshotted it.
That was the text app, not the Instagram.
Okay, so you look at it and you screenshot it, right?
Yes.
All right. And after that, you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
She starts crying.
Yes.
She tells you what happened,
She
right?
told me a story.
She told you what she said happened, right?
And then she amended it after I talked with him on the phone.
Well, you called him and he said, no, I never had sex with her, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
And then he said, eventually he said he did have sex with her, right?
Eventually, yes.
And you were livid about that.
Well, because of the pretenses that she said it was under.
Well, your opinion is a pretense, but she told you that she was drunk, right?
She said she was intoxicated, yes.
Right. She's 20 years old. She's not supposed to be drinking legally yet, correct?
Correct.
She can't even go in a bar, right?
No.
Like the bar, the joint that you and all your friends would hang out with, she wasn't supposed to be in there, right?
Negative.
And
No.
at some point, she even got kicked out of there, right?
I had heard that from someone.
She wasn't like a big, heavy drinker. You didn't go around getting her drunk, right? You were spending lots of time with her, and so she was not somebody who drank a lot of alcohol all the time. Fair?
Not regularly.
Okay. And she tells you she is drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out, right?
In the message?
When she talks to you. We went over this yesterday. She called it
Oh,
blackout
yes.
drunk,
Yeah.
right? And yesterday, as you said, when she said she was blackout drunk, she woke up and thought something was going on with John and having sex with her, right?
She said something felt amiss, I guess.
She what?
Something felt amiss, I think she
Felt like
said.
something amiss, and then she goes to the bathroom, and as you said, women know.
Women, yeah,
Right.
that's my understanding.
Okay. I understand you haven't been there personally.
Negative.
And then she told you that she came back to your house and that something happened again in your bedroom, right?
Yes,
And she felt really bad about it, right?
I believe so.
And you wanted her to report it as a sexual assault, correct?
I didn't want her to do anything. I said, if this is what happened, then you need to report this.
Well, she told you facts, and then you told her that was a sexual assault, right?
What do you mean she told me facts?
She told you the facts about what happened.
Judge, I'm going to object, and if we need a sidebar, I'd be happy to expand.
Okay, sidebar. Objection sustained.
So just going back, you saw her Instagram and then you said to her, look, I don't understand why you're still talking to someone who assaulted you. You said that to Ezra McCandless, right?
I believe I may have.
Okay. And then when you were talking to her, you urged her to report this, right?
I told her that if an assault happened, you're protecting the next person.
Right. So you urged her to report it, right?
I said, if this happened, you should probably report it.
It wasn't something that she came up with, it was something you came up with, right?
Well, I'm not saying that I coerced her into it. I said,
I'm not trying to say that you coerced her into doing that. If I gave you that impression, that's completely wrong. You urged her to report it. That's not coercing.
with her history of assaults that she had told me, I was,
All right, so you urged her to report it, right?
I didn't want the cycle to continue.
All right. So, and after you called John, you went over to Josh Trankler's, right?
Yes,
Your very close friend who you had gone on this retreat to the Redwoods with,
yes.
and you went ballistic. Is that fair?
I needed someone to center me, and my roommate Alexander Zink wasn't around.
All right. You took Ezra over there with you.
Yes, we went together.
And when you got to Josh Trankler's, you were so mad, you were actually even making threats to kill John.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, not that you would have done it,
No,
but you were talking crazy.
that's
like
why I
that,
went
right?
to find counsel.
Okay, so you went to counsel, you got figuratively steam coming out of your ears,
Yes.
right? Red in the face,
Red in the face.
to the point where Josh Trinkler calls the police on you, one of his best friends.
I told him we need to get law enforcement involved in this.
Josh Trinkler is the one who called the police, right?
Yes, I told him that.
He called the police because of your behavior.
Oh, I did not know that.
You didn't know that, but you later found out that's what happened.
I just now found out that that's what happened.
Judge, I'd ask that that question be stricken from the record. It was speculative. He had no knowledge of that.
Ms. Wishney, what is your
He
position?
said he just found out it happened, so that's fine.
All right. So the question,
I mean, I think it's in the record why the police were called. Officer Vang testified trouble with person.
okay, hang on.
Okay.
Don't say anything else for a moment.
Sure.
The question that Mr. Trinkler called the police because of your behavior, the answer would be stricken. Is that the question and answer?
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be stricken. Ladies and gentlemen, your disregard, and there'll be an instruction at the close of the trial about stricken testimony. That's an example of stricken testimony, not to consider that. Okay, thank you. It's not evidence.
Thank you. So this whole event happens. She's not living with you at that point, right?
I believe she was still staying at her parents'.
Right, she was at her mom's,
Yes.
right? And, but you're in constant communication with her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you were communicating with her because you wanted to.
Someone had to take care of her.
So your feelings now are that you did it only because someone had to take care of her?
I cared a lot for her, and in statements, things were not optimal at the home.
You were exploring getting back together with her when you were messaging back and forth when she was at her mother's.
I was exploring. I still cared very much for Ezra, but there was always just one more lie.
Look, I know that you think that,
I know.
but Judge, I'm going to object and ask that be stricken for the record. He can't give opinion testimony about that.
Well, counsel elicited that, I'm sure by accident, but the answer will stand.
You had a lot of Instagramming with her where you talked to her about how much you loved her, right?
Yes.
And you would talk in your Instagrams about how you remembered kissing and holding her.
Yes.
You would say that you never stopped loving her.
I never stopped loving a lot of people.
That's not what I asked you. You said to her in Instagram that you never stopped loving her.
Yes.
You even said to her, should I date or should I be a single mingle?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And
Judge, we need a break.
Okay, that's a great idea. I think what we're going to do at this point is we're going to take a
Okay.
recess for 15 minutes. All rise. Jury, thank you. Please be seated. And thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. The court has sustained the objection, and so, Ms. Fisher, you may continue your cross-examination, again, moving on.
okay, just to kind of orient where we were, you got a call from a Dunn County sheriff and you talked to the police the evening of March 22nd. And you found out Ezra McCandless was in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And you found out that what they had told you, it's okay. They told you she was disoriented and bloody and muddy, right? You had heard those details?
I heard a couple details.
Yeah,
yes.
and that she had called herself Monica Carlin, even though they had the name slightly wrong.
Yeah.
Right? And you know that the name she wants to always be called by is Ezra McCandless, right?
Yes.
And that's always what you called her,
Yes.
right? So you went to the hospital that evening, didn't you?
Yeah.
And when you went to the hospital personnel or law enforcement, whoever, somebody didn't let you in to see her.
Well, when I spoke with the people, I mentioned that she had been admitted, and they said that I could probably see her, because I was curious, like, what had happened, if she was all right.
Sure,
they
but they wouldn't let you
admit-
see her that night. That's all I'm trying to ask you.
Yes, yeah, they wouldn't let me
You
see.
were able to go see her the next day, right?
I believe it was the next day, yes.
And by the time you saw her the next day, she was reoriented to the fact that she was Ezra McCandless.
Objection, it calls for an opinion.
Sustained.
When you saw her the next day, she wasn't referring to herself as Monica Carlin. She was calling herself Ezra McCandless if somebody asked her name in your presence,
Yeah,
right?
when we talked, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think we had talked about the fact earlier that regardless of what you feel now, back in that period of time of March, late February through March 22nd, that at that time you still would regularly express a lot of love for Ezra McCandless in texts, right?
Yeah.
And when you went to a hotel room with her between March 14th and March 16th, or the 14th and 15th, whatever the days were, you stayed there with her overnight, right?
Is this the night
This is like,
about before?
pardon me?
The night I was questioned about before, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I was asking you earlier, yesterday you said that you had stayed with her at the hotel, right?
Correct.
And that you and her made love together.
There was intercourse, yes.
Okay. And after that, there were messages, before and after messages of love
Yes.
between the two of you, right? And there were even some talk about her expressing a desire to have children with you, right?
I believe so at some point.
And you expressed that back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, on March 22nd, or let's strike that. 1 minute. Before March 22nd, she had talked to you about journals that she was writing, right?
Yes.
And in these journals, without getting into the content, but just to characterize the journals, she was expressing her innermost feelings about things and how she felt about her life, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And she had sent you the journals, right?
At some point, yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, she sent it to you a couple different times, right?
I believe I received 2 journals.
And, oh, I see, you got 2 different writings.
I got
not
2 different copies.
times.
Yeah.
Okay. And she wanted you to read that about how she had felt, right?
Yeah, she was going through therapy and she wanted to express herself.
Okay. And when she was expressing herself as the result of her therapy, she was talking about the relationship that she had with you, right?
I believe there's context about me inside there, yes.
And has it been a while since you've seen the journal?
It's been a long time.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you some questions about it. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and is testified to as exhibit number 365.
Silent spoken.
Correct. And the only portions that we're going to talk about are the portions that you can actually read.
Okay.
Okay?
That's a lot.
Do you need to look at it for a minute or two? I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud.
That's fine. I'm not going to recall things verbatim, though.
Okay, well, if you needed to refresh your memory, I'll just leave it up there for you, okay? In that journal, she referred to her having betrayed the one she loved, right?
I believe she did.
And she was talking about you.
Probably, yes.
And she talked all about the abortion and the terrible feelings she had,
Yes.
how the terrible feelings she had about watching the tray being taken away, which she didn't want you to see.
That she expressed that.
Okay. And she expressed strong feelings of love for you in Silence Broken, right?
I believe so.
And she expressed strong feelings about having been taken advantage of by two other people, though she never named their names in that journal.
Yeah, I don't think there's any names in it, but it does.
And so you were aware that not only was she sending this journal to you, she was sending it to someone who she was very close to named Julia Post, right?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And you'd met Julia Post? Had you actually met her?
A few times we weren't really close. I would call her for counsel sometimes if I needed help with a situation I couldn't handle.
She wasn't really part of the Lacy's crowd. She was someone Ezra knew from high school.
I don't think she liked the vibe there as much.
Okay. Right. She's a college student in Eau Claire. That's how she happened to be around. Okay. And she told you when you talked on the evening of March 21st, or even earlier than that, you had conversations because she told you she wanted to show these journals to John Hanson and Alex Woodworth, right?
She is an Ezra McCandless, not...
Yes, I'm sorry, not Julia Post. I'm sorry if I was unclear. Ezra McCandless wanted to deliver these journals to John Hanson and Alex Woodworth, right?
Yeah, she said.
She wanted to tell them, through her writing, how she was feeling, right?
I think she referred to it as getting her voice back.
I was just going to ask you that. She wanted to get her voice back, and that's what you and her discussed on Instagram together.
I believe so, yes.
All right. And you didn't want her to deliver these in person, fair?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of reckless.
And, well, what you said, if I'm misquoting you, but I think yesterday you said, it's the modern era, she should send them by email. I know those weren't your exact words,
yeah.
but basically summarizing what
There's
you were
other
saying.
options too.
Okay. But she wanted to deliver them in person regardless of what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
She told you that, right?
That's what she
Okay.
had expressed.
And on March 22nd, she came to Lacy's, right?
Yes.
And you were having I guess the laundromat's probably right by there, right?
It's just on a couple blocks away.
Okay, so, and you're having your laundry done and kind of doing your own thing at Lacy's that morning, right?
Yep, it was a day off.
Okay, and when she comes into Lacy's, she goes past you, you're having a cigarette outside, you exchange hellos, she goes in, gets coffee at the counter, right?
I think they stated she slapped money on the counter.
No, okay, did you see her? Forget what other people say about what happened. I'm asking you, because you're only allowed to testify right now about what
Yes,
you saw.
I understand that.
So that's what I'm trying to ask you about, okay? Just if I'm not clear.
I didn't see her purchase coffee. I just know she went in. Might have been a transaction, but then she left.
Okay, so there's nothing that you saw about that, right? For buying the
About
coffee?
the coffee, no.
Okay. You knew it was her habit to come in and get coffee at Lacy's, right?
She got coffee a lot, but
Right, and you get coffee a lot. I mean, it's a coffee shop.
Judge, he hadn't finished the question. It sounded like he was gonna complete his response when defense counsel interjected.
Okay, just let the witness answer the question. Go ahead and answer.
there had kind of been like an unspoken relationship with the baristas, where a lot of times patrons that were there quite often would get a free cup here or there, but she had worn out her welcome for that, so.
Judge, this is why I'm trying to lead him, so.
Okay. All right. So why don't you continue your questioning?
Okay.
And
Mr. Mangle, I'm going to ask you questions and ask you to try to answer what I'm asking. Is that okay?
I'm answering
Okay.
about the money.
So they did give, I was going to ask you about that, actually.
Yeah.
They would give free coffee to people a lot, right? You
Yes.
would also buy her coffee sometimes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying there was some tension between her and the baristas, right?
Yeah, I think that was her saying she paid her dues.
Oh, okay.
You know.
And that was particularly between the Wisniewskis and her, right?
The Wisnowski sisters?
Is it pronounced
I
Wisniewski?
believe it's Wisnowski. I'm not,
Yeah. One of them was the manager there at
Aubrey?
Aubrey, right? And she had a sister named Ariel,
Ariel,
who
yes.
also worked there, and they didn't like Ezra, quite frankly.
They often thought about hiring her at first. I'm not sure when the relationship soured.
Okay, but they were the baristas that you're talking about, right?
They might have been on, I don't know who was on shift at that day.
I understand that. Now, after you were outside with your cigarette, you came into Racy's and you sat down at a table, right?
I believe so.
And then you came over to, I don't know if you call it that, but the coffee bar? It's like a bar, but not a liquor bar, it's a coffee bar.
Oh, like the bench.
The counter.
Yeah, the counter.
And you sat near Max Martinson?
Yes.
Maxwell, right? And Ezra came over and she talked to Maxwell, right? Right?
I believe so.
And the whole time that she's talking to Maxwell, you didn't inject yourself into that conversation at all, right?
I don't recall interjecting.
In fact, you were looking at your phone while she was talking to him.
I believe I was, maybe.
Okay, so you're looking at your phone, you're texting or Instagramming or reading the news or whatever you're doing, but you're looking at your phone during that time.
I believe
right?
so.
Okay. She leaves, right?
Yeah, they were going to exchange.
Right. She leaves, Maxwell comes back, right?
I left to go to the laundromat.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there when Maxwell came back.
No.
Okay. But later on, you decide that you're going to go look for her, right?
I came back, talked with Max, and we had a conversation about, did that seem off? Did she seem off?
Oh, okay, that's not what I asked you. I said, you came back and you decided to look for her at a certain point,
I
right?
decided to call her father at some point, and that's what inspired me to look for her.
You called her father before you went to Alex's?
I believe I talked to Joe Shane before that. Maybe
Okay,
not.
maybe not. All right. First, you were going to go to John's to look for her, right?
Yeah, it was pretty far out of town, though.
Okay, and then you change your mind and you decide, I'm going to go to Alex's and look for her, right?
Yeah, it was closer.
Because you didn't want her to be talking with Alex in person, right?
I thought it would be in her best interest to have a keep the peace or something else, someone there.
I understand that. What I'm saying is you didn't want her to be talking with Alex.
I didn't
Fair?
want to stop her from talking with him. I just wanted to protect my friends.
When you went to Alex's, you went there on your bicycle, right?
Yeah.
You didn't just go up and you knew she was there as soon as you got there, right?
Yeah, the car was idling.
Because her car was there,
Yeah.
right? You went by her car,
Yeah,
you went back to the house,
yeah,
you went back by the car,
yeah.
you went back by the house.
Something didn't make sense to me.
I'm just asking you about your actions,
Yeah,
not your
those
thoughts,
were my
okay?
actions.
You went over, sat by the school, right?
Yeah.
This conversation's going on, it's like 45 minutes long, is I think what you said yesterday.
It was going on for what was uncomfortably
It was
long for
okay,
me.
uncomfortably long for you. You weren't like looking at your watch and saying minute to minute.
I mean, I might have looked at my phone once in a while, but for
Okay.
someone that had expressed things to me, I was like, this seems off.
Okay, but, so, even though when you got there and you knew she was inside with Alex, you did not immediately ring the bell when you got there, right?
I figured that if anything, she would come out within a few more minutes or
But
something.
it didn't happen, and so you're going around, and not ringing the bell, right?
Yes.
When you went in the house, you did not ring the bell or knock on the door to come in.
No, I was holding my phone and she heard my ringtone go off.
You're not supposed to testify about what she heard, but your phone went off, that we can agree on.
My phone went off, yes.
Your phone went off and it made some noise, right?
Yeah, I had a specific ringtone.
It has a specific ringtone, and you have had that ringtone play before in front of Ezra McCandless, right?
Yeah, she knew it was my ringtone.
Okay, so you go in the house without knocking or ringing, and you go in and you go upstairs, right?
I heard her say, please let him help you, or let him help you.
Right, I know what you're saying, you thought you heard.
I heard that.
Let me just say this, it's a two-story house, right?
It is a two-story house.
It's a two-story house, so when you walk in the house, do you go right up the stairs, or do you have to go around the living room and more towards the back to get up the stairs?
I think there's a door, a little bit of a porch, and it's a straight shot up to his room. I was only in there the one time really, but or the two times.
Older house, right?
It's an older house, yeah.
Okay, not with brand new kind of soundproof construction materials,
No,
right?
it's an old stucco home or something.
Okay, and there's 3 bedrooms upstairs right in a row with each other, right?
Yeah, on the landing, there's a couple
Okay,
rooms.
so Alex's bedroom is in the middle of those bedrooms?
I believe when you come to the crest of the stairs, it was on the right-hand side.
Okay, so there's a bedroom on either side of Alex Woodward's bedroom up there, right?
I believe the other was his roommates, yeah.
Okay, one roommate's name is Matt,
Yes.
Another roommate's name is Dave.
I don't think I've ever met Dave, but I believe there was a third roommate.
So Dave's bedroom is right on the other side of the wall from Alex's bedroom, right?
Right on the other side of the,
Wall. He shares a wall with.
okay, they share a wall.
They share a wall, right?
Okay.
And you don't remember seeing Dave, right?
I think that he was sleeping, someone had said. I don't know.
You don't recall.
I don't recall seeing him though.
Okay. So when you're there, you go in and you start talking to them, and they've been involved in a conversation, right?
Yeah, it was escalated.
Well, I know you're saying it's escalated, but you had not been involved in that 45 minutes of conversation, right?
No, I wasn't involved, and I can't say that I heard specifically what was going on, but.
Right. You didn't hear
There
what
were
was
louder
going on.
noises. It could have been a TV. It could have been a million things, but
Okay.
I
Could have
assumed.
been TV, could have been a million things, but you assumed maybe there was a problem.
Yes,
Okay, and so when you assumed that, you went in there and you started talking to them, you hadn't been invited in, right?
no,
There's two adults in the room having a conversation, right?
yes.
Well, you're a lot more adult because at the time, you're like,
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
all right. And when these two adults are having a conversation, they don't want you to join their conversation, right?
I asked them if they were both okay.
Yes, but they didn't say, Jason, why don't you sit down and talk with the two of us right now? That's not what was said to you, right?
Negative. No one said, I asked them what they would like me to do. Would you like me to leave? Would you like me to stay?
They wanted you to leave.
They said, yeah, you should.
They
go
didn't
outside.
want you to be part of that conversation, right?
No, she said she wanted to keep talking with him, that they were going to be, everything was fine.
Everything was fine, and so you decide you're going to wait outside, right?
I said if either of them needed me, I would wait outside.
Right, so you say that and you go outside,
Yes.
right? And then lo and behold, you get outside and the police are there.
Yes.
And somebody called the police, right?
Yeah, apparently,
And when the police approached you, you knew that they weren't calling the police because of Ezra and Alex, they were calling the police because of you,
I
right?
did not understand that.
This is the second time the police have been called on you within a month.
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Brief sideline.
Objection sustained, and you may continue.
When the police get there, you're talking to the police and they're talking to you, right?
Yes,
And you're telling them why you're there, right?
yes.
And they're telling you why they're there, correct?
They didn't specify. They said that someone had called something in. That's all
Okay.
they said.
All right. And they asked you whether or not you were concerned about Alex being violent. You said, I don't think so, but I don't know, right?
I might have said that. This is 2 years ago, you know?
Sure. No worries. So, later on, you found out that Alex was missing, right? Right?
Much later on, yes.
And your first thought was that he had assaulted Ezra and then went on the lam.
I was like, nothing makes sense.
Okay, but that was your first thought, right?
She was injured and her vehicle was missing. Yes.
Okay, so after that, let me just say something. Going back to something you testified about yesterday, you were asked some questions by the prosecutor about things Ezra McCandless had told you about sex with Alex, right?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah,
Details.
and what you said yesterday was, she told you, I'm not going to quote you word for word yesterday, but you know, that Alex did things she didn't like and wasn't comfortable with,
She had
right?
voiced that at moments, yes.
Yeah, and she, you know, that Alex, she told you, I'm not going to quote you word for word yesterday, but you know, that Alex did things she didn't like and wasn't comfortable with,
She had
right?
voiced that at moments, yes.
Yeah, and she had voiced to you specifically that things went too fast,
That they went too fast, yes.
and I think the word you used was that there was some choking and boarding, right?
I'm not specifically sure what the terms, like the nomenclatures of the terms she used at the time, but those are the ones I can recall.
And she told you that when she didn't want to do things, Alex would tell her those things were unfair. That was unfair to him, right?
That it was unfair to him, yes.
Okay. Now, getting back to her journal. When she sent you her journal, would it be fair to say that her journal, Silence Broken, was full of hope?
Yeah, it sounded-
Objection, that calls for an opinion.
Sustained.
You read her writing about hopeful things in her journal, what she expressed as being hopeful. right?
Objection, the rating stands for itself, it's in evidence. His opinion is not relevant.
Sustained.
You once talked to her about being negative, and she told you that if you're negative, you lose power.
Objection,
right?
hearsay.
Sustained on hearsay.
In her journal, she wrote about getting, or I don't know if it's in her journal, but you knew she was getting a new job, right?
Yeah,
She was, in fact, getting her TB test or uniforms, W-2s, all the things you need to do when you're starting a new job.
yeah, I believe she had two jobs. She was working back at the school, I believe, walking distance, and then she was getting her TB shot read on a Friday to start another job.
And that was like a nursing home, like taking care of people?
Yeah, I think
right?
so.
And she was involved with her family, she was living at Joe Shane's, right?
She was living at Joe's, yes.
Right. And you were Instagramming with her quite a bit on the night of March 21st, right?
Probably, yeah. We talk quite often.
What page?
Madam Clerk, can I please have the Elmo one?
Judge, I don't have an objection to the introduction and publication of this exhibit.
It's already been introduced.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah.
Well, actually, there's
It
some
is
text
not.
that I think was not
I think
introduced.
this is Attorney Vishny's witness.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 687 that the state has no objection to, okay?
And that's already in?
It is not.
This is a different-
This is a different photograph of, a different version of the same photograph. This one has some text around it.
All right, and are you offering this exhibit? That's before we...
Yes, I am
where it's
offering
published?
it, I'd move to admit it.
Okay, any objection from the state?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Now-
Exhibit 687 will be received and you may publish.
Now, you were shown this exhibit, I'm not very good at these things. You were shown this exhibit yesterday, right?
I would just ask for clarification. It's.
Okay, you were
photograph.
shown this image yesterday in court.
Yes.
That's a picture of it you're offering.
All right, and are you offering this exhibit? That's before we...
This one has some text around it.
All right, and are you offering this exhibit? That's before we...
Yes, I am
where it's
offering
published?
it, I'd move to admit it.
Okay, any objection from the state?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Now-
Exhibit 687 will be received and you may publish.
Now, you were shown this exhibit, I'm not very good at these things. You were shown this exhibit yesterday, right?
I would just ask for clarification. It's.
Okay, you were
photograph.
shown this image yesterday in court.
Yes.
That's a picture you took from the Lacy's bathroom wall, right?
Yes.
The men's bathroom specifically.
I think there were specific sexes back then, yes.
Okay,
They're
now it's
unisex.
gender neutral?
It's gender neutral.
Okay, but back then they had a men's and a women's, right?
Yes.
All right. And in the men's room, somebody had done this and you saw it and you took a photograph or a screenshot or whatever you want to call it with your phone and you sent it to Ezra McCandless, right?
Yeah, it had been mentioned to me and I
Okay.
let it
Now,
know.
I'm going to, just to be real specific, I'm going to ask you to look, and if you can't see it, let me try to,
The text underneath?
yeah, that's what I'm going to ask you about, okay? Just let me know if you're having a hard time seeing it.
No, I can read it.
All right, so on the Instagram, again, it shows the recipient, Ezra McCandless, and you're the
Yeah.
author, right? You, Jason
Yes.
Mangle, the Doc Wolf, right?
Yeah.
And you sent this picture, right?
Yes.
And you can see the time, you see the date, March 21st, 2018,
I can see that.
okay? And you see the time, 23:51:21, right?
Yes.
And that's UTC.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
whatever code. That
That's not Central Standard Time or Central Daylight Time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And, Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice that UTC is 6 hours ahead of Wisconsin time,
Any
On
objection?
March-
That-
That'd be central.
21st?
It's Central Standard Time and I believe that to be correct. I think this is something we can address. It depends on the time of year. It's either 5 or 6. We have a witness who's going to testify about that.
Oh, okay. But it's not Wisconsin time, right?
Yeah, I believe that.
UTC used to be called GMT. Have you ever heard of it as that?
The global something time.
Greenwich
Yeah.
Mean Time?
Or something.
In other words, what time it is in England?
Oh.
Right? Okay. And, but that text was sent a little before 6 PM Wisconsin time, right?
On the 21st?
Yes, on March 21st.
Okay. 6 PM?
A little before 6 PM. Does that resonate with your memory?
I mean, possibly. I don't know. This is all.
You can't remember the
Yeah.
exact. Okay. After that, there was a phone call between you and her and some brief conversation, right?
I believe so. Was this the night she was at,
She was at
Joe's?
Joe Shane's,
Yeah.
right? So she wanted to talk to you after you sent that, right? And the two of you talked, correct?
We talked about, it wasn't.
I just was asking that the two of you
Hold on
talked.
a second. Just a reminder,
Yes.
just answer the questions that are asked of you. Try to focus on what the question is, and then if you can answer the question, but don't try to interpret the question or give some sort of a preface explanation, okay? Just answer the question. Okay, you may proceed.
After that conversation on the phone, there was some more texting between you and Ms. McCandless, right?
After the phone call?
Right.
On Instagram, or where are we talking?
What?
On Instagram or
Yeah,
just
there was more
texting?
conversation. There was more texting on Instagram, right?
I believe there might have been.
And what she told you on Instagram was the words, "Life starts now," right?
Yeah, the conversation we had.
Right. And when she texted you on Instagram, "Life starts now," she sent that to you hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours or so, but roughly after you had sent her this picture that's Exhibit 687, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, would it refresh your memory if I showed you the Instagram? When she texted you, "Life starts now," would that help refresh your
Sure.
memory?
Yeah.
Is that all on 394, Council?
Actually, it starts on 395.
Thank you.
Okay, so. You recall these pages are backwards, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so the very top of page 395
Is the end of the conversation.
is a conversation, right?
So it starts down here. Right. The text.
Yeah, it starts there, but then it goes upwards, right?
Yes,
And it says author Dirt Fiend, right?
I see that.
And there's a timestamp at 1:32:06 UTC, right?
I see that, yeah.
Okay. And so she texts you at that point, "Life starts now," right?
Yeah, I think we already had the conversation though.
Okay. And you'd already had the conversation, and she's referring to a conversation she had with her father, right?
Yes,
With Joe Shane.
yes.
And in that conversation, she had what she told you was kind of a nice, emotional, heartwarming talk with her dad, right?
Yeah, really positive father-daughter moment.
A really positive father-daughter talk about getting her life back on track, right?
Yes.
And that had been what she'd been writing about in Silence Broken, getting her life back on track.
Judge, objection again. The document speaks for itself. His opinion is not relevant.
Sustained.
She ended her journal with these words: "I cannot hurt
Judge,
myself anymore."
Same objection. The court document speaks for itself.
The document does speak for itself. It is in evidence.
It's in evidence, then I'll just put it on the Elmo.
Judge, we had,
I don't think
I'll leave
only
that to
the
the
state
court's
gets to
discretion.
Hold
refer
on,
to.
we can, just not everybody at the same time.
I'll withdraw any objection there. I'll leave that to the court's discretion.
Okay, if you want to put it on the Elmo, you can put it on the Elmo.
I will do that.
Jury has seen it, but if you want to show
Right.
them the evidence again,
I'm not going through the whole document. I'm only going to go through the last, very end of it, okay? The very last sentence, she says, I don't accept the past actions, but recognize them and only want to work towards finding who I truly am, right? That's what she said.
Yes, I see that.
And then it goes on the next page, which is what I really want to get to. I cannot hurt myself anymore. She wrote that, right?
I can't see it yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love. Right?
Yes.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. Right?
Yeah.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. That's how she concluded this special journal that she sent to you.
Objection, it's the defense characterizing the evidence.
That's how she sent this journal.
Hold on,
Draw it.
hold on. I'm going to sustain it. It just seems
I'll rephrase it.
argumentative at this point. This is in closing argument, counsel.
It's nighttime. She sent you a journal. Life begins now.
Objection
Right?
asked and answered.
Sustain.
Judge, that really, I don't have any further questions other than life began then.
Okay. And then any redirect?
I just asked that the council's last statement not be, the jury be instructed that not be considered as evidence. That was more of an argumentative comment.
Okay. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, that is not evidence. That is argument, and that should be at the closing arguments. But at this point, that is not evidence.
I just, Mr. Miggle, I want to clear up a couple things. There was, so in direct examination, you testified that it was the holiday season generally when you tended to Alex Woodworth's cut on his wrist, correct?
I tried to find supporting evidence for that specific date, but I don't,
Is that the best, that's what you testified to?
I didn't have any conversations to base my idea off.
Is that your best recollection?
Best recollection.
Okay. Now, you also testified that the defendant told you that Alex cut his wrist because he said, if you don't break up with Jason, I'm going to kill myself, correct?
Yeah, at some point in the,
So that...
not that specific day.
Okay, so that's my question. Sometime around the holidays, the best of your recollection is when he had the cut on his wrist, right?
Yes.
And sometime much later is when that explanation was given to you by the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And was that after you found out about the sexual relationship that the defendant and Alex Woodworth had?
It wasn't completely solidified, but I had, like I said, I had my inclination to.
Okay. Now, you said that there was a conversation, so, well, let's go to the time in the hotel when you found the text messages between the defendant and John Hansen, and then you called John Hansen.
Yes.
Correct? So in cross-examination, you said that the defendant amended it after you talked to John Hansen on the phone, correct?
I was, both
Is
of them.
that what you said?
Yes.
And what was the first thing that the defendant told you prior to talking to John Hansen about her sexual relationship with John Hansen?
That it was an assault.
That it was an assault?
Yes.
And then once you talked to John Hansen, how was that amended?
I would talk to him. I asked him what had happened. He gave me a story. I released some details of things I knew. He changed his story. And this between the two parties, I was doing this because I was privy to more information at that point. I just wanted to seek the truth.
So did the defendant tell you more information after you had some conversation with John Hansen?
She told me more, yes. We ended up going for a drive.
And did she tell you information that was different than what she told you initially before you talked to John Hansen?
Yes.
Now, the information that you got about Alex Woodworth saying he was going to kill himself if the defendant didn't break up with you, that came from the defendant, correct?
That came from Ezra McCandless, yes.
Alex Woodworth never told you that, correct?
No, he never stated that it was a suicide attempt or anything.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Any recross
Yep.
limited to that redirect?
Absolutely limited.
Thank you.
When you yourself looked at this wound on Alex's wrist, I think as they said, it was the holiday season, right? Sometime in December, right? And you looked at it and you knew it looked like a suicide attempt, right?
Yes.
So whether or not he told you why he wanted to do a suicide attempt, that was pretty clear to you, right?
It wasn't my job to judge him on what it was.
Of course not. But it looked to you like it was. I'm not asking you to be judgmental. I'm just asking about what you saw.
I'm going to object on the opinion and asked and answered. There's been a ruling that he's not an expert to testify in this area.
Sustained, and I think that's already been covered, so.
Okay. But regardless of what you were thinking or what your opinion is, what you said to Alex is you only get one chance at this.
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Mengel, you are free to step down from the stand. I don't know whether you will be recalled or not. It's possible if you're under subpoena. So whoever has you under subpoena, you may stay in touch with them to know whether you have to come back, okay?
Okay.
But at this point, then you would still be subject to the court's exclusion order, so do not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or any other witness' testimony as well. That includes watching any coverage of other witnesses, okay? So, we want to get this on the record. And it's one of those recesses we talked about in the preliminary instruction. So it should be just a few minutes and we'll have you come back in, okay? Okay, may be seated.
Thank you.
All right, may I just introduce hang on just a second here. Okay, we just had a sidebar. There's an objection raised by Mr. Hahn to the question related to this previous incident where he had gone to the hospital following a motor vehicle accident involving Ms. McCandless. And there's discussion about this extrinsic evidence. I don't know that we've addressed this issue entirely, but the court has previously indicated that it would not allow this extrinsic evidence from that incident for purposes of corroborating what had occurred with respect to Ms. McCandless using her given name as opposed to her chosen name. In any event, I want to give counsel an opportunity to make a record on this issue because we were getting a little long for a sidebar, and frankly, I don't think I could remember all of it. So, first of all, Mr. Hahn, why don't you just state your objection?
There's an open motion that hasn't been fully decided. I'm looking for it now, but I don't have it in front of me. It was a motion to preclude the defense from introducing extrinsic evidence, or really, the motion was against introducing evidence of the prior car accidents altogether. Secondarily, if the court was going to allow it in some limited fashion, to allow it only through the testimony of the defendant if she chooses to testify.
So
That was the basis of the objection.
So my recollection is a little bit different than the state's. Not saying the state's not saying anything.
That's why it's important to do this while it's fresh in your mind.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the recollection of the sidebar or of the procedural?
No, of what happened, the motion. So my recollection is that the court did state that we could elicit this evidence because it is part of the basis of our expert's opinions. First of all, Judge, I'm a little uncomfortable arguing this evidence in front of the witness. Can he be excused?
Yes, sir, if you would just step down and go into the hallway and someone will come and get you when we're ready to have you come back, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The record will reflect that
Yeah. I just
Mr. Mangan
realized.
has left the courtroom.
Thank you. I just realized really a violation of the sequestration to hear him to hear what other witnesses are anticipated to
Thank you.
testify
Appreciate
about. So, just to lay out the factual basis. Ezra McCandless had an accident with a horse that was very traumatic for her when she was 16. The only reason that has anything to do with anything is because at a later time, a few years later, once she already knew Mr. Mangle, she had a second car accident. She drove into a ditch. She went into kind of a dissociative state. She was asking about the horse and if the horse was okay, and she was calling herself the name Monica Carlin. Mr. Mangle is aware of that. The court ruled that we could not bring in a nurse as a witness about the actual car accident, but the court ruled that our expert, Dr. Hopper, can testify that that trauma is part of the basis of his opinion. And the court also clearly said that Ms. McCandless herself can testify. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Nelson is saying, actually, we didn't get a ruling on the nurse. I stand corrected. We said we would take it up after Ms. McCandless testified. So I stand corrected by Mr. Nelson. He has a better recollection than I do. So actually what Mr. Hahn says is correct. It wasn't fully ruled on. But it's appropriate now because she was in this accident and Mr. Mangle went to the hospital and observed her in this dissociative state, observed that she was asking about the horse, observed she used her prior name. There has been an inference that she lied about her name through a prosecution witness, the EMT, and I'm sorry, I cannot recall the witness's name right this minute.
Joseph Wayne.
Thank you. That she gave a false name. And certainly the state has met with and prepared their witnesses in advance and should have been able to advise him that that was not the case. But regardless, that didn't happen, and he said she gave a false name, and as a result, the defense had to show that it wasn't actually a false name, but a given name. And I think there's an impression, especially with Mr. Mangle, giving us gratuitously, not being asked, that she's a liar or that she lies to him. This is something, and the other thing that happened is in the opening statements of the parties, two things occurred. On the defense side, the defense told the jury that Ezra McCandless acted in self-defense after Alex Woodworth was the first aggressor. The court has allowed, consistent with case law, the state to bring in evidence that would not ordinarily be admissible to rebut that by showing that Alex Woodworth had a reputation for being peaceful. That's been elicited, and I believe that the state has other witnesses that it is going to elicit in its case in chief before Ms. McCandless took the stand. Because when somebody says something in an opening statement, evidence can be brought out to rebut that. The state argued in its opening statement that Ms. McCandless is a liar and that she's lying about everything that happened. And the state, through testimony it elicited from Deputy Shields, talked about her crying without tears. There was some inference that she was trying to be upset, were the exact words that Mr. Shields stated.
Okay, but counsel, here's the question.
Wait, what I'm arguing is that the state has opened the door. This is not extrinsic evidence on a collateral matter. This is not collateral. This is central to this trial, that she suffered this trauma and has this post-traumatic stress disorder / dissociative state, that is not collateral, that is central to the trial, and that there's been an inference here that she's making these things up. And this shows that this is not being made up. This has actually happened, and this is a part of who she is. That it is not, in fact, some type of fiction, and the state has tried to do that. And the state will cross-examine her. It is not character evidence. I think, as we talked about previously, it's an involuntary reaction that Ms. McCandless had to previous trauma, and I am attempting to elicit that. It is not propensity evidence. It shows that she has this involuntary reaction. we have an expert's opinion based on it. The state is attempting to say that she's a complete liar. This shows that this really happened in the past. And I think that the jury cannot get a full picture of what happened on March 22nd and her communications with law enforcement without understanding that this is a reaction to trauma and that that is in fact her involuntary reaction and not another act. Now, if the state wasn't saying she was a liar, that would be different, but they have elicited that in testimony, given the inference that she's trying to be upset, she's trying to fake, and in the opening statement.
Right, but what would be the rule that would allow the defendant to introduce evidence to corroborate a prior event? And frankly, there has not been any testimony about that event yet by any other witnesses.
No.
But what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
But so, but what would be the rule that would allow the defense to introduce this evidence?
It's the rule of curative admissibility. We call it as lawyers all the time, opening the door. But the actual rule of opening the door is the rule of curative admissibility, which is that evidence that would not typically be admissible can be brought into court to cure because something else has come out in court that should not be brought in. And certainly Deputy Shields' opinion that she was trying to act upset or that she was somehow faking it is not appropriate, not admissible. Mr. Mangle has talked about her being a liar and having so many lies. That's not appropriate. That's not admissible. And under the rule of curative admissibility, this shows, because the state is calling her a liar, that this is an event and saying that her trauma is being faked, that this is an event. They have, in other words, opened the door to us being allowed to present this evidence to the court, and it is relevant. It is not hearsay. It's behavior that he actually observed, and it is simply the fact that she previously said, after being in an incident, that she went into a certain state, was disoriented, was asking about a horse, and said her name was Monica Carlin. And that her name has come up a lot and it's been brought up by the state. The state's bringing in her birth certificate for some reason. The state has brought in evidence about her name change. The state is arguing that she's lying about her identity. She's lying about this trauma. And this is an involuntary response. And it's because the state has brought these inferences, we are allowed to do this because they've opened the door. Thank you. And if you would like me to find the case law on curative admissibility, I could. It would just take me a couple of minutes.
Well, I'm looking at, again, section 906.08, subsection 2, and specific instances of conduct of a witness. Now, Ms. McCandless is not a witness, and under 906.08 subsection 1B, she has not testified. But in any event, under subsection 2, specific instances of conduct for purpose of attacking or supporting the witness's character for truthfulness other than convictions is not admissible may not be proved by extrinsic evidence. And the court's belief is that this is extrinsic evidence for that purpose. And so that's why the court is sustaining the objection to going into that specific instance of conduct. Now, again.
Judge, could I be heard, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. I don't, Judge, this isn't character evidence. When the court is referring to 90608, sub 2, that would be like, that would be something like, didn't you lie to Jason Mangle about you were going to meet him on Tuesday? That's not really relevant to the case. It's not admitted but for the contradiction. That is the rule under 9060802. That is a rule of character evidence. This is not her character, though the state has tried to make it part of her character by claiming that she is a liar and a faker. This is not part of her character. The court has already ruled that this is admissible through an expert opinion, and that expert opinion is a medical diagnosis as to Ms. McCandless, and that medical diagnosis is one of kind of a combination of post-traumatic stress disorder with dissociative features, and I'm not intending to, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for case law and talk at the same time, and it's a little bit difficult.
Well,
And the diagnosis is a medical diagnosis. It is relevant to this case, so it's not extrinsic evidence on a collateral matter. And just to cite State versus Dunlap.
State versus what?
Dunlap, D-U-N-L-A-P, which is at 2002 with second 19, at paragraph 14.
So is that the with second site?
No, the with second site, Judge, is 250 with second 466.
456?
I'm sorry,
it's-
466, my mistake.
466, so it's,
250 with second, 466 is State v. Dunlap, D-U-N-L-A-P.
all right. Well, here's what the ruling is going to be with respect
Well,
to this.
can I cite the case, though, about curative admissibility? Or is the court,
Yes,
taking
because I will
granted-
read the case,
Okay.
but at this
all
point,
right, so,
but here's
Okay.
the court's ruling on this, is that at this point, that extrinsic evidence will not be allowed. If, in the event Ms. McCandless testifies, and if the state is challenging that particular incident as having not occurred while she testifies and is attacking her credibility with respect to that, challenging that, will reconsider, and you may be able to recall this witness. But I will read State versus Dunlap. But at this point in time, I'm not going to allow the extrinsic evidence regarding what Mr. Mangle observed following that
okay.
automobile mishap.
I understand the court's ruling. The very first paragraph in Dunlap, after the section that starts with Roman numeral 2, if you're using the open citation, it would be paragraph 14. So I was going to read the paragraph, but if you prefer that I not read that into the record because it's not going to be persuasive to you at this time, I won't do it.
Well, okay, and I will read that case. We'll get that
Okay.
case. And I trust my clerk has already let my judicial assistant know to get that case. So,
I'm sure, Judge. I just, we have the witness on the stand right now. That's why I had hoped to do it right now.
well,
because-
I understand, but at this point,
Okay.
again, we haven't decided that other issue, but I've given you a preliminary indication of what the ruling will be, and but we're not
Okay.
there yet.
Let me just get my bearings for a second before the jury
All right.
comes back
Judge,
in.
if I could just get a quick clarification on the length of that court's ruling. It's the potential for extrinsic evidence to be admitted later would be if the state specifically contested or tried to disprove in this case, the vehicle accident, not attack her credibility in general.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
Is that clear? In other words, if the state is, trying to present that never occurred, as far as that particular incident. Again, I've indicated that if Ms. McCandless testifies about that, and that's, again, you have an expert witness that you're calling, and if that's included in that witness's testimony, I will allow it in that context, but not extrinsic evidence having a trial on that particular previous incident.
we know that the state's not going to argue that the accident never occurred because we've provided them medical records of the actual accident. But the issue isn't whether they say the accident occurred. The issue is whether or not they are arguing that she is a liar and that she is faking when she's using the name Monica Carlin. That's what the issue is in terms of bringing this up. They are calling her a liar. They've already done it. They're going to do it when they cross-examine her, and that's why this becomes admissible under the doctrine of curative admissibility. They've already done it when it's not appropriate to have done it yet in this trial. In other words, attacks on her character, specific instances of conduct, reputation for lack of truthfulness should not even be in the record at this particular point in time.
And I know that, sorry, Attorney Vishney, I apologize.
That's okay, I know you mean well. The fact is that the state had, we even brought Mr. Mangle in here to tell him, or you've told him to not give opinions. I don't know if the state told him not to bring up specific acts of conduct regarding lying. I didn't ask him to give that answer. He decided to fill things in on his own. He's a prosecution witness. The defense did not open the door here, but the state argued this. However, I think I'm starting to repeat myself, and
Okay, well, here I just want to give you my view on this at this point in time. I don't think the state has taken the position that Ms. McCandless had not gone through a traumatic event, even in this occasion. And I haven't heard them or anybody say that she was lying when she gave the name Monica Carlin. And I think that's already been cleared up with that witness. He wasn't aware that she had again, that was previously her given name. The state, as I understand it, is basically pointing to specific things that she said and attempting to prove that those things are untruthful. But I think the state has not entered in any reputation evidence at this point as to truthfulness that I recall. And the statement by Mr. Mangle was on cross-examination. The state did not elicit that, and that, I understand, came out by accident. Mr. Mangle was responding to a question about whether he was thinking about getting back into a relationship with Ms. McCandless. So I just don't see the state having put in any evidence in general that attacking her character for truthfulness.
what about when Deputy Shields testified that he gave an opinion that he thought she was trying to be upset as opposed to being genuinely upset?
Well,
That is attacking her character.
there was a pretrial ruling. Deputy Shields was not to give his opinion about whether they were real tears or not real tears. He testified to his observation. But there are plenty of witnesses that have testified to her, and especially in cross-examination, to her being in, distraught and emotionally upset and so forth. So, in any event, that's the ruling at this point in time as it relates to the extrinsic evidence from this prior car mishap.
Okay.
And, but again, you made your record so far. I'll let you, augment that at a later time. Mr. Nelson?
And,
I would like to be heard on that too, just briefly, just so the court knows before we bring the
I have
jury
a
back.
question about experts, once this is all done, and how this relates to experts. So when it's all done, I just want to follow a question regarding that, Judge.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Hahn?
Briefly, Judge, I don't want to go all the way through Dunlap, the case cited by defense, but the curative admissibility doctrine applies when inadmissible evidence is brought into testimony or into evidence. It's the state's position that the references discussed by defense are not inadmissible. Mr. Mengel can certainly testify about lies if it's based off of lies that he actually can show are, it's not his opinion. He didn't say she's a liar. He said there was always another lie, which is indicative of him having had a basis for that. And we didn't go further into tell us about those lies because I think that opens up an issue. But it was something that he was basing off of his experience, not an opinion about her testimony. So if she says this car is blue and he sees the car is red, he can say either she was wrong or she lied about it. There's a difference between that and saying somebody's a liar. So I think
Understood.
the inadmissible, the doctrine only applies if it's inadmissible. State's position is the evidence that's been brought in is not inadmissible, so the doctrine isn't invoked.
Okay. I would ask, so that we don't have a repeat of this, that when Mr. Mangel comes in before the jury comes in, that the court advise him that so we don't have a repeat incident, that he is not to say she lied to me or she told me this lie. Because, just assuming no ill motives on his part, it is you're right, it's not opinion or reputation evidence, but it's a specific act of conduct that the state has not done a 90404 motion. And I'm not trying to infer that the state is trying to get Mr. Mangel to say that, but perhaps if the court would advise him, that would be helpful.
All right. Well, again, and the state did not elicit that testimony. And so, Mr. Mengel, again, he was offering an explanation that wasn't part of your question. It wasn't entirely responsive.
No, it was non-responsive.
Rather than answering the question, were you considering it, he gave his reasons why he wasn't leaning towards getting back into a relationship.
All right.
So, all right, well, let's bring Mr. Mangel back in.
That's fine. I'm going, while Mr.,
Well, we can take up the issue about expert at a later time.
I understand, but I didn't know if Your Honor, our experts are going to rely upon statements that Mr. Mengel has made to other people in police reports as a part of their opinion about this. I didn't know if Your Honor wants to do a voir dire of Mr. Mengel over lunch or at some other time outside of the presence of the jury, if the state's going to be claiming we need to get that fact into the record in order to have our experts testify. It's in the discovery, and so I just wanted to be clear, if that's something that the state is going to be requiring or objecting to, are our experts relying upon said fact? I would ask for the opportunity to do a voir dire outside of the presence of the jury so that we can have that. Again, it's already in the recordings and police reports, so I think it's an established fact that they can rely upon, but I'm just, at this point, for lack of a better term, paranoid. I just want to make sure that we're checking our boxes so that our experts can testify about that. Whenever Your Honor thinks we should take that up, we'll take it up then.
Okay, very well.
We can discuss that because I don't think it should be an issue.
Fair enough, thank you.
you wanted to.
I'm not, just wait just a second. I'm not entirely clear, Mr. Dufour, if you just clarify that.
Your Honor, experts can always rely on matters that are not part of the record. They can rely on things that are not admissible in evidence. But whether or not that information that they rely upon goes to the jury or not is up to the court to make a decision on. We don't have to have Mr. Mengel testify and voir dire that I said this or I said that. The expert can rely upon the reports, but that doesn't mean that they can tell the jury what they read in the reports.
All right, and I agree with that. Okay, let's bring Mr. Mengel in.
All right.
SCHREINER.
And are you employed, sir?
I am not.
All right. Were you employed in March of 2018?
I was.
And how were you employed in March of 2018?
I worked for WIS International Inventory Service in Eau Claire.
I'm gonna have you repeat that, this is where you used to work, what was it?
WIS International,
And can you spell the name of that company?
it's WIS, and then International.
Okay, all right. And where were you living in March of 2018?
I was living at 511 Cameron Street.
And that was in Eau Claire?
Yes,
All right. Was anybody else living in that same residence with you?
yes, I had two roommates, Dave Studing and Alex Woodworth.
And when was the last time prior to March 22nd of 2018 that you saw Alex Woodworth?
I believe it was the Wednesday before.
Okay. And what was your work schedule like at that point in time?
At that time, I was getting up at like 2 a.m. and traveling and working and then coming home by 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
Now, on March 23rd of 2018, did law enforcement come to your residence looking for Alex?
They did.
And did you take them up to Alex's room?
Not the first time that they came.
All right, second time?
I did.
All right. And when they went up to his room, did you go up with them?
I did.
Did you look in the room?
I did.
Did you notice anything that seemed out of the ordinary with Alex not being around?
Yes, I noticed that his laptop, his journal, and his tablet were all still in his room.
And was that unusual?
I never saw him go anywhere without those things.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Ezra McCandless?
I am.
How did you become familiar with the defendant?
I met her at Lacy's coffee shop in Eau Claire, probably a year previous.
Okay. And were you aware that the defendant at some point in time became involved in a relationship with Alex Woodworth?
I was.
How did you become aware of that?
She was at my house a lot and spent many nights there in Alex's room.
All right. And where was your room in relation to Alex's room?
We shared a wall, so it would have been to the right.
All right. And how's the soundproofing in that apartment?
It's not wonderful. I could hear a lot of laughter and giggling late into the night.
And was that coming from Alex's room?
Yes.
And was that when the defendant was there with him?
Yes.
Did it become a problem for you?
Eventually, I had to get some earplugs.
Ever hear anything coming from that bedroom that caused you any concern?
No.
Ever hear any arguing?
No.
Ever hear the defendant say that something like no or don't do that or that hurts or anything like that?
No.
Do you recall an occasion when the defendant made some statement about her relationship with Jason Bengal?
So I remember one specific time she was coming out of my bathroom. She had a towel on, and Alex was with her. And she told me that she broke up with Jason and asked me if I thought it was great.
And how did she look at that point in time? Did she have any expression on her face?
She was smiling.
Do you see the individual in court here today that we've been talking about as being the defendant?
I do.
Could you point her out by where she is seated and what she is wearing, please?
She's sitting there with the blue shirt.
Ask the record reflect the identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
All right, the witness, record will reflect the witness has identified Ms. McCandless, the defendant.
Nothing further from Mr. Schreiner.
All
Thank
right,
you.
any cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Schreiner, you were aware that it sounds like Alex and Ezra were in a sexual relationship, right?
Yes.
And did you live with Alex in November of 2017? Or was it not until January of 2018 when the two of you began living together?
I lived with him in November.
Okay, and I just didn't know. I didn't mean to imply something else. So fair to say November and December of 2017, you were right next door to Alex.
Yes.
And then same for January, February, and March of 2018. Agreed?
Yes.
And it was during that time that often Ezra would be over at your apartment, right?
It was from September to, I guess, early springtime.
Okay, till sometime late February probably. Does that sound about right?
Sure.
And again, early springtime in Wisconsin changes every year, right? But it's about that time when she would be over there, right?
I'm not sure what you're
I
asking.
just want to make sure we're on the same page. The times that you're talking about, it sounds are from September of 2017 till February, late February of 2018. That's the time period you're referring to. Agreed?
Yes.
All right. And you worked during that time period. Agreed?
Yes.
And I think you said it, but did you get up at 2 a.m. you said to go to work?
At 2 a.m. or 1 a.m.
Okay. So kind of in the middle of the night is when you would work through the early morning hours. Agreed?
Yes.
And then was your sleep schedule, you'd come home from work and you'd go right to sleep, or would you try to start your day and go to sleep later in the afternoon? What was your sleep schedule?
I'll go to sleep about 8 o'clock
In the morning?
at night.
Okay, so you go to sleep at 8 o'clock, you'd wake up around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. when you had to go to work, is that right?
Yes.
And then from that time, you'd work until the next morning, 8, 10 o'clock?
Into the afternoon.
Okay, and then you do your daily life activities in the afternoons, right?
Yes.
And then your morning started around 7 or 8 p.m. Or, excuse me, your evening when you went to sleep, your bedtime was 7 or 8 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And it was during this bedtime where at some point you decided you didn't want to listen to what was going on in the room next door that you got earplugs, correct?
Yes.
And those earplugs, I imagine, solved the problem for you, right?
Mostly.
Yeah, once you put the earplugs in, you couldn't hear what was going on next door, correct?
I could still hear some things.
Sure, but not as clearly.
Not clearly.
I mean, that's why you got the earplugs, so that you could be prevented from hearing what was going on next door, right?
Yes.
And it worked. Agreed?
Yes.
And I would imagine it didn't take you long to be motivated to get those earplugs. You probably got those in November or December of 2017?
Yes.
And you continued to have those earplugs November, December, January, February time to again help solve that problem that I'm calling it a problem, but to solve your having to hear what's going on next door, right?
Yes.
You've spoken with the police about this, is that right?
Yes.
And at one point you told the police about how there was a time that you'd actually heard Ezra yell. Is that right?
Yes.
And that wasn't something that the state just asked you about, did they?
No.
Okay, but there was a time where you said she had to yell at Alex one time, right?
Yes.
And you could tell that she was angrily yelling, correct?
Yes.
But it was that one time that you recall that you'd had, correct?
Yes.
Was this before you got the earplugs or during the earplugs?
I believe it was during the earplugs.
Okay, so what else you could or couldn't hear because of the earplugs, you don't know. Agreed?
Yes.
You'd also, like I think, did you hang out at, well, I want to ask you about a time in December or January. Were you at your apartment when Jason Mangle, you know who Jason Mangle is?
Yes.
Do you recall the time Jason Mangle came to your apartment to provide aid for your roommate?
Yes.
All right, and your understanding was that he was there to patch up Alex's arm, correct?
Correct.
Or his wrist had been cut, correct?
I'm not sure if it was his wrist but it was on his arm.
Okay, whether it was his wrist, his forearm, or some other place, it was on his appendage, right?
Yes.
And I think in previous conversations, you've called that an accident in quotes, is that right?
I said that Alex told me that it was an accident.
Correct.
And
And you've described that to other people, you've used the term accident, but you've always put it in quotes, agreed?
not always.
Yeah, fair enough. You've had occasion to put the word accident in quotes when describing what happened to Alex's arm, right?
Yes.
And you used those quotes because you weren't sure whether it was or it wasn't an accident.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled on that. If it would be this witness did it, so you can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You put it in quotes because you weren't sure whether it was an actual accident or whether it was just alleged to be an accident. Agreed?
Yes.
All right. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
Just as it relates to the incident when you heard the defendant yelling, could you tell what she was yelling about?
No.
All right. And approximately when was that, if you recall?
It was late. I don't recall.
Okay.
Probably after 10 p.m.
Okay. I guess, and that was a bad question, that's my fault, because it wasn't clear what I meant by that. Do you recall approximately what month it was when that occurred?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I've got.
Any recross?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schreiner. You may step down, and I believe you would be released. Is that true? Okay, so you're free to go? Okay, go ahead.
Can you please state, state and spell your last name for the record? Vandezande, Vandezande. And what's your first name? Jenna. And what is your occupation? I'm a library worker. And do you know the defendant, Ezra McCandless? Yes. When did you first meet the defendant? In late June of 2017. And how did you meet her? At Lacy's coffee shop. And did you become friends with the defendant? Yes. Do you recall when you were friends with her? What time frame? From around the time that we met at Lacy's until March of 2018. And do you know Jason Mengel? Yes. How do you know him? He is my boyfriend, Alex Zink's former roommate. And did you know that, so Jason Mengel and your boyfriend, Alex Zink, shared an apartment together? Yes. And had you been to that apartment before? Yes, many times. And how big is the apartment? Can you describe kind of how many bedrooms, bathrooms? It is 700 square feet, 2 bed, 1 bath. And did you know if the defendant and Jason Mengel were involved in a romantic relationship? Yes. And at some point, did the defendant and Jason Mengel move in together, reside together? Yes. And did you spend time with the defendant? Yes, at the apartment and elsewhere. And when you spent time with the defendant, would she talk to you about her relationship with Jason Mengel? Yes. Do you specifically recall going on a walk with the defendant around September of 2017? Yes, on the bike trail in Eau Claire. And what, if anything, do you recall the defendant telling you during that walk about her relationship with Jason Mengel? She disclosed to me that earlier on in the summer, in mid-August, she had gone to the Twin Cities in Minnesota to have an abortion. And how did you respond? I said that she could talk to me about it if she wanted to, and gave her a hug, and told her that it was a really hard thing to go through and that I was sorry that she had to deal with that. And did she tell you anything else about her relationship with Jason Mengel during that walk? She stated that since the procedure that he had been pretty distant from her. I had noticed that he had been sleeping downstairs on the couch away from her, and had wondered about it, and she said that she believed it was because he felt differently about her after the abortion. And is there anything else she told you about regarding Jason Mingle sleeping on the couch?
She said that she had felt like a distance between them since the procedure and that he had been refusing any kind of physical intimacy, including sex.
And did the defendant talk to you about Alexander Woodworth while you were friends with her?
She mentioned that she was friends with him, that he was a great confidant, that they had gone on walks together, and that he was a good friend.
In February of 2018, were you living in that apartment as well?
No.
But at some point in February of 2018, did you learn the defendant moved out of the apartment that she shared with Jason Mingle?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She messaged me on Facebook and stated that she didn't feel comfortable in the relationship anymore. She wanted to talk to him about boundaries, and that after he returned from military drill, that she would be breaking up with him and moving out.
And did you locate those Facebook messages and provide them to law enforcement?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 405. How many pages is that document?
3.
And what does it contain?
The conversation between her and I that she stated that she was going to end things with Jason Mingle.
And what date is this conversation?
February 5th of 2018.
And is this an accurate copy of the conversation as you recall it?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 405 into evidence.
All right, subject to objection, which is preserved for the record, the court will receive Exhibit 405.
I request to publish that for the jury.
You may.
Judge, I'm going to object to the reading of it. It's in evidence. She can publish it. The state certainly can publish it, but I don't think we need witnesses to read what's written. If she wants to display it to the jury, she's certainly welcome to do that, but we don't need people reading every written word that we're introducing into evidence.
Well, I'm going to give counsel some latitude to publish it in the manner that she would like to publish it, and I'm sure that, there's going to come a time there'll be some things that you'll want to publish in a certain way that the state may object to, but I think let counsel make their presentation in the manner that they choose. So if you wish to read some of it, show it, you may do that. It's not particularly lengthy, so go ahead.
Thank you. So this area I'm pointing to, and it's a little bit hard to see, but is that a picture that you associated with the defendant?
Yes, that was her profile picture on Facebook at the time.
And this line below, nice with the smiley face, like defining more boundaries in the relationship, is that your message?
Yes.
And the defendant stated like ending the relationship. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she tell you in this message that the relationship had gotten bad and she cannot be mistreated anymore?
Yes.
And did you respond with "I understand"?
Yes.
And why did you respond that way?
She had been talking in the previous weeks about how she had not felt that there was as strong of a connection as there had been before, and that she still really loved him but didn't know if it was the right relationship to be in.
And then she responds that it's not healthy, we have zero communication. And why do you respond with, yeah, his communication style is ... complicated?
I was trying to be tactful in my response. Jason Mengle's communication style is incredibly complicated. He unfortunately has not learned that words have the power to hurt people, regardless of your intention of those words, and often uses the excuse of trying to be honest when really he just sounds like a jerk.
And do you have an example of that regarding the defendant's appearance that she shared with you?
I overheard a conversation between them where he told her that her makeup looked clownish, disregarding the fact that she had been wearing a lot of makeup to cover up acne at the time, and I thought that was a very insensitive thing to say.
And so is that sort of provided context to your response?
Yes.
And the defendant then discusses with you how she was going to sit down and talk to Jason, and that she's in a bad spot right now?
Yes.
And how did you respond?
Yeah, I hadn't seen all of the interactions that she had told me about, like things that he had said to her. I had not witnessed them, so I was going off of what she had told me in confidence. She mentioned to me many times, don't talk to him about it. I don't want you to get involved, so I stayed out of it as much as I could. But based on his interactions with others of our friends, I took her at her word because he sometimes can be complicated.
And the defendant then writes, it's been bad, I've lost confidence, I hate my body, I hate my face. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did you respond?
That's a lot of hurtful red flags.
What was that?
That's a lot of hurtful red flags. If you're feeling that way with a partner, that's probably not a great relationship to be in.
And did she say that he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me, and I know he doesn't like me the way he did before the abortion. Is that right?
Yes.
And what did you believe that he was referring to?
I had not heard him say the word retarded to her. That is an offensive term, but based on his interactions with her after the abortion, I also agreed that he seemed a bit distant.
And then turning to the third page, the defendant responds, and he's been hurt also. I love him, but this isn't healthy. How did you respond?
I said, if that's how you're feeling, then you need to definitely talk to him about it. But you really shouldn't be in a relationship with someone that treats you that way.
And then do you inform the defendant that it's better to talk in person?
Yes, she stated that she would be talking to him in person when he returned from drill.
And then does your conversation continue about the defendant's trying to find a place to live?
Yes.
Thank you. And all of those conversations or those messages on Facebook, those all occurred on February 5th?
Yes.
At any time around that date, did the defendant mention to you anything that occurred with John Hansen?
No.
Did you ever observe Jason Mingle yell at the defendant?
I had not witnessed it myself, but I had heard from others that he had an explosive reaction at Lacy's coffee shop.
Okay. And is that when he had confronted Alex?
No, it was in the weeks prior, but I don't know what the argument was about.
Around, let's see, March 19th of 2018, do you recall going to the bar with Jason Mingle?
Yes.
And did you go to the joint?
Yes.
And do you recall making a statement to Jason Mingle about his relationship with the defendant when you were at the bar with him?
Yes, we talked extensively about their relationship, and he stated to me that...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained unless there's some,
No, I just want to know what you told Jason during that conversation at the bar, not Jason's response.
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant.
and what's the purpose?
So this is March 19th, a few days before the incident in question. I believe her statement to Jason Mingle is relevant to some events that are going to occur right after this.
Can we,
Yeah, let's do a sidebar. Okay, you can go ahead. Objection is overruled in part.
So did you have a conversation with Jason Mengel on March 19th of 2018?
Yes,
And after that conversation, did you have a phone call from the defendant or receive a phone call?
yes.
And what did the defendant tell you during that phone call?
She stated that it was my fault that Jason had texted her breaking up with her. She said I needed to fix it, that I needed to wake him up and talk to him about it immediately. That it was, she repeated multiple times that it was my fault, that things were not going the way that they should have been, that I was getting involved in a situation that I was not supposed to be in. And then she told me, Jenna, I heard that you don't believe that I was assaulted.
And how did you respond?
I was crying. I felt like a bad friend. I apologized multiple times. I said that there had been so many things going on that I didn't know what to believe anymore. And I just kept profusely apologizing. But the hair on the back of my neck stood up the entire conversation because she was talking in the same tone that I am right now. And if you were accusing of someone of not believing that you were raped, I would think you would be a bit more upset about it. And so I was very unnerved the entire conversation.
And meanwhile, while the defendant's calm, you're crying.
Yes.
And so what, if anything, did you do after, well, I guess how long was this conversation with the defendant?
About an hour and 15 minutes.
And how do you know that it occurred on March 19th of 2018?
It was the day after my birthday, and that phone call will haunt me for the rest of my life.
And so did you do anything after that phone conversation?
I sat down on the curb because I had been out walking, collected my thoughts, kind of shook it off, and then went back to Alex Sink and Jason Mengel's apartment where Jason was asleep and Alex Sink, my boyfriend, was still awake. I told him that I did not want to be involved in Ezra or Jason's relationship anymore, and I needed to tell him that, but because Jason was asleep and unable to be woken up, I decided I should write a letter instead of texting it. And then I took a picture of that letter because in this day and age, you can't be too careful about people mincing your words or switching them around, so I wanted to make sure I had a record of it.
And did you provide law enforcement with a copy of that letter?
Yes, I sent them the picture that I took.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 677. Do you recognize that item in front of you?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's the letter that I wrote to Jason.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes,
And that's the same letter you wrote on March 19th of 2018?
yes.
And how did you get that letter to Jason Mengel?
I left it on the coffee table next to him so that he would see it when he woke up.
And move Exhibit 677 into evidence.
All right, again, subject to objections that have been made, been preserved for the record. Court will receive Exhibit 677.
And I would like Ms. Van de Zandt to read that letter to the jury.
All right, but and this is, again, and perhaps you tell the jury, I'm receiving the letter for what it is and where it was and the circumstances. And at some point here, particularly when the court instructs you, and maybe before the instructions, before deliberations, the court will provide a little bit more instruction as to how you are to use some of this type of evidence we call panorama evidence. I am not receiving the letter for the truth of what is said in the letter. I'm receiving the letter as just part of the story, the background of the circumstances and events leading up to March 22nd and including March 22nd, 2018. And so it is part of, again, this witness's testimony So Exhibit 677 is being received in evidence, but again, not for, as we refer to it, the truth of the matter asserted in the letter, but is, again, part of the circumstances. Okay, and so go ahead. Read the letter, but again, it may be for how it may have affected the state of mind of the defendant, and how she may have felt about that, and again, as part of the overall picture. So with that caution, go ahead and you can read the letter.
Ms. Van de Zandt, if you could read Exhibit 677.
I'm going to ask you to read it slowly.
Hey, talked with Ez. We were able to discuss some questions I had and things that we were confused about. I think I've been operating from a place of miscommunication and not having much of the whole story until now, after talking to her. I'm sorry if I conflicted your thoughts. I'm planning on staying out of this all from now on. You guys need to talk and work on what you will, in whatever way works for you guys. Jenna.
Thank you. And I'd also move Exhibit 519 photograph as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'd also move Exhibit 519, the photograph of Exhibit 677 as well.
Any objection to the photograph?
Nothing other than what's been previously noted.
Okay, so subject to those previous objections, I assume it's a photograph of the same letter. Is that right, Ms. Noto?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Exhibit 519 will also be received, again, ladies and gentlemen, basically for the same reasons that Exhibit 677. 677 is the actual letter. Exhibit 519 is I believe, a picture or photo of the letter.
And then, Judge, could we have a sidebar for another matter?
All right, go ahead. Okay, there was no objection on the table. We did have a sidebar.
I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Van de Zandt, did I
Yes.
pronounce that correctly?
Yes.
I know this isn't the best way to meet somebody and the first question to ask, but how old are you?
26.
And your boyfriend is Matthew Schreiner?
No, Alex Zink,
I apologize. Okay. Alex Zink. How old is Alex Zink?
31.
I just want to get the context of this. So Alex Zink, your boyfriend, was living 2017 until March 2018, the time period where you were talking about when you knew Ezra McCandless. Agreed?
Yes.
You were dating in a relationship with Alex Zink during that time, right?
Yes.
But you weren't living there. Agreed?
Yes.
So I want to then kind of fast forward to this letter here at the end. Sounds like, you wrote the letter, but it sounds like at the end you're like, I'm out. Is that basically what it was?
Yes.
You've been hearing stuff from Jason Mangle, and you've been hearing stuff from Ezra McCandless, and you've been in, maybe the lack of a better term, the middle of this relationship, and you're just like, I'm done with both of you.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
There was, in your opinion, just a lot of drama going on.
Yes.
Between Ezra and Jason and others at Lacy's, right?
Yes.
Lots of people were talking about lots of different things regarding Ezra and Jason and other men, right?
I had not heard about other men at this point.
Okay. But you'd heard lots of people, including Jason and Ezra, talk about Jason and Ezra's relationship.
Yes.
Others just than them, correct?
Yes.
Just, again, I don't want the content, but just general, there was gossip and drama around those two people in their relationship at the Lacy's coffee shop, right?
Yes.
And as you put in here in your letter, you, I think, put in there fairly, I'm guessing, that you were confused about a lot of different stuff because you were hearing all kinds of different things, right?
Yes.
And it's something you put in here even, I think, You were, I think it was very well wrote, you were operating from a place of miscommunication, is that right?
Yes,
And that was again because you'd been in the middle of this drama and hearing all kinds of stuff, and at that point you're just like, I don't know who's saying what or when or why, and I want nothing more to do with it.
yes,
Okay. And that was the purpose of your writing this letter to Jason, correct?
yes,
And you hand-delivered the letter to a place in Jason's apartment where he was at, agreed?
yes,
And this was this on then the early morning hours or morning hours of March 20th? Or was it still on March 19th?
I believe I left the apartment after writing the letter around midnight.
Okay, so midnight of March 19th going into the next day, March 20th.
Yes,
All right. You didn't give a copy of this letter to Ezra McCandless, correct?
no,
What you had communicated with Ezra McCandless was done by phone prior to your writing the letter, right?
yes,
It sounds like when you spoke with Ezra, you were upset, right?
yes,
Not necessarily at her, but just you were upset about all of this drama and you're being dragged into it?
yes,
And it sounded like Ezra was also upset, correct?
during the phone call, not so much. The words sounded like they would have been upset, more angry than sad.
Okay, so the content did not necessarily resonate with the tone, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, but the content certainly made it, you thought, from the content, she sounds upset.
yes,
Upset about how her relationship with Jason was going or not going, so to speak, right?
yes,
That's what the whole conversation was about Ezra and Jason, right?
yes, and then the later mention of not believing that she had been assaulted by John Hanson.
Okay. And you'd never spoken with John Hanson, agreed?
I have spoken with John Hanson
At
prior.
that time, you'd spoken with John Hanson before?
He had been at Lacy's coffee shop for years prior, so I had had multiple interactions with him as more of a how's your day going?
Okay, so you knew who John Hanson was?
Yes,
And how old's John Hanson, do you know?
early 30s.
Okay. And he's a Army veteran, is that right?
Yes, he was friends with Jason Mengel and would frequently come over to the apartment to hang out.
Okay, because they were kind of Army buddies?
Yes, they, I believe, had also met at Lacy's.
All right. And these, John Hanson's about the same size as Jason Mengel?
About the same height and build, yes.
And how tall are you?
5'6".
All right. And your, Ezra's McCandless is considerably shorter than you, right?
Objection relevance.
What is there some relevance to that?
Yes, the state's introduced information about her size, and this is a witness who lived with her and knows her size, and so certainly has the foundation to testify about it.
But what is the relation, or the comparison between this witness and Ms. McCandless have to do with anything?
You want me to articulate it now, or you want me to articulate it on the side?
Well, all right, counsel, I mean, if you...
I'm happy to do it here, I just don't want to overstep.
Okay, let's do a sidebar. Objection overruled, we may answer.
Thank you. Think of it, you're several inches taller than Ezra McCandless, right?
Yes,
So if you're 5'6", she's 5'2", 5'3", in that ballpark based upon your contact with her?
yes.
Okay. I think I was asking you about John Hanson before that. Have you, prior to March 19th, speaking with Ms. McCandless on the phone, that time period, are you with me?
Yes,
I just want to know, I don't want to know the content, I just want to ask whether you had a conversation with John Hanson about the investigation regarding a sexual encounter that John Hanson and Ezra McCandless may or may not have had.
no,
Okay, so on the 19th, you hadn't yet spoke with John Hanson about that allegation/investigation, agreed?
agreed.
Fair to say that around, you hung out at Lacy's coffee shop, is that right? I mean, by hung out, I didn't mean like every day, but you were there
As this whole situation seemed to unfold, I spent less and less time there.
Okay, and probably part of the reason you spend less and less time there is because there's a lot of drama going on there, right?
Yes.
It was not a, for lack of a better term, happy place.
No, not at the time.
There was a lot of people talking about a lot of other people in ways that didn't make you feel good at least, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to be away from that negativity.
Yes.
So I want to take us back now to the walk that you had said you'd done with Ezra, okay?
Yes.
I believe you had said that the walk was in September when you did this, when you
Yes.
went on this walk with Ms. McCandless. If I told you that the procedure didn't happen until October, would that change your opinion, your memory about when you think this walk happened? Are you definitive on September, or is that just kind of a ballpark?
It was cold enough to wear a coat. It was definitely the end of September, early October.
Okay, so it may have been sometime in early October that you had this conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
But what you know, it was a conversation after the procedure, the abortion, right?
Yes.
So whenever that abortion took place, it was sometime after that that you took this walk with Ms. McCandless, correct?
Yes.
And it was during that walk where she was expressing with you her, I don't want, if these aren't the right words, tell me, but she was expressing her feelings about that operation, right?
Yes.
Feelings of shame.
I don't know if I would use the word shame.
Okay, well, what word would you use? Regret?
Discomfort.
Okay. From a physical standpoint, an emotional standpoint, or both?
Both. She had talked about how it was pretty painful and she'd had complications after that, and that's why she'd been sick and in bed a lot of the weeks leading up to this walk between us, and then also her discomfort and feelings of distance between her and Jason.
Okay, and so she'd expressed that the father of the aborted baby was Jason, right?
Yes.
And that he had not, she felt left alone. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. After the procedure, she had felt like there had been more distance.
Okay. She didn't, did she say like she wasn't getting the love and support that she wanted? Something along those lines, or are those not the right words?
Support would be a good word to choose, yes.
Okay. And she was sharing that with you as just somebody else that she knew, an older female friend, right?
Yes.
And I imagine you were supportive.
Yes.
Empathized and gave her some of the support that she was looking for in that moment, right?
I tried to, yes.
Sure. And it was around that time, do you recall the trip do you remember Jason leaving and not being at the apartment for a week, 2 weeks, some time period like that around this time of the walk?
Yes, he had gone out to the West Coast with a friend.
Okay. And it was around that time when he's gone to the West Coast with a friend that Ezra and you have this walk in which she shares her feelings with you?
I believe the conversation that we had on that walk happened shortly before Jason went out west.
Okay, so she expressed this feeling of lacking support to you, and then very soon after that, Jason was gone.
I believe a few weeks after that, yes.
Okay. And prior to that, you had made observations of Jason sleeping on the couch, right?
Yes.
So what she had told you about the distance, you observed with your own eyes as well.
Yes.
And then I want to ask you about this Facebook communication that you talked about on February 5th, okay?
Yes.
I don't know that I'm just going to hand you Exhibit 405. You need to, that's already in evidence, so you can certainly look at that. Ms. McCandless in there, again, I'm probably not going to quote word for word, but if you need that to refresh, certainly look at it. Ms. McCandless was telling you that she was wanting to break up with Jason. Is that right?
Yes.
and I think her words were because it wasn't healthy. Is that right?
Yes.
And then she told you, I think on the last page, she told you, it's really hard, but I have to talk to him. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew Ezra at the time, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, did it sound consistent with what you knew of Ezra, is that she wanted to go and have this face-to-face with another person about this emotional matter, right?
Yes.
And you were encouraging her to do that, correct?
Yes.
Because you're a bit older than her, not a lot, but a bit older, right?
Yes.
And Jason's certainly older, that whole, Alex Zink is older, John Hansen is older. She's the youngest one in that friend group, right?
Yes.
And her, well, for whatever reason, whether it's generational or not, you were encouraging her to have this conversation in person, right?
Yes.
Because that's what you thought is just how two human beings should interact when they've been in a relationship and they want to move on from that relationship. The healthiest way to do that is a face-to-face contact, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were supporting her to do in that matter, right?
Yes.
And do you know, did she then do that at some point, face-to-face with Jason?
To my knowledge, no, until much later.
And much later then, they had a face-to-face because they then ended up getting back together, right?
Yes. I had heard 2 days after this
I don't wanna
conversation
know
that
about
she
what
had
you-
texted him
Okay.
and broken up with him through text.
And, okay, and so, and when she broke up through text, fair to say, did you speak with her about that?
No, I was disappointed.
Okay. And did you ever get the chance to express that disappointment to her, that you thought it would be better for human beings to contact each other in person rather than through text when they're dealing with these emotional matters?
No, after she moved out, we didn't speak much.
Okay. Did you talk with her about that at all by the time of the time of March 19th, when you had the phone conversation with her about your disappointment about her communicating emotional things through text rather than in person? Or were you already done with kind of all of the drama between Jason and Ezra?
Yes, I tried to stay out of it as much as I could after she had moved out.
Okay, you were just like, you're much older, you didn't have time for some of this teenage drama with a 19-year-old, right?
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Any redirect?
You were asked about some gossip at Lacy's. Was your opinion on John Hansen based on your observations or on gossip?
Objection, I don't believe there was opinion evidence, I don't believe there was any evidence about what the gossip was. It's irrelevant, lay opinions are...
Sustained.
When the defendant was living at the apartment with Alex and Jason, you were there frequently?
Yes.
Like, how frequently would you go there?
Almost every night.
And would you spend the night?
Maybe twice or 3 times a week.
And on March 19th, when you wrote that letter in front of you, Exhibit 677, was that your way of doing what the defendant instructed you to do?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Okay, any recross?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Van de Zandt, you may step down. I believe you're probably excused. Any reason that she is not released from her subpoena?
No.
Okay, you're good to go. Thank you. Have a good day.
Can I get those exhibits?
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Court, K-O-R-T, Fox, F-O-X.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a server/cook at the Grand Avenue Cafe in Eau Claire.
And are you familiar with, or did you know Alex Woodworth?
Oh, very well.
How did you get to know Alex?
We were students together. He was a philosophy major, I was a philosophy minor. We had some courses together, and I just got to know him through that, and then we became fast friends after that.
And would you meet with him in the evenings?
Oh, many times.
All right, and where would you generally meet?
The Joint.
And what's the Joint?
It is a bar.
All right, and can you spell the Joint, by the way? I think it's
Joynt.
Okay, I thought it had an unusual spelling, so I just wanted to be sure the record was correct. When you guys would get together at the joint, what would you talk about?
Mainly philosophy.
And did Alex have, and gonna, is pretty much the only question I'm gonna ask, did he have a particular area that he was interested in philosophy?
Mainly ethics.
Okay. Now, did you also become aware of the relationship that the defendant had with Alex?
Yeah, in November he did mention it.
And did he discuss his relationship with you in detail?
That was right when it was getting started, and
We approach Judge. Objections withdrawn, Judge.
Okay, and I'm just going to mark this one off. Okay. Go
Did
ahead.
he tell you whether or not the relationship was intimate?
not at that point.
All right, at some point, did he tell you that?
Well, after they started dating, as much as Alex was an exemplary and unique individual, he was a stereotypical guy in many ways, and I didn't see him much at all until after they had broken up.
All right,
But
so.
I was there when he first started, yay, I have a girlfriend.
Okay. All right. After they broke up, did he talk to you a little more about the relationship?
Yes.
All right. And at that point, did he tell you that it had been intimate?
Yes.
All right. Now, after they broke up, did you discuss with him if he was going to get back together or want to get back together with the defendant?
No, he did not.
What did he tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
That existing state of mind, Your Honor.
Overruled. And objections noted, preserved for the record.
After being out of it, he still very much cared for Ezra, very much wanted her to be happy, well, and everything like that, but it was a lot of drama that he was happy to be done with. It seemed like not much at all when he was in the middle of it and very much involved, but then being able to be slightly removed, it's like, wow, that was a bit, and I'm happy to be out. And he was looking forward to continuing his writing, applying to more grad schools, and it just meant that he could focus more on that now, and he was very happy for that.
Did he say what would happen if the defendant wanted to get back together into an intimate relationship, what his response would be?
He wasn't so much afraid of that. He did say that he was afraid of just being reached out to, because he knew that she had issues, problems.
Objection.
Okay, I think we're maybe going a little bit far. So
Okay.
sustain in terms of
that's fine.
getting those details.
Did Alex indicate whether or not he had reached out for contact with the defendant after the breakup?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to Alex's character as it relates to peacefulness?
Oh my God, he was one of the kindest men I've ever met.
And as far as peacefulness,
Objection, can we, I believe last week we talked about the manner in which this can be introduced, and so I'm objecting to the manner. We take it up on sidebar if we need to.
Well, I think it's proper to ask what the opinion is.
Yes. What is your opinion as to his character for peacefulness?
I have never seen him.
Objection.
Okay,
Again, just your
My
opinion.
opinion?
Yes,
He was a very peaceful person, in my opinion.
thank you. Did you actually know the defendant at all?
No, I've never actually met her.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Fox,
Yes.
you spoke with an investigator by name of Jason Stalker in April of 2018 about Alex, did you not?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And they asked you a lot of the same questions that were asked today, is that right? Yes?
Yes.
And I believe at one point you told them quote, you were asked about Alex and Ezra's relationship end of February, March, I think the breakup, okay?
Yes.
And your words to them were, my role as a friend during this past month was, he was a bit rocked by it, and so I was helping him through that. Those are the words that you'd said to the police?
Yes.
And you said those words because that was the truth, right?
Yes.
He was a bit rocked by it.
Yeah.
He was in love with her?
Yeah.
That's what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. On March 22nd, you never saw Alexander Woodworth. Agreed?
I did not.
And as you've said, you've actually never seen Ezra McCandless in any real context.
No, never spoken a word to her.
Okay, so you also don't know anything, you don't know what Ezra was doing on the 22nd of March, and you don't know what Alex was doing on the 22nd of March. Fair to say?
Yep.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions.
Go ahead.
When was your last discussion with Alex about his relationship with the defendant?
Oh,
In relation to his death on March 22nd?
it wasn't more than 3 days prior at most.
And when was it that you were referring to when you said that Alex was a bit rocked by the breakup?
In February.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Any recross? No, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fox. You may step down. I believe you're.
687 was originally the Instagram business page,
Okay.
1189.
All right, so what the court, during the testimony, which I believe was the cross-examination of Mr. Mango, what was Exhibit 687, and the clerk has held that up, and that would be the image from the restroom wall at Lacy's, is now 690, is that correct?
Correct.
So that's received, but it's been renumbered as 690, not to be confused with a different exhibit. Okay, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to excuse you, all rise, and we'll have you back in shortly after 1 p.m. All right, we had a number of sidebars during the testimony of Mr. Mango, and let me go back. Okay, so beginning with cross-examination today, there was at 8:59 a.m. a sidebar. Again, Mr. Hahn and Ms. Vishney, these were all Mr. Hahn and Ms. Vishney. And the court had sustained an objection about prior inconsistent statements. And this related to, I think the objection was related to what Mr. Mango was saying about what he thought Ms. McCandless thought. Mr. Mango thought about the abortion. Counsel wish to elaborate on that sidebar?
Sure, we spent a lot of time with you, and I don't remember exactly
Okay, well, I think.
additional information there was, but that sounds familiar.
Okay, well, if I remember correctly, it was, the question was, Mr. Mango was asked whether Ms. McCandless had the impression that Mr. Mango did not want to have a child. And the objection was based on Mr. Mango testifying about what somebody else thought or what their impression was. And so I sustained that objection. The next was Mr. Hahn objected to a question that Ms. Vishney had asked, and it related to Ms. McCandless, what she had said to Mr. Mango at the clinic or near the clinic or in time when the abortion took place. And the court overruled the objection based upon it being a hearsay exception, then existing state of mind, which is section 908.03 subsection 3. Anything further council would like to say about that objection?
No,
Okay.
accurate.
Then there was 9:12, Mr. Hahn objected to a question Ms. Vishney asked about, essentially it was how Alex felt about Mr. Mengel, and again, the objection was based on, essentially, witness can't testify about what another witness was thinking. I think that's basically a personal knowledge objection, speculating, and that was sustained. Any further follow-up record on that?
No.
Ms. Vishney?
No.
Okay. Okay, then 9:21, there was a sidebar, and this was, if I recall correctly, and again, it's taken down by the court reporter, so if I'm incorrect, that can be, I guess, addressed at a later time, but in any event, this related to questions about, there was a series of questions Mr. Mengel was asked. It started with him being asked about whether Mr. Woodworth was saying that this injury that Mr. Mengel had bandaged was caused by something else, a burn at Lacy's or something along those lines. And there was a hearsay objection related to other people, what they were saying about Alex wearing the bandage. Court sustained that objection. Any further record you'd like to make about that?
I think that what I argued to the court at that time was that it was a then existing mental, physical, emotional hearsay exception. I believe that's the one that I argued that.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing the argument about a hearsay exception.
I know I argued a hearsay exception with respect to that. I also argued that that was something that Jason Mengel had previously said, and it was being done to impeach his credibility because of his motives or bias in the case as to how he was testifying about Alex Woodworth. I also argued that.
Okay, that I recall, that you were in the area of trying to show bias of this witness.
Right.
But in any event, the court sustained that objection because, as I saw it, it was just basically gossip that secondhand information, Mr. Mengel did not have first-hand information about that. He didn't observe it, and it wasn't what Alex had said to him. It was what Mr. Mengel had heard, so it was basically just gossip. Right. So that was sustained. Mr. Hahn, anything would you like to say about that?
No.
Okay, then at approximately 9:34, there was a sidebar, and this related to, there was an effort to, there was basically, it was a tale of two transcripts from the same interview. And Mr. Hahn was just concerned that what was being used by Ms. Vishney was accurate, and basically there was an agreement that Ms. Vishney would use the portion of the transcript that she had, her version of the transcript, and there was really no confirmation as to whether the two transcripts were exactly the same, and I think that's what Mr. Hahn was requesting, just to make sure he had the correct transcript. And but Ms. Vishney was allowed to use Exhibit 689 to refresh the recollection of the witness.
That's correct, Judge. I would have preferred to have used it as impeachment, but the same goal was achieved by using it to refresh. And I just want the record to reflect that the reason the defense used its own transcripts is because they not only have page numbers, but line numbers, and every minute or two they have the time inserted where on a tape that those things happened. And I had provided a copy of those to the state yesterday.
All right. Okay, and then at 9:41 there was a sidebar, and it was really, again, Mr. Hahn and Ms. Vishney, Mr. Hahn's objection, and the discussion at the sidebar was really about getting to using a prior inconsistent statement of Mr. Mengel's, and without some of the objectionable content of it. So, as my note was that Ms. Vishney was allowed to use his prior inconsistent statement about Ms. McCandless being impressionable without getting into Mr. Mengel's opinion about what the personal philosophies were of Mr. Hansen or Mr. Woodworth in the area of nihilism or whatnot.
but just that he had said during direct examination yesterday that she was not impressionable, as I understand it, and this area was prior inconsistent statement of Mr. Mengel being used, that he had had discussions with Ms. McCandless concerned about her being impressionable in talking with these gentlemen in their philosophies.
That's correct, and just to clarify the record, what I would have asked, had I been allowed to, was basically that Mr. Woodworth and Mr. Hansen were into nihilism, and that their philosophy is essentially that there are no rules in life. The exact words were a little bit different, but that there are no rules, and that Ezra McCandless was young and impressionable, and hearing those things from these two men.
Okay, and that was, again, that was the content, as I recall, along those lines. Mr. Hahn, anything you want to add to that?
Not to the content of the sidebar, but I think the testimony was a little bit different. I believe it was during cross-examination that Mr. Mengel said that the defendant wasn't vulnerable, and then the question, again on cross-examination, was whether she was impressionable, and that's what he had previously said. So it wasn't a complete inconsistent statement, but the same purpose was achieved by the sidebar.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, but I just wanted that the court did exclude what I would have asked on cross-examination, which was that Mr. Hansen and Mr. Woodworth were part of a philosophy that there were no rules, and that the court did not allow me to ask that specifically. And so that's not going to appear on the record, because that was all stated at sidebar.
Yes.
I just want the record to reflect what I was trying to get in.
Yeah, and I just want to give you that opportunity to make that record.
Thank you.
Okay. Then at 9:52, there was a question about Mr. Hansen being a heavy drinker. Mr. Hahn objected on relevance. The court sustained that objection. We had a sidebar on that. Anything further you'd like to say about that, Ms. Vishney?
Yes, I was attempting to elicit testimony that John Hansen was a heavy drinker. I had a good faith basis for knowing that he was a heavy drinker, and I was going to ask Mr. Mengel about Mr. Hansen approaching people and suddenly choking them at parties when he had been drinking, and that he was engaged in similar conduct with Ms. McCandless, and that he was drinking all the time back then, and the court did not allow that question. I explained at sidebar my good faith basis for that, and so it wasn't speculative on the defense's part or simply trying to show off or imply facts that weren't true.
Okay, and again, I agree with your characterization of what the defense offered, but again, I sustained it on relevance. And part of the argument Mr. Hahn made on the sidebar was that in the incident where he observed Mr. Hansen putting the defendant in a headlock, which was also, I guess, event number one in the Officer Vang interview that was discussed, that there was no alcohol involved in that particular incident. In any event, there were a lot of questions back, regarding the headlock and the break it seminar or whatever, but in any event, I think that was what occurred at that sidebar. Okay, so then at 10:03, there was a sidebar, and I think there was an objection by Mr. Hahn to the form of the question, and Ms. Vishney had used the word facts, that Ms. McCandless had given you facts, and Mr. Hahn objected to the form of the question, and that was sustained, and essentially Ms. Vishney was redirected to just ask what Ms. McCandless had said to him, rather than, the argumentative putting it as facts. And anything further you'd like to say?
No.
Yeah, Ms. Vishney, Mr. Hahn?
No.
Okay. All right, then the other sidebar, I think we cleared up at 10:30, approximately 10:32, 10:34. The sidebar was getting long, and we ended up excusing the jury and actually just having a hearing outside the presence of the jury. And when the jury returned, the court advised the jury that the objection was sustained, and that related to the questions related to Mr.
Mango's observations of Ms. McCandless in 2017 at a hospital following a automobile mishap. Anything further you'd like to say about that? I mean, we've already, I think, fully aired that one.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Hahn, anything further on that?
No.
Okay. Then at 11:21, there was an objection. I believe the question was by Ms. Vishny, objected to by Mr. Hahn. It related to a question that was asked about, now this was the second time within a month that the police were called on you, and as I recall, Ms. Vishny wanted to offer that for purposes of showing the bias of the witness. But because Mr. Mangle had testified, first of all, he didn't know who called, or that the police were called about him related to the, when Mr. Trenkler called the police. The court sustained the objection. Anything further you want to say about that, Ms. Vishny?
It was my impression more that Mr. Mangle didn't know who had called the police when he was at Mr. Woodware's house, but at least that's what I thought, but not referring to Mr. Trenkler. I think he knew that Mr. Trenkler had called the police at Mr. Trenkler's house. But
Well, I think he knew who called the police, but he didn't realize that, his testimony was, as I recall it, was that he didn't know that Mr. Trenkler called the police because he was worried about Mr. Mangle. He thought that Mr. Trenkler called the police because of the reporting that the sexual assault had occurred.
Well, he said that I would impeach him had I been able to do it, and I think I did that somewhat before, that he had gone ballistic, and that's when Josh Trenkler called the police because he was threatening to kill John Hanson, and that this went to his bias and that he was minimizing his own behavior, and that what I was attempting to show was that he was engaged in similar obsessive behavior as it concerned Ezra McCandless and another man on March 22nd. But in any event, the court did sustain the objection.
Okay, Mr. Hahn, anything further you want to say about that?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, and again, anything else, Ms. Vishny, that you?
Just that I think I made it very clear in sidebar that my issue was bias, that's all.
Okay, very well. All right, and I believe that clears up all of those sidebars from
Thank you.
This morning. Okay, then we'll be in recess. I think we'll give counsel at 1 hour.
Thank you.
Is the defense going to offer the portion of the video that's been played?
I will
Are you
get
going to give a new
Yes.
drive or something?
Yes, we're going to do that to clear up the record.
Yeah, unless I can put it on the exhibit that I already had. I've submitted a thumb drive, Your Honor, that has the digital recording, I believe, from Mr. Vang. Does anyone have an objection to me just adding to that thumb drive, or do you want an additional thumb drive? Can I put onto that thumb drive an additional digital file, or should we have separate thumb drives for each digital file?
Well, if it's a different exhibit, if it's not closely related, because I don't think that those were, because that was, as I remember, that was a recording of an interview with Investigator Dykus and
Absolutely correct.
Mayor Meyer.
Absolutely correct. I just want to know if you...
I think it should be separate.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, and that would be 688, is that right? Okay, so at some point we have to advise the jury that exhibit is 688. Okay, and we'll be in recess.
Thank you, Josh.
Maybe a third. Mr. DeVore ran out to try to deal with the third, so I don't know if the state's comfortable with me going ahead with the first two without him here.
That's fine.
One is I have put on a thumb drive exhibit 688, which was the playing of DOJW recording during Jason Mengel's cross-examination. It's the full recording that has been submitted. I know there was only a portion, and I believe we put on the record when I played it what that portion was. I don't recall it off the top of my head.
All right.
Second, and
okay, go ahead.
Other issue, Your Honor, is we talked about, the defense did when it comes to the defense's time to put on evidence, our intent to play two recordings, one from Trooper Knutsen's squad cam, a second from Deputy Emmer Shields squad cam. The defense has prepared a 7-page, what I'll call legal memorandum to just get the conversation started. We typed it up. I apologize, I don't have the ability right here in this moment to e-file it if Your Honor wants us to over the weekend or at some later date, but I have a printed copy. I've given it to the state already. Can I give it to Your Honor?
Yes. And then you are going to follow up with e-file?
If that's what Your Honor asks us to
Yes,
do,
yeah.
we can certainly do that.
Part of the record, yeah. Okay. I mean, I think in terms of, with caption and.
We'll get it filed tomorrow morning, probably.
Okay. Great. The third?
Just on that, just 1 minute.
Okay.
On the written submission that I have, I think we put body camera footage, and I apologize, that's inaccurate. It's a squad cam footage, and so I just wanted to make sure that that was accurate, and obviously, I imagine everybody's going to want to make verbal arguments. I, again, just wanted to start the discussion.
Very well.
The third matter was at some point, I believe, when Michelle Wright testifies, if I recall correctly. There are a couple of displays that the state wants to be put into evidence. I have an objection to 2 of those displays. Whenever Your Honor wants to take that up, I am prepared to do so. And then lastly, Jenna Van de Zand, I believe, is the state's next witness, and there are 2 exhibits, one of which is the Exhibit 519, which is the note that has been much discussed that was found in the Impala. And so before she testifies, we should just take that up.
Is she the next witness or who?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So as the proponent, what is the state's position with respect to the Van de Zand letter?
Are you objecting to both exhibits or just the?
Yes, I'm objecting to both exhibits as hearsay and irrelevant. Exhibit 519, which is Jenna's letter to Jason. Again, I don't believe there's any probative value to that. Exhibit 405, Your Honor, is a series of electronic communications. I don't know under what form, whether they're texts or Instagram or what, but electronic communications between Ms. McCandless and Ms. Van de Zandy on February 5th of 2018. So again, I don't think that those are relevant to anything that happened in March. I believe there's communications are about Ezra's relationship with Jason.
Okay, who is handling that for the state?
I am, Your Honor. I'll first go with Exhibit 405 that the state intends to introduce. Messages that Ms. Van de Zand saved between herself as well as the defendant regarding the defendant's feeling over Jason, and some messages about her moving out of the apartment. I think it's highly relevant. She can authenticate them. I think it's relevant to her state of mind. We've had a lot of information and testimony about it. Ms. Van de Zand was Alex Zink's girlfriend, friends with the defendant. I think it's certainly relevant to show the defendant's statements and, it goes to, I guess, again, state of mind and motive and intent leading up to the event in question.
All right, and do I have?
No, Judge, I can provide you with one. The first portion is blocked out as it just contained her summary.
Again, the court believes that this thread conversation, if it's authenticated between the defendant and Ms. Van de Zand, would be relevant as part of that panorama of evidence surrounding the circumstances leading up to March 22nd, 2018. And so, again, if properly authenticated, court believes that, or will admit Exhibit 405. And the objection by the defense is noted, preserved for the record.
Now, with respect to 519, is that offered, I looked at it, and I believe we have two exhibits. We have the actual letter plus a photo of the letter. Dan, is 519 the photo of the letter that Crime Lab produced? All right, and so go ahead again as a proponent of that letter. Go ahead, Ms. Nodal.
Judge, I intend to actually introduce the letter itself, which I believe is Exhibit 677. It was located in the defendant's car following the incident in question. I believe Ms. Van de Zand will testify that on March 19th, she had a conversation with the defendant following a conversation Ms. Van de Zand had with Jason Mengel, where, I guess to summarize, I anticipate she'll say the defendant was upset with her. And so following that conversation, she wrote this letter to Jason Mengel. And then she actually took a picture of it to save it in her phone, so she had documentation that she had done it. And then it was later located in the defendant's car. Jason Mengel has already testified that he gave that letter to the defendant. He remembers seeing it on the front passenger seat of the vehicle while the car was idling at Alexander Woodworth's house. You know, again, I think it's very relevant to this case as well as the contents. I wouldn't say there's anything mind-blowing in the letter. It's essentially like, you know, you guys need to talk and I'm staying out of your relationship, essentially.
So is the letter being offered for the truth of what's in the letter or as evidence surrounding the relationship? I guess it's a different analysis. If it's not being offered for the truth of the contents of the letter.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think it's both in this case. I think the content is relevant. I mean, I have a copy of it. It's hard to read. If the court wants to, do we have exhibit, is it 570 something? I don't think.
677 and 519?
519, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to
Okay,
take a
so
look
you're
at the
on
exhibit.
519.
Thank you. Any response then from the defense with respect to that letter?
No probative value.
Well, again, given all of these circumstances, it goes, in the court's opinion, to, all of the drama and turmoil and circumstances leading to the emotions, the fact that it's in Ms. McCandless's automobile on that day, and again, it relates to feelings, which in the court's opinion are significant because that seems to be at the heart of her having contact with Mr. Woodworth, and does go to the defendant's state of mind. And so the court believes that getting it properly authenticated, that would be admissible as well, but not necessarily for the truth of the matter in the letter. I don't know, I haven't heard a hearsay exception as it relates to I think the fact that Ms. McCandless had the letter, and that there had been this apparent problems, drama, however you want to characterize it, between Mr. Mengel and Ms. McCandless. Again, I'll go back to, as it was described by Mr. Mengel to the police officer, he used the word situation. It goes to the situation, which again, is a source of the turmoil and so on that Ms. McCandless wrote about. But I don't know what in this letter would need to be received for the truth of the matter in the letter itself. At least until I've heard what Ms. Van de Zandt has to say about this. I mean, there's some reference to, I don't know, quote, "I think I've been operating from a place of miscommunication and not having much of the whole story until now after talking to her," which I assume is Ms. McCandless, based upon the proffer. So, depending upon the testimony of Ms. Van de Zandt, you know, the fact that Ms. McCandless had the letter and Ms. Van de Zandt can testify to what Ms. McCandless said about those things that the court has ruled would be admissible about the circumstances surrounding these relationships as described in the court's pretrial ruling, provisional ruling on evidence. I'm not going to elaborate, but again, it's part of the panorama. And so that's all I will say on that at this point. Do you want these exhibits at this point? Okay, I'll give those back to Ms. Nodoff. And I would like to go back to this Michelle Wright. You indicated some displays that you were objecting to, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give the court some idea of what?
Can I grab them? They're the state's display, so I don't want to.
We'll start with this one.
Your Honor, the defense objects to this, can you grab it? Yep. I think it's been marked as a plaintiff's exhibit 418, which is entitled Alexander Woodworth Homicide Association Chart. There's a photo of Ms. McCandless displayed there. I don't know where that photo came from. I do not think it accurately portrays what Ms. McCandless looked like on January, February, or March of 2018. Her hair is in a much different length, and I think that that's an important fact in the case to some degree. And there's also in this photo, she's got a ring in her, I believe it's called septum, commonly known as her nose, and that picture isn't in evidence. I don't think they need to put a picture of Ms. McCandless with a nose ring appearing in a way in which nobody says that's how she looked any time around this matter into evidence. I think it's not probative, and I do think it's substantially unfairly prejudicial under 90403 because it does not, first off, it's not accurate, and it portrays, I think, again, the ring, which I think that's unfairly prejudicial.
Your Honor, and I tried to find, right, because I wanted to be sure where the photo came from for sure, and I don't know that. I couldn't find her. I thought initially, and I may be wrong, but I thought this was her driver's license photo. It may not be, it may be. If it isn't, it came from some of her Google accounts or Instagram accounts, which are part of the record, although they haven't been displayed to the jury, they are part of it. But I think we need to ask Ms. Wright for sure where the photo came from before we can make that, before the court can make a ruling on whether or not it is or is not admissible and should be admitted. So I will try to find her as quickly as I can.
Has that been marked as an exhibit?
It has been marked, it's exhibit 418.
Yeah, she's here.
I will try to find her as soon as we're done with this, and okay. I will go find her. You can get started on the next witness, that's fine. I will just come back in as soon as I do it, and we have a break, or we can do a sidebar on it. We can explain that, so.
Then, what's this exhibit number, sir?
This is 424.
424 is labeled Alexander Woodworth Timeline of Events. I don't know if Your Honor can see it from there. Can you bring it up closer?
I can't see the small print.
So, however, sorry, we'll team approach, I guess. I can grab it right there. As Your Honor might be able to see, there's text on there, and I don't think I'm not disputing the times, nor am I disputing the pictures, but the text in black is not always accurate to what the testimony is. Take, for instance, the time here for when she shows up, that's based upon a report that may or may not be, nobody said when she showed up. Nobody said,
All it is, it says janitor calls 911 after Jason shows up at Alex's house. The call is at 12:34 PM. That's all accurate, Your Honor, and that's all based upon testimony that was received.
to be honest, I don't recall if there was testimony when the 911 call was made. It's the blue writing that says PD report on that portion that I object to. The language here where it says Ezra's car is seen again in the area of Alex's apartment. I don't think they can say in the area of Alex's apartment if they want to argue later, but they can say Alex's car is seen at Madison and Bellinger. That's a fact.
No.
And so those are the matters that, and again, over here where it says seen again in the area of Alex's apartment, again, nobody said it's in the area. They gave specifics on a route or some other things, and they can make that argument, but I think to put it in an exhibit, it implies that in fact is a proven fact that it was in that area. And so they can just say, here's what the video, show the picture and show the facts, but there doesn't need to be commentary about that. And so that's what my objection is, Your Honor.
And Investigator Streeter testified, in fact, showed on the map exactly where this is, and showed that it was in fact near to Alex's apartment at those various times. He testified to that. He specifically testified that this was the route that would make most sense. Going to Alex's apartment, he showed on the map where it was, and he showed where Alex's apartment was, in relation to where these photos are from. So that's an evidence. And evidence is that that's the time that the 911 call was received at the Eau Claire Police Department. That came in through, I believe, Officer O'Neill, what time the call was. So all of that is in evidence.
My objection to the language is the language near and the language in the area. I don't believe Officer Streeter used that language. He used language similar to what Mr. DeFore just said. The route from here to here goes through this intersection, but that's not what's on the display. They use other language than what that was.
In the area of near, I don't know what the difference between the two is, Your Honor.
Well, I'm objecting to both, so whether there's a difference or not, I'm saying that that's not in evidence. The evidence, if they put on there, if they put on there the testimony, which is this photo is on the route between Stanley and the Cameron Street address. This photo is on the route between Racy's.
Counsel, there was a map, and these locations are within just a few blocks where the 511 Cameron Street address is, as I understand it. But, okay, so thank you for the preview. We will take that up when you have that witness. Okay?
I'm going to go talk to Ms. Wright. That's fine to bring the jury, and I'll be right back.
Okay, so Ms. Van de Zandt is next. Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
I did check with Ms. Wright, and as I expected, the photo that is on the exhibit that we were talking about is in fact the defendant's driver's license photo. We attempted to introduce the defendant's driver's license through I believe it was through Mr. Stalker. We have a picture of that driver's license, which shows the exact same picture on that driver's license that we attempted to introduce into evidence. It's not that the photo was not attempted. We tried to. Counsel objected to it.
Okay, what was the exhibit with the plastic actual driver's license?
I can show the court again. It's the association chart.
and I'd like to be heard once they're done. So I have.
Okay, well, I see the
This
chart.
photo, that is the photo that is on the driver's license that we attempted to introduce.
But what's the exhibit for the driver's license?
It was never marked because the court just said, you weren't gonna let us do it. We could have the witness testify to her height and weight that's shown on the driver's license, but you wouldn't let us introduce the driver's license because the defense objected because it has personal information on it.
Just so it's clear, it's the defense's position that the driver's license that they were intending to introduce is not that photo. That is a photo from a driver's license that was found in a home that they conducted a search warrant on. That's not the photo from the driver's license that was found in the car, which is the photo that they were trying to...
That actually is incorrect, Your Honor. Counsel is incorrect on that. I can show counsel and the court a photo of the driver's license. It's found in the car. It was taken by Michelle Wright. If we can switch to my computer on the screen, I have that photo up right here.
Okay, just calm down a little bit because we're getting into this over talking, just one at a time. Well, if this is, I guess nobody mentioned that this was a reason to offer the photo.
This wasn't the only reason, Your Honor, and I think Ms. Wright can testify to it anyway. She obtained the photo from the official DOT website, which, is self-authenticating. And so I think it can come in even without the driver's license. That wasn't the only reason we were doing it, but it certainly was on an exhibit that we wanted to offer.
And I stand corrected. I apologize. There was multiple license. There is a license that was found by Mr. Stalker. I thought they were different. I've been corrected. Just wanted to make note of that.
Okay, well, thank you, and I just need to take a brief time out. Madam Clerk, can you come here for a second? Something go awry with my computer, and you know how to get that. Okay, you can proceed. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Judge, the defense position is, regardless of whether it was on...
Can you put your microphone on, please? Thank you.
Regardless of whether this is a photo from her driver's license or someplace else, I concede that, yes, it is from her driver's license. It doesn't make it relevant. Her identity is not an issue in this case, and there's been no testimony as to, I'm trying to look at the driver's license itself, when this, maybe somebody can point it out different, but I don't see a date on here as to, it was issued 6/7 of 2017, but then it says DUP, which I believe means a duplicate. So I don't know if that's an accurate identification of when the photo was taken. And it's the defense position is that's not what she looked like during the relevant times. And her appearance, especially the length of her hair, when part of what the state is, there was hair evidence, as well as I believe the state's at least made inferences that this mark on her neck was never observed by anybody else. And it'd be the defense position that the length of her hair may be a reason as to why it was not observed by anybody else. And this photo shows her with really short hair, and the photos that have been introduced from Ms. Merrifield that were taken on March 24th show her with much longer hair. And so for all of those reasons, I don't believe that this photo is relevant, and I do think it is unfairly, substantially prejudicial.
All right, Mr. Dufour?
Yes, Your Honor. First off, yes, this would be the photo that had been taken that day. It is a duplicate, but her license that she had before that, which is the one that was found at her residence, shows a different picture of her than this one, and that one was issued in 2016. So it is a photo that was taken at that time, even though it's a duplicate. When you get a duplicate, they would have rephotographed her. But be that as it may, the jury has the photos of what she looked like at that time. Nobody's trying to use this photo to say that her hair wasn't longer at the time and that, her hair was, could not have potentially obscured the mark on the neck. The jury has seen those photos. They'll have those photos if they ask for them. I don't, that's up to them, but, this isn't intended to be a photo. It's just that, we still have to prove her identity, and the association chart is just an attempt to show the relationships between the parties, and we put photos in just to kind of generally identify them. And outside of the photo of Alex Woodworth, which we just changed out for the in-life photo that was used, all the other photos are basically driver's license photos that were taken from the official DOT website.
All right, well, okay, I'm ready to make a ruling on this. I've had a chance to review some cases here, and basically it's within the court's discretion to admit this is demonstrative evidence, clearly, and both charts appear to be based upon evidence that's been received at trial. The photographs themselves are not offered to show the length of her hair or anything of that nature. As Mr. DeFore has indicated, there are photographs of what she looked like within a day or two of when the events in question took place. So the court believes that both of these exhibits are relevant in that they would assist the trier of fact in understanding the relationships, being able to, I guess, visually see the relationship, or the people that are being referred to in this relationship. I don't see anything in either of these exhibits that appears to be prejudicial. Frankly, I don't see them as being unfairly prejudicial, especially to the extent that it would outweigh the probative value of being able to have a demonstrative exhibit to help the state tie things together. Again, this is assuming that we have the testimony from Ms. Wright that this was in fact, this was an official photograph on file of Ms. McCandless. It's not an unflattering photograph. Frankly, it's a nice photograph of Ms. McCandless, and nothing prejudicial about that. And going to the exhibit as it relates to the locations and so forth, again, the use of the term near or nearby or in the area, based upon the testimony that's been received, there's nothing misleading or untrue about that. You can, counsel for Ms. McCandless can certainly argue about that. The jury saw that evidence. This, again, is helpful to the jury to be able to sort of sum up the facts and time frames and so forth. Court is going to allow the state, assuming a foundation is laid, and Ms. Wright testifies as to putting this together. Again, it's not complex. It's not like a animation that was found to be unfairly prejudicial in the Denton case. Let's see, that was I don't have the site for the Denton case, but it involved, it's D-E-N-T-O-N.
Judge, I just want to make clear a factual distinction on one of those. So when you're on, I'm not trying to re-argue it, but I don't think I made as clear as I could have one of the facts on the timeline that I should have.
Go ahead.
The chart, I believe, has a picture of the muddy dirt road that we've been talking about, and has an arrival time listed on there as...
It says estimated.
It says 1:25 p.m. estimated time, and as Your Honor may recall, I believe Chester Davidson's testimony, was somewhere other than 125, I believe, and I'd have to, give me a moment, I can find it, and I think that is an important fact in this case, in their own witness. Remember what witness number he actually? He said he left home at 1:30 and he would have been there at 1:35 to 1:37, and their document says 1:25, and so that's just.
And actually, Your Honor, he did say that initially. We then showed him his screenshot that he had provided to law enforcement of his times, at which time he said, yes, I said that's what I said then, but he later said in his timeline that it should be an exhibit. I can't recall the number, but in that he said at the time that he would have left home at about 1:15 and gotten there around 1:22. So there's evidence both ways. So this is not a misstatement of the evidence in the least.
All right, so again, I'm going to allow the state to use these demonstrative exhibits. And again, that's, court's opinion, they are demonstrative exhibits. So
Just ask that Your Honor instruct the jury what you mean then when you say they're being accepted for demonstrative, and if you could just instruct the jury what, I think we all just take that for granted, but if you could instruct them that they get to be the deciders of fact.
very well. Okay, are we ready for the?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have another break? If I need to use the bathroom, should I wait for another break, or?
Are we going to get to Investigator Proc today? So how long would Ms. Wright take?
Ms. Wright will be probably 20 minutes.
Okay, so what I suggest is we bring the jury in, we do Ms. Wright, then we take a break, and then we go on to Investigator Proc.
That's fine.
Okay, let's bring him in.
Could you tell us your name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Michelle Wright, MISHELE
How are you employed, ma'am?
I am a senior criminal analyst at the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation.
What is a senior criminal analyst? Basically, what do you do?
I provide analytical assistance to law enforcement agencies across the state of Wisconsin. Part of my job is taking raw data and original records and creating visual displays based off of those original records.
So you try to make sense of all of this stuff we get?
That is correct.
All right. As part of that, do you have occasion to take like downloads that we get or subpoena returns we get from places like Instagram, Google, those types of things?
Yes, I do.
And are you able to then take that raw data that we get and put it into a format that's a little bit easier to use?
Yes.
All right. So for example, we've seen a number of Instagram returns and they go kind of backwards, right?
Yes.
All right. So the most recent is the first thing on the document and the oldest is the last thing, right?
Correct.
All right. Are you able to then convert it so that it's in what we would normally use as chronological order?
Yes, I can do that.
And do you also then, can you then take like the content of it where it has like text and get rid of the rest of the gobbledygook that's in there?
Yes.
Okay. And can you also take the time? We've heard testimony about UTC time.
Yes.
All right. What is UTC time? Can you explain that for us?
Yes, that's a universal time that the world kind of observes as the time in which all time in the world is based off of that, I guess.
Okay. And are you able to convert that so that if we have a time on an Instagram return that says something happened, say at midnight UTC on a particular date, can you convert that to the time that we have here in Wisconsin?
Yes.
All right. And what's the conversion if you're dealing with Central Standard Time? Let's start with that.
Okay, so Central Standard Time would be 6 hours difference from UTC. during the year, except for during daylight savings time, which is between March and November, it would be a 5-hour difference.
Okay. And we're talking about a 5-hour difference, so if it's midnight UTC, what would be the time in Wisconsin?
5 or 6 hours earlier. you would
Okay, so
subtract
either
the time.
6 or 7 o'clock.
Yes,
All right. And March 22nd of 2018, would that have been in daylight savings time or standard time?
daylight savings time.
All right. And you said you can also take and make visuals?
Yes,
All right. And in this case, were you asked to create some visuals?
yes, I was.
Before we get to that, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I am showing you, Ms. Wright, what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 417. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the CV that I provided, basically a summary of my education and work experience.
All right. And let's talk about just your education. What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree that's actually in journalism, and then I'm currently obtaining my master's degree in criminal justice with an expected graduation date of December 2019. Yes.
All right. And where was your bachelor's degree from?
Boles State University in Indiana.
All right. And what type of experience have you had in the area of criminal analysis?
I worked a couple of years at a police department in Indiana as a crime analyst, and then I have been employed with the Department of Justice for 2.5 years.
Okay. Now, were you assigned to help in the analysis of the information that was obtained in this case?
Yes, I was.
And was one of the things that you were asked to do to take all of these, we have Instagrams, we've got text messages, we've got Facebook messages, all of that kind of stuff, and put that into just one timeline that gives us all of the communications involving the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And how do you do that, just generally?
We have software that we can import those records into, and we can run various reports off of the data that we put in.
All right. And so you can run a report that basically takes all of those different types of information and puts it into one timeline?
Yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Wright, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 420. Can you tell us what exhibit 420 is?
This is the communication timeline that I created based off of the records that I received in the case.
And that basically takes all of the communications, whether they were Instagram, text messages, Facebook posts, Google, whatever, involving the defendant for the period of time that you have the records.
Yes.
And puts them into chronological order in Wisconsin time.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, again, subject to the discussions we've had, we've moved the admission of Exhibit 420 at this point in time.
All right. Again, subject to those discussions, which we'll make a record of at a later time, Exhibit 420 will be received for what it is, a compilation. And, okay,
And may I approach you, Your Honor?
you may.
Showing you, Ms. Wright, what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 421. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is part of the communication timeline that I created.
All right, and this relates to Instagram messages the night of March 21st of 2018?
Yes, that's correct.
Between Instagram accounts you understood to be the defendant and Jason Mengel?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 421 at this point in time.
All right, again, subject to discussions at sidebar, Exhibit 421 will be received.
Now, Ms. Wright, in addition to that timeline that we've talked about, did you also, or were you also asked to create what's known as an association chart?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury, please, what an association chart is?
An association chart is something that has different subjects on it to try to explain how people are related.
Okay. Showing you, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 418. Is this the association chart that you created?
Yes, it is.
All right. And the photographs that we see on there, let's start with one of the photographs is a photograph of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you obtain that photograph from?
That is the driver's license photo that I obtained when I ran our time system with the DOT, Department of Transportation records.
All right. And that's an official website of the, or it's an official record that you have access to as a criminal analyst from the Department of Transportation?
Yes, it is.
All right, and how about the photo of John Hanson?
That is also a driver's license photo?
Same location, same source?
Yes.
And Jason Mengel?
That would be a driver's license photo as well.
All right. And Alexander Woodworth, as you understand it, is the same as, if I can find exhibit 1. That would be this photo, except you didn't have the background kind of cleaned up on it, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Your Honor, I move the admission of exhibit 418. At this point, has to publish it, and then I'm going to ask a few questions about it.
All right, and again, subject to objections, preserved for the record, the court will receive Exhibit 418 as a demonstrative exhibit. And ladies and gentlemen, a demonstrative exhibit is only used or will be received for assisting the counsel for the state in pulling the facts together and helping you understand the context of the various facts and circumstances. There's another one we'll be talking about here in a minute. It is not what one would consider real evidence. In other words, it's not testimony. It's like a diagram that was done of the scene of the area, for example. Data is taken, evidence from the case is taken, and it's used to help explain and pull together the facts for you as the fact finder to assist you. Now, some of the information may be a little disputed on some of those, subject to argument, but bottom line is to assist you as the fact finder. Okay?
All right. So, Ms. Wright, can you explain what you're doing here and what we're seeing in this demonstrative exhibit, this association chart?
Yes, I was asked to put the 4 subjects on the chart to explain the relationships between those subjects.
All right, and at the top is the defendant, Ezra McCandless?
Yes.
All right, and then on the bottom we have Alex, and then Mr. Hanson in the middle, and Mr. Mengel on the other side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And as you understood it, and we've heard testimony, there were relationships between these 3 males and the defendant?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 419A, can you tell me what that is?
These are maps that I created.
All right, and so we've got A, this would be B, and this would be C? Those
Yes.
are all right. Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibits 419A, B, and C, which I understand counsel has no objection to.
All right, Exhibits 419A, B, and C will be received.
All right, let's start with 419A. Can you tell us what we're seeing in 419A?
Yes, as part of this case, I received from investigators different surveillance photos of a photo that was depicted on cameras throughout the city of Eau Claire. And along with those photos, I received times and intersections that the vehicle was seen on surveillance. And I was asked to put those photos along with the times and the intersections on a map to kind of show a timeline of where the vehicle was throughout the day.
All right, and so on 419A, it appears we have two cameras that the vehicle is seen on and the time that's related to this particular exhibit?
Yes.
All right. And there appears there are arrows. Are the arrows pointing to the actual intersection that we're talking about?
Yes.
And were you also asked to put some specific locations onto that map as well?
I was.
And what locations were those?
Can I get closer
Sure,
to it?
if you need to step down to be able to look at it.
I was asked to put Alex Woodworth's apartment at 511 Cameron Street, Lacy's Coffee Lounge at 404 Riverside Avenue, and Owen Park at 501 First Avenue on this particular map.
All right, and those are all identified on there with pins, it appears?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And moving to 419B. We have a few more locations here, but this was, again, same type of situation.
Yes.
And again, for each one, it's the arrow points to the particular location of a camera that you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. And on this one, you were asked to add another location, I believe, correct?
Yes.
And what is that location?
This was Max Martinson's apartment at 1004 Main Street.
And that's identified by a green pin?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And finally, 419C. Here's again, we have two areas where you had cameras for the time of that location?
Yes.
All right, and again, we have located on there the same three locations as the first map, that being Alex Woodworth's apartment, Lacy's, and Owen Park.
Yes.
And again, the arrow points to the intersections where that vehicle was seen during the time frames that are associated with this map.
Yes.
Thank you. You also asked Ms. Wright to create a map that showed a likely or possible route from Alex Woodward's apartment to the location where his body was found.
Yes, I was.
And how did you create that map?
From Google Maps.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 422, can you tell me what this is?
That is the map from Google that shows the route from 511 Cameron Street to East 7614 430th Avenue.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 422 at this point in time.
Any objection to 422?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 422 will be received.
All right. I'm showing you this, explain, and I don't use Google Maps too much. How does Google Maps work?
So you can put in a starting point and an ending point, and it'll show you how long it takes to get from point A to point B, along with the directions. And then in this case, it gave one alternate route.
All right. And so what is the, on the right-hand side of that is 511 Cameron Street?
Yes.
And you have that labeled?
Yes.
All right. And then there's a red dot on the left-hand side. What is that?
That's the ending location.
All right. And it appears that there is a direct route and there's quite a bit less direct route. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And so the one that's in dark blue, is that the direct route?
Yes, it is.
And what is the distance and the estimated time?
Can I get closer?
Yes, absolutely.
The direct route is 20 minutes and it's showing 13.5 miles.
Okay. And as far as those times, 20 minutes, you've worked with Google Maps regularly in your work?
Yes.
Are those estimates or are those, spot on, it's going to take exactly 20 minutes?
Those are estimates based on traffic and whatever else may affect travel time.
All right, thank you. May I approach your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 424. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a timeline of events that I was asked to create for March 22nd, 2018.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 424, and then I'm going to have a few questions after I'm done with it.
All right, again, Exhibit 424, subject to objections that have been made and maybe a further record if necessary, but that will be received.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Wright, it might be easier if you step down on this. I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. How did you create this? Let's start with that.
Okay, I received all of these photos, with the exception of the police car right here. I received all of the other photos during the investigation, as well as the different events that are on the timeline are from police reports or video surveillance times or 911 calls.
Okay, and is this, in other words, is this timeline, the distance between the events, does that match up with, an equivalent amount of time? In other words, I'm not asking this very well, but are they proportionate to the actual time between events?
Yes, they are. Our software that we use to create timelines, it has the capability to, when we put the times in, that it makes the times and events on there proportionate to when they occurred.
So the distance between, for example, the second last entry, which is estimated 125, and the last entry, which I believe is 4:15 p.m., that would be proportionate as far as how long that would be in relation to the other times on there.
Yes, it is.
All right, great. And then the photos, some of these are some of the same surveillance photos that we saw on the earlier mapping.
Yes.
All right. And the times that you included on there were the times that the vehicle was seen at one of those surveillance cameras?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. Showing you what is remarked for identification as exhibit number 423. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a frequency report based off of the Instagram records associated with Ezra McCandless for March 21st, 2018.
And when you say a frequency report, is this the total number of messages that were sent on Instagram by the defendant on that date?
This would include sent and received.
Okay, so sent and received, the top line appears to be, it says participant name Ezra McCandless, and then has a number. Is that the number that she sent, or is that the number that she sent and received total?
Sent and received total.
Okay, and the next line is the Instagram account that's related to Jason Mengel. Is that the total number that he sent and received, or just the total number that he sent and received that are associated with the defendant?
These are just the sent and received messages that Ezra received or sent to the DOC WOOF.
And then for the other, there are three other individuals on there. That would be the total number that those three other individuals sent and received on that date? With the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And so Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 423 and ask to publish it.
Any objection to 423?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 423 will be received.
So, looking at this, the top line you said is the total number of messages sent and received by the defendant on March 21st of 2018, correct?
Yes,
And that is how many?
637.
And how many of those were to the Instagram account associated with Jason Mengel, which would be the next line?
There were 561 incoming and outgoing.
All right, and to example 2,
73,
to Sailor Ray 19,
2,
and to, I can't read that one, I'm sorry, I'm getting too old. I think it's Trinidad Donaldson.
1.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Right, in cross-examination, Mr. Nelson?
Want to maybe go in reverse order, but talk about Exhibit 423, this frequency report for March 21st, 2018, okay?
Okay.
Do you need to see it, or you're with me?
I guess it depends.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know that we need to put it up there, but I'll give it to you and we can go.
Okay.
You've got Exhibit 423 in your hand now.
Yes, I do.
And so, again, there's a big number, 637 total sent and received for Ms. McCandless in this 24-hour period. Is that right?
That's correct.
You don't know how many of those were received, correct?
Correct.
So again, I think we know that this isn't the case, but it could be, based upon this chart, that she received 636 and she only sent one, correct?
Yes.
It could be that she received one and she sent 636.
Yes.
Or it could be any combination of whatever thousands of different combinations in between that, correct?
Yes.
This chart doesn't say what she did, it just says what her account's activity was, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know what the content is from the standpoint of if any of those sent and received was one letter, two letters, a whole sentence, a paragraph. You don't know that, correct?
Not without looking at the original.
Sure, you'd have to go through all 637 of them to see what that is, correct?
Correct.
Or if one's simply I can't remember what it is, emoji or emoticon or something along those lines, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were only asked to do this for this one day, correct?
Yes.
You don't have one for March 20th,
No.
or for February 20th,
No.
or for January 20th,
No.
or for any other day.
No.
So as you sit here right now, you don't know whether this is typical or not typical. Agreed?
Correct.
All right. This is just one particular day. That's the activity that one person had on their Instagram account.
Yes.
You don't know what most 20-year-olds do on a typical day on Instagram, I imagine?
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for speculation and
It
relevance.
doesn't. My question was, does she know?
Overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Fair to say you don't know what most 20-year-olds do on a typical day on Instagram, agreed?
I do not know.
Okay. And I imagine it varies for each individual. Oh, I suppose you don't know, so you couldn't say that. Fair enough. The association chart I wanted to ask you about, that was the one where we had the picture of Ms. McCandless on the top, correct?
Yes.
And then you made a choice to put her on the top and these three men below her, correct?
Yes.
That was a choice you made, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You got data, so to speak, right?
Yes.
You got data from the prosecution team, correct?
Yes.
They gave that to you and said, make a display out of this, correct?
Yes.
You could have made it in a box,
Yes.
could have made it in a circle,
Yes.
could have made it in a horizontal line
Yes.
or a vertical line. Probably lots of other things that are more creative than the things that I'm thinking of right now. Agreed?
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yes.
You made a choice for whatever reason to put her up there on the top, correct?
To show how she was related to all three of the other
The
subjects.
relation, you
Yes.
could have put in a different geometrical shape, agreed?
Yes,
Different display, correct?
yes,
You didn't mean to imply anything by her being on top and these men being under. You just got the data and you put it on a sheet so we could all see it, correct?
yes,
There's many different ways to do that, right?
yes.
Objection asked and answered. Now,
Sustained, sustained, sustained.
I appreciate that. So you're getting data and displaying data, but you're not offering opinions, fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Same thing, on that association chart, you also talked about devices, is that right?
Yes,
There was under each person, you had a list of number of devices, correct?
yes,
And that was a list that was provided to you by the prosecution team, correct?
yes, it was.
And is it your understanding that those are the devices that were collected, for perhaps a lack of a better term?
Yes,
You have no idea whether any of those people have more devices than what were collected, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know what condition those devices were, whether they're in working order or not working order, correct?
Correct.
You're just saying, here's the basically digital devices that were collected based upon the information that's been provided to you,
Yes.
correct? And then on that, there's also a photo of, I get exhibit 635 and exhibit 636. Judge, I'm going to make reference to exhibit 635 and 636, both of which have already been marked and introduced.
All right,
Permission to display.
you may.
Your Honor, can we approach, and I'd ask
If I
that,
didn't know it was, I literally just put it there. I meant to, I apologize. I didn't mean it to be blown up like that, so
but I do want to,
that's fine. I just want to know that I didn't mean it to be blown
no,
up like that.
I'm not assuming anything.
Ms. Wright, you've made the association chart here. Can you see that from where you're at?
Yes,
Okay. You need it closer, let me know.
okay.
Well, let's do this. I'll just put it there. Can you see it when it's up here, or is it better to see it there? What would you?
Better back there.
Okay. So, in the photo that you chose to put this photo on the chart to represent Ms. McCandless, is that right?
Yes,
You don't know the length of Ms. McCandless's hair on the data in question, do you?
I don't know.
Just again, to display Exhibit 635. This has been previously admitted as a photo taken on the day of March 22nd, 2018. And then Exhibit 636, the second photo taken of Ms. McCandless on March 22nd, 2018.
Okay,
Do you agree that the hair in the two photos, 636 and 635, are much different than the length of the hair in the picture that you chose, is that right?
it appears on the photo in the chart that her hair is shorter.
And that their hair in the photos that I have in my hand is several inches longer, agreed?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about Exhibit 419A, B, and C, is that right?
Yes,
And that's the maps that I have here with me now, is that right?
yes,
I just want to make sure that I'm accurate. Here on 4, let's take them in order. Well, going to ask you a summary question. Let me know if you need to look at any of them. But would you agree that the times on all of these exhibits, 419C, 419B, and 419A, the times indicating the location of the vehicle in these exhibits are all prior to noon on March 22nd, 2018. Agreed?
Yes.
You were not asked, you don't have photos to make a display of where the vehicle was after that, correct?
Correct.
You made a timeline of matters that include moments after 12 o'clock, is that right?
Can you repeat the question?
You made this timeline for moments that occurred after 12 o'clock on March 22nd, agreed?
Yes.
And you had said there's space in here, the pictures are represented in space relative to time, agreed?
Yes.
And so, take for instance, this area here, there's a big, huge white space, right?
Yes.
There is a gap in time, correct?
Yes.
A gap in time that you don't know what happened, agreed?
That's correct.
Those are the only questions I have.
All right, any redirect?
Just a couple. As it relates to the association chart, why did you choose to make it in the format that you did?
Because Ezra was related or connected to all three of the other subjects. So typically whoever's kind of the center or related to other people on the chart, we would put that person at the top in the center.
Okay.
To show how everyone else on the chart is related or connected to that subject.
And as far as the photo that you chose to take, first off, what do you generally use for a photo on association charts?
The driver's license photos.
All right. Was it intended to show the length of the defendant's hair or just a general picture of what she looks like?
Just a general photo.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any recross?
This is going to be loud, I apologize. Apologize, counsel, but I'm going to put this right here. Can you still see this, Mr. DeFore?
I can see it.
If you don't, if you can't, just let me know.
Yeah.
Can you see that, Ms. Wright?
Yes.
So you'd said you'd made the chart based upon people's connections, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how Jason Mengel is connected to everybody?
Only to Ezra.
Okay, that's what your understanding was.
Yes.
So if there's evidence that Jason has a connection to Ezra, John, and Alex, you could just as well have made a chart that would be representative of what I just drew, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't have that information because nobody gave you that information, correct?
That's correct.
And I could probably go through different variables. If you'd have known that Jason here, I could put John and make arrows to somebody else. In that situation, we could have put somebody else at the top, right?
Yes.
But the same for Alex, correct?
Yes.
It all depends upon the information that's provided to you, correct?
Yes.
And the information that's provided to you is Ezra knew all three of these other people, but there was no other connections that connected these four people together.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all. Thanks.
Okay, all right, Ms. Wright, thank you. I think you may step down. And is Ms. Wright free to leave?
Yes, sir. Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
First name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N. Last name is Prock, P as in Paul, R-O-C-K.
How are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed by the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the City of Eau Claire Police Department?
I've been employed by them since 2010, so just about 9 years.
And prior to that, did you have employment in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I worked for the City of La Crosse in Wisconsin Police Department.
And how long were you employed by them?
I got hired in 2004 by them.
Right. And did you work continuously until you started in Eau Claire in 2010?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a current rank with the Eau Claire Police Department?
I am currently assigned to the Detective Division, and I'm a detective inside that division.
And how long have you had that assignment?
Since 2014.
Now, as part of that assignment, were you assigned to an investigation relating to a matter involving the defendant and John Hanson?
Yes, I was.
And when did you get assigned to that matter?
I believe that was right around end of February, February 28th, I believe it was.
Of 2018?
2018, yes.
Right. And were you assigned as the lead investigator for that matter at that time?
Yes, I was.
All right. And did you also get assigned to a matter involving the defendant when she was brought to Eau Claire Mayo Hospital on March 22nd?
Yes, I was.
And what capacity were you assigned to that?
I was assigned to look into at that point, the assault of Ezra McCandless.
And what was the information that you had that led to your being assigned as far as the location of that assault?
It was believed that the assault took place in the city of Eau Claire, possibly in a park, possibly Owen Park.
And as far as March 22nd of 2018, are you aware what day of the week March 22nd, 2018 was?
That was a Thursday.
Now, at some point in time, the determination was made and it was determined that this was a death investigation involving Dunn County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After that happened, did you continue to have involvement in that investigation?
Yes, I did.
And why is that?
Dunn County asked for my assistance with a few interviews, specifically with Ezra McCandless on the 24th, I believe it was, of March, due to the fact that I've spoken with her and have a rapport with her.
Okay. Fair to say you've done a number of things in this investigation?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us whether or not that's involved interviewing of various witnesses?
I have interviewed quite a few people, yes.
Did you have some involvement in the attempts to find Alex Woodworth on March 23rd and March 24th?
Yes, I did.
Can you just generally, we'll talk a little bit more about it in detail a little later. What generally did you do in the attempts to find Alex Woodworth?
On the 23rd, I went and spoke with Ezra at Mayo Health System to see if she had any idea or remembered anything more that could help direct us to where Alex and her vehicle were. I also went to Alex's house, spoke with his roommates. Then I also went down to Lacy's coffee shop and spoke with the barista that was working to see if Alex had been in or if they knew the next time he was supposed to work so we could try to make contact with him then.
Now, we've heard testimony from a number of witnesses about extractions that they did from various electronic devices, downloads and images that they created as it relates to some computer items. As part of your investigation, did you review those extraction reports as well as the images from the various electronic devices in the report format that you received them?
Yes, I did.
And I think you indicated that you had interviewed the defendant as well.
Yes, I did.
And how many times?
In total, and
For this, the investigation relating to the death of Alex Woodworth.
I spoke with her twice.
Now, I think you said earlier that you had been assigned to be the lead in relation to the matter involving John Hanson as well, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you, at some point in time, make contact with the defendant as it related to that matter?
I did.
And when did you make contact with her and how?
The first time I made contact with her was on February 28th, where I called to see if we could set up an interview, an in-person interview, which she agreed to come down to the Eau Claire Police Department on March 1st and speak with me.
And did she come to the Eau Claire Police Department on March 1st?
Yes, she did.
And I realize you probably don't know the exact mode of how she got there, but did she arrive on her own, or did law enforcement bring her there?
Law enforcement did not bring her there.
So she arrived in some fashion on her own, whether it was by foot, bike, car, bus, train, you don't know, but she was on her own.
She was on her own. We did not pick her up and transport her.
All right. And when you did you talk to her on March 1st?
Yes, I did.
All right. And on March 1st, when you talked to her, did you talk to her or ask her about any messages, text messages that there may have been between herself and Mr. Hanson?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about those text messages? Or did she tell you anything about text messages?
She did. She advised that she deleted them.
Did you at some later point get access to those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get access to them?
I got them from the suspect in that case, John Hanson. He turned them over to his attorney, whose attorney turned them over to me.
All right, and we saw, I believe, in the testimony of Mr. Mengel, some of that text content?
That is correct.
All right, and you were in court while those were being displayed?
That is correct.
Right. Was that, what you saw, was that consistent with at least a portion of what you received from Mr. Hanson's attorney?
That is correct.
Now, did you ask her about, did you ask the defendant in that interview about her relationship with Jason Mengel?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about that?
He advised that they lived together, boyfriend, girlfriend, and that she loved him.
Did she also tell you anything about Alex Woodworth in that interview?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Alex Woodworth and any relationship she had with Alex Woodworth in that interview?
That they were having a sexual relationship.
All right. Did she ever, during the course of that interview, tell you that that sexual relationship was forced in any way upon her by Mr. Woodworth?
She never mentioned that, no.
Did she say why she was involved in a sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth?
That I do not remember.
All right. Do you recall if she said something about him loving her and he would take care of her?
That is correct.
Okay. And during the course of the interview, did she tell you who was present during the incident at John Hanson's apartment?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She advised that it was her, John Hanson, and John Hanson's roommate named Ryan. She did not know Ryan's last name.
Now, you said you interviewed the defendant as it relates to the matter that we're here for today, the death of Alex Woodworth on 2 occasions. When was the first occasion you interviewed her?
March 23rd,
And
2018.
Okay. And can you tell us, was that interview in some fashion recorded?
Yes, it was.
And how was it recorded?
I had a audio recorder that I took along with me to record it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm assuming this is that recording. I understand they're admitting that we have no objection.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibits 175 and 176. Can you tell me what those 2 items are?
Yes. 175 is a CD of DOJM, which would be the interview from the 23rd with my initials on it, from March 23rd, 2018, with my initials on it.
All right. And I'm going to talk in a minute about those initials. Can you tell me what exhibit number 176 is?
Yes. 176 is a transcript of that video. It was done by and I reviewed it for correctness.
All right, you reviewed exhibit 176. Did you, as you reviewed it, compare it to the audio that you were hearing on what is exhibit 175?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us whether or not that transcript is accurate as it relates to how it transcribed the audio that's on exhibit 175?
It appeared accurate, yes.
And exhibit 175 has the text of that transcript superimposed as it plays?
Yes, it does.
And did you review that to make sure that that was accurate as to that transcription?
Yes, I did.
And what can you tell us about that?
That too was accurate.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of exhibits 175 and 176. And I'd ask that at this point in time, play exhibit 175. I have it on my computer ready to go. It is 32 minutes and 33 seconds in length, so it should take us to just after 4:30.
All right, and again, as I'd asked, do we need the court reporter during that time?
I do not believe so.
Mr. Nelson, you anticipate playing straight through?
I do not, no, it's in, they get to play it.
Okay, if we need her, then we can have her come back. So once that recording goes, then the court reporter can be excused until the recording is complete, but we'll need you to come back in when the recording is completed.
Okay, can we switch to my computer then?
All right, you can go ahead then.
All right.
And I'll just note exhibits 175 and 176 will be received.
Hi, how are you?
Good, you're waiting for someone?
Ezra? Okay.
All right, here she is.
Hi, Ezra. How are you doing?
I'm tired.
Tired, yeah? When we get done, how should I hit the store unlocking the inside?
Yep.
Should she just stay here and I can get someone, or how do you want me to do that?
She can go back to her room.
Okay, you know where you're gonna go then?
I just fell asleep.
Oh, sorry to wake you, Ezra.
That's okay.
How are you doing?
That's okay.
Yeah, sounds like you've been through the winter, kind of having a mess going on, huh? Alright, well, I'm here on kind of twofold. I guess kind of try to figure out, like where Alex might be.
Yeah.
So right now we can't find him. Okay, we can't find your car either.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm here to talk to you about. But first off, I want to know how you're feeling, how you're doing.
Not great,
No.
to be honest. I was a little better this morning, and it got a little bit.
Good.
And then I had a meeting with the doctor and stuff, and they're trying to figure out which medications I should be on. Things like that for depression and anxiety and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's great that you're meeting with these guys and getting some help and getting you the stuff that you need, the medication that you need to make you feel better.
And right now, I'm trying so hard in my head trying to get things to come to me, but it's just like it keeps getting blocked out and blocked out and blocked out.
Okay.
And I get really frustrated with myself.
Yeah, well, just take our time, okay? So I kind of want to walk through yesterday, okay? I've got some of this stuff, but why don't you tell me about yesterday, what you remember?
Yesterday I got up in the morning and I got done looking at, because I've been journaling a lot.
Okay.
And I got up and I looked at the journals I was journaling and starting to journal.
Where are those journals at?
My computer, if you guys want it.
But I mean, where are they located?
Google Docs.
I know, but where's your
My
computer?
dad's.
Okay, in Stanley?
Yep.
Okay.
But it's an online thing, so you just need my email.
Okay. All right, continue. Sorry about that.
And then, so I was journaling and checking my email to see if I have any emails from the place I started working at.
Okay.
And I had nothing, and I was watching a little bit of TV and stuff, checking on the dog and the cat, and then I showered and got dressed. And then I thought to myself, like, I'm feeling really good today and really confident, like I should go return some stuff that just kind of makes me feel sad. So I was like, I'll do that. And I was like, gonna text Jason about it, but I didn't because I thought I would see him at the coffee shop, be like, hey, you're here. But I knew he was busy doing laundry and stuff today too. So I didn't want to worry him. Not today, but that day. I didn't want to worry him much, so... And I knew my dad would be mad about it because he didn't want me driving because I'm currently trying to get insurance.
Okay.
I was like, I felt like, I gotta take a step for myself to be confident,
Okay.
So I went and I made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max, a friend.
Okay.
And so I went to Eau Claire and I went to Lacy's and I seen Jason at the coffee shop and I said hi, and then I seen Max and I said, Max, I got the painting for you. So me and Max went to my car and then we went to his house quickly to go. He went and got me 2 paintings and I gave him my painting.
Okay.
And then we went back to Lacy's and Jason was gone and I didn't know, so I just decided since he's not there, I'll just go finish the rest of my day because I want to be home before 5 because I had to watch Dane, my dad's, I think his fiance now.
Okay.
His son, he's a really good kid.
Okay.
I see him when I work at the school.
Okay.
And I went to town and I was just feeling really good and positive and stuff.
Okay.
And I went to town and I got the stuff from the trunk and I waited for Alex to get dressed and ready for the day so that he could come downstairs and grab his stuff. And then he suggested we talk for a little while and I said, okay, I can talk for a while because your roommate's home, Because then we weren't alone.
Okay.
I think his name's Dave.
Okay.
Dave was there, so we talked about kind of just life and how I've been feeling and situation we went through and stuff like that. We just kind of talked and he seemed kind of iffy about it. He seemed pretty upset still that I've been talking to Jason and stuff. I told him this is how I feel and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then he wanted to talk some more because Jason's shown up and I understand his concern because of course he's concerned and stuff and he's just on edge lately too. His life's been really hard for everybody.
Okay.
And then we were talking and then Alex suggested we go somewhere to talk and I said, okay, that seems okay.
Okay. So, continue.
And then after that, we were talking stuff and I was like, I really want to go to a park and stuff. And I just remember I keep saying that. And then after that, my brain just starts to
So, alright, so you're at his house talking, you decide to go someplace to talk. Where did you end up going?
I suggested we go to Owen Park and I don't know if we actually went there or not. Because I remember going to Owen Park, but I don't know if I actually got to Owen Park or not. That's the scary thing. Because I remember the frog, but I don't know if that's from the other day or from...
Okay, what time of day do you think you would have been at Owen Park?
I don't know when I was there. I remember leaving the house around, I think it was 10 when I left the house to my dad's house. I think it was 10.
Okay. Okay. So, did you guys leave Alex's house shortly after the cops came and checked in on you guys?
Yep, because I talked to the officer and said I was feeling fine and stuff, and he said everything seemed fine.
Okay. So then you left, and what vehicle did you leave in?
It's my car.
Okay. And then who was driving?
I was driving.
Okay. And then Alex was in the passenger seat?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then we were driving and I was talking about stuff and he seemed a little upset about some things, and then after that it just kind of gets funky in my brain. I just start to, it's like there's a blank slate.
What were you talking about?
I was talking about kind of the counseling and therapy and stuff me and Jason want to pursue and things like that, and how I don't think I want him to be writing, if he does know who's writing my number and stuff on the walls of Lacy's, if he could ask them to stop and stuff, because I know I was like, I understand you're hurt and stuff also in the situation, but I don't think it's appropriate. Just talking about stuff like that, trying to get things settled between us, because I haven't talked to him since then.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of felt like it felt right for me to like express my feelings, but also even though it's like, I also think it's right for the other person in the party to have to be able to express their feelings too, no matter what.
Alright, so as you're driving around, this is what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then what do you remember next?
I remember just Alex started getting pretty upset about some stuff.
What was he getting upset about?
He was upset because he was upset because of John and stuff. Because I talked a little bit about like, you probably get questioned and stuff like that. That's what I told him. Is like, I'm sure you might get questioned at some point during the case and things. And he seemed upset about it. But he mostly seemed upset about Jason and I because he told me like that if I proceeded to talk to Jason, he would be very upset.
Okay. So then what happened?
And then I just kind of remember just trying to explain myself and stuff, and then it just kind of gets like fuzzy for me.
Okay.
I just feel like all I can feel is like anxiety and like pain and stuff.
Okay.
It almost feels like kind of like if somebody would have blindfolded you kind of feeling.
Okay. So then you get found in Menominee.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get to Menominee?
I don't know. I just kind of felt like I woke up and I was scared, so I was just walking down the road.
What do you remember about that? I mean,
I remember being cold.
Okay.
And that my feet hurt really bad.
How about your car? What do you remember about your car, where it was left?
I don't remember much about that at all, actually. I just remember being really cold. And just kind of like, it's kind of like the feeling of like you don't know what's happening and you're scared and you just need to keep walking and walking and running, and I don't know. Kind of like, I felt kind of like a scared animal. I don't know how to describe it.
How long do you think you were walking before someone found you?
I really don't know. It's very... I keep trying to think about it, and it feels like it just doesn't happen. Like I try to think about it, and all I can feel is just the feelings, and not like seeing.
Okay. You guys you were located in Menominee. Do you have friends, or does Alex have friends in that area? Dunn County, Menominee?
I recognize the guy's name.
Who?
The last name of the gentleman that helped me. I don't remember his face, but I recognize his... I don't remember the last name either, but I remember thinking to myself when I was sitting there that his last name sounded familiar.
Was this nighttime or daytime that this all happened?
I think it was daytime.
Daytime?
Nighttime. I think it was in the afternoon.
Hold it here. I got the report. Just so we can make sure we're...
Do you have his name in there?
Mm-hmm. So about 6 o'clock at night, our officer came down to the ER.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it happened before then?
Yes.
Okay.
I just remember when I was sitting there, just really like scared and confused and stuff, and my feet hurt really bad. But
so between the time of, let's see, the officer's leaving your place, and 6 o'clock, you don't remember where y'all went?
No, not really, no. I just remember being really scared.
Okay. How about your phone? Did you have a phone on you? Do you still have the iPod, or do you actually have a phone now?
I don't have a phone, I just have my iPod.
Okay, was that with you?
Yeah.
Were you texting or talking to anyone?
No. I don't know where it is right now.
Okay. Did you have it when you were found by Dunn County?
They looked in it to try to figure out who I was because I kept telling them that I kept saying my old name for some reason. Because I know I'm Ezra, but for some reason I kept telling them I was Monica Carlin because that was my old name before when I was adopted.
Okay. How old were you when you were adopted?
I was pretty young.
Okay. And then you changed your name to Ezra?
Mm-hmm.
Or did your adopted parents change it?
I changed my name to Ezra about 3 years ago.
How come?
It just felt right. You know, kind of wanted to feel like I had my own identity and stuff.
Okay. So, you get picked up by someone, and then what happens?
By who?
In Menominee.
I just remember sitting in a chair at the old man's house.
Okay.
And then he called the ambulance and stuff. And then they took me to the hospital, and I've been here since then. I had to get exams and stuff done. They took my clothes.
Okay. So you have no friends in Menominee or Dog County, right?
No.
And you don't know about Alex?
I don't really know much about him when I think about it.
Okay.
I told him a lot of stuff about me when I knew him, but I realized that he didn't tell me.
Okay.
I wish he would.
Did Alex have his phone with him when you guys were together?
I don't know, maybe. I know that it might be at his house because he uses it as an alarm.
Okay. Did you guys go to someone's house?
I don't think so.
Did you guys crash a car?
I don't think I crashed my car.
I mean, if you did, I would like to know just so we can go find it. I mean, you're not in trouble.
I don't remember crashing a car at all.
Okay.
I think I really remember crashing a car because I've been in a few accidents. Mm-hmm. And I can't forget those. They really stick with me.
Yeah. Were you on anything? I mean, were you on any drugs or alcohol?
I haven't drank or done anything since back in February before I reported to the police.
If you would have done something, what would you have been doing as far as drugs?
I can't even think of anything.
Marijuana, LSD, cocaine, heroin, meth.
Mm-hmm. There's none of that stuff at my dad's house or anything like that.
But is that the stuff that you would use, or?
I don't know. If I ever did, I would have only smoked a little bit of marijuana because there was a friend that I used to smoke marijuana with.
Okay. Mushrooms?
No, those are scary.
Okay. If there was anything else that I would need to know, what else would I need to know? I mean, how would I find Alex?
I don't know.
Did he talk about wanting to harm himself ever? Did he talk about wanting to harm you? Did he?
He's in the past talked about harming himself a lot.
Okay. Like, what does he say?
He would talk about how that he would get upset because I didn't like him fully the way he liked me, and that it made him sad enough to want to hurt himself, and he actually did cut his wrist once, and it really scared me. And so I had Jason help him out because he's a medic.
Mm-hmm. So why did he cut his wrist?
I think it was during the time when I told him that I don't really think I could be in a relationship with him. I remember a lot of nights because he goes to the joint to drink a lot. He drinks every night there.
Okay.
He drinks quite a bit when he's there every night, and I would get a lot of long text messages that I didn't really understand, and they would just give me anxiety.
Okay. So if you didn't go to Owen Park, what other park would you have gone to?
Phoenix.
Okay.
Those are the parks I like.
And what about, I mean, the part that's baffling me is how you end up in Menominee.
I don't know, maybe if I got like pushed out or something, because I was covered in a lot of mud. I don't know.
Did you drive into a swamp? Did you drive into a lake?
I would have really remembered that.
Did he drive into a swamp or a lake?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's the part that we're going, like, obviously we can't find Alex and we can't find your car, so it's a little concerning to us.
Yeah. I just remember being really scared and just being in pain.
What were you scared of?
Being hurt.
By who or what?
Alex.
Okay. By him doing what, though?
By him, like, harming me and making me want to do something he wanted.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He's been upset at me a couple times when I would go over, because I was kind of seeing Alex for a little while because I was very confused. And he would get kind of upset when I was too sensitive or in pain and stuff during those interactions.
Who was, Jason was or Alex was?
Alex.
Okay. Did Jason do something to Alex?
No.
Did someone else do something to Alex that he's not around?
I don't think so. I wouldn't think someone would, because, like, we haven't seen each other in a long time.
What about Jason? Would Jason do something to Alex?
Jason could never do anything to Alex. Jason's just too, like, he's not that kind of person.
Okay.
And I know that Alex and John are really close. Like, really, really close, and that kind of scared me when I found out.
Okay. Do you think Alex could be out at John's house?
Maybe. I don't know. I just know that they're close and they talk about a lot of stuff.
How do you know they're close?
Because people tell me they're at the bar a lot together and stuff like that. And a long time ago, Alex told me that John and him kind of wanted to start experimenting and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I was just kind of confused about it.
Okay. But is there any parks in Menominee that you would go to?
I don't know anything in Menominee.
How about in Dunn County?
I'm not familiar. I'm only familiar with, like, I don't know where that is or what part that is near.
Okay.
Or anything. I only know, like, places around here and in Stanley and Chippewa and then, like, in Minnesota, like Stillwater.
Did you travel over to Stillwater yesterday?
No. I wouldn't go there because there's not really much there this time of year.
Okay. How about your car? Does it have like a GPS or anything in it? Anything that helps track it?
It's just an old car.
How about like a Garmin, you know, those Garmin GPSs that you can type in addresses?
I don't know, because I think I gave it back to my mom.
Okay, but at one time it did, but you don't think it does anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's just really fuzzy for me right now, and I want to try to figure it out with the doctor is really bad, because I don't like the feeling of just not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, well, you're in a good place, so I hope you try to figure that out, because I would like to know what went on, too.
Yeah, me too.
And now your car's missing and Alex is missing, and I have no idea if he took it and went someplace, or if you crashed, or if he dropped you off and left you at the side of the road and took off with your car. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's something that we kind of would like to know. Do you know how much gas was in your car?
I just filled it up recently. And then I had my wallet and like a couple 20s and stuff in there.
Did he have his wallet with him, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know I had quite a bit of cash in there because I usually try to keep my wallet like in my car and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's pretty safe in my car.
Yeah. You mentioned something about all your stuff's on Google Docs.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 second. Excuse me, sir. Hello? No, this is Ryan. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
I just talked to Matt.
Okay.
I was just reviewing on the phone, but he thinks that I believe something still talking.
Yep.
I now have.
Okay. Have you talked, did you hear from Alex or anything?
No, I mean, I messaged him and and it sounds really weird, but have you spoken to Matt? No, I guess I'm concerned.
Okay.
Because there was, like, this girl in Boles, that he, like, had a relationship with.
Yep.
And you apparently found her yesterday.
Yep. Is it all right? Say, Sam, is it okay if I give you a call back in a little bit?
Yes.
Say thank you. Bye. All right. So, no parks or anything in Menominee that you would go to?
No.
Okay. Do you think maybe he'd go out to John's house?
I just know they're close, but I don't know.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of or anything else we need to talk about right now?
No, but as soon as I want to remember as much as I can as soon as possible. Because it doesn't matter, I just want to know.
So just so I remember correctly, you guys were no arguments going on at the house. You guys mutually got into your car.
Mm-hmm.
You started to drive someplace, and as soon as you started to drive, as you put it, everything goes fuzzy at that point.
Yeah.
And then you're found a couple hours later wandering around in Menominee, but you have no idea how you got there. You're covered in mud. Is there a place that you would normally go to get covered in mud? Like, I know because you're an artist and you do that type of, is there a place that you prefer to go for that type of shoots or photographs or to paint?
That kind of stuff I usually do in Stanley.
Okay.
At my parents' house.
Okay.
My clothes are pretty gross yesterday because I felt really bad because I think I urinated myself and stuff.
Okay. When you say I don't have any photos, so how covered in mud were you?
I know it was just this part of my pants and my hands, and then not that much.
So your legs and hands?
Mm-hmm. They had to take pictures and stuff of my breathing and stuff like that.
Okay, who took those photos?
The nurse, the same nurse.
Okay, why did they take those photos, do you know?
Because there's a lot of, there's abrasions and stuff on my genital abrasion and stuff like that.
Okay. Did Menominee take any photographs of your exterior clothes?
No, just the nurses here did, and they took all my clothes and I got it.
Okay. I have them. So this is called a medical release form. I think you filled one of these out before, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Date of birth is 10/6 now.
If you want my information for the Google thing, I know it too.
Yep, I will.
I use it quite a bit, so it's easy for me to remember.
Let's see, today.
I don't know what time it is, but I can't really see very far because I don't have my glasses.
I can tell you what time it is in just a second. Alright.
It's hard to even.
Ezra, you're living on 25th Ave, right?
Yeah.
So once again, this is just allowing me to get your medical reports and the doctor's notes and everything for everything that happened. Basically, it's going to be from yesterday all the way through, and then it's just dated the 23rd, I want to say today. Alright. Thank you for that. It's about 4:30, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So anything else you can think of right now, or anything else where you might be able to think of, this is where my car is, or this is how my car got there, or anything along those lines?
Not right now, but I think I really want to talk to whatever therapist they're going to have come in and stuff to see if they can help me through it.
Okay. I will leave my card at the front desk, or have them put in your property. If you think of something, give me a call and I'll come talk to you. Or if you think of, hey, this is where the car might be, give me a call and we can maybe try to find it that way.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else you can think of?
Not right now, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Like I said, the big thing is I want to find Alex and make sure he's okay. I'm sure that's probably something you want to do, is make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I said, if you crash or if you're put the car in the ditch, we just need to know you're not in trouble.
Yeah. I wouldn't think I'd be in trouble.
But, I mean, if you did that, we just need to know so we can go and make sure he's okay.
Or if it's stolen or something like that.
Yeah, I mean.
It doesn't have insurance or anything.
Correct. But you don't think you don't remember driving into the ditch or driving off the road?
No, I would have remembered that. Because I've been in accidents, and every time that's happened, I can't forget it at all.
Okay. So you don't remember the time from getting into the car until you're sitting in the old man's house? You have no idea what happened in between then?
No, I just felt scared.
And you have no idea how you got to where you got?
No. Just my feet hurt and stuff, and I didn't know why. I was like, I didn't know what's going on.
How long do you think you were walking?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Do you have any idea what direction you came from or you were walking from? Do you remember turning at all off of anything?
No, it was like a straight road.
You just remember walking straight? Do you remember coming out of a ditch up there?
No. I just remember, my hand hurt because of the pavement and I fell down.
Okay. So I remember falling down and then getting up and then just walking straight.
Yeah.
You never came off the side of the road, you never turned off the road, never climbed out of the ditch. You just went straight. Okay. Alright, well, like I said, I'll leave my card up at the desk for you. If I can think of anything else, I'll come back and talk to you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Alright, but do your best to try to think of stuff, okay?
Okay, record will reflect it's about 4:40 p.m. and we've just completed watching Exhibit 175. Ladies and gentlemen, before we let you go for the night, I'm going to read you again from our preliminary instruction. Just remind you that your duty is to decide the case based solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not let any personal feelings about race, religion, national origin, sex, or age affect your consideration of the evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. We will stop or recess from time to time as you've already found out. And you may be excused from the courtroom when it's necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come into contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about the case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio or television, or again, internet, social media, or any other source about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, etc., or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you, and if anyone does so, despite you're telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should also report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Okay, so at this time, we're going to excuse you for the evening, and then what we're going to do is we're going to have you come in to begin continued testimony at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So as long as you're here prior to 9 a.m. so that we can come into the courtroom, you'll be on time, okay? All right, with that, we're going to excuse you for the evening. All rise. Okay, just beginning at, let's see, this would be during the testimony of Jenna Van, I believe it is, Van. 152, there's a sidebar, and I believe this was regarding the conversation. The state was offering testimony about a conversation Ms. Van de Zandt had with Mr. Mengel at I believe it was March 19th, no, or somewhere in that neighborhood. It was an evening not long before March 22nd. In any event, there was an objection by the defense to the Ms. Van de Zandt testifying what she told to Jason Mengel, and the objection was hearsay by the defense. The court sustained that objection. Anything else that counsel would like to put on the record regarding that conversation or that sidebar?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. And then and I'll just note that, again, the court sustained the objection on hearsay grounds. And as I recall, then at the sidebar, what the state wanted to get at was the fact that the defendant had called Ms. Van de Zandt, and they went right to that and asked her then after that conversation, and the rest, all of that is on the record then, the questions that were asked. The court received Exhibit 677, which was the letter
That is all on the record. And then at 2 p.m., there was a sidebar, which really was prior to an objection, and Ms. Nodoff had indicated that she still wanted to ask what it was that Jenna told Jason.
Just that the state thought we were not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, or instead the reaction that it caused, and so I understand the court's ruling.
Okay. All right, then 2:08, there was a sidebar, and that was during Ms. Van de Zande's testimony and related to the height of Ezra McCandless. The court overruled the state's objection and allowed Mr. Nelson to elicit testimony from Ms. Van de Zande that she's taller than Ms. McCandless, and anything either counsel would like to put on the record with respect to that sidebar.
No.
All right, then we, at 2:21, it was the beginning of a sidebar, but the objection was withdrawn, so I've checked that off. Then at 2:50, this is when the state had, I believe it was Exhibit 420, which is a binder full of, I guess, summaries of communications, documents from downloads and so forth. And ultimately, that was received in the way that many other disks have without us actually getting into the content. The defense will have an opportunity to review that before anything from there would be published or presented to the jury. It basically was for purposes of the record, much like, the download disks. Anything further that counsel would like to say about that? Mr. Nelson, that was your objection.
No, I think Your Honor accurately summarized my objection and Your Honor's, my understanding of what Your Honor ruled.
All right, Mr. DeFore?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. And then, let's see. There was a sidebar at approximately 3:24 p.m., and that was on the cross-examination of Ms. Wright and WRIGHT. That related to photographs that Mr. Nelson, Exhibits 635 and 636, that he wished to present during that cross-examination. The state objected to that. The court overruled the objection, and basically, because of the objections that Mr. Nelson had to the exhibit, I can't remember the number, but the demonstrative exhibit with Ms. McCandless's photograph, and his exhibit, or his objection was largely because that photograph did not show her hair as it was on March 22nd or March 23rd in that neighborhood 2018. And he also objected to, I believe, some other aspects of that, which are a part of the record. But the state overruled the objection and allowed Mr. Nelson to show those at that time in fairness, to make sure that he was able to make that point that that the photograph in the exhibit was not accurate as to her hair length at the time. Are there any sidebars?
One just before we adjourned, that was just as to when we were going to start tomorrow.
Okay, that's right, yeah. Forgot about that. And that simply was about scheduling. And so we're going to start with testimony at 9 a.m. And so I'm not going to elaborate. Anything that we don't information. I know the courtroom, maybe it's accurate. There's a good reason to do.
We have a.
And I can't think of anything from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Nelson or Ms. Vishny, anything from the defense? Okay, then. 2018 CF 125. Appearances, please.
Your Honor, the state appears by Dunn County District Attorney Andrea Nodolf and Assistant Attorneys General Richard Dufour and Peter Hahn.
Ezra McCandless appears in person and with her attorneys Aaron Nelson and Deja Vishny.
All right, counsel, are we ready to bring the jury in?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I didn't think was an issue when I started my direct of Detective Prock, but after meeting with him last night, may become an issue, and that's the scope of cross-examination relating to the March 1st interview. I understood it from the conversation we had before Detective Prock got on the stand that Attorney Nelson was only going to cross-examine him on briefly on that interview related to the areas that I covered. But Detective Prock indicated that at least for sure there were going to be questions relating to other areas. And it's our position that the rule of completeness does not allow questions relating to anything that is unrelated to the four very distinct and very discrete areas that I covered on direct. And that is that the defendant had deleted all of her messages between herself and John Hanson, that she stated that she was still in love with John Hanson, that she had a sexual relationship.
Jason Mangle?
I'm sorry, Jason Mangle, yes, thank you. That she had a sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth and it was consensual, and that there was a third person present at the time of the incident with Hanson, and that being Hanson's roommate.
All right, Mr. Nelson?
I do intend to take up things during my cross-examination. When I spoke with Mr. DeFore, I did not intend to mislead him. If I did, I apologize. I do not intend to play the recording based upon what Investigator Prock testified. I believe that there is a minute portion of that recording that I should be able to do to impeach him regarding what Ezra told him about Alex. If we want to get into the details of that now, or if we want to get into the details of that during the break, because I know he's probably going to be on the stand for a couple of hours, but there is that one portion regarding testimony that was elicited and that I want to bring out. Other portions of my cross-examination involve non-hearsay matters, that is, what Investigator Prock told Ezra McCandless at the end of that recording, as it goes to, first off, it's not hearsay, and second off, it's relevant because it goes to her state of mind and what she may or may not have done after that, and how it may or may not have related to his next interview and any failure to investigate other matters. And so I don't think they're hearsay. I'm not trying to do it from the rule of completeness, and if you want to take that up now, I can go to more, but
If that's the only thing that's going to be gone into, first off, I agree, you can play a portion of the recording if it relates to one of the areas that I covered, and if that's the only other portion of the interview that he intends to ask him about, then I don't have a problem.
All right. And Mr. Nelson, when you say what Detective Prock said was not hearsay, are you saying it was not hearsay by rule?
I believe he's saying it's not being introduced to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay.
well, let me look up the, it's definitely.
That's what I understood.
Let me just, I apologize, I'm gonna go look up the law quick, but. Don't believe it fits the definition of hearsay. I don't believe it fits the definition of hearsay because he's testifying. I also believe the state previously declared here in open court that Mr. Prock was essentially should be allowed in the courtroom because he is, he represents the state. And so it may fall under an admission by a party opponent as well. But lastly, if it's not, it's a residual hearsay exception under the 24. We have an actual recording of what he said. So from that standpoint, we know what he said. He's on the stand. He can be cross-examined.
I guess in the end, I think I can offer for the truth of the matter, so I guess I'd like that analyzed first.
Well, if they're introducing it for the truth of the matter asserted, then it is hearsay. It's a prior statement. It doesn't matter if the witness is on the stand. It's still hearsay. It's still a prior statement. You can introduce a prior statement if it's a prior consistent statement or a prior inconsistent statement of a witness. But just because they're a witness doesn't change the fact that what they said before is hearsay. It's still hearsay. So if they're only introducing it to show knowledge that the defendant had, that's not hearsay because it's not being introduced to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But if they are introducing and want to introduce it for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's hearsay. And just because it's recorded doesn't change it from being hearsay. You know, that doesn't make it residually, give it residual indicia of reliability. All that does is tells us, yeah, that's what they said. That doesn't prove that what they say is true or not true. So that doesn't add residual indicia of reliability.
All right. Well, why don't we do this? Let's bring the jury in. Let's continue on with the direct and in the break, and we can address those issues a little bit further. It'd be helpful to know, again, what that statement actually was. Frankly, the court doesn't know what the statement is, and this is, I'm assuming from the investigation related to John Hanson, end of that interview. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Nelson?
Correct. Statements that Mr. Prock made to Ezra McCandless on March 1st, 2018, in that recorded interview. Correct.
All right. Maybe at some point here, in some way, get me that statement so I can, see what it is. Okay? Before cross-examination, we'll take up those issues. All right. Madam Clerk, let's bring the jury in.
Detective Prock, I want to ask you a couple questions relating to the March 23rd interview that we heard yesterday afternoon before we broke for the day. Did you ask the defendant if she knew where Alex was at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what did she tell you?
She did not know where he was.
Did the defendant at any point in time during the interview state that Alex Woodworth was attempting to sexually assault her on March 22nd?
No.
Did she tell you that her father did not want her driving at that time?
Yes.
Who did the defendant, if she said it at all, say wanted to talk on March 22nd?
She advised Alex wanted to talk with her.
And did she tell you who, if anyone, wanted to talk someplace other than Alex's apartment?
She did. She said that she suggested going to a park, possibly Owen Park.
Did you ask her where Alex's phone might be?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that it was possibly back in his apartment, inside his room, because he uses it as an alarm clock.
Now, did you ask her about if she had been in an accident on March 22nd?
Yes, I did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was not involved in an accident.
Did she tell you why she was so sure she wasn't involved in an accident when she couldn't remember anything, much of anything?
Because she said she would remember if she was involved in a car accident.
Did she say why she believed that?
Because she's been in them before.
And did she say what she remembered about the accident she'd been in before?
Yes, she remembers all of her accidents and what they were involved in.
Now, we talked a little bit about some of the things you did after that interview to try and find Alex. Did at some point in time you decide you were going to return to the Dunn County area where the defendant was observed or went to Mr. Sippel's residence?
Yes, we did.
All right. And why did you decide to go back to that area?
After speaking with her and going through all the reports, it wasn't making sense where she came from and that Alex wasn't located, or even her vehicle. Not being familiar with that area, myself and the other detectives wanted to go actually see it and just double check to see if she was in an accident or if they were in a ditch or in a creek or crashed, or to see if we can find something that might lead us in a direction of where this incident took place.
Right. And so, did you go to that area?
Yes, we did.
Who else went?
Myself and Detective Groyle were in one vehicle. Sergeant Piper was in a vehicle. Detective Wutschke and Detective Streeter were in a third vehicle.
All right. And what was the plan? What were you and Detective Groyle going to do initially?
Myself and Detective Groyle were going to go up and speak with Mr. Sipple, just to see if we can get any more information from him to get an idea of which direction she possibly traveled from.
Right. And as you drove there, were you going at highway speeds or were you going slower than that?
We're probably going right around speed limit, if not slower, checking ditch lines, checking parking lots, checking really anything to see if we can find a vehicle that matches hers.
And did you get to Mr. Sipple's residence?
I did.
And did you start to speak with him?
I did.
All right. At some point in time, while you were speaking to Mr. Sipple, were you notified to come back to an area a little bit closer to Eau Claire than the Sipple residence?
I was.
And how did that happen?
As Detective Groyle and I were talking with Mr. Sipple, Sergeant Piper called and said that he had located footprints in the mud road that was just down from Don Sipple's house.
All right. And did you go to that area?
We did.
All right. And did you walk back to where the defendant's vehicle was found, as we've heard about it?
Yes, I did.
Right. Once you got to that scene, did you do anything to alter the scene prior to Dunn County law enforcement arriving on scene?
No.
All right. And did you observe anybody else do anything to alter that scene?
No one went inside the scene.
All right. Since this incident and since March 22nd of 2018, have you attempted to drive the route from Alex's apartment to the scene where the Alex was found?
Yes, I've driven that route numerous times.
And you Exhibit 422, Counsel. You've seen Exhibit 422, the map prepared by Ms. Wright.
Yes, I have.
And the route that's in dark blue on there, starting at 511 Cameron and going to E 7614 430th Avenue. Is that the route that you have taken?
Yes, it was.
Based on your driving that route and driving in the area, is there any other realistic route to take besides that route?
No, that was the straight shot out there.
And can you describe what that route is?
So coming out from Alex's house, he lives on Cameron Street. As you're coming up to the stop sign at Cameron Street actually continues up the hill and it merges with West Madison Street and it becomes Cameron Street. So Cameron Street then goes up over a hill, you pass a bunch of other streets, you come up to the intersection with Claremont Avenue. There's a stoplight. Once you get past Claremont Avenue and you're heading outside of the city limits into Eau Claire County, it becomes West Cameron Street, eventually becomes County Highway E.
Right. And so you've talked about a number of streets. Is it just continuing on straight, or do you actually have to turn to get onto those various streets that you described?
It's one street, just changing names along the way.
All right. And So you've driven that route, how long did it take you, did you time it, actually, let's go back a second, did you time the route at some point between Alex's residence and the location where his body was found?
I did.
And how long did it take you to drive that route?
It took me 19 minutes.
Right. Are there stoplights along the way?
There are.
And did you have to stop at any of those stoplights along the way?
I believe the time that I timed it, I did not. I had green lights. I did run into traffic, but I stayed at the speed limit. I wasn't going over it, just 55 until we hit, I believe it's the Dunn County, Eau Claire County line where it drops down to 45 miles an hour for a little bit as you go through Elk Creek and then back up to 55.
All right. So you stayed at the speed limit the whole way?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said you've driven that route a number of times. Did you check, based upon the defendant's statement about a park, to find out if there were any parks along that route?
There are parks along that route.
Can you tell us what parks you've observed along that route?
Sure. So Half Moon Beach is, as you come out from Alex's Road to Cameron Street, where the stop sign is and turns into Cameron, Half Moon Beach is right across the road. Half Moon Beach has a trail, a paved trail that leads to Carson Park. As you're going up Cameron Street, I believe it's on 11th Street, you can take a right onto 11th off of Cameron, and Cameron Street Park is right there. As you continue out on Cameron Street, once you get across Claremont, Sherwood Creek Park is just off of that. It's about 2 blocks down off of West Cameron, I believe. And as you're continuing out now into Eau Claire Dunn County line, I believe in Elk Creek there's a park, but I don't remember the name of that one.
Okay. Were there also other locations before 430th Avenue where you could turn off of County Highway E after you get out of the city of Eau Claire?
Yes.
All right. And are there other farm-type roads that you could turn off of as well before the road that the vehicle turned off onto?
Objection, irrelevant. There's gazillions of roads available for anybody to drive in Dunn County or Eau Claire County. Are we really gonna?
Well, I'm going to overrule. It's harmless. Go ahead, you can answer.
Yes, there's numerous farm entry roads or field entry roads to turn off of.
Now, have you also had occasion to attempt to walk the distance from where Alex's body was found to the Don Sipple residence?
Yes, I have.
And did you do it at just one pace, or did you do it at more than one pace?
I did it at 2 paces. I did a slow walk and then a brisk walk.
Right. And if at a slow walk, how long did it take you to walk from the location of the where Alex's body was found to the Don Sipple residence?
Approximately 8.5 minutes.
And at a brisk walk?
It was right around 5.5 minutes.
Now, did you also have occasion to review the various Instagram accounts of, or the Instagram account of the defendant?
I did go through it.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what has been marked for identification and admitted as exhibit number 421. Do you know what that document is?
This would be messages from Instagram.
All right, and those are messages between the defendant and Jason Mengel from March 21st of 2018.
Yes.
And are you familiar with, you've reviewed those, are you familiar with whether or not the message that appears to have been sent by the defendant at 9/38/11 was the last message that she sent to Mr. Mengel on March 21st.
Yes, it was.
And what is that message?
My husband.
So that's what the defendant sent to Jason Mengel on March 21st, 2018.
Yes.
Did you also have occasion to review extractions from the defendant's iPod?
Yes, I did.
And did you create basically reports that contain some of the information from those?
Yes, I did.
Detective Prock, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 691. Can you tell me what Exhibit 691 is?
That is an extraction report from the iPod.
And that relates to an entry that was made on March 2nd of 2018?
Yes.
All right. And that would be an entry made by the defendant?
It was on her iPod, yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 691 at this point in time.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 691 will be received.
All right. And I'd ask to publish it rather than putting it up on the Elmo. I've had 13 copies made. I would plan to hand them out. I want to ask a couple questions and ask the jury to have an opportunity to read that, okay?
All right, go ahead. Is there a copy for the court?
I'm sorry,
That's all right, I'll see it.
Okay, I apologize, Your Honor.
The actual exhibit. Do you have the exhibit, or is?
I
You
have
the exhibit. So after, well, here, let me take a look at it here.
The next one, I'm making an extra copy for the court, Your Honor.
Thank you, that's all right.
So Detective, in there's some language and where the defendant is talking about, I can't have you talking about Alex. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Based on your investigation, do you know who that is referring to that she can't have talking about the situation with Alex?
It would be Jason.
And that's Jason Mengel?
That is Jason Mingle.
All right, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, I get an extra page of that. That was the only question I was going to ask. I'll just give the jury a little time to read that. Detective, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 692. And can you tell me what that is?
It is an extraction report that was generated out of the notes section of the reader report that Detective Beardsley extracted from the iPod.
All right. And again, that was the defendant's iPod?
That is correct.
All right. And what is the date on this note?
This note has a date of March 20th, 2018.
All right. And it appears 2 notes on there?
Yes, that is correct.
And 2 copies of the same note. Each one, there's 2 copies of the same note. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. What does the first note talk about in general?
talks about a conversation that Ezra had with somebody.
And based on the context, do you know who that would be?
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
Speculation. Can we approach sidebar?
Yeah, sidebar. Questions withdrawn.
What does the second of the two notes on there discuss?
It discusses a conversation that Ezra had with Jenna.
And that would be, as you understand it, Jenna Van de Zand?
That is correct.
All right. And you were present when Ms. Van de Zand testified yesterday?
Yes, I was.
All right. And the conversation that's referred to in there, would that be the conversation that Ms. Van de Zand testified about?
Objection, speculation, we approach.
That's fine. We can approach on that.
All right. The objection is sustained as to speculation by this witness.
Okay.
As,
All right, and I'm not sure if I have moved it, Your Honor, but I do move Exhibit 692 and ask to publish it.
all right, Exhibit 692 will be received, and it may be published.
All right. And I believe the jury has the copies, I'm not sure. And I apologize, that happened before I did that, and that was my mistake, and I apologize for that, Your Honor.
Apology accepted.
Now, Detective, did you have occasion to also review the download of Alex's phone, the extraction report from Alex's phone that was created by Detective Beardsley?
Yes, I did.
And did you search that phone for communications between the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find find any communications between the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
I was able to, yes.
Did, in those communications, did the defendant provide a name that she had for Alex Woodworth on her phone?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She did not use Alex or Alex's last name. She referred to him as Bugdad, Bugdad.
Did you, in those, find an entry that indicated, or where Alex asked the defendant if she was writing about anything?
I believe there was conversation about writings, yes.
And did she say if she was writing about anything in particular?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
All right. There are indications during the course of those writings that they are involved in a sexual relationship.
Yes, there was.
And when did those text messages that indicate a sexual relationship, approximately when did they begin?
Approximately begin, I believe, November, December timeframe.
Of 2017?
Of 2017. I don't remember the exact dates.
And do they continue into February of 2018?
Yes, there's still conversation between the two of them into February of 2018.
And is there a request on February 23rd from the defendant for Alex to call her?
Yes, there was.
Did you review Alex's phone and other materials to see if he initiated any contact with the defendant after February 24th by any electronic means?
I did.
And did you find any?
There was no messages from Alex going out to Ezra on those dates that I saw.
Now, you testified there were a number of texts about the relationship between the defendant and Alex. On Alex's phone, did you review the defendant's iPod to see if those same texts were on her iPod?
They were not on her iPod.
Did you also, after hearing some of the things that have happened in court here, have you attempted to search all of the electronics of Alex Woodworth that have been extracted for references to BDSM, bondage, discipline, those types of things?
I did search his electronics for those terms, yes.
And did you find anything referring to any of those things on any of Alex's electronics?
I did not find anything.
Did you also search for things like knife play and edge play that we've also heard some questions about in the course of this trial?
I did search for those words as well.
Did you find any references to any of those things on any of Alex's electronics?
I did not.
Now, did you have occasion, and I believe you testified you did, to interview the defendant a second time?
I did.
And when was that interview?
That was March 24th of 2018.
And was that after then you had found Alex's body?
Yes, it was.
All right. And where did that interview take place?
That took place as well at Mayo Health System in Eau Claire.
And at the time of that second interview, did you have the ability, or did you ask to see some of the injuries that the defendant had on her body?
I did.
Which ones did you have a chance to see at that point?
During that interview, I was able to see the injuries on her left hand, the 3 superficial cuts. I was also able to see the word boy and the scratches that were on her left forearm.
Did you also see the abrasions on the back of her right hand as well?
I did see those as well, yes.
All right. Did you, or were you able to, on that date, actually see the injuries to her legs?
No.
Or her groin?
No, I did not ask to see that. Being a male, I was not going to ask her to show me those sensitive areas, full well knowing we had a female that was going to be there to take photographs of these injuries.
Did you ask her, though, about any of the other injuries that you couldn't see at that point in time?
Yes, she told me about the injuries to her right leg, the scratches, the groin area, and then she also, I believe, said she had an injury on her left leg around the knee.
All right. And was that an area that you're familiar with, the clothing that was taken from the defendant when she came to the hospital?
Yes, I was.
All right. And you're familiar with the various defects in those clothing items?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware if there was a cut or defect in the clothing items in the area of the left knee where she pointed to?
I am aware there is a defect in the left knee, left inner thigh area, yes.
All right. And did you also...
Objection, the knee or the inner thigh? I guess it's vague. I moved to, I'll just cross them on it, that's fine.
Okay, so objection is withdrawn.
All right.
All right, you may continue.
Specifically, where was the defect on the left leg of the pants? And if you don't remember, that's fine.
I believe it's the inner left thigh around the knee area. It's above the knee, but below the groin, so about in the middle.
Okay. And can you tell us whether the area that she pointed to was in the same area as where on her left leg was in the same area as the defect, if you know?
She did point to that area, yes.
And are you familiar with the photographs that were taken of the defendant by both Ms. Morris and Deputy Merrifield?
Yes, I am.
Have you reviewed all of those photos over the course of your investigation in this matter?
Yes, I have.
Is there any injury in that area?
Not that I saw.
Now, where did you meet with the defendant for the March 24th interview?
In Mayo Health System in Eau Claire.
And was anybody else present with you at the time of that interview?
During that interview, Investigator Conkey was in the room with us as well.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you two exhibits number 289 and 290. Can you tell me first what exhibit 289 is?
289 is DVD of DOJL, which is the interview that took place on March 24th, 2018 at Mayo Health System.
That's a recording of it?
Yes, it is.
And what is 290?
That is a transcript of this interview.
All right. And as I understand it, exhibit 289 has scrolling text on it as well?
That is correct, it does.
Now, first off, did you review the original recording of that interview and compare it to the transcript, which is exhibit 290?
I did.
And can you tell us whether or not that transcript is an accurate transcription of exhip 289?
I believe it is accurate, yes.
And did you review then the scrolling transcript that is found on exhibit 289 and make sure that that was an accurate copying of that onto that recording?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us whether or not it is?
It is accurate.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of exhibits 289 and 290. I would ask to, at this point in time, play that recording. It's approximately 1 hour and 22 minutes.
All right, Mr. Nelson, any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay, go ahead. And do you want us to take the lights down at all during this?
I think the lights are probably fine. We'll see once we get started, but I think they're probably fine.
All right, and exhibits 289 and exhibit 290 will be received, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Ezra. How are we doing today?
Not so good.
Not good today?
Do you need me for anything?
So,
Okay.
thank you though.
You bet.
Well, thank you for meeting with us again, or with me. Ezra, this is Brett. He's from Dunn County. All right. So, again, thank you. They shut the door for privacy. Just like every time we talk, if you want to be done talking, just let us know. I know you're here at the inpatient behavioral health. You're in a locked facility for safety, to get you the help that we both think you need. But that door, it's not locked.
Yeah.
We'll end it. We'll walk you out. We'll get you to staff and get you back to where you need to go. Okay? Like I said, this is Brett. He's from Dunn County. He's here as well to try to figure out what in the world happened. I mean, how you ended up at Don. I met Don.
What's his last name?
Spiegel. Simple.
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 Sounded familiar to me.
Yeah.
Last name Simple.
Yeah, so that's kind of why he's here as well. Okay? So, yesterday we talked a lot about everything that happened on Thursday, because today's Saturday. And I mean, can we go over Thursday again just to see if we can figure out
Okay, so let's start with Thursday again, about what happened.
In the morning?
Yep, let's start with the morning and end up, let's just go right, as chronological as possible, right up until, the end. And then we can go from there, until you basically get to the hospital. Does that sound, think we can do that? Okay.
Thursday, I was at my dad's house in the morning, and I got up, and I remember that Dad called me to take care of the cat, so I had to do that day. I kind of wanted to take care of the mail at the post office to transfer it, so I texted Jason about that. But I got up, and then I went and I took a shower to get ready for the day, and then I got dressed and stuff. And then after that, I went and I took care of the cat and the dog. And then after that, I went to go grab my keys. So I grabbed my keys and the stuff I wanted to give back. And then I drove to Eau Claire.
Okay. All right. Your dad's house, is that where you're living now?
Kind of.
Is
I was staying there for a little bit.
Okay, is that where, all your personal stuff?
Go ahead, pause.
I know that there's a portion here that's coming up where there's an address that's given out for Jolee Carlin, and I know Your Honor has previously made rulings about how, if at all, that should be presented in this case because of the unique circumstances, and so that's coming up.
All right, I guess we just ask that the address be scrubbed, so to speak, when that portion comes up.
I can mute it, Your Honor.
Okay, if you would mute that, that would accomplish it. Okay.
Yeah, on the screen, I'm not sure how there's not much way I can fix that, but if we can just direct it, that not be...
Okay, well, the clerk can blink the screen, but
Okay.
is it soon?
Yes. It's at the 3:01 minute mark, and I'm providing my transcript to the clerk if it aids her. I'll just come back and get it.
Should be coming up very, very shortly, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, I can see there it says, where is your dad's house?
Yes.
So, and I think that should be
That's fine, I will...
obscured, it's not necessary.
The clerk can just switch off the screen, and I'll, as soon as it's passed, I will advise.
Okay,
Okay?
very good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for pointing that out.
Yes.
Is that currently computers, tablets, etc.? Where is your dad's house?
It's in Stanley, I think.
So I'll let the clerk know when to put the screen back up.
317, what was it?
Okay. I'll hold it for our-
Alright. So you said you were bringing stuff back. What kind of stuff were you bringing?
A heating pad,
Okay.
and I had like a few just like small things like a bookmark and stuff like that.
Okay. Who was the heating pad for?
For Alex, because he gave it to me a while ago. I just didn't want it anymore.
Okay.
Because I didn't need it.
Okay. And a bookmark?
It was like because he gave me a lot of like small like bookmarks and stuff like that.
Who did?
Alex.
So you're giving him the bookmarks back?
Yeah.
Okay. How many bookmarks do you think you brought back?
I think just one.
Okay. Alright. So is there anything else that you brought with you or gathered to bring to Eau Claire?
No, not really, because I already gave back one of the books.
Okay.
And it was The Little Prince. But
Okay.
that's all, really.
Okay. So you get the stuff loaded up then?
Yep.
Okay, and then what happens?
And then I drove to Eau Claire.
Yep.
And I get to Lacy's, and I see Jason's there, and Max, one of my close friends.
Okay. What happens then?
I Jason would briefly say hi to him, but then Max says that I had told him I have the painting for him that I painted.
Okay.
And he got really excited, so we went to his house to go exchange paintings because he gave me 2 paintings.
Okay. Do you know Max's last name? Do you know where Max lives?
Not the address, but I know he lives in town.
In town is in Eau Claire?
No, yeah, kind of by the ice rink. That part of town.
Okay. Do you know his phone number off the top of the head, or his Instagram account name, or?
Yeah.
What's his Instagram account name?
Biggity?
Big what?
Biggity? It's like Biggty or something. I don't know how to spell Biggity, but it's Biggity, so it's that twice.
Alright.
He's commented on a few of my things.
Okay. And what is your Instagram name?
Dirt.
Dirt?
DIRT, and then there's an underscore.
Okay.
And then FIND. No, FIEND.
Dirt Fiend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something that nobody else would probably have.
Probably not.
It's really hard because Instagram's so big right now, you can't really pick anything, so you gotta pick something really strange and random.
That would be strange and random. Okay, so we meet up with Max, you give him painting, you go to his house.
Yep. And then after his house, we go back to Lacy's to drop him off and stuff, and I looked for Jason a little bit, but he already left.
Okay.
He had to do laundry that day, so
Okay.
I assumed he probably went to go finish his laundry.
Okay.
And then after that, I went directly over to Alex's house.
Okay, went to Alex's house. What time do you think you went to Alex's house?
I'm not really sure because I left my dad's house around 10, so it takes like 45 minutes to get to Eau Claire and stuff, so it might be around 11 or something.
11? So about 11 o'clock you got to his house then?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he home when you got there?
Yeah.
Okay. So, walk me through it. So how did you get over there?
I drove my car and I parked it, and I left it running because I didn't think I'd be in there long.
Okay.
And I just got the stuff from the back of my car and I knocked on the door, but his roommate Dave answered.
Okay, so Dave answered the door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened then?
And then Alex came down and I gave him this stuff and he wanted to talk about things.
Okay. So, where did the exchange of property take place in the house?
I handed him his stuff on the porch.
Okay.
And then he wanted to talk and I wanted to talk a little bit too, so we went upstairs to go talk because that's where Dave is. His room's right next door.
What do you mean where Dave is?
Dave's bedroom.
Dave's bedroom is upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs.
So you and Alex went to go talk where?
In his room.
In Alex's room?
Yep, because that's where my stuff was supposed to be.
Okay. So you go there to talk to him and you go up to his room?
Mm-hmm.
And who was in that room when you guys talked?
Just me and Alex, but Dave was next door.
Okay. And then, so you're talking in his room, you mentioned something about your stuff was supposed to be there?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I had a yellow cup and like a blue hat and stuff that he had there.
Okay.
And he was just looking around for it and stuff while
Okay.
I was talking.
Okay. So you're in Alex's room talking. What were you guys talking about?
I was talking about, I wanted to tell him, you probably might have been questioned or going to get questioned, a heads up about the stuff that happened between me and John and things like that. And we were talking about that, and I was talking about kind of my feelings about the situation and stuff like that. And then he was just talking kind of about it too.
Okay, tell us more about, the conversation. How were you feeling and how was he feeling?
I was just feeling kind of just a little sad because talking about it makes me kind of sad.
Talking about the incident with John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just kind of talking about it and stuff like that. And talking about, kind of asking if he would know who's writing my number and stuff on the walls at Lacy's and crude things. And I was like, do you have any idea or anything? I'm just wondering what's going on there. Because I was just confused, would you know who was doing it or what's going on with that?
What do you mean they're writing your number in crude things?
People have been taking pictures of, because someone, I guess there's been a lot of talk about me at the coffee shop there, and someone wrote my old number on the wall in the boys' bathroom and wrote a really bad word above it.
What did they write?
The F word and then me underneath.
Okay. Well, that wasn't very nice of them.
No.
So you're sitting there talking about to Alex about that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What else did you guys talk about?
Talked about kind of like my feelings and stuff about like when we kind of had relations together and stuff. Like, how did you feel about it? How I felt about it and stuff.
How did that go?
It would for me. It seemed like it was going pretty well, but he was mostly kind of quiet. He seemed really quiet, but I was just kind of like trying to say like, this is how I felt and stuff, and I just want to know like how you felt and things like that.
How did you feel about?
I just kind of was like expressing like how I felt like it wasn't all that right, and how I've been writing about like the guilt of like it and stuff like that, and how things fell out between me and Jason a couple times and stuff like that.
When you say you didn't feel it was right, what do you mean?
Like me and Alex, we've been friends for a while, but also it escalated a few times to like it was more sexual at certain points and stuff like that, and I felt really uncomfortable and anxious.
But were those times consensual between the two of you?
Yeah, it just felt really wrong for me. Really, like
afterwards?
Yeah, I felt really anxious, and it made me feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that. And I just was like wondering like, did you feel anxious and stuff like that? Asking things, and he said he didn't.
Okay. He said he didn't feel anxious, he didn't feel guilty, or
No.
How did that make you feel when he said that?
Just kind of confused. Like I said, didn't you feel like a little anxious when Jason helped you with your cut on your arm when you cut yourself and stuff like that? And he's like, not really, no. So I just kept trying to talk about it, and he was just sitting there, just kind of like listening and stuff like that.
Okay. And then you mentioned him cutting himself. What happened there?
It was a while ago when he did it, but he was out drinking because he drinks a lot at night, and then he went home and he cut his wrist and stuff, and then he texted me about it, how he feels about it and stuff like that. He's talked about kind of like being overwhelmed a lot, and he talks about kind of like his he didn't talk much about his past, but he said a few things about like he used to do like self-harm, and that he's been kind of violent towards some people, some kids and stuff when he was younger and things like that, and his parents.
Did that kind of surprise you? Because
Kind of.
when I talked to him, he seemed like a very mellow, laid-back kind of guy.
Yeah, it really surprised me when he talked about it, and he talked about
Okay, I just, and if you want to just go back to where I started to interrupt, but I think there's a need for a restroom break, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess, so. All right, Mr. DeFore, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
about a lot of like, I remember the night when, or the day after he cut himself, when I asked Jason if he could help him and stuff because I was so concerned. That I remember he talked about how his parents and stuff had him like exercised as a child, and just stuff like that really surprised me. So it's just been kind of like, I don't know much about him, but I know a few kind of things about him and stuff like that.
Okay. So you guys are up talking in your room. What happens next? Or up in Alex's room. What happens next?
Jason got there. Well, we were talking about like how I was like, remember when he helped you and stuff like that? Like, how did that make you feel? And just kind of talking about it. And then Jason got there, and I heard his phone, so I was like, well, Jason's here. So we went downstairs and stuff.
Okay.
And then I was just like, do you want to keep talking? And he said he wanted to talk more, so I'm like, well, we can go to a park or something and talk.
Okay.
And so the cops were there, I remember that, but I don't remember what the cops look like.
Sorry.
Or anything like that, but we were there, and then I talked to the officers and said, I feel fine, everybody seems fine and stuff, and we just wanted to talk. they were like, everything looks fine and things, so we went and talked and stuff, and Jason gave me a hug and everything, and then he biked somewhere, I think he biked home.
Okay. So how did Jason know you were at Alex's house?
I don't really know. Maybe, I think he might have asked Max or something at the coffee shop.
Did you tell Max you were heading over to Alex's house?
Yep, I told him I headed over there, get my stuff back and stuff like that.
Okay, so Jason shows up. Whose phone does he call, or how does you said you heard his phone ring?
Yeah.
Whose phone ring?
Jason's phone.
Was he in the house?
I don't know. I just heard, I think he was on the porch, because you can hear from the porch of the upstairs, because it doesn't, I think so.
Okay, but you heard his phone ring somehow, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you said you went downstairs and talked to him. Did both you and Alex go down?
No, actually, Jason walked upstairs to talk to us, so the door must have been open or something.
Okay, so what was that conversation like?
Not so bad. Like, Jason came upstairs and he's like, is everybody okay and stuff? Because he gets really concerned about Alex because of when he treated him for his, like, wound and stuff. So he thought when I was talking about, like, he helped you and stuff, that he thought I was saying let him help you, but he didn't hear it right. So he came upstairs, like, everybody okay and stuff, just want to check in and all that. How's it going?
Okay.
And then we both talked to him for a little bit, and then all he seemed was like kind of like cautious, like he thought Alex might be harming himself or something.
But Alex wasn't harming himself?
No.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah. And
so after that, you walk downstairs and see the cops, or where did the cops come into this whole story?
I walked downstairs and I was in my car, just kind of sitting in my car, talking to Jason a little bit and stuff, and the cops were there.
Okay.
Already.
What were you talking to Jason about in the car?
No, he was standing outside of the car. I was telling him that I'm just going to talk about stuff, kind of like my personal things and feelings about the journals I've been writing and things like that.
Okay.
And then he was like, okay. He said I have a lot to talk about, probably, and that it was a good idea to get things out and stuff.
Okay. So then Alex comes down.
Yep.
And all three of you sit and talk with the cops.
Yep.
And everything's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Jason gets on his bike and drives away?
Yeah.
And then what happens next?
After that, I remember, like, getting in the car and then saying that we should go to the park in town or one of the parks in town and stuff like that. And then for some reason, I started feeling a little anxious.
Who got in the car with you?
Alex did.
Where did he get in? Where did he sit?
He was in the passenger seat.
The front passenger seat?
Yeah.
So Alex was in the front passenger seat, you were driving? Mm-hmm. And it's your car?
Yep.
I think you told me yesterday, like silver Impala-ish?
Yeah.
With a bunch of writing on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then, so you're in the car.
Yeah.
And you're starting to drive.
Yeah.
Where'd you end up, mentioned parks?
Yeah, like I wanted to go to either Phoenix Park or Owen Park or something, and then
what other parks would you go to?
I don't really know all the names of the parks here, but
Where are they by the ones that you like to go to?
What?
Like where are they by the ones that you like to go to?
The river.
Okay.
Like Phoenix Park I like because it's right next to the water and stuff like that, so I like those parks a lot.
Okay.
And I just told Jason that I kind of want to be in a public place because I'm still kind of uneasy about things that have happened in the past between me and Alex and stuff.
When you say things that have happened in the past, what do you mean?
In the past I've felt kind of uneasy about certain things he's talked about and stuff like that.
Like what has he talked about?
Just kind of his way of thinking.
Okay.
And stuff. Because he likes to talk about philosophy a lot.
Okay.
And I don't really agree with the philosophies that much because they're very negative philosophies. It's kind of like take as much as you want kind of philosophies and stuff like that.
Okay. But he's never harmed you physically?
No.
Like never punched you, kicked you, hit you, or done anything physical along those lines towards you?
He's only kind of held me once when I was uncomfortable.
What do you mean, how held you?
Kind of like what, like this, kind of like if this was his arm, kind of like right here.
Okay, why was he doing that? Why was he putting his arm around your neck from behind? Is that the best way to describe it? So you're standing up and he's behind you and his arm is around.
It was kind of during a time of when things were like getting like intimate.
Okay, so it was during a sexual act.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it made me quite uncomfortable. I didn't really like to feel that way because I said that I was too sensitive and stuff, but he kind of got upset a few times because he didn't get to like, it's very crude sounding, but he didn't get to like finish or something.
Okay.
And he kind of, a couple times that has happened and I just went along with it mostly.
Okay. But other than him putting his arm around you during intimate times, there was never any physical harm done to you?
No.
He's never punched you, like I said, or kicked you, slapped you, bit you?
Well, he has bit me once, but that was it.
That was during the sexual acts as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was too hard.
Okay. So other than during sexual acts,
Yeah.
there was nothing that constitutes like a physical fight or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. So you get in the car and you start driving.
Yeah.
Okay, walk me through which direction you drove.
I remember driving. You drive you back up and then you drive out of the driveway. Like you back up because that way is where trucks come from. I don't know how, I think it's the right.
Okay.
That's where trucks come from.
Trucks, I think it's the plumbing store?
I think so.
Okay.
And then, so I drove out of the driveway. And I remember driving a little bit down the road, but then things started to get really, like I started feeling more and more anxious being alone. And then it starts getting really fuzzy from there.
Well, let's try to talk through that fuzzy. Okay. So you're driving towards, I believe it's going to be the west.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're driving west towards, and you come up to a stop sign.
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
From the stop sign, I kind of remember, like, I think I was going to make a loop around, because I think it's a one-way. I don't know.
Well, if you go right, you end up going up a hill.
Yeah.
Did you go up a hill?
I don't really remember any hill.
Okay, if you go left, it kind of takes you down towards the river, past the front of the hospital.
Yeah. I don't really remember going up a hill. I just remember turning and then driving.
Did you go over by Half Moon?
I think so. I don't really remember, like, where I was going.
Okay. So then you're driving, and so now we don't know where you're going.
Yeah.
Because of what happened there.
I just started feeling really, really anxious for some reason.
Like anxious and uncomfortable, you were saying?
Yeah.
How come you just didn't stop and park and get out?
I thought I would just kind of work through it, because sometimes I can work through, like, when I start feeling anxious, and then I can just breathe and try to work through it.
Okay.
But it just started getting worse and worse and worse.
Okay. What were you guys talking about during this drive?
I was mostly talking about kind of my feelings in the journals I've been writing, and asking questions also about their feelings and stuff like that.
You said their feelings?
Alex's feelings.
So you're driving, talking about Alex's feelings and your feelings and about your journal entries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're really important to me.
Okay. So then, so as you're driving, when do you stop, like, and park? Do you stop and park someplace?
I think I got out. I'm not sure, because when I get anxious, I think I got out of the car.
Okay.
And whenever I get anxious, I don't like to drive or anything. So, I feel like I remember just sitting there and just being anxious and being like, I don't really want to drive. Like, usually I try to have my friends drive me when I'm anxious. I've had my ex-boyfriend kind of drove me around for almost a whole year because I couldn't do it.
Okay. So then you think you park and you get out and sit down?
Yeah.
Does Alex come sit by you?
I don't think so.
Where was Alex at this time?
He wanted to help me out with like driving and stuff.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused there.
Yeah. Trying to breathe through like anxiety.
Yeah. So, is Alex driving you around at this time?
When I got out of the car, I got in the car, and then I got out of the car, and then I got back in. I was still feeling really, really anxious and just wanted to talk.
Okay.
So I asked, I don't really want to drive anymore. Can you drive me? So I asked him about that. So I remember being like, I know that you know how to drive and stuff. So I had him I'm in the passenger, and I had him get in the driver's seat. So I could be like, can we still talk and go somewhere?
Okay.
But I don't think I should drive, because sometimes I really can't drive.
Okay.
That's how I went off the highway once.
Alright, so then he's now driving you.
Yes.
Where are you guys headed towards now?
I don't really know. I started getting for some reason my anxiety just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And then I just started, I got really tired and anxious. And I just remember just kind of being in the car for a little while. Then it just starts to go blank for me.
Okay. And then what happens?
I remember walking.
Okay, tell me about that.
I remember walking and trying to look for because I was looking for a car. Looking to see if there's any cars at any houses or anything.
Okay.
And then I walked up to the old man's house, and I remember sitting down in the chair and stuff. Then I got here.
Okay. So in one of my reports, there's it said something was carved in your arm?
Yeah.
What happened there?
I remember being really nervous or something, and Alex kept using pronouns that weren't my pronouns.
What do you mean?
I used to go by more neutral pronouns in high school and more masculine pronouns. I talked to him briefly about it, how I was kind of going through identity things.
Okay.
But now I go by her pronouns because that's how I feel comfortable.
Okay.
But he kept using the he pronouns because he preferred it.
Okay.
And he used to call me boy a lot and stuff like that. And I was just kind of I don't really identify that way anymore.
Okay.
Because I identify kind of feminine and stuff, because in the past I just kind of was more masculine for kind of self-protection.
Okay. And so this injury, what happened? How did the way it described it is on one of your arms?
Yeah.
Something happened?
Mm-hmm.
What happened there?
I remember, that's when my anxiety got really bad, is because I remember just kind of being really uncomfortable, because I don't like it when people grab me.
Okay.
And I remember just kind of, being grabbed, and then it just kind of, the anxiety went crazy, completely through the roof, the anxiety went up.
Okay.
And then sometimes when that happens, it's just everything goes black for a while.
Alright. So where were you when you were grabbed?
I was in the car.
Okay. And how did he grab you?
Grabbed me by the arm, right there.
Okay. Where was he?
He was in the He was in the driver's seat. I was in the passenger. I don't know I think we probably were parked.
Okay.
I think it was before we started driving again.
Okay.
And it was just because I remember it happening, being grabbed and just feeling hurt and anxious, and then it just starts getting really, really dark and fuzzy for me. Just feeling so anxious.
Okay. And so how does your arm get cut up?
Alex, he grabbed it, and then he kept telling me about being a boy and stuff like that, how frustrating it is, and then he threatened me.
What do you mean he threatened you?
He just he didn't say he was gonna do something, but he grabbed me and started doing something.
What do you mean he started doing something?
He started like carving something into my arm.
Where is this on your arm?
This arm.
Can I see it by chance?
Yeah.
If you can pull your sleeve up far enough. Oh, is it all bandaged up or no?
Yeah, but I can move it.
Well, if it's bandaged up.
It's on this part of my arm.
Okay.
And I just remember.
How deep is it?
It's just low. It's not too deep, but it's like etched into my arm.
Okay.
And it just made me really anxious and it hurt really bad.
Okay.
And then after that, I just remember feeling like I was moving, like I was dizzy and moving, and then I remember the car was moving again, and I was just panicked.
What do you mean you panicked?
Like, I just felt panicked, like, kind of like a small animal, just kind of scared.
Okay.
And then it's just kind of like everything went away.
Okay.
It got dark and scary.
What did he use to carve that on you?
I think he grabbed what was in my middle console.
What was that?
It's called Tiger Claws. It's a protectant thing. I keep a couple of like protection, self-defense protection things in my middle console of my car.
Tiger Claw. Like what exactly is a tiger? I've never heard of that, so.
It's, you squeeze it and then little like claws come out. First, like when you're running, it has a wristband on it.
Okay.
And it's just a self-protection kind of like thing.
So, if I'm picturing this, it's almost like a brass knuckle type thing that you squeeze and then multiple claws come out?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them sticks out a little farther than the other, but it's for like, my mom always has me carry a bunch of self-protection items and stuff in my car.
Okay. If it wasn't a tiger claw, what might it have been?
I always keep one of my dad's like hunting knives in there too, just in case, because I have like a tent in my trunk and stuff like that, so I always keep like my tiger claws. I always try to make sure one of my dad's hunting knives are in there, just in case I ever need it, or just in case I ever need to like cut some rope or anything.
Oh, that makes total sense. And what kind of knife was this?
Just kind of your typical hunting knife. I don't know if you're familiar.
Fixed blade? So basically like a fillet knife type of? Or is it one that folds?
It's like a utility one. So like you fold it up so it can be multi-purpose, so it closes and it opens.
Okay. So is it like a utility knife where it has like pliers and
No.
It's just a straight knife? So for me, I refer to those as a buck knife.
Yeah.
Where it's probably about 4 to 5 inches long, or the one that I'm used to is like 4 to 5 inches long, then the blade folds open and then it locks in.
Yeah.
And then the blade's anywhere from 3 to 5 inches long.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to like push on the back of it a little button to release the blade.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're describing?
My dad always gets us kids like a couple of them, or he always has a couple of them because we're all hunters and stuff like that.
And what did this knife look like?
I think it was black, mostly.
Okay. And how big a blade on it?
Not too big. Maybe like that big.
How big? So you're holding your fingers
About that big.
about 3 inches?
Yeah.
3.5, 4 inches?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how big a blade it had on it?
Yeah, it wasn't very big though.
Okay, sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Did you sharpen it?
No.
Did your dad sharpen it beforehand?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't really know how to sharpen.
Fair enough. So what else did you have in your car for protection?
I always, in the back of my car, well, not really for protection, but I have a safety kit in there.
Okay, what's in a safety kit?
Like a bottle of water and like, fire starting stuff and like bandages and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I always have a tent in my car and your typical kind of stuff. In my glove box, I kind of have like my work gloves because I work with my dad and stuff sometimes.
What does your dad do that you work with him?
He cuts trees down.
Okay, I think you told me that before.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's in your car for safety protection. Yeah. And what did Alex use?
I think he used the hunting one, because I seen him looking around at my console.
Okay.
Ouch.
You okay?
Yeah.
I heard something pop.
My shoulder's really sore.
Okay. Why is your shoulder sore?
I don't know. I've been sleeping funny, I think.
Okay. How long has it been sore?
Since, like, yesterday. It's been kind of sore. This one's a little more sore, though, for some reason.
Okay. So, you think he now used the hunting knife?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and where was he seated when he was, as you're putting a carving in your arm up?
Well, because I was in the passenger seat, it's my left side. 'Cause that would have been, because he's in this seat and I'm in this seat. So he grabbed this arm because it was the closest one.
Okay, so he grabbed this arm and held it. So if you're sitting in the passenger seat, or if I'm sitting in there, he grabs it like this and just holds it. So basically, your arm is just straight. He doesn't bend your shoulder or your arm back at all?
Only slightly, but I pulled, and that's why there's this long line down.
Okay, can we see that by chance?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just kind of curious on how it looks, because...
This one, right here, there's a scratch.
Oh, yep, I see the scratch.
And then this one.
Oh, yeah. So, he wrote it, just so I have this right, it's on your left arm, on top of the forearm.
Yeah.
And he wrote it with the B is closest to your elbow joint, then the O, and then the Y with some scratches. Okay.
And there's scratches down here too.
And some other scratches there as well.
There's a lot more scratches on my leg.
Okay. You don't need to show us those, but we can talk about those. So you have scratches on your leg, you're saying?
Yeah, they just hurt really bad.
Like, what are those from?
I don't know. I just remember looking down when I was at the Mr. Sipple's house.
Okay.
And I started getting really scared because I seen that there's blood right there, and that there's blood on this leg, but there's more blood right here.
Okay. And so, which hand was Alex holding the knife in?
I don't remember.
Which hand was he holding your arm with?
I can't remember which hand. It's just kind of like I can't even see his face or anything.
Do you know if he's right-handed or left-handed?
I don't.
Okay. Are you right-handed?
Yeah.
You're right-handed? So I thought I asked you that before, but...
I'm right-handed for when I write, but when I go to play sports and everything, I'm my left hand because my
dominant hand?
That's what I use for sports or other things.
Hunting and fishing? Or hunting, you shoot left-handed, but your dominant hand's right-handed?
Yeah, this is the hand I'm mostly right with, but sometimes I even eat with this hand. It's kind of like my strong hand.
So earlier you were mentioning your journaling.
Yeah.
And you do that through Google Docs, I believe, right? What is your Gmail account?
It's a long one, because I made it a long time ago. It's the Adventures of Timothy J @gmail.com. Timothy was a character I made up a long time ago to write long stories about.
Okay, I was wondering how you came up with Timothy J.
It's just kind of like a character. I used to write a lot of nonfiction stuff. I mean fiction.
Okay. So, and your Google Docs are all tied to that?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you need the password?
Do you have a password on it? Okay, what's a password?
Oh gosh, now I have to think. Because I don't know how you guys have to access.
I don't either. Well, we'll deal with that when you get out. We can maybe sit down and go over your diary stuff. So, at some point he carves boy into your arm. And then, when did that take place?
It took place when we got in the car to go drive somewhere.
Okay. And then, so then you don't know where you go?
No.
Who's driving at this point?
Alex was driving.
Okay.
And I just started feeling really, 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 really anxious. And sometimes when I'm really anxious, everything goes dark for a long time.
Okay.
and I've had an accident because of that in my car.
Okay. And where was the knife now after he carved that into your arm?
I think he put it in his pocket, or he kept it, or he had it by him, but I don't remember.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. So then you go wherever, and then you come out and go to Mr. Sippel's house, or Don, as I've met him, he tells me his name's Don, and he described you as covered in mud.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get covered in mud?
I don't know.
Okay, where were your shoes?
I was wearing my boots.
What kind of, well, yeah, let's talk about that. What were you wearing?
They're brown boots. They're like work boots, but they have, instead of laces, I had to use paracord.
Okay.
Because of one of my jobs.
Okay. So you're wearing brown boots. What else were you wearing?
I don't know if I was wearing socks or... No, I wasn't wearing socks because I had my leggings on that day.
Okay, so you're wearing brown boots, leggings.
They're kind of, I think they're more called stockings.
Okay, stockings.
And then I was wearing my pants that I made myself. And then I can't remember what shirt I was wearing.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wearing a couple shirts. I was wearing, I think, 3 shirts, 4 shirts.
Okay.
And a sweater, because I don't really like to not wear that much clothes.
Yeah. And then, do you remember what Alex was wearing?
I think he was wearing his black coat.
Okay.
And he just wears kind of raggedy, like, tennis shoes and just normal pants.
Okay. Was he wearing anything else that you can think of?
I think, no.
Okay.
Just kind of like khakis.
Khaki pants?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think when I spoke to him. A scarf? Did he have a scarf?
He didn't wear a scarf.
No. Okay. Did you have a scarf on that day?
Yeah, I did.
What did your scarf look like?
My scarf is, it's kind of like yellow and blue and white and red.
So a multicolored scarf?
Mm-hmm.
Were you wearing that, or was it just in your car?
I was wearing it around me because I was kind of cold.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, when you went to Don's house, you didn't have that on you anymore?
No.
No? Okay. And obviously the reason I'm asking you this is I wasn't there,
Mm-hmm.
and I just want to make sure I have an idea of what you're wearing and what he was wearing.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to Don's house, and, Don described that you had some cuts on you.
Mm-hmm.
You also had some blood around your face. How did that happen?
My mouth. I don't know how this happened, but it hurts.
So a little cut. Is it a cut of some sort?
There's a couple of cuts right here. They're kind of healed right now because I've been putting stuff on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I had this, my head hurt really bad right here for some reason. I don't know why.
When you say right here, where's right here?
In the back of my head, in this area.
Okay.
And
so on the back of your head, below the you got a ponytail, and so basically right in the back of your head, lower part of the back of your skull.
Yeah.
Your head hurt. Okay.
And then I remember getting to the hospital and they had to take a bunch of pictures and stuff.
Okay. Who took the pictures?
The same nurse.
Okay. Do you remember what she took pictures of?
She took pictures of my face and my neck because there was marks on my neck. And then she took pictures of my hands and stuff, and then she had to take pictures of this area.
Oh, and when you say this area, it's where your cuts are down by your thighs and legs and
like the vaginal region.
The vaginal region. Okay.
I just remember throwing up a lot. Not last night, but the day I got to the hospital, I just remember throwing up a lot.
Why were you throwing up?
I don't know. I just kept throwing up.
Did you end up taking something?
They gave me something for nausea.
Okay. So you get here, you're puking, they do a sink. Do you remember if they scraped your nails and all that?
They did that.
They scraped your nails, and they did photographs.
Mm-hmm.
Did they take any hair, like out of your head or that? Do you remember?
No.
Okay. And then it went to you getting brought up here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So part of the reason I'm here is you're saying that you're possibly sexually assaulted by somebody. When did that take place?
I think maybe that's what happened.
Okay, so you don't know that happened?
No.
Okay.
But I think it might have because of where the cuts are and stuff, because I don't know why somebody would cut my pants or anything.
Okay. And when you say cut, and I haven't seen your pants, like were there multiple cuts, like a few cuts?
There's cuts on my pants right here. There's a lot of cuts on my pants, and then there's some right here. It was cut.
All right.
This part was like.
Okay, so which part was cut out or cut up?
This area of my
Okay,
pants.
so your right leg or left leg? Do you remember?
This is both legs have it.
Okay, so both legs, the inner thighs were cut. Was it less one cut or multiple cuts?
The right leg was cut, one big cut, and then my tights were ripped quite a bit, and then there was multiple cuts on the outer side of my right leg, and then on this leg it was down here.
Down by when you say down here, is it more by your knee?
Yeah, it was lower than this one.
Okay, so right leg was up by your upper inner thigh, was one big one with your tights ripped, and then the other one was on the outside of your leg. There was multiple cuts
Yeah.
through the pants. Did they get down to the skin and everything too? Okay, and then on your left leg, there's just a cut in your pants on your knee.
Yeah. And then my sweater was ripped and cut, and then I have a small cut right here on my stomach.
Okay, your sweater was cut, and you've got a cut on your stomach. Were you bleeding from those at all?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot? Like
I was
gushing, like?
No, it was mostly this area that was bleeding more. And
Also, your right leg inner thigh area was bleeding.
Yep.
But it wasn't a steady running, it was more...
No, it was just smaller, not smaller, like, it was small bleeding, I don't know how to describe it. Not a lot of gushing blood, but it was bleeding.
It was bleeding, but it wasn't something where...
I haven't had to have stitches.
There we go, perfect. So you didn't have to have stitches, it wasn't deep enough cut that you need stitches, but it was, you cut through the skin enough to bleed. Okay. Excuse me for 1 second, I apologize. So, we obviously went out and found Don.
Yeah.
Okay, and we started with Don, and it was myself and a couple other detectives, and then we ended up getting a hold of Dunn County and Brett here, and we said, all right, where could she have come from? Because you described to me that yesterday that you walked straight down a road, and there was mud on you, and not too far from Don's house, we found a mud road.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think we found at the end of the mud road?
I don't know.
Well, we followed the mud road and we saw your footprints.
Okay.
Okay. Why would we find your footprints down the mud road? Okay, what do you think we found at the end of the road, Ezra?
Was it me? I mean, my stuff?
What stuff?
Was it my, car or anything?
We did find your car. What happened back there, Ezra?
In my car?
Mm-hmm.
I don't fully remember.
Well, what do you remember?
I remember being really scared
Okay.
and in a lot of pain.
Okay. You know, people make mistakes, Ezra. You know, the best way for us to help you is try to figure out what happened in that car. Okay? And I think you know what happened. I really do. I think it did. And I think you know something happened in there. Right?
Yeah.
I know. And I think something happened to Alex, and you know that too. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened to Alex?
I got him off of me.
Okay, walk me through this. What happened?
It's just really painful.
Well, we kind of need to know what happened, okay? We need to know the truth. We need to know what truly happened, okay? Okay, I know it's going to be painful, and I know it's going to be hard, but we got to know, okay? We got to know. So can you please tell us? All right, walk me through, Ezra, what happened. With the truth, please.
When I got to the road, Alex wanted to keep going down the road to have some privacy to talk. And I said, well, there's a lot of nature. I'm sure it'll be fine to talk, because I really like to talk in nature. And when he grabbed me again, and he put me in the back of the car. And he seemed really upset about stuff, and he kept grabbing me, and I didn't know what to do, and he started cutting my pants.
Who did?
Alex.
Okay.
He started cutting my pants open and stuff, and I didn't know what to do, and it was really scary. And then he started cutting my shirt off of me, and I didn't know what to do, and I went to go make him stop, because he had this arm, and I cut my hand because I kept trying to grab him, and so he kept grabbing me and stuff, and then I finally got free, and I finally got the knife away from him, and then he kept trying to grab me in the back of the car, so I just started to defend myself as fast as I could, and then it's like, it got dark, and then then I woke up, and he just kept trying to attack me, and I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
And it was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life, because I've never ever fought back in my whole life.
Okay. So you said you had the knife. Where were you cutting him?
I just was going anywhere and everywhere I could,
Okay.
just to get him off of me and get away from me.
And did the knife actually make contact with him?
Yes.
Okay.
And even then, he just kept grabbing me and grabbing me and grabbing me.
Okay. So he kept grabbing you after you were stabbing him? Okay, and then what happened?
And then after that, he left the car, and he was laying there, and I didn't know what to do.
Okay, so then what happened?
And then so I just waited, and I was confused and scared, and I was just like coming in and out of it, like it would get dark for a little bit, and then I'd come out of it, and I'd panic again and hyperventilate, and then it would get dark again.
Okay.
And then I just started running.
Okay. Now, where did this stabbing take place?
It took place in my car and then outside when I was on the ground.
Okay. All of it. Do you know how you know where your car was then? Pardon?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know who was driving at that point?
I didn't drive my car anywhere after that.
No, who drove you? So now that we're getting to Ezra talking about what happened there, you were saying that your car, where we found it, how did it get to that dirt road?
Alex drove it up the hill a little bit, and then it started getting stuck. So I was like, I can fix it. I can get it out of here. I just need to drive up the road a little farther where it looks like the frost hasn't given out yet.
Okay.
And so I drove up the road a little bit, and then I got out of the car to try to see what was going on, because it was stuck again, and I was like, I don't know what to do about this car being stuck.
Okay.
So I was looking in my car for maybe a board or anything to put underneath the tire to get traction.
Okay.
And then that's when everything started happening.
Okay. And walk me through again what happened there, Ezra.
After I was in the back of my car looking for stuff.
Okay, so the car gets stuck. Do you remember what's around you?
No. I just remember there's a lot of trees.
Okay. So you're in the back seat,
Mm-hmm.
or you're looking for something, you said, right? What happens then?
Alex came after me.
Okay, walk me through that, please.
When I
Like,
was-
how it happened.
I was in the back seat and I was looking for stuff and I was moving things out of the way, trying to find anything to get my car out of there because I was already anxious as it is. And then Alex came up from behind me and then he just started grabbing me.
Okay, how was he grabbing you?
He grabbed me by the throat
Okay.
and then he pushed me down
When you say he pushed you down, where did he push you down?
in the car.
Okay.
And then he was on top of me and he started cutting things. And it was really scary.
Okay, so he was cutting things on you. What was he cutting again?
My pants.
Okay, and then what happened?
He cut my pants and I tried to grab it and I hurt my hand.
Okay, let's see the hand, please. Okay.
And then I was moving a lot and he cut my leg right here.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then after that, I started trying to wrestle him and fight him off of me and kick and do whatever I could. But I got the knife and then I just started.
How did you get the knife from him?
I grabbed it. I grabbed it from him and I pulled.
What did you grab? The blade or?
I grabbed the blade the one time and that hurt a lot.
Okay.
So I tried grabbing the base of it.
Okay.
And then I just, I don't know.
Okay. So once you have the knife in your hand, what happens?
He kept grabbing me.
Okay, how was he grabbing you?
Grabbing me by the arm and by, like, just anywhere. He just kept grabbing me.
Okay.
So I was freaking out. I was just freaking out.
So he's grabbing you, and which hand do you have the knife in?
This one.
Okay. And how are you holding it?
I was just holding it like this.
Okay, so right now you have your fist pointing towards me. Was the blade pointed up or blade pointed down? Do you remember?
I think it was pointed down.
Okay. So then, do you remember?
Maybe.
Do you remember where you ended up stabbing him?
I don't really fully know because it was just anything and everywhere.
Okay, anything and everywhere is where you're stabbing him. So was he on top of you? So you have it here. Do you know if you stabbed him in the back or any place?
I don't know if I had it facing up or down.
Okay.
But I just
Okay.
everywhere.
Did all this stabbing take place in the car or outside?
More of it took place outside the car because he went on top of me again.
He went on top of you again outside. So most of the stabbing you said took place outside.
It was inside the car, a lot took place, and then not that much else took place outside of the car after he was on top of me again.
Okay, so you kind of lost me on that part, Ezra. So some of the stabbing took place in the car.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it took place outside.
Not a lot. A lot of it took place in the car, and then outside the car he came after me again.
Okay.
So when that happened in the car, he was on top of you? How did you end up getting out?
Just kicking and stabbing anywhere and everywhere. Just kicking as hard as I could.
Okay. So then once you get out, he still comes at you?
Mm-hmm.
What happens then?
He's tried grabbing me again, and I just did it again. I just started anything and everywhere, like my dad told me to do.
Okay. So your dad told you if someone attacks you, you stab and slice and cut and do whatever you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what happened after you got outside?
And then he started talking and stuff, and I started freaking out, and I couldn't breathe. And then it just kind of goes dark for a little while because I can't breathe or anything, and then I wake up, and he's laying there on like his coat or something, and I couldn't breathe again because I didn't know what was happening.
When you say he's laying there on his coat, what do you mean?
He was laying on his coat on the ground or something.
Okay.
And I looked over and I didn't know what was going on or what happened or what was happening, and I just started breathing really fast again, and then I it got dark for me again. And then after I woke up again, I got really scared and confused, and I just started running.
When you woke up again this time, where was he laying?
He was just still laying there.
Laying, how, like, is he outside the car, in the car?
Outside the car.
Okay.
And I didn't know, like, what to do or, like, what I was supposed to do, so I just started running as fast as I can. And then it just started getting dark again for me, and confusing and scary. And, I don't know, I peed my pants, I didn't even know. And it was so scary.
Okay. Well, we found him. He wasn't outside the car. He was inside the car. How did he get back inside the car, Ezra?
I don't know. When I left and I ran, he was outside.
Okay. When he was stabbed, where do you think you stabbed him?
I think I stabbed him in the legs and in the head and then, the chest and stuff.
Okay. Did you cut his throat? Like, slice across his throat at all?
I think so. I think I went to stab him and it, stabbed him in the neck and stuff like that. And then I think I got him in the chest a few times and stuff, but I think I got him in the leg too.
Okay. What about so, just so we can walk through this.
Mm-hmm.
So you think you stabbed him in the back?
I think so.
Okay, and where else again?
In the legs.
Like where in the legs? So
I think I stabbed him in the right leg.
Right leg?
Or I don't know.
Okay,
I think it might have been the right leg.
The upper part of the leg, lower part, are we talking in the privates? Are we talking?
Part of the leg.
So.
Might have been in the private though.
Okay, it might have been, how about stomach?
I think so.
Okay, we'll just go, I think this might be the easiest. We'll start at his feet. Did you stab him in his feet?
No.
How about in between his feet and his knee?
No.
Okay, so on either leg. Okay, then we'll go from his knee to his hips.
I think
to include his pelvic triangle, that's what we refer to it, or his genitalia area.
I think I stabbed him in the genitalia area by the leg and then in the stomach too.
Okay, when did that happen?
When he was on top of me in the car.
Okay, so you stabbed, how many times do you think you stabbed him in the legs and genitalia and stomach?
I think once.
Once
twice.
Each? Or once total, or?
I think I stabbed him twice in this area.
Which?
The genital area
okay,
and the stomach.
Okay, so you think you stabbed him twice in the penis and testicle area and the stomach area, so that area is twice total. Okay, so now we'll get from the stomach to the chest. Basically, let's go up to his, nipple line. What about stabbing him there?
I think I got him in the stomach once.
Okay. How about in the chest, where his heart, lungs, and rib cage are?
I don't think I stabbed him in the chest.
Okay. So let's go up to the neck.
I think I stabbed him in the neck a couple times.
Okay. And did you end up slicing it, do you know? It sounds bad to say it that way, but cutting across it at all?
I think I cut across it because I came down really hard trying to get the face away and stuff.
Okay.
So I think it might have sliced bad or something. I remember just seeing a lot of blood and being scared and confused as what to do.
Okay. So there, and then we'll go to the face. Did you do anything to his face?
I think I stabbed him in the head.
In the head? Do you know where in the head?
I think the left side.
The left side of his head?
Probably the right side, because it was in my right hand.
Okay. How about the back of the head?
No.
Okay, how about to his back?
I think so. I think not the back, but I think by the ribs right here.
Okay. And this all happened while he was on top of you?
When he was on top of me, and I just needed to get him away and off of me, so I was hurting.
Okay. But all of this took place where your car got stuck? Yeah, none of this took place at any parks. None of this took place in the city of Eau Claire, in the county of Eau Claire. Everything took place in Dunn County, on that dirt road up over where you got stuck.
Yeah, that's where I fought really hard.
Okay. And so when you left, you thought he was laying outside or outside? Okay. Do you remember when you stabbed him in the throat?
No, I don't. I just remember it happening, but I don't remember the time or when.
You don't know, do you remember which order the stabbing took place?
No, just a bunch.
A bunch? Oh, what side of the car were you guys on? Do you remember?
The driver's side of the car.
Okay. So everything took place on the driver's side? Okay. Did you ever try to move his body into the car?
No, I didn't want to touch him.
Okay. If there was a scarf around his neck, how did that get there?
I didn't use my scarf or anything, I just ran. I left because I woke up and I looked over and he was on the ground and I just started running.
Okay.
When you started, let me back up. When you said that he initially had, I think you had said, started attacking you in the backseat, was he saying anything?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do you remember any conversation or anything as far as that goes? If he was directing it towards something, I mean, I'm trying to understand what he was possibly doing. I mean, was he trying to just physically assault you or something sexual at that point in time?
I think it was physical, but I didn't know.
Do you know what led to that?
Just talking and talking.
Okay. So was everything up to that point that you were in the back seat and he started attacking you? Was it just were you guys having generalized conversation at that point in time?
Yeah.
Okay. Was this all the while of trying to figure out how to get the car out too? Okay. So, maybe you had mentioned this, I missed it, but can you kind of describe to me, when you were in the back seat prior to him attacking you, so how were you positioned?
I was facing down, moving things out of the car to look in my seats and stuff, and then...
Kind of like crawling around?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this started in the car, then ended up outside of it, and when you ran, was he moving, was he laying on the ground at that point in time? Was he moving
or anything.
So I think the point that my partner's trying to get at here is when we found him, he was half in the car and half out. How would he get like that if he wasn't?
I didn't check to see if I thought he was dead or something when I seen him on the ground, so that's why I started running and I was scared what was going on, but he wasn't moving or talking or anything when I seen him.
Was anyone else there with you too?
Did you see anybody else around?
No.
So, backing up to driving out there, so who drove you guys out there?
Alex was driving up the hill.
But who drove to that area first?
Alex was driving for the most part.
Okay. And then you drove there, and Alex drove up the hill, then you got in the driver's seat and drove it up over the hill.
To try to get it out, because I didn't want to get stuck.
Okay, so then you're in the back. Did you throw anything outside the car when you were digging around for stuff?
No. I didn't throw anything out. I was just moving things around and stuff.
Okay.
I moved my paintings to the front seat.
Okay. So you moved your paintings to the front seat. And where was Alex during this time?
He was behind me outside.
Okay. And did he still have the knife? Okay. And then, maybe this was like you asked, but how did the first contact take place? The first time he came, how were you positioned?
I was facing forward in the car, but then I heard him coming near me, so I turned around and then I was laying down.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
He just came at you with a knife? Okay. And his first cut was where?
This is when it started happening, but the first cuts were here.
Okay. And then, so you're laying in the car with your head by the passenger side door? So you're laying on your back and he's doing this?
Yes, on my back.
So you're laying on your back with your head towards the passenger side door. And he's now cutting you in different spots, right? If I'm not mistaken. So then, walk me through then. So you get a hold of the knife.
After it cuts my hand.
Yeah. So, and then you get it from him. Is he still on top of you at this point? Okay. And then what? Walk me through then what happens.
I just started stabbing anything I could.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Okay. How did you end up on your back?
I rolled over to see what he was doing.
So that was prior to him grabbing onto you? Oh, okay. All right.
So then he stabs. So then you get the knife away from him and you're kicking him. Where's the first place you think you stabbed him?
I think the first place I stabbed him was in the head.
Okay. Okay, and then walk me through the order you think you stabbed him.
I think I stabbed him in the head, and then he just kept grabbing me.
Okay.
So I think I stabbed him in like this leg by the genital region, and then the stomach and the sides and stuff like that. Because I remember being pushed against, because I was moving in the back seat, I remember being pushed against the middle console and just going. And then I remember stabbing in this region, inside the chest and neck region, and then...
Was that outside the car?
That was inside the car. And then I fell, because my shoes fell off, because I was kicking and everything, and he got out of the car. And then he went to grab me again, and I stabbed him in like the side by the ribs and stuff. And then it's like after that I just couldn't breathe, and I just started breathing. And then it just got really dark and scary. And I woke up and I peed my pants and everything. I didn't know what was going on, and he was just laying there, so I started running.
Okay. And at no time, did you try to move the body at all? Did you try to move it from, did you drive the body out there to dump it? Did this take place someplace else?
No.
And you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra?
Because I didn't, it's too scary.
I know it's scary, but we needed the truth, right? See, it's better to come and tell us the truth so we know what happened.
Because it's just so scary and I can't get it out of my head.
And we're sorry that you went through this.
And it just keeps replaying. I wish it would go away.
Have you talked to any of the doctors about this? What happened?
No.
Okay, well, that's probably going to be a good place to talk. When you were stabbing him, were you trying to kill him?
I just wanted him to go away.
Okay.
It wouldn't go away.
What happened to the knife afterwards?
I think I dropped it when I was running.
When you say dropped it, where do you think you dropped it?
In the grass.
Like, okay. So, you know how it's a big mud, you drove up there, like in the grass along the mud trail?
I think so.
Or like along the highway?
I think along the highway when I was running, because I remember falling down a few times because my legs were really weak.
Okay. Did you throw it like into the field, like a long ways away?
No, I think it just dropped.
Okay, so someplace between the car and Don's house, you dropped the knife. Okay.
just want it to go away.
When you were going up the road, do you remember what side of the road you were on?
The left side of the road.
So you would have been walking or running against traffic? Okay.
And that's when you were going to Don's house with the knife? Was the knife in your right hand or left hand, do you think, at that point?
I think it was in my left hand.
Okay, and so you're going up there, and as you're going, you just drop it in that ditch line. Okay.
What led you guys out there in the first place?
Just to find somewhere to talk. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to talk.
So was this just a random place that had either one of you ever been there before?
Were you giving him directions as he was driving, or was he just kind of...
Just kind of going wherever we go.
Okay. But everything happened there, and most of it took place outside the car. Okay. And you don't know how he got back in the car?
No.
Where's his cell phone at?
I don't know, because I think I grabbed it with my phone when I was running.
Okay.
And I fell a couple times. So I know that my phone broke, but I don't know because if his phone broke or not.
Why'd you grab his cell phone?
Because I needed to bring it to somebody.
Why?
So that I could call.
So you took his cell phone to call, but you don't know where it is? So did you throw that in the ditch too with the knife?
I think I dropped it with my phone.
But I think you guys got her phone, right?
Yeah, because you just had an iPod, correct?
So...
It might be in the ditch. Because I don't know if I dropped it in Don's yard or anything.
Okay. Did you rummage through his wallet at all?
No. My wallet's in the car and I know that all my money's in it. It's like a brown one.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to know, Ezra?
No, I can't think of anything right now.
Okay. So I know you said you had some photos, or some injuries. We do have a female deputy here. Would it be okay if she took some of the pictures of your photos? I know you have some in your private area, and they have a special room where they can take you and that she can just get some good photos, so we have that. Okay?
It's a girl though, right?
Yes. Yes, it is. So, one of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself? Did you harm yourself in any way?
No, I didn't want to.
You said, well, what happened?
I didn't harm myself.
You didn't?
No, when I fell, I hurt my hand and I bit my tongue.
Okay. And then the boy carved in your arm. Okay. The part that throws me off on that is if I'm sitting here and he's going to be carving it in, it's written perfect with a right-hand person like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if he would write it in, it would have been reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did boy get put in your arm? He didn't do that to you, did he? You carved boy into your own arm. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did that happen?
That happened when I was in the car.
In the car with him? Or why? When
I was in the car after I woke up the second time.
So after you stabbed him and you came back into it, as you put it, because you blacked out, that's when you carved this in? Okay. How about the cuts to your legs? When did those happen?
Those happened before I stabbed.
And who did those?
He did those.
Okay.
She hurt really bad.
So he cut you here.
And here.
And he cut you on the legs, you're saying. But the boy was done by you? Why?
Because I felt really bad. because I didn't want that to happen, and I felt really bad.
You didn't want what to happen?
But
Ezra?
I didn't want any of it to happen.
Okay.
So I wrote it so that I have to remember what happened and feel bad about it.
What didn't you want to happen, Ezra?
I didn't want the attack to happen. I didn't want him to get hurt. And I feel really bad about what happened. I just did it so that I don't ever have, so that I don't forget.
Did you cut yourself anyplace else afterwards?
No.
I need to know, Ezra, if you did. Okay? I need to know the truth on all of this.
No.
Okay. What else happened that you told me a different story to, Ezra?
I didn't cut myself here at all.
Okay.
And when I fell, I scraped my hand. And then I covered this on my arm so I wouldn't forget. And this happened when I was grabbing it. And this happened when I was grabbing it too.
Okay. And what you're saying when you're grabbing it, it's when he had the knife.
But I did this because I wanted to not forget what happened.
Was it any time during your guys' conversation there talk about sex today, or sex that day? About him wanting to have sex with you, or you wanting to have sex with him?
No. I didn't want to have sex at all.
Did he?
I don't think so.
Why did he have the knife, and why to cut your pants?
I think he just wanted to look at me.
Is that what he said? Or why? You said you think.
I don't know. It's been a really long time since I've seen him.
Okay.
And I think he just, I don't know what he wanted. He was acting so strange and nonchalant, and he kept talking about things that didn't make sense. It was just so scary. Everything is just so scary. I don't know what to do about it. I don't. It's just so scary. I can't get anything out of my mind.
But everything you're telling us is the truth, Ezra? How it happened?
Yes.
There's no other stories you're going to change or anything else you're changing? So, part of the issue is the way he was cut, there wasn't a lot of blood found there. And he was soaking wet. How did he get wet?
I think the ground was wet.
Did he fall on the ground at some point?
When I left the car, he was on the ground.
Okay, was he alive at that point, do you know?
I couldn't tell.
Okay, did he have anything around his neck? How far away from the car was he?
Not that far. He was by, I think there was a green thing, like a dumpster, like a truck or something. It was green, and that's where he was by.
Okay. And then, you don't know how he got back in the car?
No.
Where was your scarf?
My scarf was in the car. The yellow and the blue and the red scarf was in the car.
Okay.
I think it was on the ground of the car.
Did you put that on him? Did you try to move him at all?
No. I didn't want to touch him.
Would you be willing to let this female officer take these photos? You good with that right now? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'd be fine. What we'll do is we'll have you walk out there with us, and we will have her come and go into the office, wherever that's going to be, and then you can have the photos taken. And then after that, if we have any more questions, is it okay if we come talk to you again?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I think so. Because I don't know if I have anything I have to do here.
Oh, okay, as far as like groups or sessions, I'm sure they're gonna work with you, okay? And they're good people up here. Does that sound good to you?
Works for me.
All right, well, let's go out there and we'll see if we can find Carlene is the gal that we're gonna get you into a room. As the director, she's got the private room for you, okay?
Okay, let me stop it here, Your Honor. It's, there's nothing else on the interview itself.
All right, and that's at 1:24:20.
Correct.
Half. Okay.
Detective Prock, I just have a couple questions. At one point in the interview, you asked her which hand the knife was in when she was holding it and using it. And she makes a gesture of some kind, which obviously we can't see. Do you remember which hand she said she was using the knife with?
Yes, I do. She was using her right hand. Besides this, I took notes so I can make sure I write my report accurately. And when she indicated the right hand, I had wrote down right hand into the notes.
And at one point in the interview, you asked her, you know, when or where the first cuts were on her, and she makes some type of a gesture, it sounds like as well from the interview. Where is she indicating her first cuts were?
If I remember correctly, she was indicating her right leg on the outside.
Okay, the thigh area?
The thigh area, yes.
Detective, do you see the individual who you interviewed on March 23rd and March 24th in court here today?
Yes, I do.
And could you point her out by where she is seated and what she is wearing?
She's wearing a pink colored jacket with a floral colored dress, sitting at the defense table.
All right, the record will reflect that the witness has identified Ms. McCandless, the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you, obviously it's not in your jurisdiction generally, but are you familiar with the township, the county, and the state where the body of Alex Woodworth was found on March 23rd, 2018?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us where that is?
I believe it's the Springbrook Township in Dunn County in the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for Detective Prock.
All right, Mr. Nelson, do you want to begin cross-examination at this point? There were,
Sure, I'm going right into March 1st.
So.
March 1st, 2018. Can I ask you about that? Okay. You're in a room with Ezra McCandless, right?
That is correct.
Without just general, you were talking to her about the John Hanson investigation, correct?
That is correct.
Near the end of the interview, just to put it in context, I'm going to ask you some things about what you said near the end of the interview, okay?
Okay.
By that time, you had already asked her many, many questions about what happened regarding John Hanson. Agreed?
That's probably correct, yes.
And I'm not going to ask the content, but she gave you her answers about what she says happened. Agreed?
Yes.
You told her, you said these words, flirting doesn't mean that he has the right to have sex with you.
Yes.
You agreed with her that it's not right for him to sleep with her when she was that drunk.
I don't know if those were my exact words.
You agreed with her, correct?
Correct, I did agree with her.
You said that's definitely a possibility of a crime, is him taking an advantage of someone in that position, correct?
Yes.
You said to her, it's a very vulnerable situation that you are in.
Sure, I said that, yes.
You told her, I'll do everything I can to help you.
Regarding that case, yes.
And I would imagine regarding any case.
Correct.
And at the end of that, you did what you could to set her up with a crisis worker. Agreed?
Yes.
And I don't know if you knew it then, but you probably know it now. She had already been previously also set up with some crisis workers. Agreed?
At that time, I didn't know that,
but you do know it now, correct?
I do now, yes.
Yes. And so did you give her brochures?
No, I believe I took her up to the victim witness office, or I gave her directions up to the victim witness office.
You've been here in court for this entire trial, right?
Yes, I have.
You were here when Mr. Vang from your department testified, right?
Yes, I was.
And you've seen some of the, and I think you were here when Investigator Stalker from Dunn County testified, right?
Yes, I was.
And what Mr. Vang talked about regarding victim witness and what Mr. Stalker showed regarding the pictures with those brochures, that's all consistent with the same type of information support that you were providing her with. Agreed?
I was taking her up to the victim witness office where she would meet with an advocate.
Again, consistent with all of that information that had been previously provided, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. After March 1st, you continued to investigate the matter between Ezra McCandless and John Hanson, is that right?
That is correct.
You interviewed at least 3 men, agreed? You interviewed at least 2 men, agreed? That's a poor question because I think you're struggling for time. Let me frame it in a time, okay?
Okay.
In March of 2018, you interviewed 2 men regarding that, agreed?
I believe so, yes.
And then at some point in 2019, in August, you interviewed a 3rd man about that.
That is correct.
Okay. So now I want to fast forward to March 23rd and that first interview that we heard yesterday, okay?
Okay.
During that interview, you were at that point considering her as a victim of a potential sexual assault, right? Or at least an attempted assault.
Yes.
And during that interview, she told you about her journaling.
That is correct.
She says, I've been journaling a lot. Is that right?
I don't have the exact transcript in front of me to follow along. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's been marked as Exhibit 176. Is that the transcript of your interview of Ms. McCandless on March 23rd, 2018?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
That was the interview that we listened to yesterday. Is that right?
It appears to be a yes.
Okay. On line 81, if you want to follow along.
Yes, please.
What page, Counsel?
I don't have page, they're just lines on the whole thing. Are you able to follow along, Mr. Brock?
Is mine the same as your? I have page 2 written on the bottom of mine.
Yep. On line 81, are there lines on the left side of the page? Regardless of the page, there's lines, correct?
Yes.
And they go in numerical order from 1 to up into the hundreds, correct?
That is correct.
So on line 81.
Is blank on my copy.
Okay.
Oh, 181 or 81?
87 perhaps. I can't read my own writing. My apologies.
Okay. 87 does have the word journaling on it.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. She says on 87, I've been journaling a lot, right?
Yes, she does.
She then on 120 says, "I'm feeling really good today and really confident." Is that right?
Yes.
You were asking her essentially in the beginning, like, why did she go to Alex's, right? That's part of what you were trying to figure out in the interview. I'm not, just in general, one of the things you were trying to figure out is why did she go to Alex's, right?
There was a lot of things we were trying to figure out during this interview.
But one of the things you were trying to figure out is why she went to Alex's, agreed?
I don't know if that was specifically one of them on this one, but it may have came up along the way.
You were asking her about what she did that day.
Yes.
You were asking her to go chronologically through what she did that day.
I believe I did in this. I know I did in the second one, asked chronologically. I just asked her what she did this day.
And you asked again on March 23rd to go along chronologically, and she gave you answers, right?
She did answer my questions. I can't say I used the word chronologically in this interview.
I'm not saying you used the word chronologically, sir. I'm saying you asked her questions about what she did on March 22nd when you spoke with her on March 23rd.
That is correct.
Okay. Are we on the same page?
I think so.
I'm not literally, figuratively. You with me?
I'm here.
Okay. And she told you, again, she was feeling on line 120, she was feeling really good today and really confident.
Yes.
She told you on line 121, she says, I should go return some stuff that just kind of makes me feel sad, right?
Yes.
And in your investigation, you'd learned that she did, in fact, write a journal. Is that right?
I did end up learning that, yes.
And, in fact, she never hid that from you. She told you she was journaling, agreed?
Agreed.
She told you on the 23rd and on the 24th, agreed?
Agreed.
And you saw the journal when it had been posted. You've read it in the past, right?
I have.
And at least one of them ends with her phrase, I am worth it.
I'm sorry, I don't remember what it ends with.
Showing what's been marked as Exhibit 365. So can I just show it up here for everybody? Is that?
Yes, you may.
Exhibit 3. Exhibit 365. You see that sticker? It's upside down.
Yes, sir.
That's the journal that we've been calling titled Silence Broken. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at the last line of that, essentially, she says, I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then on Exhibit 366, that's another one of her journals, right?
Can you slide it down so I can see the top, please? Thank you. Yes.
And that's the one that we've been referencing as Journal 2. Agreed?
Agreed.
And at the end of that, she says, I know I can be human. I know I can be free. I know I can love. I know I can only strive to never do this again. Agreed?
Agreed.
And she tells you, you learned through your investigation that that she told other people she was going there to give this journal to Alex. Is that right? You learned through your investigation that she has told other people she was going there to give this journal to Alex.
Yes, I believe we did, yes.
Yeah. You learned that from Jason Mengel, agreed?
Yes.
You learned that from Max Martinson, agreed?
I don't remember if that's what Max said or not.
You learned it from Julia Post, agreed?
I don't remember on Julia Post, I'm sorry.
You remember that Ezra McCandless was talking about these journals to several people, agreed?
I do remember that, yes.
And in fact, she at one point, I believe in the Instagram accounts, had a conversation about this with
Jason Mengel. Is that right?
There were a lot of conversations in the Instagram account.
And that's a very fair answer, sir. Showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 465. It's been previously marked and admitted. Does this appear to be particular pages of Instagram business record regarding Ms. McCandless's Instagram account?
Yes, it is.
You were here in court the other day when I believe it was Attorney Hahn went through this 5-page document with Jason Mengel when he was on the stand?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so I just want to hit some of the high points here to one of the messages from 983 is Ms. McCandless writing, Tuesday I plan on coming to town and doing an airing before I meet up with you.
Yes, that is from her.
And she essentially invites Jason to be along with her, right?
Yes, she does.
And Jason asks basically, well, what's the errand, correct?
Can you slide your finger just? Sure. Yep, I just want to make sure of that. Yep, that was from Jason.
What page are we on, counsel?
I've now moved to page 982, starting from the bottom going up.
Okay.
And she then mentions she wants to return stuff to Alex, right?
She does.
And she says to be done with that negativity, correct?
And to be done with the negativity, yes.
Her and Jason text back and forth for several pages until I get to page 979 where they're talking about the material that that Alex had of hers and the significance of it. Would that be a fair summary?
I believe they're talking about the little prints.
Correct.
Okay.
And then at some point, Jason eventually responds to her and says, well, I don't have to be there for all of this, correct?
Yes, it is from Jason.
And then Ezra says, well, I kind of want you to be there, but that's selfish, correct?
Yes.
And then Jason says, I don't want anything to do with him. Agreed?
Can you slide your finger,
Sure.
please? Sorry. Yes, that is from Jason.
All right. And then she says, I can do it alone. Agreed?
That is from her, yes.
Okay. And then you learn in your investigation that she does in fact go there alone, correct?
Yes, on March 22nd.
And in your March 23rd interview with you, she talks to you about taking, on line 131, I could take a step for myself to be confident. Is that right?
It says I could take a step for myself to be inaudible, you know.
Do you recall from listening to it yesterday that the inaudible part was her words, confident?
I don't.
All right. On 121, just before that, she said, I should go return some stuff that it just kind of makes me feel sad, right?
Objection asked and answered.
It wasn't asked and answered.
Overruled.
On line 121, before I was talking about line 131, so if I misspoke, now I'm asking you about 121. Are you with me, Mr.
Yep,
Rock?
I am here. And yes, that is what that line says.
Okay. And again, your investigation confirms that she had stuff and she told other people she wanted to return it to Alex, and then she went there and she gave this stuff to Alex. Is that right?
I can't confirm that she actually brought stuff to give to him.
Okay. You were here in trial when Dave Studing testified, were you not?
I was.
Did you remember him telling you that she had a heating pad with her?
I do remember that.
And that's something that she had told you that she was going to return to him, correct?
That and bookmarks, yes.
So there was some corroboration of that, agreed?
Agreed.
Fair to say, again, this is broad strokes.
Okay.
I won't go through the whole thing on the 23rd. But on the 23rd, she talks to you about what she did, on the 23rd, she's talking about the 22nd, right? Amongst
Yes,
other things.
amongst other things, yes.
And on the what she tells you about the 22nd is, she's at her dad's, she drives to Eau Claire, she goes with Max, she eventually goes to Alex's house. Some other details are in there, correct?
Correct.
And through your investigation and through much of this trial, that's been corroborated, agreed?
Yes.
Through the videos of her driving, videos of her at races, speaking with witnesses, correct?
Correct.
But then when it starts to talk about the time between Alex's and Farmer Sipple's, she doesn't remember. That's what she tells you, right?
Are we talking on the 23rd?
On the 23rd, yes, sir.
Yeah, she does say she doesn't remember.
Okay. She uses different ways to express I don't remember, whether it's fuzzy or dark, but she's repeatedly and consistently saying I don't remember about that time frame between Alex's house and Farmer Sipple's house. Agreed?
Yes.
But what she does tell you on line 361 is all I can feel is the feelings and not like seeing. Correct?
I'm sorry, what line?
Line 361.
Okay.
She tells you all I can feel is the feelings and not like the seeing. Agreed?
Yes.
She tells you on line 325 all I can feel is like anxiety and like pain and stuff. Agreed?
What line again, counsel?
325, sir.
Thank you.
I just feel like all I can feel, like anxiety and like pain and stuff.
She says that.
Yes.
On that 23rd interview, I think she mentions to you at least 9 times that she felt scared during that time when we're talking about where she says she doesn't remember. Agreed?
I know she mentioned this word scared 9 times. I don't know if she mentioned she was scared.
Okay. Well, on line 338, she says, I was so scared.
Yes.
On line 354, she says, in describing it almost in a third-person manner, it's a feeling like, and then you're scared. Agreed? You could read the whole line for 354 if you would, sir.
What's happening and you're scared. And you just need to keep walking and walking.
And I should say, to put that into context, why don't you read the sentence that you think incorporates the entire statement?
I just remember being really cold and just it's kind of like feeling of like you don't know what's happening and you're scared and you just need to keep walking and walking.
And on line 355, she says, kind of like it felt kind of like a scared animal.
Correct.
And on line 401, she describes when she's at Farmer Sipple's house that she was like really scared and confused.
Correct.
And on line 410, she says, I just remember being really scared.
Correct.
And then line 547, she talks about a time in the past about what Alex did, the cutting of himself that really scared her.
Yes, and referring to Alex cutting himself.
And on line 597, she tells you she remembers being really scared and being in a lot of pain, right?
Yes.
And then on line 901, she talks about how I just felt scared. Agreed?
What line? I'm sorry.
901.
And previous to that, on both lines 601 and 609, she talked about being hurt.
What was the line? I'm sorry.
601.
Yep. Yes, I'm sorry.
And that wasn't the first time that she had told you that she had hurt when she had been with Alex. Agreed? She told you that back on March 1st, didn't she?
I don't remember specifically.
Judge, permission to play a section of that recording?
Well, just a question. I assume that you're going to be going on for quite a while?
If this recording would kind of end that chapter if I'm able to do that.
All right, and I don't have any word yet on lunch, but so go ahead and play that portion if you wish. And is this the March 23rd interview?
I want to play a portion from the March 1st interview that you were asked questions about yesterday. Do you remember what interview I'm talking about, sir?
Yes.
This is not at the Mayo Hospital, but it's at the Eau Claire Police Department, agreed?
Correct.
This is a couple of days after she had spoken with Investigator Vang about John Hansen. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you called up, I think, the next day and asked her if she'd be willing to come down, and she cooperated and came down and spoke with you.
That is correct.
And during that conversation, she told you about, you asked her who else she'd had sex with.
Yes.
And she told you about Alex Woodworth, right?
That is correct.
And she told you that during that sex, she was hurt.
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Judge, I'm going to play the portion, if I can find it, I'm going to press mute from 12:43:20 to 12:44:20. Just give me a...
Do we have, is this marked as an exhibit?
No, but I will certainly do so, Your Honor.
All right, and have you talked with the state about this in terms of, I should know, is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if it is going to be played, we need it to be in some way or another marked or have a thumb drive or
Yes.
disc or something.
I will do that right over the lunch break, Judge.
All right. You just have to make sure that's part of the record. Okay, and I'm advised that that will be Exhibit 693.
Pressing play at the 12:43:20 minute mark.
Because he knows all about this.
Okay. Have you had any sexual intercourse with anyone else since this incident?
After me and Jason broke up, after what happened with John, I went over to a friend's house to talk to them about what happened. And I was just hanging out with them and talking to them, and then they wanted to just, after they were like, well, you can just forget it if you just, sleep with me. You can just forget all about it. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I guess this is fine.
Okay. Who was that?
That was just someone named Alex. I don't talk to them anymore or anything.
So was it just Alex that you had sex with that night?
Yeah, I just had relations with Alex because he said that he loved me and that he'll take care of me now and that he's my best friend and I can trust him. And I said, okay, I guess.
Okay.
Even though it hurt.
Okay.
I don't.
Pressed pause. Did you hear that, Mr. Prock? Did you hear just not anything in particular, but you heard that, right?
Yes.
And at the end, when she was talking about the sex with Alex Woodworth, she said, and it hurt.
Those were the last words that she said before you paused it, yes.
Okay. And then just briefly, in the beginning of this, she's using pronouns like them and they. Agreed?
I wasn't paying that close attention to that.
Okay. You've spoke with Ms. McCandless, Ezra, several times, have you not?
I have.
It's not, if you come to learn that when she uses the pronouns them and they, she might be referring to a singular person rather than a multiple people?
I have learned that, yes.
She uses it in a sense of a gender-neutral pronoun for some people who may prefer gender-neutral pronouns, right?
She has been known to do that, yes.
Okay. I think that ends this chapter, Judge, if we want to break, or I can continue on.
All right, any word on lunch?
I don't have any word on lunch yet.
All right, well, I assume it's going to be here soon unless you've forgotten about us. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch. And we'll try to keep it, basically 1 hour from when we break here. So you'll get a little bit more than 1 hour. So we'll excuse you at this time. All rise. All right, there. I think there were only really two sidebars that we have to address. Right around 9:36, 9:37, there was an objection, and then it was withdrawn. That was by Mr. Nelson. And then there was another objection, and this was related to, I believe it was Exhibit 692 that eventually was received. It was published to the jury. The objection that Mr. Nelson made related to that being speculative on the part of, it would be speculative on the part of the witness, Detective Prock, as to who those messages were sent to or intended for. And the objection was sustained, and basically because the exhibit has been received, were considered statements of the defendant, Ms. McCandless, and so they were published to the jury. Anything in addition that counsel would like to say about that sidebar?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. And then I think a little bit more important sidebar was about 11:35 in the beginning, before cross-examination started. And this relates to, I think, how some of the questioning that Mr. Nelson started cross-examination with, and that related to the things or statements made by Detective Prock to the defendant at the conclusion of the March 1st interview, which was an interview regarding the sexual assault investigation involving John Hansen. And really the argument was over, and the state objected to those statements being received for the truth of the matter, and the state did not object if they were received not for the truth of the matter. And this is how the court's going to address. The statements came in, and it made more sense to me after obviously hearing what the statement was. And I believe that this will be handled by an instruction to the jury at the close of the case and how they are to use this panorama evidence. So the jury will be instructed that they're not to decide here in this trial whether there was a sexual assault or there wasn't a sexual assault. The court believes that those statements are appropriate to be in for the state of mind for Ms. McCandless, as argued by Mr. Nelson at the sidebar, essentially, asserting that she did not use the term rape. And as I take it, the detective was essentially saying, well, if this happened, then that could be a crime or would be a crime and what have you. However, and that's why the state obviously is objecting for the truth of the matter, because it's not being received to show that she was in fact sexually assaulted. We're not going to have a big debate about that. At least the idea is, again, that this is panorama evidence and not necessarily to decide whether there was a sexual assault or not in the incident involving Ms. McCandless and John Hansen. So now I'd like to give counsel an opportunity to put on the record anything they would like to say about that sidebar and that statement. Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dufour?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. All right then, counsel, we will then adjourn for lunch. We'll give you 1 hour. But basically what we'll plan is we'll reconvene at 1:15 and just ask that you be ready for the jury to come in at 1:15.
Okay.
And Mr. Nelson, how long do you plan to go? I know you have your witness here, so,
Dr. Tovar is here. I hope I'm done by 2. If we
Okay.
start at 1:15, I hope I'd be done by 2, if not sooner.
all right, Mr. DeFore, does the state have any, or Ms. Nodoff, or Mr. Hahn, any additional?
No, this will be the last witness we intend to call, Your Honor.
All right, so, very well. So we wouldn't be taking Dr. Tovar out of order. Basically, you anticipate, did you want to take a look then at the exhibits to see, whether there's any question in your mind that exhibits have been received or not?
We will do that, Your Honor.
Okay,
And
very good.
I apologize. I understand time is of the essence, and the defense would have no objection to saying the state can do that as long as it's done by the close of business today. If they want to do that sometime, today when we're finished with witnesses rather than over the short period. Either
We'll
way.
try to look over lunch and we can just, do we have the current witness or exhibit list through at least the ones today? Because I think there were only a couple today and I know I moved them all. Can I have the exhibit list?
Sure. Can't guarantee it's pretty, but
What's that?
I can't guarantee you it's pretty.
I don't care if it's pretty.
Could we get
All
a
right.
copy of that too, if you make a copy?
I think we have a pretty good record, though, of what's been offered and received. Okay, then we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, continue your cross.
Thank you. Mr. Brock, I believe when we last left off, I was asking you questions about Ezra's statements to you regarding Alex Woodworth, both on March 1st and March 23rd. Remember that?
Yes.
So want to ask you more questions about her statements to you on March 23rd.
Okay.
That's the first time that you met with her regarding the investigation of her arrival at Farmer Sipple's house, correct?
March 23rd is when she arrived at Mr. Sipple's house, yes.
She actually arrived there.
On 22nd, correct. Yep.
23rd was the first time you spoke with her about what may or may not have happened on the 22nd, the day before. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. And on Exhibit 290, you have that there in front of you. That's been admitted today. She told you, at some point, again, we talked about how she was talking about her feelings, and I'm not going to go through that again, but how she talked about how she was scared, right?
Yes.
And then she also was telling you about her feelings regarding what she says Alex, her feelings about Alex, or what she thought Alex was doing or feeling. Is that right?
Yes,
And on page 14, sorry, I actually need the other one. You have the first one?
Yep. That's the 23rd, this is the 24th.
Yes, so Exhibit 176 on page 14. Can I have the screen, please? It's been previously offered and received, is where she starts talking to you on line 597, where she says to you, I just remember being really scared and being in pain. Can you see that?
I can.
Maybe that's better for my old eyes, at least. And then you asked her, what were you scared of? Is that right?
That is correct.
And she told you she was essentially scared of being hurt.
That is correct.
And you said by who or what? Agreed?
That is correct.
She said Alex.
That is correct.
That's the Alex that she had been referring to you about before, that we'd heard in the tape that we played before the break, correct?
That is correct.
And then you asked, by him doing what? And she responded, by him like harming me and making me want to do something he wanted. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you said, then, follow-up question, what do you mean by that? And she said, he's been upset at me a couple of times when I would go over, because I was kind of seeing Alex for a little while, because I was very confused, and he would kind of get upset when I was too sensitive or in pain,
and stuff during those interactions. That's what she said to you on the 23rd, correct?
Correct.
And she previously told you on the 21st that, I want to make sure I get it correct, it hurt, something along those lines. Or, I'm sorry, she previously told you on March 1st, it hurt in reference to sex with Alex.
I don't remember exactly what it was in reference to, but she said it hurt.
Okay. She also, sorry, I'll take that down. Let me go through just some other
Thank you.
times in the 23rd when she talks to you. She talks about her feelings, and she tells you about Alex, what she thought Alex was feeling as well, correct? What she perceived Alex to be feeling.
I believe so.
She told you, I think it is 11 different times, that she thought Alex was upset. Is that right?
I believe that is a correct number.
I provided you with some of these listings earlier in the week for you to check the transcript. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had a chance to check that transcript?
Yes.
And it was 11 times that she had said that about Alex during that interview on the 23rd, right?
Correct.
And just going to show you my sheet as it, just to be open with you here. My tally is 8 of those times she was talking about the present occasion, and 3 of those times she was talking about past occasions when Alex was upset. Does that sound about right? I know you're not double checking my work exactly, but again, in general, does that sound about right?
In general.
But what we do know now that listening to the tapes is, while she told you her feelings and what Alex was doing, she didn't tell you where the car was, did she?
No, she did not tell me where the vehicle was.
And she didn't tell you where Alex was, did she?
She did not tell me where Alex was.
But then you came back and spoke with her the next day on the 24th, right?
That is correct.
And eventually, she tells you more information. Agreed?
She does.
And then you come to learn that the reason she didn't tell you the stuff before was, as she says, because it was too scary. That's her words to you, right?
That is correct.
So on the 23rd, she's there, she cooperates with you.
She talks to me, yes.
She stayed in the room, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions.
That is correct.
She signed the release.
Yes, she did.
She had previously, back on March 1st, given you her iPod.
That is correct.
You knew on March 23rd that law enforcement already had her iPod a second time, agreed?
I don't think I knew that on March 23rd.
Okay, you've now come to learn that on March 22nd, the police recovered her iPod, correct?
Correct. I didn't know it at March 23rd, but on March 24th, I did know that Dunn County had taken possession of that.
The bottom line is she couldn't give it to you on the 23rd because she'd already given it to the police before, agreed?
The police collected it, yes.
All right. She'd offered up her Google account information when she was speaking with you on the 23rd?
Yes, she did.
You didn't actually collect it until the next day on the 24th, agreed?
Agreed.
But what she didn't do is, she didn't tell you about what happened between the time she left Alex's until she got to Don Sipple's when she spoke with you on the 23rd.
Correct.
Now, you're aware that victims of sexual abuse or domestic abuse may be traumatized, agreed?
Agreed.
That they may be confused, agreed?
Agreed.
That the trauma from being a victim may even affect that victim's behavior, agreed?
Yes.
And in fact, you're aware that even secondhand exposure to trauma, like as a law enforcement officer,
exposure to other people's trauma could be stressful and require help for that police officer or other person. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The approach on the side, Judge?
All right, go ahead, sidebar. All right, objection is sustained.
You have some training, I believe is how you've previously said, in how to speak with victims of trauma. Is that right?
Yes?
But you don't have in-depth understanding of the neurobiology of trauma. Agreed?
I do not.
You have not had specific training regarding trauma. Agreed?
In what sense?
Well, have you gone to, well, let me ask you this. You're a member of the Eau Claire Police Department, right?
That is correct.
You're in a detective, I believe, is there's investigators and detectives. Is it detectives is the term that the Eau Claire uses?
That is correct.
Are there investigators in Eau Claire?
There is a patrol investigator.
Okay. But what may be another context thought of as an investigator is in your department called a detective, right?
That is correct.
And I imagine there's a detective sometimes are assigned to particular crimes. Agreed?
Agreed.
So like in the Eau Claire Police Department, you probably have a detective that is specifically assigned to investigating child sex assault cases, right?
Agreed.
And part of the reason that there's a separate particular person to do that is there's specific training that that detective has. Agreed?
They do have some different training, yes.
Some different training than you have, correct?
Yes.
Some training on how in particular to interview children victims of trauma.
Objection, relevance.
Again, sustained for the same reason.
So you don't have any particular training on how to deal with trauma victims, do you?
Well,
You have general training, we understand that. I want to know if you have a specific specialized training that you have attended.
well, I attended crisis intervention training.
Okay, and that was back in 2014?
I don't remember the exact year it was, but I've continued to be part of the program.
Okay. And is, do you know who Miriam Falk is?
Miriam Falk?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I do not.
You don't, the Wisconsin Department of Justice attorney who does trainings for police in Wisconsin about trauma and how it impacts trauma victims?
I do not.
Okay. Did you attend, do you know who Dr. James Hopper is?
Not until this case.
You've since learned about him from this case, correct?
That is correct.
Did you attend his training that he put on for police officers and prosecutors in Racine, Wisconsin this year or last year in 2018?
I did not.
Other than what you've called the crisis intervention training, do you have anything in particular, any other specialized training in dealing with trauma?
Other than experience and just in general in work.
But I'm asking about training, not experience, right?
Other than that, no.
Okay. Because there's a difference between experience and training. You agree, correct?
Sure. There is.
Yeah. Somebody could have lots of experience, but if they don't, I'm not implying this on you, this is general, but if they're not doing it correctly, the fact that they just keep doing it over and over and over doesn't make their experience any more valuable. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
So, but training is a large part of that, agreed?
A large part of.
A large part of making sure that somebody is successful and when they go out and they collect their experiences and doing the job that they're signed up to do.
If it's good training, yes.
Okay. So the training that you have based on trauma, would you agree? Well, let me ask you this then, I guess. Would you agree that do you have any, I'm going to back up a second. Do you have any training regarding forensic experiential trauma interviews?
No.
Okay. And have you heard the acronym FETI, F-E-T-I, for forensic experiential trauma interviews before?
No.
Okay. Would you agree that do you have any training on using a trauma-informed interview approach? Other than the crisis intervention, did they use a specific methodology called trauma-informed interview approach?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you went to this crisis intervention, did you learn a new methodology in dealing with trauma, or did you learn some helpful techniques in how to interview people?
There was a lot of techniques.
Okay, but it wasn't necessarily an entire different methodology than what you've already been doing. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. Do you know that, are you familiar with the, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. All right. So, when you met with her on the 23rd, fair to say that you didn't tell her that she had a choice to meet with you on that day, agreed?
I would disagree on that.
Okay. Where in the interview does it say that you gave her a choice? On the 23rd, not the 24th. I understand things changed on the 24th.
Mm-hmm. It was done before we even made contact with her, based on the unit at Mayo.
I'm not asking about other people, sir. I'm asking about your contact with her, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You had contact with her on the 23rd, correct?
That is correct.
All of the contact that you had with this person here, Ezra McCandless, was on the recording that we heard, correct?
I guess I can't answer that completely with a yes or no. There's an explanation to it.
There's facts, and I'm asking you, you're a police officer, correct?
That is correct.
You're here to give facts, right?
That is correct.
And the facts that you normally have are observations that you make with your eyes, right?
Correct.
Things you hear, agree?
Correct.
Things that you smell.
Correct.
Things that you touch.
Correct.
And things that you taste.
Correct.
It's basically the 5 senses, correct?
Correct.
You go out and collect information, correct?
Correct.
And then you bring it to either a boss in your office or a prosecutor in the state, or to a jury in a trial, or to a judge in a case. Agreed?
Agreed.
You go out, gather facts, and bring them here to tell us the facts, right?
Correct.
You're not an opinion witness. Agreed?
No. No. Okay.
Do you agree that you're not here to give opinions?
Correct.
Okay. So you agree that you're not an opinion witness in that sense. Agreed?
Correct.
So I want to ask you some facts about March 23rd.
Okay.
The conversations that you had with Ezra McCandless, when you spoke with her, it was all on that recording. Agreed?
Yes.
When you had, and everything on that recording is in the transcript that's been marked as exhibit number 176. Agreed?
Agreed.
So you would agree that in the transcript and on the recording, at no time do you say the words to Ezra McCandless, giving her a choice to be there or not to be there. Agreed?
Agreed.
And at no time during there do you tell her that she can wait and talk sometime in the future.
Agreed.
At no time do you tell her that she doesn't need to answer your questions. Agreed?
Agreed. She was a victim at this point.
Again, I appreciate that you want to explain why you didn't do things, but I'm just asking you facts right now. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So you agree you did not tell her that she didn't have to answer questions. Agreed?
Agreed.
You were here when Mr. Vang testified, right?
Yes.
You watched the video of a portion of Mr. Vang's interview of Ms. McCandless in court here, correct?
Correct.
You heard Mr. Vang give her options of not having to speak, correct?
Correct.
Not answering questions, correct?
Correct.
Of leaving at any time, correct?
Correct.
And certainly back on February 26th, when Mr. Vang met with Ms. McCandless about this other matter, she wasn't a suspect then, agreed?
That is correct.
She was a victim then, correct?
Correct.
So now back to you on March 23rd, when you talked with her, you, just to kind of sum up, I can't remember where I left off in here. You didn't tell her she could leave, you didn't tell her she could refuse to answer questions, you didn't tell her she could wait and talk later, you didn't tell her she had a choice. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. Yet, she cooperated with you, right?
Correct.
Okay. After you met with Ms. McCandless on the 23rd, you went back, and that's when you found a car, and you found Mr. Woodworth in the back of the car. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So then the next day, on the 24th, you then come back and you speak with Ms. McCandless again, right?
That is correct.
And at that point, fair to say that things had changed, right?
Yes.
There was now a death investigation that was going on, agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. You were wanting to find out what happened that led to Mr. Woodworth being in the backseat of that car deceased, right?
Correct.
When you first met with her on the 24th, you then told her some things you hadn't told her on the 23rd, agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah, you told her she could leave when you spoke with her on the 24th, right? Again, I think that's a general comment, but we can get to the particular if you want. I think.
Nope, no, that's fine. I agree. I told her that she'd be able to leave anytime she would like.
Yeah. I think what you said is, you're in a locked facility for your safety to get you the help we both think you need, but that door, it's not locked, we'll end it, we'll walk out, correct? I apologize, that's lines 17, 18, and 19 on page 1.
That is correct.
Okay. When you first talked with her that time, you didn't immediately tell her about your findings, did you?
No.
You spoke with her for, again, I'm going off my memory, so correct me if I'm wrong, about 45 minutes or so before you told her about your finding of the car. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. And when you first did that, I think how you'd mentioned it is, you used the word, so we honestly, on line 1705, you'd taken a break, you said, excuse me for a second, on page 38.
Thank you.
And I believe the words you said, so we honestly went out and found Don. Is that right?
1705. Yes.
You'd chosen to use the word, at that point, 45 minutes into the conversation, the word honestly, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. You hadn't, I'm not saying you had deceived her, I don't mean to imply that in any way, but you hadn't shared with her everything you knew when you first met with her that day, right?
No.
Okay. And then when you met with her on the 24th, she continued to tell you, at least in that first 45 minutes, that framework there, basically she didn't remember, just like she had the day before. Agreed?
Correct.
This is broad strokes. I understand that we have this. We're talking very broad strokes. Are you with me?
Okay.
What you talked to her about in that first 45 minutes that you hadn't talked to her about before is the word boy in her arm, right?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. What you talked to her about on the 24th.
Yep.
That you hadn't talked to her about on the 23rd is the word boy written in her arm.
Correct. It came up on the 24th.
Yeah, you didn't ask her about that the day before. For whatever reason, you didn't ask her about that, right?
No.
You then asked her about it on the 24th, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's when she told you what later in the interview you turned out to be, you realized was a lie, but she told you that Alex had done that, right?
That is correct.
And then she later, by the end of that interview, after you, for lack of a better term, maybe confronted her, she told you, yes, she had done boy on her own arm. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. when you spoke with her about finding the car, I want to make sure we get this right. It doesn't take long after you're telling her that you found the car where she says, yep, I was scared, and again, broad strokes. I stabbed Alex, right?
I couldn't tell you a time on how long it was.
Sure. On page 39 at line 1754 and 1758, probably very soon after, she said to you, I remember being really scared and a lot of pain on those two lines. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then at the bottom of that page is when you're like, what happened to Alex, right?
Yes, I did ask her what happened to Alex.
Yeah, and I think you would at that point kind of, tell me if I'm wrong, but it is kind of in a soft confrontational mode, right? You're kind of like, look, Ezra, we've talked to you. What happened to Alex?
I think it was more of just trying to figure out what happened. I wasn't trying to confront anybody.
Okay, and that's fair.
Just trying to get facts.
And that's fair. And that's what you were doing. You were trying to get facts, right?
Correct.
Because previously she hadn't given you facts, right?
That is correct.
She had said, I don't remember.
That is correct.
And then once you told her about that, she started to give you the facts about what she says happened, right?
She gave us,
I guess, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the characterization of it as being facts. She started to tell him what she claims happened, but to say they're facts, I think, is a mischaracterization.
Well,
Sustained. It seems a bit argumentative, Mr. Nelson.
when I mean the word facts, I'm not saying that whether those are facts that are truthful or not is up to the jury to decide. We all agree on that. Are you with me?
The jury will decide, yes.
Okay, and so I mean it more in the sense of she's telling you what happened, what she saw, what she heard, what she smelled, what she tasted, what she felt back on that muddy road. I don't mean to imply whether they're true or not, okay?
Okay.
And so I want to be fair to everybody. It's just a simpler way you would use the word fact for us to talk about this. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And in response to that, she told you right away on page 40, the top line, I got him off me, right?
That is correct.
And then her next words were, it was just really painful. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then from there, she kind of starts sharing more and more and more over the next half hour with you about what happened.
Yes, she told me her story.
And while she's telling you her story, you're trying to gather facts, right?
Trying to gather information on what had took place.
Correct. You're asking questions, she's giving answers, right?
Yes.
It's not a free-flowing narrative that Ezra McCandless is just providing to you, right? She's answering your questions.
Yes.
You're not and again, I don't mean this to imply critical, I'm just trying to get the facts. You didn't ask, like, tell me in your own words everything that happened, just a big open book, did you?
I don't think I used those words, no.
You were not, I don't mean in a critical sense, but you were asking specific questions, looking for specific answers, is that right?
Oh, I asked what happened.
Yep.
And what happened next.
And then when she would tell you things, you'd follow up with questions, is that right?
To get more detail and more information.
Sure. Are you aware through your training that somebody who suffered from a traumatic event sometimes doesn't have all of those details?
I believe that, yes.
Are you aware in your training that somebody who suffered from a traumatic event sometimes doesn't remember the sequencing of events?
I believe I've heard that before, yes.
Okay. And some of your questioning, now I'm switching to that last half hour on the 24th, okay?
Okay.
And so in that last half hour, you were asking her questions about sequencing of events. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. And sometimes when she was giving you answers about that, she would preface it with the phrase, I think. Do you remember that?
I don't.
My transcript is all out of order, so I apologize. I'm going to put it in order. on page 45, on line 2020, you started asking her about where she ended up stabbing. Is that right?
Yes, I asked her if she remembered where she stabbed him.
And her initial answer to you was, I don't really fully know, because it was just anything and everywhere. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you asked some more follow-up questions. Is that right? And on line 2028, she responded, I don't know. Agreed? On line 2028, she says the words, I don't know. You agree?
Correct. I'm just trying to read what that's following up to.
And then if you're asking some questions, I think, again, broad strokes, 46 through 47 about kind of where this occurred. Was it in the back seat? Was it outside? And then on page 47, at line 2119, you asked, how did he get back inside the car? Is that right?
You said 2119?
Yes.
And 2117 is where I have him at. We're asking that.
2119, her response is, I don't know. Agreed?
Correct.
And then you followed up with, where do you think you stabbed him? Is that right?
Correct.
And then her next words are, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And then on 2129, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And then on 2139, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2148, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2156, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2156, did I just do that one? I'm going to move on because I think I did. On 2165, she says, I might have. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2169, she says, I think so. Agreed?
Correct.
2183, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
2188, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And again, if you go to the next page on 49, I don't want to say every time, but she starts most all of her sentences with the phrase, I think. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And then it continues on to again on page 50 where she says it again 1, 2, 3, 4 times, at least on that page. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then on 2290, you'd asked, do you remember when you stabbed him in the throat? And she says, 2290, no, I don't. I just remember it happening, but I don't remember the time or when. Is that right?
Sorry, I have this came separated. You said, what was it?
It's all right.
2290, you said?
2290, her
Okay.
response, you had previously asked her a question, do you remember when you stabbed him in the throat? And her response was, no, I don't. I just remember it happening, but I don't remember the time or when. Agreed?
Agreed.
And then on page 56, actually, I want to, sorry, that's a different chapter. On page 61 at line 2763. Actually, let's start at 2753. Is that right?
2753 on page 61?
Yes.
Okay.
She says the words to you, I didn't want to have sex at all. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you asked her, did he? To which she responded, I don't think so. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you asked, why did he have the knife and why, and to cut your pants, question mark, to which she says, I think he just wanted to look at me. Agreed?
Correct.
And then you follow up, is that what he said or why you said you think? Is that right?
Correct.
So you follow up on page 61, when she starts using the phrase, I think, you followed up with basically, why do you keep saying I think? Is that right?
For that question, yes.
Yeah, for that question, correct? You hadn't done it for all of her previous I thinks, but on that page you followed up with again, broad strokes. Why are you saying I think?
It fit that question, yes.
Okay. And so I know you said it then, and my second question now is, you didn't ask that follow-up question to any of her previous I think statements, did you?
No.
And when you asked a follow-up question about that I think statement, her response to you is, I don't know. Is that right?
Correct.
But you never asked follow-up, you don't know what she would have said if you'd asked follow-up questions to her previous I think statements, do you? Because that would be speculation, right?
Correct.
Okay. You, just taking a step back from that particular interview, okay?
Okay.
But on the 23rd and the 24th, she both days gave you information leading up to this time gap that I think I've referenced before after Alex's house. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on both of those days, she said basically, again, broad strokes, the same stuff, right?
I did not go and compare both stories side by side.
But again, broad strokes, basically the same thing, right?
For the most part. There are some things a little different, I'm sure, but I can't.
Sure. And as part of this case, you're like the lead investigator, right?
I was assisting Dunn County.
Okay. Have you heard from a lead investigator in the case thus far when we've been here in court?
I guess not.
Okay. And you're the officer that's been here in court the whole time, right?
That is correct.
No other law enforcement officer who's been involved in the case has been in here the whole time, right?
That is correct.
So fair to say, whether it's official or not, you're kind of the lead investigator, right?
If you want to say that, then sure.
Certainly the most involved, right?
I was involved, yes.
Okay. And what you've learned through that investigation and watching the trial is most of that, what she says happens on the morning of the 22nd, that's corroborated, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also asked her questions about what happened afterwards. Both on the 23rd and the 24th, you asked her not as much, but you were asking her about Farmer Sippel's house, about what happened at the hospital. You were asking her some questions about that as well, right?
Correct.
And what you found out through your investigation is what she said about what happened afterwards at Don Sippel's and with the police and at the hospital, that was again corroborated, right?
As far as, I guess you kind of lost me there on
Sure.
what you're wondering, or what you're asking, I should say.
I'm asking if in your investigation, you would agree that what she told you on the 23rd and the 24th about what happened on the 22nd after she got to Don Sippel's house, whether your investigation corroborated what she said.
I think most of the facts were the same. And again, I never compared them side by side.
I understand that, sir. But that's part of your job as an investigator is you get information and you go and you check it out, right?
We follow all the evidence, yes. We follow the evidence to where it takes us.
Correct. Because what one of the concerns is of course, you've heard of the term bias, is that right?
Yes.
You were here in court, I think, when the judge even mentioned it in part of the first day is, explicit as well as implicit bias, right?
Yes, I believe it
And
did.
I imagine you probably have some training that they do for just professionals to make sure that you're aware of implicit bias, is that right?
We have bias-based policing training, yes.
Yeah. Whether it's bias for, and again, I'm not implying that it's an event, it's an issue in this case, but you have training for bias regarding race, right?
Correct.
You have training for bias regarding gender bias, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've probably also even had training, or at least you're aware of the concept of confirmation bias, right?
Can you expand on that, please?
Sure. Let me. Have you heard have you heard the phrase confirmation bias before?
I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Okay. So confirmation bias is when a person looks for facts to validate a conclusion that he or she has already reached.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Or they avoid or discredit evidence that challenges their preconceived idea. That's the other side of the coin on confirmation bias, right?
Okay.
I imagine you've had, even if you don't know the term, you're aware of the concept, you've had some talk about it, right?
Yes.
And that's certainly, as you said, something you want to avoid as a law enforcement officer, right?
That is correct.
Probably want to avoid as a human being in general, but it happens to all of us, right?
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that? That's just one of the reasons we know about it is it's a common concept that human beings sometimes have confirmation bias.
I don't know how common it is.
Okay. But whether it applies to all human beings in every employment opportunity or just in life, you would agree it certainly is something that should be avoided in law enforcement, right?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think that was specifically asked.
Now overruled.
Yes, it should be avoided.
Okay. So, as you had said, I think it was that you wanted to investigate all matters, all leads, right?
I followed the evidence that I had.
Sure. And you had evidence that you gave her that she should go to get this crisis intervention at the treatment places, right? At Bolton House, correct?
I'm kind of...
On March 1st, you spoke with her.
Correct.
And on March 1st, when you spoke with her, you gave her information to say...
Objection asked and answered.
He's not following me. I'm trying to put it into context, Judge.
All right, overruled. Go ahead.
And on March 1st, you gave her that information about resources available to victims of assault.
I took her up to the victim witness area, yes.
And then you reviewed the evidence in this case where you saw all of the pamphlets that she had been provided before from Mr. Vang, right?
I didn't see those until later on in this case.
Okay. You certainly were aware through your investigation that she'd been talking about going to therapy, and that's why she was writing these journals, right?
I didn't know that until after these interviews and everything had taken place.
I understand that. And those interviews that take place were over 18 months ago, correct?
That is correct.
And so in those 18 months, since you've learned of that information, fair to say that you've never done any investigation whatsoever about whether she did get that treatment and counseling that she talked about.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Can we approach, Judge?
Objection, sustained.
When you were speaking with Ms. McCandless on the 23rd and the 24th, you had also been getting other information about the case from other officers that were involved. Is that right?
I guess...
Just in general, not while you were actually speaking, but, you know, prior to speaking with her, you were getting updates from other officers, right?
There were some updates, yes.
Yeah. And you came to learn that on the 22nd, when she was initially at Farmer Sipples and had her initial contact with police, that she'd used the name Monica Carlin. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also know from her statements that she told you, I believe it was both on the 23rd as well as on the 24th, where she talks about prior accidents in her car. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so, did you do any investigation about those prior accidents that she had had in a car and how that may or may not have affected her ability to talk about that event?
No.
She had told you that it was a traumatic event, right? Maybe not using those terms, but fair to say that she told you about it was a big deal.
She didn't use the word traumatic. She did mention them,
Okay,
and she said she would remember them.
okay. Did you do any follow-up with Ms. McCandless's mother about those accidents?
No,
Did you do any follow-up with Ms. McCandless's father, Joshane Carlin, about those accidents?
no,
Did you do any follow-up with Ms. McCandless's former boyfriend, Jason Mengel, regarding those accidents?
I think we talked once about some of the accidents, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you do any follow-up with any witness to determine if she had ever been in a previous situation where she'd used the word, identified herself as Monica Carlin after she had legally changed her name to Ezra
Objection,
McCandless?
relevance.
It goes to, again, just, I'm not
All right,
asking.
I'm going to let you ask a couple questions on that. Overrule the objection, but
It's brief. I appreciate that, Judge. Do you understand the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Did you do any investigation to determine if Ezra McCandless had ever previously identified herself as Monica Carlin after she had legally changed her name to Ezra McCandless?
No,
Did you do any investigation to determine if she'd ever been in a situation where she'd been disorientated or lacked a memory of a particular event?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule, but go ahead, answer.
I don't know how I would do an investigation of that without being told about an incident.
Okay. So the answer, it sounds like, to my question is no, you didn't.
No.
Correct? And your claim was the reason that you didn't is you were never told about it by anybody?
I just can't make something up out of the air.
I understand that, but Jason Mengel told you about it.
Tell me about what?
A time in which she had been in an accident before and didn't remember her name and called herself Monica Carlin.
Okay, I think you did, yes.
Okay, so your answer that you didn't do it because you didn't know about it, maybe you didn't have a memory about it, but you did know about it, right?
At some point, he might have mentioned it, yes.
So you did know about it, agreed?
Agreed.
And when you found out about it, you didn't do any investigation at all about that, did you?
No.
Just very briefly, Exhibit 691, that was the iPod extraction regarding the note from March 2nd, 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That is, again, a note that was found on Ms. McCandless's iPod, is that right?
Correct.
You would agree that you have no way of, there's no information as to whether that note was ever sent to anybody. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you have no information as to whether that note was ever received by anybody. Agreed?
Agreed.
And whether anybody thinks it's to Jason or to Alex or to John or to some other person, you didn't do any follow-up investigation with any of those, with John or Jason, to see if that note was received by them. Agreed?
Agreed.
Same, in the note from March 2nd was about Ms. McCandless asking somebody that they stop discussing her case, correct?
Correct.
And in there, there's also something, or what happened with Alex, is that right?
That is correct.
And we know from being in here in court that there's two different Alexes, right?
Yes.
There's an Alex Zink and an Alex Woodworth, right?
Correct.
And if, I'm not saying it was, we don't know, but if Alex Zink used to live with Jason Mengel, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so whether, if this were a note with an intention to be to Jason, you don't know whether it was to mentioning his roommate Alex or Alex Woodworth. Agreed?
And there is no last name.
Correct. Because you didn't follow up on that in any way with Mr. Zink either, did you?
I don't think he would know if it was about him.
Well, you could ask him if there was any incident in, around March 2nd, 2018, or the day before, in which there's a reason he'd be mentioned in a note, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, you do what sometimes investigators do. They go and talk to people, right?
Possibly, yeah.
And then on Exhibit 692, that's the note from March 20th of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And again, you're not aware of any evidence as to electronically or otherwise as to whether this note was ever sent to anybody, right?
Correct.
And again, you're not aware of any evidence as to whether this was ever received by anybody, correct?
Correct.
Or read or shown in some way that wouldn't be electronic, but just even on the face of a phone, agreed?
Correct.
Or a face of an iPod, agreed?
Agreed.
Those are the only questions, thank you.
All right, any redirections?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I want to start, I think, with some of the questions that related to the investigation and your work. First off, whose investigation was this, Dunn County's or the City of Eau Claire's?
Dunn County's.
All right. And were other investigators from both Dunn County and Eau Claire County doing things over and above what you were doing?
Yes, they were.
Did you do everything on this investigation?
No one person could do everything on this investigation.
So you weren't the only investigator involved in this?
That is correct.
Were many of the things that counsel asked about followed up by other investigators?
Yes, they were.
Vague. He wants to ask about specific things, but to just say many of the things, I think is too vague.
Overruled.
And there were some questions about exhibit, I think it's 691 maybe, the one with the journal entry, or note, I should say.
The note from March 2nd?
Yes.
Yes, 691.
Are you aware of anything through your review of the investigation in this case that happened between the defendant and Alex Zink?
His name has never come up other than a roommate.
Do you still have exhibits 176 and 290 there? Those are the two transcripts?
Yes, I do.
All right. So turn to page 3 of exhibit 176 for a moment. Counsel asked you some questions about line 121, where the defendant makes the statement that she needed to return some stuff that makes her sad. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. And could you take now exhibit 290, turn to page 3 of exhibit 290.
Okay.
And can you go to, starting at line 115, can you read through actually starting at line 113 and then read through line 125 out loud, please?
Sure. 113.
Yes.
I ask, what kind of stuff were you bringing? Ezra responds, a heating pad. I say, okay. Ezra says, and I had like a few just like small things, like a bookmark and stuff like that. And then 122, I say, okay, who was the heating pad for? And Ezra responds, for Alex, because he gave it to me a while ago. I just didn't want it anymore because I didn't need it.
So in that interview, she says she didn't need it versus it made her sad. Correct?
Correct.
Do you still have exhibit 465 up there?
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
That is the Instagram contacts.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Oh, no, I do not. Sorry.
That's all right. Can I have Exhibit 465, please? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective Prock, reviewing Exhibit 465, what's the date of those Instagram posts?
It appears all of them were March 12th, 2018.
All right. And is there a specific reference to what item the defendant is wanting to return to Alex as it relates to those Instagram posts?
Just give me a second to make sure I have it correctly, please. I believe it is going to be the book, The Little Prince.
And are you aware if that book was returned to Alex at any particular location through your investigation into this matter?
I believe it was returned to him at Lacy's.
Now, counsel also asked you if during the interview of March 23rd, the first interview you did with the defendant in regard to the matter that we're here for today, if what she told you happened before she met Alex, if that was all corroborated by your investigation. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And was all of the information that she gave you on March 23rd as to what she did before she met Alex actually corroborated by the physical facts and the surveillance video?
Can you kind of rephrase that
Well,
question?
maybe if I ask it a little different way, that's probably a bad question. In the interview on March 23rd, where did she tell you she went first when she got to Eau Claire from Stanley?
She went down to Lacy's.
Was that statement by the defendant that she went to Lacy's first corroborated by the surveillance videos from Milestone?
No.
What do the surveillance videos from Milestone show about where the defendant went first on March 22nd?
It shows that she went to the area of Alex's house.
And was that information corroborated by any other information that you obtained as part of this investigation? That she went to Alex's house before she went to Lacy's?
Well, I believe the roommate, Dave, mentioned that she was over there earlier. She was there twice.
Right. Now, the defendant, in her statements to you and in various other locations, said that one of the things that she was trying to do or was doing on March 22nd is she wanted to give Alex Woodworth the journals. Do you recall that?
Correct.
All right. As part of the investigation, was Alex Woodworth's residence, his room, his apartment, the house he lived in, was it searched?
I believe it was searched by Dunn County officials, yes.
And are you aware if they recovered either journal, what's titled Silence Broken, or Journal 1, or the other document titled Journal 2 among Alex Woodworth's belongings?
They never found that.
All right. Was a copy of either of those journals found in the defendant's car in the course of the search?
No.
Did you look through all of Alex Woodward's electronic devices?
Yes.
Was either journal found among the items in in any of his electronic devices in an electronic format?
I did not see it.
There was a question about, in the interview of March 1st of 2018, that the defendant made a statement about something hurt as it related to the relationship with Alex Woodworth. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did she ever make it clear in that it was a physical versus an emotional hurt?
I don't remember.
All right. In the interview on March 23rd, did the defendant ever tell you that Alex physically harmed her or assaulted her?
Objection vague. Just time period, I guess. Is he talking about March 22nd or prior time or all time?
On March 20,
You did say March
accept that,
23rd.
Your Honor. I'll re-ask the question.
That was asked in the question, March 23rd.
In the interview of March 23rd, did the defendant ever say that Alex Woodworth, on the interview of March 23rd, did she ever say that on March 22nd, Alex Woodworth physically assaulted her?
I don't believe she did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective Brock, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 426, which appears to be a transcript of the interview between yourself and the defendant on March 1st. Is that correct?
That does appear to be.
All right. I want you to take a look on page 19 of that, and I just want you to review page 19, and then I want to ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not she described it as a physical, emotional hurt, or she didn't really say.
Okay. Can we approach the section? Sorry.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she tells you if it's a physical or an emotional hurt?
She doesn't say either.
And during that interview, she talked many times about emotional hurts, didn't she?
I believe so, yes.
Counsel had asked you and tried to and asked you a yes or no if the defendant was advised that she had to talk to you on March 23rd. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said you can't answer that yes or no. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why is that?
That's based on the place she was located. They have a policy that if objection, hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, it's going to explain.
Doesn't matter. It's
What?
still hearsay.
Well, frankly, Mr. Nelson, you opened the door, so I'm going to allow the state to go into that. I don't, so I'm not going to elaborate. You can do that aside or some other point, but I'm going to allow the state to go into that.
Continue.
Where she was at, if the patient doesn't want to talk to someone, they're not going to let you talk to them. So for me to be able to talk to Ezra, I had to go through the nursing staff they would go ask Ezra if Ezra would want to talk to me. And if she did, then I got to talk to her. If she didn't, I wasn't going to be able to talk to her. So that's how that took place, so.
All right. Now, counsel asked if the defendant cooperated with you on March 23rd in your interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did she completely cooperate with you on March 23rd?
I guess it depends on what you're talking about with cooperate.
Well, did she tell you, let me ask this, did she tell you anything about what happened after she left Alex's apartment?
No.
Right. On March 24th, prior to your telling her that you found the car. Did she tell you anything about what happened after she left Alex's apartment on March 22nd?
No.
After you told her that you had found the car, was she able to give you significant details of what happened, according to her, after she left Alex's apartment on March 22nd?
Yes.
So based on that, Detective, would you say that she completely cooperated with you on March 23rd, 2018?
No.
I want to talk about a few things that counsel asked you for when she said, answered things like, I think, and I don't remember, okay?
Okay.
Let's start on page 40. Counsel referred you to line 1781.
Is this an Exhibit 290?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 290.
Okay, page 40.
All right. This is on page 40, line 1781. Actually, this one isn't about I think, but counsel said, his question was, the defendant said, it was just really painful. Is that actually what was said there?
On line 781?
Yes, 1781.
1781, it's just really painful.
It's just really painful.
IT apostrophe yes, just really painful.
Not it was.
It's IT apostrophe yes.
All right. Which is short for it is.
Correct.
Let's turn to page 45. And we're at line 2028.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. First off, can you read the question before, and then read the whole answer, not just the I don't know.
Okay. It starts at 2024, and I ask, okay, anything and everywhere is where you were stabbing him. So was he on top of you? So you have it here. Do you know if you stabbed him in the back or any place? And in line 2028, she responds, I don't know if I had it facing up or down.
Okay. And let's turn to page 47. Line 2119. Counsel, the question that you had asked, and counsel asked about this is, how did he get back inside the car, Ezra? And counsel had just read the part that says, I don't know. Can you read the rest of that answer?
Sure, it's line 2119, and Ezra responds, I don't know. When I left and I ran, he was outside.
All right. So her story is that she was gone when he got back in the car.
That is her story, yes.
Let's continue on that page. Counsel asked you about a number of questions as to where she says, I think. Can you read what the question is at 2021 that starts out all of those answers that says, I think?
Sure. It starts out, okay, and then it's inaudible. When he was stabbed, where do you think you stabbed him?
So your question is, where do you think you stabbed him?
Correct.
Let's turn to page 61. And on page 61, there was, when we look at line 2759, you ask him what? Or ask the defendant what?
2759, I asked, why did he have the knife? And why and to cut your pants.
And then what's her answer?
I think he just wanted to look at me.
All right. And then you follow up on that, I think, why did you follow up on that answer that says, I think, and not the other ones?
Well, the other ones I asked her what she thought was where she stabbed Alex. And in this one, she responds to my question with, I think, in kind of a doubting fashion, not knowing for sure. So I wanted clarification if she truly knew this or if this was just a thought.
In other words, you want to know if Alex had said something like that or somehow expressed that that's what he wanted, or if it was just what her belief was?
That is correct.
All right. Now, counsel had asked you about, that you didn't talk to her immediately or tell her immediately the information that you had that the car had been found and Alex was found and he was dead. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why didn't you bring that up with her right away?
I just wanted to see, without prompting her memory, to see if she got anything back, if she could remember anything else that took place.
Okay. Did you give her a chance to tell you what she knew?
Yes.
Did you give her a chance to tell you what she knew before you brought up the fact that you knew where the car was?
Yes.
Did you give her a lot of chances to do that?
I couldn't put a number on it, but I believe there was numerous times that I gave her a chance.
And until you did that, was she forthcoming in telling you what happened
Objection
on
as to
March
the-
22nd?
Sorry, objection as to the use of the word forthcoming. He can ask her what she said or didn't say, but I think forthcoming is to me.
All right, I'm going to sustain it. It gets too close to this witness giving an opinion.
Okay, thank you. Prior to your bringing that up, did she tell you anything about what happened on March 22nd after she left Alex's?
No.
At any point in time, when she finally began to tell you about what happened on March 22nd, did she tell you that the reason that she didn't talk to you about what happened is that she did not remember what happened?
No.
I don't have any other redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, recross.
Yes, please. Mr. Prock, I want to ask you about our 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, those 3 days, okay?
Okay.
And just kind of a preview here is on about Ms. McCandless's statements, essentially of, I don't remember. Make sense?
Okay.
Fair to say, she said that on the 22nd, agreed?
That she said that she didn't remember?
Correct.
Correct.
Fair to say that she said that on the 23rd, correct?
Correct.
And then fair to say she started to say that on the 24th, but eventually told you stuff, right?
Correct.
And when she talked to you on the 24th, you asked, why didn't you tell us before? And she says, because it was too scary. Agreed?
I believe there was more than that in that statement. Is it all right if I try to find it?
You're fine. I don't have the transcript. I'm losing that page, but it's page 55, line 2494. I think she tells you because it was too scary. Is that the line?
That is because I didn't. I asked her, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? And her response was, because I didn't. It's too scary.
Okay. So you almost made the same mistake I did, using the words "it's" and "it was," right?
No, it was is the words right before it. It was, it's too scary.
Okay. So she used both in that one, "it was" and "it is" too scary, basically, right?
That is what it says in here.
And when she made that statement on the 24th, she was talking to you in response to her statements on the 23rd, correct?
I guess you've lost me there. And
I don't have it in front of me.
no, I'm just trying to, can you clarify your
You asked
question?
the question, yes, why didn't you tell this to us yesterday, agreed?
Yes, and it's in response to everything that took place at the vehicle.
But you're on the 24th.
Yep.
You're asking her a question about why she didn't say things on the 23rd.
Correct,
Agreed?
why she didn't tell us this on the 23rd.
Correct. And her response as to why she didn't say it on the 23rd, if you follow the logic of, if there's logic in that, is that it would be on the 23rd, it was too scary, right?
It's because I didn't, it's too scary.
Correct. But that's in reference to why she didn't say it on the 23rd. That's my point.
Okay,
Do you agree with that?
correct.
Following that line of conversation tracking?
Now, yes,
Okay. And in fact, I think she later on page 61, on lines 2771.
sorry.
And I'll just start it at the word everything, but it seems like she's talking about kind of what's going on in her head about what happened. Is that right? And she says, everything was just so scary and I don't know what to do about it. I don't. It's just so scary and I can't get anything out of my mind. That's what she says on those lines, correct?
Yes,
All right. So, and again, I know you're not an expert, and I'm not trying to open that, but it may be that sometimes she didn't remember, and it may be that sometimes she didn't want to talk about it because she was too scared. It depends on the day, right? Based on the information that you have right here, right now.
I don't know why she didn't want to talk about it. All I can say is one day she said she didn't remember, the next day she said it was too scary.
Okay. You were asked some questions about this hurt, all right? And I don't want to belabor the point too much about Alex and hurt. But you'd, on March 1st, asked her some questions about who she was having sex with. She said Alex, and she said it hurt. Agreed?
I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but there was something along those lines, yes.
Okay.
Which transfer failure also? Which transfer?
426 that you didn't talk about from TTT, from the March 1st.
Okay. Yep.
Again, just because I don't want to, on page 19 of not yet offered or received Exhibit 426, reference to DOJ 4293.
Yep.
This is that little transcript of the little clip that we played. Is that right? Does it just refresh your memory to see that?
Okay. Okay.
You'd asked him, again, just to put it in time, you'd asked her who she had sex with, she said Alex, and then something along the lines of, and it hurt.
And it's inaudible, and it hurt inaudible.
Correct.
Okay.
You agree?
That is what it says.
And on the 23rd, she actually did say she was afraid of being hurt by Alex. That was the page 14 that we put up on the screen before.
23rd, page 4. I apologize, I just have to keep jumping back.
That's all right. Exhibit 176, page 14.
I guess, Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's beyond the scope of my
I believe he asked if she ever told, it was asked on redirect.
My question
Asked
on,
redirect,
Hold on.
if she ever told Mr. Prock on the 23rd about Alex hurting her. So I'm following up on that.
no, I asked if he, well, and the question
All right,
and answer don't have any,
Again, I don't remember exactly, so I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Nelson,
Very brief.
please, thank you.
It's in that section where she said, again, I understand it's, you asked her, what were you scared of? She said, being hurt. You asked by who, and she said, Alex. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. I'd asked you some questions about corroborating what she'd done, her statements about what she did on the 22nd, correct?
Yes.
In the morning of the 22nd, right?
Yes.
And the one difference that was pointed out to you on redirect is that one time she said she was returning things because she was sad, and another time she was returning things because she didn't need it. That's the discrepancy that the state pointed out. Agreed?
That was one of them, yes.
Okay. And the other discrepancy that was pointed out was that she said she went to Alex's, but she didn't say that she had been there previously. Agreed?
Well, it was the first time she went to Lacy's, but the cameras show that she went to the area of Alex's first.
Right. I'm sure she didn't mention lots of things that she did on the morning of the 22nd, correct? She didn't say she went to the bathroom. She didn't say she ate breakfast. She didn't say all kinds of small details about non-events. Agreed?
I can't say that's a small detail not to mention.
That's not for you to decide, that's for the jury to decide, right?
I understand.
But she didn't mention other small details of non-events.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, argumentative.
I was staying in argumentative.
Fair to say she didn't tell you other things that didn't result in any contact with another human being. Agreed?
Agreed.
But she didn't deny that she went to Alex's house and why she was going there. Agreed?
She said she went to Alex's house, yes.
Yeah. So you agree with my question. She didn't deny that she was going over to Alex's house and why. Agreed?
Agreed.
In the journal, while it wasn't found at Alex's or in the car, the journal was in an electronic format, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you found it on the Google account, correct?
Correct.
And that would make it accessible on an iPod, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. If an iPod had wireless connection to a Google account, you found it in the Google account, correct?
It was located in the Google account. I don't think I found it. I believe one of the Dunn County deputies found it.
Broad strokes, law enforcement found it in the Google account, right?
That I can agree to.
So you have nothing to dispute that it could have been shown to him on the screen of an iPod. Agreed?
I can't say that it wasn't shown on an iPod.
Okay. And you certainly agree that in the year 2018, sometimes things are shared in a digital format, sometimes they're shared in a hard copy format, sometimes a person just shows another person a screen that they have with them. Agreed?
Yes.
You'd also talked about these texts from, I think it was Exhibit 485, 465?
465?
465. And what you'd realize from those texts is as far back as March 12th, she'd been talking to other people about going and returning stuff to Alex, right?
Correct.
So she talked about this like almost 10 days before that, right?
Yes.
Certainly didn't seem to be a secret that that's what she was going to go do, right?
I couldn't tell you if it was a secret or not.
We just know that she told other people 10 days before, correct?
She told Jason 10 days before.
And, she told Max on that same day on the 22nd, agreed?
On the 22nd.
You were asked questions in which the state used the phrase, her story is he was outside of the car when she left. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact words used.
He used the word story, correct?
I don't know for sure if that's.
But it was in reference to where Alex's body was.
I believe that was off of this transcript.
But
Okay.
I'm not asking about the transcript, I'm
Nope.
asking about the question that you were asked,
Okay.
right?
He asked a question about where the body was, I believe.
Correct, yep. Since that time, it's been 18 months, correct?
Yes.
You've had a chance